Chapter 1. In the bustling commercial heart of London, there exists a bar invisible to ordinary folk. This is the gathering place for wizards, the leaky cauldron, where the dim lighting casts shadows upon the worn walls, permeated by the scent of cheap butterbeer. Sean Greer, an 11-year-old boy, balanced 2 frothy mugs of butterbeer as he made his way to a table. Poor little Sean, summoned once again by old Tom to fetch drinks, declared the bald wizard, accepting the beers and directing his voice toward the bar. "Damn it, Jamie, don't speak of me so harshly. Little Sean lives under my roof and eats my food. What's the harm in having him lend a hand during his free time?" Old Tom retorted. "If Dumbledore were to find out you've got the boy who lives serving you, he'd surely be furious," Jamie shot back. Sean grinned. "I'd much prefer helping out down here than being cooped up in the storm upstairs." Old Tom nodded in satisfaction at Sean's response. He held a fondness for the boy, not merely for his sensible nature, but also because his notoriety brought considerable patronage to the bar. Sean Greer, renowned alongside Harry Potter as one of the 2 survivors of the killing curse, was not marked by the dark wizard Voldemort, but rather by his deranged follower, the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange, who had tormented the Longbottoms and later, during Harry's 5th year, murdered her cousin Sirius Black. As for her motive to kill Sean, it was tied to his modest family lineage. The Greer family, a small wizarding clan, bore no comparison to the centuries-old pure-blood families. Sean's grandfather was the first wizard in the Greer lineage, while his father was also a wizard, though his uncle, Hearns, was a squib. During Voldemort's reign of terror, when fear gripped the magical community, Sean's grandfather, originally a ministry employee, fell into the clutches of the Death Eaters. Ironically, Sean's father, a clandestine Death Eater, betrayed Voldemort in 1980 and joined the Order of the Phoenix. The Death Eaters were never known for their mercy towards traitors. Bellatrix led a raid that resulted in the deaths of Sean's parents, and she callously cast the killing curse upon the young boy. Little Sean perished on the spot, for his mother lacked the ancient protective magic, and the Sean that now existed was but a reincarnated soul from the 21st century. In his previous life, Sean had been a high school graduate who tragically died in a car accident during a summer outing. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself a mere 2-year-old child. Awakened, Sean was rescued by an arriving Auror and taken to the leaky cauldron, where his squib uncle, Hearns, resided. Hearns, the cook at the leaky cauldron, became Sean's legal guardian. Sean was secretly sheltered within the confines of the leaky cauldron, unbeknownst to Bellatrix, who had thought she had successfully ended the life of the boy upon whom the killing curse had been cast. A year later, when Voldemort attempted to kill Harry's family, the protective spell surrounding Harry rebounded the killing curse, inflicting severe injury upon Voldemort and causing the decline of the Death Eater's power. It was only then that the news of Sean's survival spread, shocking Bellatrix, who yearned to eliminate him once more, though she had since been imprisoned in Azkaban. At the age of 5, Sean awakened to his magical abilities, much to the delight of his squib Uncle Hearns. "Sean, you are the hope of the Greer family," Hearns exclaimed, showering Sean with affection. Yet Sean felt a chill at this declaration. He cared little for the Greer legacy, but rather for the peculiar nature of his eyes. He discovered that when gazing at others, they were enveloped in a faint white light. "Is it that my eyes have become strange since awakening my magical powers? Am I afflicted with glaucoma?" He pondered, though this notion was soon dismissed. Having previously read Harry Potter, Sean's understanding of the magical realm, while not exhaustive, surpassed that of most Hogwarts students. After a month of contemplation, he finally discerned the nature of his eyes. They only manifested the white glow when he observed wizards, magical creatures, or enchanted items. Moreover, when witnessing other wizards casting spells, he could even perceive the magical framework surrounding their wands. As Sean navigated life in this world, he realized that the construction of magic was far from simplistic. It wasn't merely about reciting incantations and waving wands. In his understanding, the essence of magic comprised 3 fundamental elements: the magical framework, the incantation, and the mental focus. The magical framework was the intricate 3-dimensional model he observed on the wands of other wizards during their spellcasting. Mental focus encompassed emotions and willpower. Possessing a commendable magical aptitude, and these insightful eyes that could pierce through the veil of magic, Sean felt he had gained an extraordinary advantage. With these magical eyes, learning spells will be exponentially easier. The leaky cauldron was frequented by an array of wizards, some of whom would perform minor spells for amusement, allowing Sean to meticulously record the magical frameworks they employed. He had witnessed Bald Jamie perform a very rudimentary levitation charm, a spell introduced in the first-year curriculum at Hogwarts. Sean diligently noted the magical framework and incantation associated with the levitation charm. Later, he approached Hearns, seeking first-year textbooks from Hogwarts, despite being only 5.5 years old, with several years yet before he would attend school. Hearns readily acquiesced to his request, believing Sean would inevitably attend Hogwarts, and early exposure to the textbooks would serve him well. The leaky cauldron stood directly across from Diagon Alley, and Hearns quickly procured several tattered first-year textbooks, likely having changed hands numerous times. "Look at the condition of these books. They appear to have been salvaged from a junk shop," Sean remarked. Yet, he was undeterred. He simply sought to validate his hypotheses with the spells contained within the texts. As he rifled through the pages, he soon located the section on the levitation charm, which spanned 4 pages, the first 2 detailing its origins. Uninterested in that, he swiftly turned to the page explaining the spell casting process. The top 2 paragraphs discussed the incantation and the accompanying wand movements, while the bottom described the magical framework of the levitation charm, accompanied by a 3-dimensional illustration. Goodness, this is rather intricate unless one possesses the intellect of a Hermione. A typical student wouldn't grasp it in a day or two, Sean mused, relieved that a diagram paired with annotations was far less straightforward than witnessing the magical framework in action. Having viewed the framework constructed by Jamie for the levitation charm on 2 occasions, Sean found it manageable. He understood that more complex spells would involve the combination of several, sometimes even a dozen, magical frameworks, and even if he could see the frameworks, committing them to memory would prove challenging. For those reading on WeChat, please shift your support to Chidian. This is the authentic version. WeChat is a parasitic presence for Chidian authors, even if it later becomes a paid subscription. Authors on that platform receive nothing. As a small author, I earned very little, but such blood-sucking apps are truly revolting. At the age of 6, Harry received Snape's youth textbook, giving him an advantage in potions. My eyes are far more extraordinary than Snape's book, Sean thought, brimming with confidence. Now 11 years old, Sean had recently received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and the number of visitors to the leaky cauldron to see him had steadily increased. "Is that Sean Greer, the boy as famous as Harry Potter?" inquired a red-haired, middle-aged man. "Indeed, Arthur," replied Old Tom. Sean recognized Arthur and his wife, along with their 3 children, as members of the Weasley family, one of the 28 pure blood families in the magical world. "What boy who lived? The Greers are all traitors. I doubt he survived Bellatrix's attack without some deal struck by his father with the Death Eaters," sneered a wizard seated nearby. Sean's grandfather had betrayed the Ministry, while his father had betrayed the Death Eaters, leading both sides to harbor disdain for the Greer family, with some referring to Sean as the son of a traitor. This predicament left Sean feeling alienated. Fortunately, he was not a fragile child spirit otherwise. Prolonged exposure to such remarks could lead to despair. "Child, do not heed their words. Your parents were brave, and they fought for justice," Mrs. Weasley consoled. The Weasleys had known Sean's parents. The Greers had betrayed the Death Eaters to join the Order, and despite only being part of it for 6 months, they ultimately chose death rather than reveal the Order's headquarters to Bellatrix. "It's all right, Mrs. Weasley, I've grown accustomed to it," Sean replied. Over the years, the wizards at the Leaky Cauldron had offered both praise and scorn. Being a time traveler, he remained indifferent to such opinions. "Do you know me?" Mrs. Weasley asked, surprised. "The Weasley family's red hair, I've heard many mention it in the pub," Sean remarked, glancing at the striking hues of the family's hair. "Look at this child, so clever," Molly praised. The twin boys, George and Fred, standing behind Molly, made a face at Sean. Having recently arrived in this world, Sean was aware that his new body was 2 years older than Harry's, meaning he would attend Hogwarts alongside the Weasley twins and Cedric in the same year. "It seems Hogwarts will not be dull," Sean mused, fully cognizant of the mischief-making prowess of these 2 troublemakers. During the oppressive time when Umbridge ruled Hogwarts, It was these two pranksters who brought joy to the students. And then there was Cedric, an exceptionally brilliant student in their year, who tragically fell before the Triwizard Tournament's trophy. If it were possible, Sean wished for Fred and Cedric's survival. He could only strive to avert such calamities. Having begun practicing magic at the tender age of 5.5, Sean had self-studied the first 3 years of Hogwarts curriculum, utilizing a collection of well-worn textbooks salvaged from a junk shop. The first-year spells were not particularly challenging after all. Hermione had already taught herself several simple enchantments before her enrollment. But by the time he reached the third-year spells, some magical frameworks were less easily comprehensible to him. Thus, he often took the opportunity to assist Old Tom at the pub, engaging in conversations with the wizards there to glean insights. Over the years, the bald wizard Jamie had grown quite familiar with Sean. Sean frequently struck up conversations with him, cautiously inquiring about spells he did not comprehend. When Jamie demonstrated magic, Sean focused intently on noting the structure of the spells. However, patrons at the pub lacked the patience of professors at the academy, and Jamie did not frequent the pub daily. Hence, after 5.5 years, Sean's self-directed and surreptitious studies had only allowed him to complete the 3 years of coursework in spells. Naturally, he had no means to self-study potions in the pub. "Sean, you must have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. We need to go to Diagon Alley to purchase our first-year textbooks. Would you like to join us?" Molly inquired. Sean nodded. He no longer needed to buy books, as he could make do with his tattered ones, but he had yet to procure a wand. Although Ollivander's wand shop was located just behind the leaky cauldron, without his acceptance letter, Sean had no means to purchase a wand. At that moment, a disheveled, middle-aged man with slender eyes and golden hair approached, pulling 10 galleons from his grease-stained pocket and handing them to Sean. "Uncle Hearns." "Sean, go buy your wand." Hearns expressed hope in Sean, who was the only one capable of carrying on the Greer family legacy, as he himself was unable to perform magic. "Little Sean," Old Tom called out, and then tossed a small gray cloth bag from behind the counter. Sean reached out to catch it, feeling the weight indicated at least 20 galleons. He smiled at Old Tom, saying, "Kind-hearted Old Tom, thank you. Little one, go buy yourself a new robe after all. You're a bit of a celebrity, the boy who lived." Sean thought to himself that Old Tom, usually so stingy, had shown unexpected kindness, despite often employing him as a child laborer. Unlike Harry, who inherited his parents' fortune, Sean had been left with nothing by his parents, and Uncle Hearns was a miser, as well. Managing to produce 10 galleons was already a significant sacrifice. "Mom, I want a new robe too," the Weasley twins chimed in unison. Molly chuckled awkwardly. "George, Fred, let's go." Sean understood that with so many children in the Weasley family, raising them was an expensive endeavor, and the younger siblings often wore their older brother's hand-me-downs. Following the Weasley family, Sean passed through the magical wall behind the leaky cauldron into Diagon Alley, the bustling commercial heart of the magical world, which he had become quite familiar with. The Weasley family made their way directly to Flourish and Blots, and Sean called out to Molly from behind. "Mrs. Weasley, I think I will skip Flourish and Blots. I've already procured my textbooks, leaving only the wand and wizarding robe to acquire." Molly nodded. "Very well. We'll see you at Ollivander's later." Sean confidently arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, established since 382 BC. As he pushed open the door, the shopkeeper, Ollivander, was perched atop a ladder, rummaging for wands. "Ollivander," Sean called softly. "Ah, young Sean," Ollivander replied without turning, instantly recognizing Sean's voice. The shopkeepers of Diagon Alley all knew him, the child who grew up in the leaky cauldron. "I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts," Sean announced. Ollivander immediately grasped Sean's intent and withdrew a box of wands from a cobble-bladen shelf. 14 inches, Hollywood, with a dragon heartstring core. Sean took the wand. Over the past 5.5 years, he had memorized the frameworks of spells, but had never had the opportunity to cast magic with a wand. Upon receiving it, he felt as if his magical energy had finally found its outlet. With a subtle gesture, Ollivander beckoned. Sean nodded, not only waving but also casting a basic spell, Wingardium Leviosa. His magic gradually coalesced through the wand, forming the framework of the spell, and the quill before him began to levitate under the influence of the levitation charm. Though the incantation succeeded, Sean sensed an awkwardness in the process. Ollivander was not at all surprised by Sean's magical abilities, considering he hailed from a wizarding family and resided at the Leaky Cauldron, where old Tom would occasionally impart some knowledge during his leisure time. Sean shook his head, and Ollivander, understanding, promptly retrieved a second wand for him. A T measured 10 inches, crafted from redwood and containing a phoenix feather. Sean again attempted the levitation charm, but this time it felt even more laborious than with the previous wand, prompting another shake of his head. That's quite normal, my boy. Finding a wand that suits you is no simple task. Ollivander patiently explained, try this one. 14.5 inches, made of chestnut and featuring unicorn hair. Sean accepted it, but shook his head once more. Give this one a go. Again, Sean shook his head. After trying 20 wands, Ollivander, slightly embarrassed, remarked, you are indeed a discerning wand master. Sean, feeling frustrated, pondered how long this would continue when suddenly an idea struck him. He turned to Ollivander and asked, you mentioned earlier that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, rather than the wizard choosing the wand, correct? Ollivander paused, acknowledging that he had indeed said so, and nodded. Precisely. The wand selects its rightful owner. Then let me try this. Wand, come to me, Sean declared, extending his small hand palm upward. Though this was not an incantation, but merely a phrase he uttered, a complete magical framework was manifesting within his palm, that of the levitation charm. For 5.5 years, without a wand, Sean had devoted himself to the study of theory and magical frameworks, and he had mastered a wandless, wordless spell, the levitation charm. While it is not uncommon for individuals in the magical world to perform wandless magic, those capable of wordless incantations are even more numerous. The wand serves as a conduit, harmonizing and channeling the wizard's internal magic. Without it, constructing a magical framework becomes exponentially more challenging, while the incantation coordinates the framework. Ollivander was taken aback by Sean's display of talent. To achieve wandless magic at such a young age was remarkable indeed. I could see that moment. Among the countless wands, one sensed Sean's magical essence, stirring within its box. Before soaring out from the bottom of the 12th ROWAS, this wand emerged. The remaining boxes lost their balance and toppled over. Ollivander, unfazed, was accustomed to such occurrences, which accounted for the perpetual disarray in his shop. What truly captured his attention was the wand that had chosen to fly toward Sean. The wand box hovered in Sean's palm as he opened it with his left hand and withdrew the wand. Upon seeing it, Ollivander immediately identified its composition. 15 inches black walnut, with a tail feather from a thestral. This wand is exceptionally powerful. Black walnut is far less common than ordinary walnut wood, and it seeks a master with keen intuition and profound insight. It possesses a notorious quirk. It is extraordinarily sensitive to inner conflict. Should its owner engage in any form of self-deception, it will instantly lose its magical potency. However, when matched with a sincere and self-aware master, it becomes the most loyal and impressive of wands, distinguished in the casting of various types of spells. Sean listened intently to self-awareness. Does that not imply one must have a clear understanding of oneself? He certainly possessed that quality, although he recalled that Dumbledore's Elder Wand also utilized a thestral feather. Thestrals? The creatures visible only to those who have witnessed death? Sean inquired. Indeed. Yes, thestrals were once considered omens of misfortune, said to bring terrible calamities to those who beheld them. Yet such notions are mere superstition and do not detract from the wand's power. Sean mused to himself, thinking he could be counted among those who had seen death. He was rather curious to encounter such a wondrous magical creature. Give this wand a try, Ollivander urged, his anticipation palpable. Sean transferred the wand to his right hand and once more performed the spell he had practiced countless times. An invisible magical framework, imperceptible to Ollivander, rapidly took shape at the wand's tip. The quill on the table soared into the air once again, and this time, Sean felt an extraordinary fluidity, expending half the effort compared to his wandless casting. Clearly, this was the wand that belonged to Sean. He nodded at Ollivander and declared, I believe this is the 1.10 galleons. Ollivander replied matter-of-factly. Sean promptly paid, and just as he was about to exit, the Weasley twins pushed the door open and entered. Hello, clever boy, one of them greeted, though Sean could not discern whether it was George or Fred. Moments earlier, Molly had praised Sean's intelligence at the leaky cauldron. And to his surprise, the Weasley twins had swiftly dubbed him with a nickname. Sean was unfazed. It suited the mischievous nature of the duo. "I have already acquired my wand, so best of luck to you." "Troublemakers 1 and 2, Sean said with a grin as he exited Ollivander's wand shop. "Hey, George, I think we won't be bored at Hogwarts," Fred remarked. George watched Sean depart and concurred. "Indeed, Fred, he is quite an interesting fellow." Sean had not anticipated that the nickname he casually bestowed upon the Weasley twins would endear him to the two troublemakers. Team Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Upon Sean's arrival, Madame Malkin warmly welcomed him. Despite the presence of other customers, the boy who lived, Sean Greer, has finally reached the age for schooling. Her proclamation drew the attention of the other patrons, who turned to look at Sean, whispering amongst themselves. Sean paid them no mind. Their chatter was surely about his parents being Death Eaters, a lineage of traitors. "Madame Malkin, since we are so familiar, might I receive a discount?" Sean inquired. Without hesitation, Madame Malkin replied. 10 galleons. Sean cursed inwardly, recognizing that this was merely the standard price. How generous of you to act so warmly. I could see that moment. A girl with chestnut hair approached, her fair complexion and delicate features. Particularly her large blue eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her demeanor exuded an air of nobility. Having spent considerable time in this world, Sean was taken aback by her beauty, suspecting she might possess some Vila heritage. "Hello, Sean Greer. I am Chris Clouch, and I, too, will be a first year at Hogwarts this year." "Hello, Chris." Sean found her surname familiar. Clouch. Wasn't that the name of the ministry official Barty Crouch, the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation? It seemed Chris was indeed a member of the esteemed pureblood family. "The boy who lived," Chris paused before continuing, "one of them that I never expected we would be in the same year. See you at Hogwarts." Her words caught the attention of a boy nearby, who glanced at Sean. Though Chris was undoubtedly an attractive girl, Sean sensed an underlying dissonance. "Hello, I am Sean Greer." He introduced himself to the handsome boy. "Cedric Diggory," the boy nodded, introducing himself. "Blimey, it's Cedric, the most outstanding student of this year, excluding myself," Sean thought in astonishment, as Chris introduced herself to Cedric. Chris slouched at him. "Why, grandfather is Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." "Well, it seems your uncle is a Death Eater. I wonder how that influences you." Sean mused silently. Sean pondered to himself. That moment, a girl with a black ponytail approached the door of the compartment and inquired of the trio. "Is there any available seating here?" "Yes, right there," Sean replied, gesturing towards the empty seat beside Chris. "Thank you, I am Angelina Johnson." Sean Greer, Chris Crouch, Cedric Diggory, the three introduced themselves in turn. "Wait a moment, are you the Sean Greer?" Angelina exclaimed, staring at him in astonishment. Sean nodded helplessly. He had encountered such reactions numerous times before. "Wait, her name is Angelina Johnson. Isn't she Fred's girlfriend?" In this compartment, Cedric belonged to Hufflepuff. Angelina was from Gryffindor. And Chris was uncertain. But judging by his pure-blood lineage, he was likely to be sorted into Slytherin. Sean, however, could not fathom to which house he might belong. The train traversed the vast mountains and grasslands for over 6 hours, finally arriving at Hogsmeade Station by evening. The fifth-year prefects disembarked first, standing at the train door to maintain order to first-year students. "This way," a booming voice commanded, drawing the newcomers' attention. It was a giant nearly 3 meters tall. Sean knew that Hagrid was merely a half-giant, as true giants were even taller. "Goodness, he is enormous," Angelina gasped. Sean glanced at her, feeling as though she were jesting. Hagrid held a lantern, using its light to guide the first-year students. "Where is Sean Greer?" Hagrid inquired. "I'm here," Sean replied, straining his neck to respond. "You are much taller than Harry," Hagrid remarked quietly. Among his peers, Sean stood an above-average height, his tousled brown curls giving him an even taller appearance. "First years, follow me," Hagrid instructed as he led the newcomers down a path by the lake. The Hogsmeade Station was situated at the edge of Hogsmeade Village. The path led to Hogwarts, while the other direction headed into the village. This journey to Hogwarts would be by boat. Sean mused whether they might ride in the night bus. 4 first years would occupy a single boat, which was enchanted to automatically sail towards Hogwarts. Most newcomers were filled with awe during the journey. while those from pure-blood families remained considerably more composed, gazing at the magnificent castle before him. Sean, despite having seen it in films before, was nonetheless awestruck by its grandeur. Upon disembarking, the first years ascended the steps, where Professor McGonagall had a few words to share. "Sean, which house do you think you'll be sorted into?" Chris suddenly asked. "The clever ones will surely be placed in Ravenclaw." The Weasley twins remarked as they approached from behind. With their striking red hair, Chris immediately recognized them as the Weasley twins. "Hey, Cedric, I hope you get sorted into Gryffindor," they teased it. Seeing the twins were familiar with Cedric. Sean recalled that their families resided near one another, one to the east and the other to the west. "That is not something I can decide," Cedric replied. "That be why this time." Professor McGonagall was already waiting at the top of the steps. And when all the first years had gathered, she clapped her hands for attention. Sean closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he noticed that a faint, ethereal glow enveloped the other first years, while Professor McGonagall shone more brightly than any wizard he had ever seen. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, you will pass through these doors and join your fellow students. However, before seating, you must be sorted into your houses. Hogwarts has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin to the end of the year. The house with the highest points will receive the house cup. Now, are you all ready? Follow me," McGonagall instructed as she turned towards the Great Hall. The grand golden doors of the Great Hall opened automatically for the first years, and the bright candlelight welcomed them as they entered. 4 long tables were neatly arranged within the hall, each occupied by students from one of the 4 houses. Sean estimated there were about 400 students in total, and their cohort of first years numbered 60, a decent intake compared to previous years. Standing at the front, Sean gazed anxiously at the sorting hat perched on the dais, to the extent that he barely registered what Dumbledore was saying. Meanwhile, a long-haired man with a rather gloomy demeanor was observing Sean from the staff table. Sean felt that man's gaze and looked up to see Severus Snape seated on the left side of the staff table. Why did Sean instantly recognize Snape? In all of Hogwarts, there was no one else with such a distinctive, cold aura. Although Sean knew he was a good person, a double agent among the Death Eaters. He thought, "My goodness, why is he looking at me? I'm not Harry, and I don't resemble Lily at all. All right, the first name to be called will come up here. I will place the sorting hat upon your head, and it will determine the house you belong to." Sean Greer? Shit. Am I the first? How ruthless. Sean cursed inwardly, though he forced a smile as he approached the front. Isn't it supposed to be in alphabetical order? How could I be the first called? He was baffled by this peculiar arrangement, that he sat on the stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head. I could see that moment. The hat began to move. "Difficult, very difficult. You are brave, clever, hard-working, shrewd, and ambitious. It seems all 4 houses would suit you. Where shall I place you?" "Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not Azkaban," Sean murmured under his breath, with the assistance of his magical eye. He could excel in any house. "Azkaban, your thoughts are rather dangerous." "Very well, as long as it's not Slytherin." Sean glanced over at Snape on the staff table. "Then it is decided. You shall go to Slytherin." The sorting hat seemed to deliberately choose the opposite of what Sean desired. For a brief moment, Sean was taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, some Slytherin upperclassmen were already looking at him with the familiar gaze of their own. Although some seemed less than friendly, Sean felt powerless to change the situation. "I suspect you are targeting me." Sean glared at the sorting hat as he removed it. Amidst the applause of the Slytherin students, Sean awkwardly took his seat. Marcus Flint, a strong, slightly buck-toothed upperclassman, greeted Sean. Marcus, a brawny but simple-minded fellow, was Sean's assessment of him. However, this oaf played Quidditch exceptionally well and later became captain of the Slytherin team, albeit with a penchant for underhanded tactics. Cedric Diggory. Professor McGonagall called out the second name. Cedric took his place on the stool under the gaze of the crowd. That moment, Sean had a mischievous idea to tease the Weasley twins. "Hey, Fred," he called out to one of the twins standing nearby, unable to distinguish which was which. "Are you calling me?" One of the twins replied. "Yes." "Then you're mistaken. I'm George no. You are Fred," Sean asserted confidently. Fred looked surprised, not expecting Sean to recognize them as siblings. "All right, you guessed correctly. I'm Fred." "How did you figure it out?" Sean replied earnestly. "Because the third tuft of hair on your left bangs is split." Fred believed him. Turning to George for confirmation, in truth, Sean vaguely remembered that the twins had slight differences in their personalities. Generally, when they were together, Fred would be the first to speak, being more vivacious. While George was comparatively reserved, Fred, how about we make a bet? I wager Cedric will be sorted in a Hufflepuff. What do you say to a sickle? Sean thought he was guaranteed to win this bet. George, what do you think? Fred asked. Gryffindor. Cedric will definitely go to Gryffindor. George remarked at tea that moment. The Sorting Hat was analyzing Cedric. Honorable, loyal, honest, and unafraid of hardship, though. I am not merely speaking of the spirit of Hufflepuff. I am referring to the qualities embodied by Cedric. Undoubtedly, he belongs to Hufflepuff. The handsome young lad took his place amidst the enthusiastic applause of the Hufflepuff upperclassmen. All right, you win this round, clever one. Fred said, somewhat begrudgingly. It seemed that troublemaker number 1 was feeling rather disgruntled, so Sean proposed another wager. Angelina Johnson, Professor McGonagall called out. Gryffindor, Sean declared. The Weasley twins conferred briefly. Hufflepuff, this time we guess Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat then revealed its answer. Gryffindor. Sean guessed correctly once more, leading the Weasley twins to bicker, blaming each other for not choosing Gryffindor. Shall we wager again? Sean inquired with a grin. Perhaps through Sean's extraordinary luck, the next 2 newcomers were also ones he had previously heard of. Resulting in yet another predictable success for him, he had now triumphed over the Weasley twins 4 times, which began to instill a sense of admiration in the 2 pranksters. Claire Crouch, Professor McGonagall announced. Claire stepped forward, and before the Sorting Hat even made contact with her hair, it proclaimed her house. Slytherin. Sean, it seems we are classmates now, Claire said with a smile. Indeed, Sean replied casually. After another 10 minutes. All the newcomers had been sorted, and the feast commenced joyfully at Dumbledore's command. With an apple in his mouth, Sean surveyed the professor's table. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, his magical eye activated. Whoa, that's blinding. The apple fell from Sean's mouth, rolling to the side of Claire's plate. Don't you like apples? Claire asked. They're a bit sour. Sean casually fabricated an excuse that Dumbledore's magic was so potent that he appeared enveloped in a bright light, making him seem like a giant light bulb in Sean's eyes. Rubbing his eyes, Sean decided not to look at Dumbledore any longer. He scrutinized the other professors, and indeed, McGonagall and Snape radiated stronger light, while the others were comparatively dimmer. After the feast, the prefects led the newcomers to their respective dormitories. Slytherin's newcomers were fewer in number compared to the other houses, with 5 boys and 5 girls. The dormitories seemed to have undergone some changes. Boys shared rooms 2 to a room, with 1 individual in a single room, and the same applied to the girls. The question of who would occupy the single room became an issue. Sean devised a plan and addressed the other 4 boys. I believe you all know I survived under the unforgivable curse. The 4 nodded in unison. Though I survived, I am left with severe aftereffects. What kind of aftereffects? Asked a boy named Cassius Warrington. I tend to talk in my sleep, sometimes even hitting people. Quite hard, I must add. Sean clenched his fists, deliberately portraying strength. The 4 11-year-old boys, innocent and naive, did not think to discern the truth, only feeling a mix of pity and fear for Sean. Prefect, I think we should let Sean have a single room, Cassius suggested to Theo Walden. Theo nodded. Then Sean can stay alone, and Claire, you will have a single room as well. The rest can choose their roommates. Claire, hailing from a prestigious family, received special attention from Theo, which was entirely expected by Sean. Personal space was of utmost importance to Sean. Possessing the magical eye, his level was simply not on par with this group of newcomers. Were he to be placed directly in the 3rd year, he would navigate the courses with ease that he needed a solitary space to delve into advanced magic and knowledge that required his attention. Upon entering his room, the spaciousness of a double room felt even more expansive when occupied alone. He lay on his bed and pulled out the first-year course schedule that Theo had sent them earlier. There were 8 compulsory subjects: astronomy, herbology, history of magic, charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, potions, and flying. Aside from potions and flying, which he had not yet encountered, he would need to devise reasons to study independently for the other subjects. Hogwarts professors often granted certain privileges to exceptionally talented students. For instance, Professor McGonagall later borrowed a time turner from the Ministry of Magic for Hermione, allowing her more time to study multiple elective courses. Sean did not necessarily desire a time turner. He merely needed to excel in all his classes and then request periods for independent study from the professors, thus affording him more time to explore advanced magic. Potions. I am quite curious to see what unique insights the Half-Blood Prince's textbook contains, Sean resolved, planning to investigate whether Snape's potions textbook was still in that upper-year classroom. During the day, Sean might not be able to enter. That classroom was reserved for students enrolled in NEW to level advanced potions classes, so he would have to sneak in during the night when no one was around. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the newcomers commenced their first class since enrollment, a charms lesson shared by Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The charms professor was the Ravenclaw head, Filius Flitwick, a diminutive old man with a white beard, said to be of half-goblin descent. Despite his small stature, he had been a formidable champion in the Hogwarts dueling club during his youth. Students, I am delighted to conduct your first class. I am Filius Flitwick. Head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick addressed the Slytherin students in this class. We will teach you a very practical beginner spell, the levitation charm. Please turn to page 3 of your textbooks. Sean cautiously flipped through the nearly falling apart textbook. Did he even need to learn the levitation charm? He could already perform wandless magic. However, he still needed to leave a good impression on the professor during the first class. Students, please read the origins and magical framework of the levitation charm. Shortly, I will demonstrate it for you, Flitwick instructed. The levitation charm is quite simple. My mother uses it often at home, Cassius remarked to Graham beside him. He then confidently recited the incantation while waving his wand at a feather on the table. Wingardium Leviosa. Sean, sitting nearby, watched with keen interest as the feather indeed began to move under the influence of the spell. However, the next moment, it shot out like an arrow, embedding itself deeply into Flitwick's lectern. Flitwick jumped. Cassius, I think you should put your wand down for now. Cassius, embarrassed, lowered his head amidst the laughter of his classmates, tucking his wand away. Sean exclaimed in astonishment. The levitation charm could be used like that. He excitedly patted Cassius on the shoulder and whispered, Cassius, how did you do that just now? Cassius, already feeling humiliated before his peers, misinterpreted Sean's inquiry as mockery and replied somewhat displeased. Are you trying to make fun of me too? Realizing the misunderstanding, Sean quickly clarified. No, I thought what you did was impressive and wanted to learn how you achieved it. I don't really know. Cassius scratched his head. Sean felt a pang of regret. Had he activated his magical eye earlier, he might have discerned Cassius's erroneous magical framework, which had led to the levitation charm's unexpected aggression. If only he had used his magical eye, he could have identified Cassius's mistakes. 10 minutes later, Professor Flitwick waved his hand to quiet the class, preparing to demonstrate the levitation charm. Like this moment, Sean activated his magical eye. Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick gently waved his wrist, articulating the incantation clearly. It was a textbook demonstration of the levitation charm. The speed at which he constructed the magical framework was indicative of his experience as an old professor, Sean noted. However, at this point, Sean realized he was nearly on par with Flitwick concerning the levitation charm. Which student would like to give it a try? Flitwick gazed down at the 30 or so students, hoping to see someone brave enough to stand and demonstrate. However, after the earlier mishap involving Cassius, the other students were hesitant to attempt any spells. The fear of making a fool of themselves in front of their peers was palpable. Professor, I'll give it a try. Sean raised his hand. Sean Greer, please demonstrate for your classmates, Flitwick instructed. Sean settled into his seat as the eyes of his peers turned towards him, with Clarice in the front row also glancing back at him. With calm composure, Sean drew his wand from his robe and directed it toward the feather on the desk. Uttering the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, the feather began to float gracefully, rising as Sean moved his wand upward, and swaying to the left as he directed it. Excellent. That is a textbook example of a levitation charm, a well-deserved 5-point for Slytherin for the first bonus of the new term. Flitwick announced. The Slytherin students erupted into applause for Sean, and Flitwick was pleasantly surprised by Sean's swift mastery of the levitation charm, as most students typically took 3 lessons to grasp it. Truly remarkable, the boy who lived, Clarice remarked. With Sean around, the house cup is surely destined for Slytherin. One of the Slytherin girls chimed in. Following the charms lesson, the next class was History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, Hogwarts' sole ghostly instructor. Professor Binns had been quite elderly at the time of Hogwarts' founding, yet his vast knowledge, quick wit, and clarity of thought led to his appointment as the history of magic professor. One day, however, he forgot to bring his body to class and subsequently passed away. Yet he continued his teaching undeterred. History of magic was notoriously tedious, and Professor Binns was exceedingly monotonous, droning on in a dull voice that could easily lull students to sleep. Slytherin and Hufflepuff students were dozing off, while those still awake were secretly passing notes to one another. Suddenly, Professor Binns drifted through the podium and approached the students' desks. "Can anyone tell me what significant event occurred in 1612? He queried abruptly, although Sean had not been paying attention. Engrossed in discussing with Cassius the earlier mishap with the levitation charm, he believed no one in the classroom could answer, as Professor Binns had not covered that material, which would come in Unit 17 of the curriculum. Perhaps Professor Binns aimed to reprimand the class for their lack of discipline. "You answer," he pointed to Sean in the second row, having likely noticed the whispers between him and Cassius. "The major event of 1612 was, I believe, the First Goblin Rebellion," Sean answered. Professor Binns looked somewhat astonished, having expected no students to be aware of that incident, that he pressed on, "And where did the rebellion originate?" "At the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade." "Who was the leader of the insurgents?" Professor Binns persisted, determined to stump Sean, lest he lose face. "Professor Binns, I think this should be discussed when we reach Unit 17. Sean replied, not wishing to showcase his knowledge in such a manner. Unlike Professor Flitwick's earlier questioning, where Sean had seized the opportunity to shine and endear himself to Flitwick, Professor Binns was clearly trying to instill discipline in the classroom. By answering these questions, Sean had inadvertently embarrassed the professor. Cedric, observing from the sidelines, sensed that Sean would be a formidable rival. He had just overheard that Sean was the first to successfully cast a spell in the Charms class with Ravenclaw. "Sean Greer, very impressive. It seems you have thoroughly studied the history of magic," Professor Binns remarked coldly. "Indeed, Professor," Sean replied, fully aware that Binns was being sardonic, yet he did not back down. "Very well. You seem to have mastered the material. You needn't attend my class anymore," Binns said, his tone laden with palpable annoyance. The other students were taken aback, concerned for Sean, as offending a professor in just the second class of the term could spell trouble for him in the days to come. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Professor Binns assigned homework. "Each of you is to copy the lesson notes from today to be submitted in the next class, with the exception of Sean," he added, casting a glance at Sean. Cassius whispered anxiously to the side, "Surely Professor Binns isn't really going to bar Sean from attending history of magic? Sean, you must inform Professor Snape about this." Clarice advised. Snape, the head of Slytherin House and known for fiercely protecting his students, could likely intervene to resolve the conflict between Sean and Professor Binns at that moment. Outside the classroom, Snape's voice cut through the air. "Greer, come here." Under the watchful gaze of his classmates, Sean stepped out of the classroom. "Professor Snape, is there something you need?" Sean inquired. "Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you." "Follow me," Snape replied, turning towards the direction of the headmaster's office. "Old Dumbledore wants to see me. Surely I haven't caught the headmaster's attention so soon." Sean mused inwardly as they passed the statue outside the headmaster's office. They ascended the moving staircase. The walls of the office were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom appeared to be napping in their frames. The grand table with clawed feet dominated the room. And perched upon a shelf at the back was Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fawkes. Among the tomes on one shelf lay the sorting hat that had once sorted Sean. Sean Greer, a pleasure to see you again." Dumbledore greeted with a smile. "I cannot say the same." Sean shot back, glaring at the hat. "Tom and Horace have trained you remarkably well," Dumbledore continued. Sean realized that Dumbledore was likely aware of his self-study of Hogwarts curriculum over the past few years at the Leaky Cauldron, which was hardly surprising given Dumbledore's extensive network of informants. "Professor, do you know old Tom and my uncle?" Sean feigned ignorance. Dumbledore did not respond directly, but remarked, "Your performance in class today was exceptional. Professor Flitwick praised you highly, while Professor Binns was incensed by your brilliance. But isn't Professor Binns a ghost? He cannot truly die," Sean muttered under his breath, "were it not for the fact that you are 2 years older than Harry. I might even suspect you to be the prophesied boy," Dumbledore mused. "What prophecy?" Sean asked, intrigued at a prophecy concerning a savior. Dumbledore replied. Snape, overhearing this, interjected, "Professor, there's no need to discuss such matters with a child. He is a child." "Yes, But an exceptionally gifted one. Sean's talents rank among the finest of the students taught at Hogwarts in the past 50 years. Dumbledore remarked with high praise, "If I only rank among the finest, then what are the truly extraordinary individuals of the past 50 years? Oh, Voldemort," Sean thought to himself. Dumbledore and Snape engaged in a cryptic dialogue filled with veiled secrets, and Sean began to understand that Dumbledore wished to nurture him due to his exceptional abilities. Cultivating a gifted student as a bulwark against the Death Eaters, one loyal to him, was precisely what Dumbledore sought. "Professor, is there something you require of me?" Sean asked, feigning innocence. "Nothing for now. You may go and enjoy your lunch," Dumbledore replied. "Very well, Professor," Sean said, turning to leave. "That I will speak with Professor Binns on your behalf." "Do not worry," Dumbledore assured him. Turning back, Sean asked earnestly, "Really? Will I no longer need to attend history of magic classes?" "Certainly not." Professor Binns was merely expressing momentary frustration when he made such remarks. Sean let out a slight sigh of disappointment, as he had hoped he would be exempt from attending. Observing Sean's reaction, Dumbledore momentarily paused, instinctively assuming that Sean was troubled about the prospect of missing the history of magic class. To his surprise, it was precisely the opposite. Sean felt disheartened at the thought of being required to attend. "Do you not wish to attend history of magic anymore?" Dumbledore inquired. "As you may already be aware, I have been self-studying the subject," Sean replied, pausing briefly before continuing, "including the material from the third year." Dumbledore was indeed aware that Sean had procured some Hogwarts textbooks from the junk shop in Diagon Alley for self-study, but he was as yet unsure of the extent of Sean's progress. He had intended to observe him for a while longer before granting him any privileges regarding his studies. This requires further consideration. After all, you have only attended 2 classes since your enrollment. What kind of consideration is needed? An examination? Sean pondered. History of magic is a humanities subject, so the only means of assessment would be through a written test that in 1 week, I will have Professor Binns prepare a final exam level paper for you, focusing solely on history of magic. Should you achieve an outstanding score, I shall grant you exemption from attending the class. That Hogwarts examination results are classified into outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, and troll. Typically, to obtain a certain certification, one must achieve at least an outstanding grade. However, this would not pose a challenge for Sean. He was not merely the soul of an 11-year-old boy. To regard him as an ordinary child would be a grave miscalculation. "Is it only history of magic?" Sean asked. "Do you wish to take others as well?" Snape replied with a hint of impatience, regarding Sean's inquiry as somewhat trivial, believing that the history of magic book alone would suffice for assessment. "Since we are already testing, why not include other subjects as well? For instance, charms, astronomy, herbology, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts," Sean suggested with a smile. "Given your confidence, I shall arrange for the professors of these subjects to prepare a separate final exam for you. However, as the term has just commenced, the professors currently lack the time, so your assessments will be scheduled for a month from now, on Monday," Dumbledore stated. "Very well, Professor. I shall take my leave now," as Sean exited the headmaster's office. Snape turned to Dumbledore and remarked, "This conference may prove detrimental to him." Despite his extraordinary talent, Snape's concerns were not unfounded. Throughout Hogwarts history, many exceptionally gifted students had lost their way due to hubris. However, his apprehension regarding Sean was unwarranted. Sean was a person who understood his limitations and assessed situations astutely. In this regard, he bore some resemblance to the Slytherin ethos, as head of the house. You must keep a vigilant eye on him. He differs from Harry. I sense no traces of dark magic within him. How he survived the unforgivable curse is equally worthy of our inquiry." Dumbledore never engaged in futile endeavors. He was a deeply contemplative individual. That Sean's merits extended beyond his remarkable talents. He possessed a power capable of resisting the unforgivable curses. Harry bore the aura of dark magic due to the mark left upon his forehead by Voldemort. That scar retained some vestiges of Voldemort's power. In contrast, Sean bore no such blemish. His skin was smooth and unblemished. Harry's survival from the Avada Kedavra curse, leaving only a scar, was attributable to his mother Lily's protection. Sean surmised that Lily had cast an ancient blood protection spell upon Harry, wherein the caster and the subject must share a blood relation, and the subject must be underage, as the spell becomes ineffective upon reaching adulthood. These stipulations have led some scholars to regard this powerful enchantment as a form of protection for minors. Furthermore, the three essential elements of magic, magical framework, incantation, and mental strength, suggest that the framework for this ancient spell must consist of dozens of interconnected constructs, a feat not easily mastered by the average wizard. Sean recalled Dumbledore stating on numerous occasions that Lily's protection of Harry stemmed from love. Undoubtedly, the caster must possess genuine and selfless affection for the subject. The stringent conditions surrounding this spell's application render it difficult to replicate. Dumbledore, endowed with formidable magical prowess, could construct such frameworks with relative ease, yet he did not meet the other requirements for casting. Conversely, Lily, with her exceptional magical aptitude and profound maternal love for young Harry, was capable of wielding that ancient protective charm effectively. It was precisely because the conditions for casting this ancient protective spell were so stringent that it had not been widely disseminated. Sean even speculated that it might contain elements of life magic. Due to the challenges in replicating the spell, Dumbledore sought alternative means to counter the unforgivable curses, which led to his interest in Sean. Fortunately, Dumbledore, being a man of integrity, refrained from employing the forbidden curse of legilimency to probe Sean's memories, as such an intrusion could cause harm to the subject, a notion Dumbledore would not entertain when it came to a child. At that moment, Sean was enjoying lunch in the Great Hall, blissfully unaware of being designated as a special subject of observation by Dumbledore. Cedric approached from the Hufflepuff table, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Professor Binns seemed rather upset. Sean, munching on crispy fries, displayed no signs of distress. "Not at all. I am quite pleased to be exempt from copying from the textbook. What did Professor Snape say to you?" Clarice leaned in with curiosity. Professor Snape said nothing of consequence. Rather, it was Professor Dumbledore who acknowledged my exemplary performance in class and offered me some praise. Sean replied with a smile. "Impressive, Sean. You are truly remarkable, even earning the admiration of Professor Dumbledore." Cassius exaggeratedly chimed in. Sean smiled silently, though inwardly he felt a sense of panic. "I have been exceedingly careless." Sean reflected with a shudder. He exited the headmaster's office. Sean released a sigh of relief. Beside the bookcase in the office, he had spotted a magical artifact. Dumbledore's pensieve. It was an extraordinary magical object. One could extract their memories and place them within the basin, allowing memories to be revisited, enabling others to witness their recollections as well. Only one could extract their own memories. Others would be unable to do so, as a time traveler burdened with numerous secrets, while Dumbledore could not extract Sean's memories. He contemplated another magic of similar nature, legilimency. This forbidden art allows one to invade the mind of another without their consent. One such professor in the academy was Severus Snape, who was adept at this dark magic. On the very first day of the term, these two summoned me to the headmaster's office. It could not bode well that I must devise a plan to swiftly infiltrate the restricted section and master the occlumency technique. Conversely, the art of occlumency serves to assist the caster in clearing their mind of emotions and thoughts, even suppressing specific memories or feelings, making it impossible for an intruder to uncover, while allowing the caster to fabricate falsehoods, creating a deceptive memory to mislead the observer. In simpler terms, this advanced occlumency technique can be summarized as, what I do not wish for you to see, you shall not see. What you perceive is merely what I wish for you to perceive. Remarkably, Hogwarts boasts a professor proficient in occlumency, and fortuitously, it is Snape himself. Snape operated undercover beneath Voldemort's gaze. His mastery of occlumency was likely essential for his survival. I lament not possessing an invisibility cloak. Sean lamented. The afternoon's herbology class was shared with Gryffindor, and upon sighting Sean, the Weasley twins reached out. "Smart cookie. I heard you nearly drove Professor Binns to madness in this morning's history of magic class." Fred remarked. "Madness? Professor Binns is as good as dead." George interjected with a correction. "What are you two up to?" "Planning another wager." "First, pay me what you owe from yesterday," Sean reminded them, recalling their embarrassing moment. The Weasley twins still owed him 4 sickles from the sorting ceremony the previous night. "Smart cookie, why not join us? We could form a Hogwarts mischief trio," they suggested. Fred directly disregarded Sean's words and suggested him. Sean removed the brother's hands from his shoulders, stating, "I have no talent for mischief. No, you do. Just look at how you've irritated Professor Binns. You are responsible for the mischief, while we handle the fun," George said with utmost seriousness. Sean glanced at him helplessly. Pondering the absurdity of such thoughts, he returned to the Slytherin line, where Cassius, upon noticing his arrival, whispered, "Don't get too close to the Weasley family. They are an anomaly among purebloods. Poor and overly fond of mingling with muggles." Cassius's assertion was not unfounded, as agreed by Clarice. Sean shook his head, deeming these pureblood Slytherins excessively radical. The professor for herbology was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, a somewhat short and plump lady with flowing gray hair. Sean was earnest in this class, for herbology required not only knowledge of the properties of plants, but also the cultivation of magical flora. After all, certain special potions necessitated herbs that were not easily acquired, thus requiring the herbalist to grow them independently. Professor Sprout had several dedicated gardens at Hogwarts, many of which were cultivated for Professor Snape's potions class. Sean had already memorized 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and now it was time for him to engage with these peculiar plants firsthand, after class, rather than returning to the Slytherin common room. Sean remained in the classroom. Seeing that he had not left, Professor Sprout inquired, "Sean, do you have any further questions?" "Professor, I believe Professor Dumbledore has spoken to you regarding my situation," Sean replied. "Indeed, based on your performance in class. You are certainly an exceptional student. However, being assessed with a final exam of such difficulty at the beginning of your studies may prove somewhat challenging." Professor Sprout expressed her perspective. She felt that Sean was perhaps too eager to showcase his talents, which might lead to unfavorable outcomes. "Yes, Professor, that is why I wish to seek your guidance on a few matters that are not particularly clear in the text," Sean stated. Noticing Sean's diligent nature, Sprout's impression of him improved. "What questions do you have?" "The 7 properties of the red English fern. I find myself unclear about the distinctions between its roots, stems, and leaves." Sean earnestly articulated his confusion. After hearing Sean's inquiry, Professor Sprout commended him. "I must say, Sean, you are indeed a remarkable student. The section on the red English fern is rather concise, and it is impressive that you noticed it. This plant is rare, and its uses in potions are limited, which is why the text provides only a brief overview. Then could you elaborate on its characteristics? Although it isn't a focal point in the textbook, it is still included, and one cannot ascertain whether Dumbledore and you devised this question to prevent me from excelling," Sean remarked. "Sean, you certainly do not resemble an 11-year-old boy," Professor Sprout said, somewhat admiringly. Dumbledore had indeed informed her to raise the difficulty of the herbology exam slightly to challenge Sean. "Very well, follow me to Greenhouse 3, where I cultivate some red English ferns," Professor Sprout concluded. Gathering her materials and leading Sean to Greenhouse 3. First-year herbology classes were held in Greenhouse 1. However, in the second and third years, classes would transition to Greenhouse 3, which offered more space, a wider variety of plants, and greater danger in certain designated cultivation areas. Protective gear was required to prevent injury. "Professor, is that a mandrake?" Sean inquired, pointing at a nearby pot. "Indeed, but do not provoke them. The cries of the mandrake can induce a state of dizziness, and in severe cases, even death," Sprout cautioned. Sean nodded, noting the root of the mandrake resembled an ugly doll, its shriek piercing, yet mature mandrakes were remarkably effective in treating petrification. These are the red English ferns. They thrive in dark, damp environments. Thus, this cultivation area has been specially treated. Professor Sprout indicated a row of plants that resembled long red celery. Subsequently, she began discussing the 7 properties of the red English fern. When she arrived at the topic of the fern's roots, Sean's expression indicated a heightened interest. "Professor, are you implying that the dried and powdered roots of the red English fern serve as one of the ingredients for a magical energy restoration potion?" Sean asked. "Indeed, it is a complex high-level potion, and the required materials are difficult to gather. I suspect Professor Snape may have some in stock," she replied. "Well, that concludes the 7 properties of the red English fern. Do you have any further questions?" Sprout inquired. "Not at the moment. Should I have more inquiries, I will return to seek your guidance," Sean responded. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he found Cassius and Graham seated on the sofa, indulging in sweets. Upon Sean's arrival, they eagerly beckoned Sean, "Try this. It's Earl Grey flavored. Ah, yes, that's so. Let me have a taste, Sean replied, taking a small cake and biting into it. Indeed, it was Earl Grey flavored. The tea culture in England was truly remarkable. I plan to head to the library shortly. Would you like to join me? Sean asked. Cassius and Graham both shook their heads. Having finally concluded their classes for the day, they could not muster the energy to read further. After resting for a while, Sean ventured to the library. The advanced magical energy restoration potion discussed by Professor Sprout was something he desperately needed. While practicing the levitation charm in the leaky cauldron, he would often feel fatigue after only a few attempts, which he termed magical fatigue, akin to the muscle fatigue one experiences after exercising at the gym. Muscle fatigue can be alleviated through massage or rest. And similarly, magical energy requires recuperation. Sean, having mastered an extensive array of magical frameworks and theoretical knowledge, was merely waiting for the opportunity to translate these theories into practice. However, his energy and magical capabilities were finite. Although he might practice 2 spells in a day, his magical energy would already be drained, yet his mind still brimmed with numerous magical frameworks awaiting practical execution. He wondered if the library might contain information on magical energy restoration potions. Sean harbored little hope, as the sections accessible to ordinary students typically comprise conventional texts, while the truly challenging materials resided in the restricted section. Upon entering the library, Sean searched the potion section for an hour, but found no books on magical energy restoration potions. Consequently, he stealthily began to approach the restricted area. That moment, Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, were absent from the library, so as long as he avoided attracting the attention of other students, he should be able to slip into the restricted section. Of course, this was his thought before he encountered any setbacks. Bending low and moving quietly, Sean approached the restricted section, but just as he was about to enter, an invisible force halted him. Fortunately, he had been moving slowly. Had he been going at a quicker pace, he might have collided with an invisible barrier and toppled over. As expected, the restricted section was not so easily accessible. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Sean recalled that Harry's invisibility cloak was one of the Deathly Hallows, said to be crafted from a part of Death himself. Donning it allowed even death to be evaded. The invisibility cloak could conceal magical energy as well. How could he have overlooked this? Sean speculated that the protective enchantment surrounding the restricted section was designed to prevent the entry of anything imbued with magical energy. Filch was a squib. Sean had scanned him with his magical eye during the school banquet, and noticed he emitted no white light. Thus he possessed no magical abilities and could enter the restricted section to clean and organize the shelves. It seemed he needed a spell or potion to conceal his magical energy. Sean recalled seeing a spell of that nature in a book, albeit briefly. He believed such magic or potion must exist within Hogwarts, especially since the Weasley twins had concocted something as extraordinary as the aging potion during the Triwizard Tournament. However, he would need to consult a senior student, and the only upperclassman he knew was the brash third-year Marcus Flint, or the prefect Theo Walden. But Sean was quite certain that Marcus did not possess more knowledge than he did. He would have to approach Prefect Theo instead. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Sean's stealthy endeavor was interrupted by an inquisitive voice. Turning around, he found it was the handsome Cedric Diggory, who adjusted his hair and calmly remarked, "I am merely navigating the vast ocean of knowledge." "What else could I be doing?" Cedric looked at him with a face full of disbelief and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Just moments ago, I distinctly saw you attempting to sneak into the restricted section. My goodness. Cedric, how can you use the term sneak in? I was merely lost in the vast ocean of knowledge and inadvertently drifted to the edge of the restricted section," Sean replied. Cedric approached Sean and whispered, "Tell me what you are searching for, or I shall inform Mr. Filch." Cedric was quite intrigued by Sean. He was one of the boys who had miraculously survived, excelling academically, standing out among the first years. Or perhaps one might say, feeling out of place. "I told you to keep it a secret," Sean replied, feigning mystery in a hushed tone. Cedric nodded seriously. "I heard Professor Sprout mention a certain advanced potion that can help restore magical energy swiftly. So, I thought I might find some relevant information in the restricted section," Sean explained. "Why not simply ask Professor Sprout?" Cedric inquired. "But it's a complex advanced potion. I'm just a first-year student. Why would Professor Sprout divulge that to me?" Sean sighed. I heard Professor Sprout say that if you achieve excellence in the test for 6 subjects in a month, you won't have to attend those classes anymore. Cedric asked. Indeed. How did you manage that? You mean the exams? I merely studied the textbooks a few years ahead of you all, Sean said nonchalantly. Cedric embodied the spirit of Hufflepuff, with diligence being one of its traits. Unlike Hermione, he came from a wizarding family and had self-studied the first-year Hogwarts textbooks before enrollment, yet he had not achieved the same academic results as Sean. Remember, this is our secret, Sean patted Cedric on the back before turning to leave the library. This hardly constituted a secret. Sean's feigned mystery was merely to amuse this earnest boy. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Sean encountered the Weasley twins. If they were a few years older, they might be of more assistance. Suddenly, an idea struck Sean. Perhaps they could still be of help now. He called out to the Weasley twins. Fred, George, where are you headed? Where else? Professor McGonagall has assigned us to copy the textbooks. Fred replied. It's a dismal detention, George added. This was the typical daily routine of the Weasley twins, serving detention for copying, likely a consequence of their pranks during class that had caught the professor's attention. Observing the two, Sean temptingly remarked, "What is so shameful about serving detention? I could take you to do something far more interesting." "What is it?" The Weasley twins immediately perked up with interest. "How about we venture into Mr. Filch's office for a little adventure? Sounds thrilling, doesn't it?" Sean enticed. Seeing the excited expressions on the Weasley twins, Sean knew they were in. Mr. Filch's office was located at the corner of the first floor. And unsure of Filch's whereabouts, Sean didn't dare to sneak in alone. It would be troublesome if he got caught, so he needed 2 accomplices. Fred, George, whatever you do, don't get caught by Filch. Sean warned. "Don't worry," the Weasley twins replied confidently. The trio sneaked up to Filch's office, but the door was locked. Sean performed a simple spell on the lock. Alohomora. "Come in," Sean said as he led the way into the office. Inside, a lantern hung from a ceiling, and the small room was filled with the smell of roasted fish. The walls were adorned with gleaming chains and handcuffs, polished to a shine, ready for when he was granted permission to use them to punish misbehaving students, a pastime he relished. There is also a filing cabinet for storing records of student misconduct, and Fred and George would eventually have a dedicated drawer here. Another cabinet labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous, contained what Sean needed. "Filch is quite the weirdo," George remarked, gazing at the shiny handcuffs. "We must not let him catch us," Fred added. Sean rummaged through the drawers of the cabinet, and suddenly his hand froze. Found it. The Marauder's map. Just then, the wooden door to the office swung open, startling the 3 of them, and a Maine Coon cat stealthily entered. "It's Mrs. Norris," George said, somewhat alarmed that Mrs. Norris was almost always by Filch's side. "If she was here, Filch would surely return. Soon we need to go." "Filch is coming back." Sean tucked the Marauder's map into his robe. That moment, Mrs. Norris darted toward Sean, clinging to his robe. "I sent that a cat." Sean muttered, "You all go ahead. I need to shake off Mrs. Norris." The Weasley twins nodded and quickly exited the office, while Sean found himself entangled with Mrs. Norris, unable to harm a cat. "Damn it. Don't bite my robe." "Go catch a mouse." Sean waved his wand at a wooden teacup on the table. Evanesco, become a mouse. The teacup quickly transformed into a gray mouse and scurried away, leaping off the table and heading for the door. "Silly cat, look over there." Sean tugged at his robe, redirecting Mrs. Norris's attention to the door. Upon seeing the mouse, Mrs. Norris indeed released her grip on Sean's robe and chased after the mouse. Allowing Sean to escape the office, the Weasley twins were in the corridor, engaging Filch in trivial conversation, trying to buy Sean some time. They anxiously awaited Sean's return, and when they finally saw him emerge, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Where's Mrs. Norris?" Fred asked. "She went to catch a mouse." Sean had secured the Marauder's map. With it, his endeavors during the evening would be significantly facilitated. The map displayed the movements of everyone within Hogwarts, making it akin to having a guide. Back in the Slytherin dormitory, Sean sat on his bed and waved his wand at the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." This was an incantation to activate the map. It is worth noting that the 4 individuals who invented the Marauder's map were hardly the most well-behaved during their time at school. Remus, Peter, Sirius, and James, the notorious prankster quartet, rivaling the Weasley twins in mischief. Gradually, lines began to appear on the blank map, forming a detailed layout of Hogwarts, including secret passages. The map indicated the location of every individual within Hogwarts and provided instructions for accessing the secret passages. Tonight, I'm counting on you. Sean planned to use the Marauder's map to navigate to the Advanced Potions classroom. Nighttime at Hogwarts forbade students from roaming about, and Sean typically would encounter other students when sneaking out from the common room, except for Filch and the professors. However, with the Marauder's map in hand, even if Filch were to patrol, Sean could avoid him by tracking the movements on the map. Quietly, Sean slipped out of the Slytherin common room. According to the map, the corridor was deserted. The professors remained in their chambers, while Filch was patrolling the first floor. Sean swiftly made his way to the Advanced Potions classroom on the 8th floor, where he waved his wand at the keyhole to perform the unlocking charm. Alohomora. The wooden door creaked open, and Sean cautiously entered, shutting the door behind him. The classroom contained only a handful of workstations. As attendance for the Advanced Potion-Making course was sparse, Professor Snape mandated that only those who achieved excellence in the 5th-year potions OWLS could enroll in higher-level potions courses. Sean cast a Lumos charm on the 3 cabinets at the back of the classroom. He began searching through the leftmost cabinet, which appeared to house an old potions textbook. After some time, he found nothing, but he moved on to the 2nd cabinet, starting with the upper drawers, and when he opened the second-to-last drawer, he sensed he had found what he was seeking. Advanced Potion Making, Sean read aloud, noting another slightly newer textbook titled Advanced Potion Making. That he extracted the old textbook and opened the first page. Under the glow of the Lumos charm, he indeed spotted a signature, Half-Blood Prince. It's you. Sean successfully obtained the potions textbook once used by Snape, which led him to abandon his earlier thoughts. He had previously believed that Harry's acquisition of Snape's textbook was a deliberate act by someone. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. Harry's possession of the textbook was entirely coincidental. During Snape's tenure, he mandated that students must achieve an outstanding in their 5th-year potions OWLS to qualify for the NEW to level potions course. No one could predict what grades Harry would achieve, and ultimately he merely received an acceptable. Consequently, in his 6th year, he was not eligible to take advanced potions, and thus Harry had not prepared for the advanced textbook over the summer. Had Harry achieved an outstanding in his exams, he would have certainly prepared the textbook himself. Moreover, Professor McGonagall had informed Harry at the last minute that, due to a change in professors, Horace Slughorn had less stringent requirements, allowing students to attend his class with just a good. Therefore, Harry and Ron found themselves unexpectedly enrolled in the advanced potions course, both unprepared with textbooks. Professor Slughorn instructed them to search the cupboard for spare copies. Inside the cupboard were 2 books, one tattered and the other relatively new. Neither wished to take the worn textbook, and a scuffle ensued, resulting in Harry being unable to wrest the better copy from Ron. Thus he was left with the damaged book for class. Snape truly is a genius in the field of potions, Sean mused as he perused the heavily annotated textbook. Upon reaching the back and discovering Snape's original spell, the disarming charm, Sean felt a genuine admiration. Realizing that Snape was equally brilliant in the realm of charms that have modified textbooks, optimized potion recipes and processes, and even created his own spell by the 6th year, Snape was indeed an extraordinary individual. This textbook was a treasure for the students of Hogwarts, yet it was merely one among many in Snape's academic career. Perhaps he did not regard it as particularly valuable, having carelessly left it in this potions classroom. Sean contemplated that if it were truly something precious, a man as meticulous as Snape would not have discarded it so thoughtlessly. Sean decided to take the textbook back to copy its contents, intending to return it afterward, as Harry would need it in the future. That moment, Sean glanced at the Marauder's map and noticed 4 footprints approaching the classroom, despite the corridor having been empty just a minute prior. One of the names caught his attention, feeling oddly familiar. Nymphadora Tonks, who seemed to belong to the Order of the Phoenix. Sean extinguished the flickering light and hid in the corner of the bookshelf. Utilizing the dim moonlight to observe as the 2 individuals on the map moved away before he rose to leave by chance, he glanced out at the moonlight and suddenly felt inspired. Nymphadora. So, it was her, the wife of Remus Lupin. Sean felt a pang of sympathy for the couple, who had overcome numerous obstacles to be together, only to meet their tragic ends in the Battle of Hogwarts. He had assumed that she must be older, but was surprised to realize she was still a student at Hogwarts. Sean's thoughts began to intertwine. Lupin had been the same year as Harry's father, while Nymphadora Tonks must be a 6th or 7th year student, a significant age gap for a married couple. As Sean exited the potions classroom and prepared to return to the Slytherin common room, he sensed something amiss about Nymphadora's appearance. The Marauder's map had shown no one in the vicinity moments ago. How had she suddenly appeared? Sean pondered this conundrum. Could it be that she possessed the ability to conceal her magical presence? Yet even Filch, devoid of magic, would still be visible on the map. Standing in the corridor, Sean studied the Marauder's map, lost in thought, and turned to gaze at the tapestry hanging on the wall, depicting a giant wielding a club against a man. The Room of Requirement. How could I have forgotten about it? Sean looked across from the tapestry at the barren wall. There was no door present, but when a user concentrates on their desired location and walks past the wall 3 times, a smooth door would materialize, leading to the Room of Requirement, a magical space that even the Marauder's map could not detect. Perfect. I can come here to practice magic in the future. This extraordinary room can transform its environment based on the user's needs. For instance, if one needed to use the restroom, it would conjure a toilet. Observing Filch's footsteps approaching on the Marauder's map, Sean reflected on the fact that he had obtained Snape's textbook tonight, resolving to return to the Room of Requirement at a later date. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Sean noticed an upperclassman lounging on the sofa in pajamas, who stood up to inquire as Sean approached. "Where have you been?" "Can't sleep. Just went for a walk. The school forbids students from leaving the common room at night. Do you want to get Slytherin house points deducted?" The upperclassman questioned. "That I'll make up for any lost points." Sean replied calmly. The upperclassman regarded him with disdain, saying, "Sean Greer, don't think that a little cleverness gives you the right to be arrogant. Slytherin does not welcome traitors like you." Sean understood then. Yet another pure-blood wizard disgruntled by his family background. He was certain that this individual was either the child of a Ministry of Magic official or a Death Eater. Some students at the school were influenced by their parents and viewed Sean with prejudice. Though none had been as blunt as this upperclassman, Keith Brent, in expressing their disdain. "Are you going to report me to Filch?" "That could result in point deductions," Sean remarked. Naturally, Keith would not allow Slytherin to lose points. He warned, "Don't let me catch you again." "What are you two doing?" Chris suddenly appeared in the common room. Keith shot her a glance before exiting, and Sean intended to return to rest, but was called back by Chris. "Sean, some people at Hogwarts are not particularly friendly towards you. That Keith Brent is one of them. His father and grandfather both work at the Ministry of Magic, which is why he harbors some prejudice against you." Chris explained, "So, they work at the Ministry, that I understand. I don't care what they say, so there's no need to worry about me having any psychological issues." Sean replied, "That I heard you applied to Professor Dumbledore for a final assessment in 6 subjects. If you pass, you'll be exempt from attending those classes?" Chris asked curiously. "Yes." "Then, I wish you success." "Thank you. I need to go rest now." After returning to his dormitory, Sean took out a new notebook and placed Snape's textbook in front of him. He waved his wand at the quill. "Copy quickly." This was a spell Sean had learned from a magical book in the junk shop. The quill would transcribe the contents of Snape's textbook into Sean's blank notebook. This spell differed from shorthand quill, as it could only replicate text, whereas a shorthand quill could automatically write according to the user's thoughts. Sean merely needed to flip the pages as the quill neared completion of a page, allowing it to continue copying the next page. After approximately half an hour, the quill finally finished transcribing the textbook. Sean tidied up the notebook and the textbook, washed up, and then laid down on his soft, comfortable bed. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep, having been quite active throughout the day and feeling mentally fatigued. The following morning, the first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, a subject cursed by Voldemort, resulting in a different professor each year. After graduating from Hogwarts, Voldemort sought a position teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, but was refused by Dumbledore, leading him to curse the position so that no one could hold it for more than a year. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was a disheveled, middle-aged man named Borisav Yovich, reportedly a former Death Eater who, after Voldemort's downfall, allied with the Ministry of Magic and revealed the identities of many Death Eaters. "A Death Eater can teach at Hogwarts? How could Dumbledore allow that?" A young black boy named Lee Jordan questioned. "My father says he was sent by the Ministry," replied another. Frary remarked. Sean thought to himself, What is this? There's also a former Death Eater named Kakarov, who, much like this fellow, betrayed his comrades in exchange for freedom from the Ministry of Magic. Kakarov not only secured his freedom, but also ascended to the position of headmaster at Durmstrang Institute. However, he met his demise at the hands of other Death Eaters when Voldemort returned. I am your defense against the dark arts professor. Borisav Jovic. Jovic's teeth were somewhat discolored, and his smile resembled the grimace of someone being whipped. The significance of the defense against the dark arts class is something I trust you all understand. To combat dark magic and sinister creatures, mastering this subject is indispensable. Professor Jovic descended from the podium and approached Sean's seat in the third row, leaning down to address him. Not everyone possesses the fortune of surviving the unforgivable curse like the boy who lived. There are two such boys, one being Harry and the other Sean. Harry is renowned for having survived Voldemort's wand. But at this moment, Professor Jovic was referring to Sean. Today, we shall learn a simple spell, Petrificus Totalis. This enchantment can render an enemy's body rigid, thereby restricting their mobility. However, the efficacy of this petrification varies among individuals. The stronger the caster's magical power, the more stable the magical framework they construct, resulting in a longer duration of rigidity. Now, I will demonstrate for you. Is there a volunteer to assist me? Professor Jovic inquired. The Weasley twins whispered among themselves, jesting about collaborating with a Death Eater. What a ridiculous notion, as if they were courting death. Even the bravest Gryffindor students remained silent, while the Slytherin students feigned interest in their textbooks. Noticing the lack of response, Jovic turned to Sean and said, "Then, Sean, you shall assist me in the demonstration." Shit. I knew it would be me, Sean inwardly cursed. From the moment class began, he sensed that Professor Jovic would target him, and his intuition proved correct. Reluctantly, Sean stepped up to the podium, his classmates wearing expressions of faux sympathy, while the Weasley twins appeared dramatically mournful, with George scribbling on a piece of paper. "If you survive, I'll pay you back." Professor Jovic and Sean stood at opposite ends of the podium, approximately 3 meters apart, as Sean drew his wand and locked eyes with Jovic. "I will cast Petrificus Totalis at you. Do not be alarmed. This spell is non-harmful and will only restrict your physical movements," Professor Jovic explained. Sean nodded. "Professor, I shall try to remain relaxed." "Then let us begin. Petrificus Totalis." To everyone's astonishment, Sean also executed the spell. Seemingly even faster as Sean approached the podium, he activated his magical eye, while Professor Jovic cast his spell at a relatively slow pace, being relaxed and unguarded against Sean. This was merely a demonstration for the students. So Jovic deliberately slowed his spell casting and incantation. However, he did not anticipate that Sean, a first-time student in defense against the dark arts, would also know Petrificus Totalis. This spell was documented in the first-year defense against the dark arts textbook, and Sean had naturally memorized its magical framework, which consists of 3 components, slightly more complex than the levitation charm. After purchasing his wand from Ollivander, Sean had spent a month practicing first-year spells. Although his proficiency was greatest with the levitation charm, he could now successfully cast other first-year spells as well. Professor Jovic's eyes widened in shock, resembling 2 eggs as he stood frozen in place. He had fallen victim to Sean's Petrificus Totalis. "Classmates, this is Petrificus Totalis. Do you all see it clearly?" Sean proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of an esteemed professor as he surveyed the students below. They were rendered speechless, and suddenly, the Weasley twins rose to their feet, exuberantly chanting, "Sean, Sean, Sean." Sean had petrified the defense against the dark arts professor, meaning they would not have to attend class. The classroom erupted into chaos. Sean observed the immobile Professor Jovic, estimating that the effects of Petrificus Totalis would soon wear off. As Jovic stated, the duration of petrification varies. The stronger the caster's magical power, the more stable the magical framework, leading to a longer duration. That Sean's magical prowess was merely that of a minor child. While the strength of the caster's magic diminishes the effects of the spell, Sean's use of this spell on the Weasley twins would likely last about an hour, while on Jovic, it might only endure for a mere 10 minutes. Finite incanitum. Sean did not wish to face the wrath of a former Death Eater later, so he directed the counterspell at Jovic. The students below fell silent, as if they had not just been cheering moments ago. "Sean Greer, How dare you cast a spell on a professor? Yovik seethed, his teeth clenched as he roared at Sean. Sean winced slightly at the professor's thunderous voice, rubbing his ear and looking innocently at Yovik. Professor, you asked me to come up and demonstrate Petri Ficus Totalis. I meant for you to assist me. Yovik bellowed, furious. But I did assist you. Sean feigned a wounded expression. Yovik was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed called Sean up to help him demonstrate Petri Ficus Totalis. Yet he had not anticipated that Sean, this new student, would be capable of such a spell. Logically, should it not be the case that the professor demonstrates a spell, and the student assists? This thought made Yovik feel as though he had been outmaneuvered by Sean. Sean Greer, after school this afternoon, report to the classroom and copy the content of today's lesson 100 times. Professor Yovik declared. The other students wished to speak up for Sean, yet no one dared to intervene. It was evident that Yovik was abusing his authority. Professor, you have no right to do this. I have not violated any classroom rules, Sean retorted, arrogant and self-righteous, casting a spell on a professor without permission. What more do you need? Yovik shouted. Without granting Sean a chance to rebut, Yovik pointed his wand at him, to which Sean instinctively raised his wand in response. Sean Greer, you will step outside. The rest of you may continue with the lesson. Yovik did not cast any spell, but merely ordered Sean to stand outside the classroom. Sean was content with this. Sitting in the classroom, plagued by Yovik's loud voice, was far less appealing than studying Snape's textbook in solitude. Standing outside the classroom, Sean recalled the disarming charm he had reviewed from Snape's textbook the previous night. This spell consists of 12 magical frameworks, and Sean had attempted to construct it based on the framework yesterday, but unsurprisingly, he had failed. Immersed in his own thoughts, Sean failed to notice Professors McGonagall and Snape observing him from the far end of the corridor. Don't you think Sean resembles James a bit in his youth? Professor McGonagall remarked. Merely another student that professors despise, Snape replied coldly. He had attended school alongside James Potter, who, while exceptionally talented, was also quite unruly, frequently causing trouble, and serving as a leader among the students. Much like Sean now. Just 2 days into the term, Sean's name had already spread among the first-year students, and even students from the second and third years began to take notice of him. Were it not for Sean's impeccable grades, he would have undoubtedly been labeled as Hogwarts' problem child. Currently, professors' assessments of him largely boiled down to, this child possesses extraordinary talent, but is somewhat conceited and overly eager for immediate results. Necessitating proper guidance, a S-class near its conclusion, Keith Brent passed by Sean's classroom door. Noticing Sean being sent out by the professor, he disdainfully remarked, the disgrace of Slytherin. Mind your own business, don't disturb my punishment. Sean retorted. Sean felt neither shame nor anger in response to Keith's slander. With a dismissive snort, Keith turned away, while Sean continued to delve into the intricate framework of the Shadowless Curse, though his progress was less than satisfactory. He amused himself how fortunate it would be to witness Snape perform the spell firsthand. After the defense against the dark arts class concluded, the next lesson was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. From the previous day's experience of transforming a teacup into a mouse, it was evident that Sean had a fundamental grasp of the transfiguration spell as Professor McGonagall lectured from the podium. Sean busied himself below, meticulously documenting his attempts at deciphering the Shadowless Curse. Pondering where he might have erred, should I first construct this triangular framework? He muttered softly to himself. Transfiguration is a remarkably profound and enchanting discipline. I trust that during my class, all of you will pay close attention. McGonagall's words were clearly directed toward Sean. Cassius nudged Sean with his elbow, subtly reminding him that Professor McGonagall was observing him. Classmates, observe closely. I shall demonstrate the Transfiguration spell, McGonagall announced as she approached the edge of the podium, gracefully waving her wand at a crystal goblet resting on a wooden stand. Evanesco, Sean watched intently with his magical eye as a dual-framed magical structure rapidly took form. Its construction far swifter than his own, he thought to himself. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Under the influence of the spell, the crystal goblet transformed into a bird at a pace visible to the naked eye. The students below gazed in awe as the bird flapped its wings and alighted upon Professor McGonagall's shoulder. Articulate your incantation clearly and envision the creature you wish to transform into with unwavering intent. Now, I encourage you to attempt transforming the goblets on your desks into animals, she instructed, her guidance echoing the essential elements of magic Sean had deduced. Clear enunciation of the incantation, the willful control of one's mental energy. In a magical framework. Evanesco. In the Hufflepuff section, several students eagerly prepared to try their hand at the spell point. One student successfully transformed their crystal goblet into a vibrant green frog, which then leaped from Cedric's desk, bounding over the aisle and landing atop Cassius's desk. "Well done, Cedric," McGonagall praised. The Hufflepuff students cheered for Cedric, seemingly relieved to finally have a moment of pride after being overshadowed by Sean's reputation in recent classes. Cedric, in good spirits, cast a smile towards Sean, who remained indifferent, engrossed in his notes. "Sean, look at the Hufflepuffs, how proud they are. Can you bear to see this?" Cassius remarked. "You should transform something too. I know you can do it." Graham chimed in from the back row. "Since you can participate in the finals, this should pose no challenge for you," Clarice added from the front. Sean pondered to himself. Why are these children so keen on comparison? Professor McGonagall never mentioned that the first to succeed would earn house points. Reluctantly, he drew his wand and addressed the crystal goblet with the incantation, Evanesco. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the goblet twisted and ultimately morphed into a dark green snake. Cassius jumped back in surprise, while Graham quickly recoiled his head. Sean calmly watched as the snake slithered across the table to Cassius's side, where it opened its mouth and swallowed the green frog whole. Professor McGonagall hastily approached from the back row, casting a nonverbal spell to revert the snake back into a crystal goblet, while the frog transformed back into a goblet, standing alongside Sean's. "Sean, next time, perhaps you should transform something a bit more endearing," McGonagall advised. "Professor, it was merely a transfiguration spell. As you know, there is no danger involved," Sean replied with a shrug that McGonagall's demeanor suddenly darkened as she scrutinized him, raising her voice for the entire class to hear. "Transfiguration is one of the most complex and perilous spells you will encounter at Hogwarts. Any student who dares to misbehave in my class will be asked to leave and barred from returning. I have warned you all." It was clear that she was displeased with Sean's attitude. Despite his exceptional talent and mastery of magic, his nonchalance could negatively influence his peers, who needed to learn at a more measured pace. Realizing his misstep as he observed McGonagall's irritation, Sean acknowledged that he had been rather casual. If his attitude led others to underestimate the dangers of transfiguration, he would bear some responsibility should any mishaps occur. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, for my unreasonable demeanor," Sean said earnestly. Sensing his genuine remorse, McGonagall's tone softened. "Sean, this is merely an introductory transfiguration spell. While you may find it simple, approaching this profound discipline with such a cavalier attitude could lead to injury. Advanced animagus transformations are exceedingly complex and fraught with danger." "Understood, Professor McGonagall," Sean nodded in acknowledgement. The animagus transformation allows one to assume the form of a specific animal, a process fraught with pain and life-threatening risks. Only a handful of wizards have successfully mastered it. After the transfiguration class, Cedric called out to Sean. "This afternoon, Professor Sprout's greenhouse will be cultivating a new herb. Would you like to join?" "I would love to, but unfortunately, I have detention with Professor Jovic." Sean replied helplessly that, "I heard Professor Sprout mention it is a herb used for crafting a magical energy restoration potion," Cedric added. Sean recalled having joked with Cedric about the potion the previous day, never expecting it to lead to anything that he had initially intended to procure some ingredients from Snape. This revelation suggested that Professor Sprout must possess the recipe for the magical energy restoration potion, which could be advantageous for Sean in the future. The afternoon class was astronomy, taught by Professor Sinistra, an African woman, held in the tallest building at Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower. Sean attended this lesson with great diligence, silently studying the textbook. Noticing Sean's intense focus, Cassius leaned over to see what he was up to and discovered that Sean's feather quill was automatically transcribing the textbook for defense against the dark arts. Titled Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense. "What spell is that?" Cassius inquired, intrigued. "Rapid Scribe. It's a very practical spell for students who frequently find themselves in detention," Sean explained. "Such a convenient spell. This is far more economical than using a shorthand pen. Cassius exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Interested in learning? I can teach you next time, Sean offered. After class, the students returned to the common room, and after finishing his meal, Sean headed to the third-floor office of Professor Jovic, who was seated at the desk, awaiting Sean's arrival. Sean Greaves, do not presume that your modest fame grants you the freedom to act recklessly at Hogwarts, as long as I remain a professor here. I shall not allow you to behave in such an arrogant manner. Professor Jovic brooded over the events of the morning. Rest assured, your tenure here is limited, Sean muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing. I merely meant to say that I will be sure to learn diligently from you, Sean replied, feigning sincerity. Taking a seat in the front row, Sean retrieved his notebook and began transcribing. He had already used Rapid Scribe 70 times, leaving 30 more to be handwritten. Initially, Jovic observed Sean's writing with scrutiny, but soon grew bored and dozed off next to the podium. An hour later, Jovic awoke to the sound of his own snoring. Squinting to see Sean still diligently transcribing. How many do you have left? He inquired. .3 left, Sean replied. That quickly? Jovic seemed surprised. Taking advantage of Jovic's slumber, Sean cast Rapid Scribe on his quill, only dispelling the spell when he noticed Jovic stirring. Then picked up his pen and pretended to write. Submit your work to my office once completed, Jovic instructed as he rose, feeling a bit peckish after his nap and seeking a snack. Of course, Professor, Sean replied. Upon the departure of Jovic, Sean promptly began transcribing his textbook with remarkable speed, completing 100 copies in no time. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was nearly 9 o'clock. He had arrived after dinner, around 7, and had spent nearly 2 hours here. In just 1 hour, curfew would be enforced. Sean held 2 hefty notebooks in his hands. Under normal circumstances, completing such a task 100 times would have been impossible. Jovic had clearly intended to put Sean in a difficult position, yet Sean had managed to outwit him. Approaching the door of Jovic's office, he knocked gently, but received no response. Observing that the door was ajar, he pushed it open. Professor, are you not in? Jovic was absent from his office, so Sean placed the completed notebooks on the desk and exited. What a waste of time. Stretching, Sean lamented that in a place as magical as Hogwarts, there were countless intriguing activities awaiting him, yet his time had been squandered on copying a textbook. As he turned the corner on the second floor, heading back to the Slytherin common room in the dungeons, a shadow suddenly emerged from the corridor. Within the shadow, a sharp shape was discernible. Sean knew it could not possibly be a sword. In Hogwarts, a wand wielded far greater power than any blade. Stupefy, Sean immediately cast the spell. Almost simultaneously, both parties unleashed their magic, resulting in a clash that emitted a brilliant flash of white light. The assailant, realizing their initial attempt had failed, swiftly turned and fled. Had Sean been a mere half-second quicker, the individual would have been petrified. Now, the identity of the would-be attacker remained a mystery. Such incidents of assault on students within Hogwarts warranted serious concern, prompting Sean to decide to report the matter to Professor Snape. Professor Snape. He knocked on the door to Snape's office. A small panel slid open, revealing a pair of deep, brooding eyes that scrutinized him. Grills, is there something you need? Professor, I was attacked by a shadow while returning to the common room from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Sean replied. Attacked by a shadow? Did you catch a glimpse of what it looked like? Snape inquired as he opened the door. Sean shook his head, explaining that the figure had been hooded, obscuring its features. Snape found the description too vague and instructed Sean to enter and recount the incident in detail. After listening to Sean's account, Snape fell silent for a moment. Many were aware of Sean's detention, but only Jovic knew the precise timing of his departure from the classroom. During his narration, Sean mentioned utilizing a rapid recording spell to transcribe the textbook, indicating that other students would be unable to guess his completion time. Snape regarded Sean's clever yet lazy tactics with a knowing eye. He had encountered many students who attempted similar ploys, but this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Did Jovic mention where he was headed? Snape queried. Sean shook his head. He simply instructed me to finish and deliver it to his office. Snape rose, his expression inscrutable. Follow me as Sean trailed behind Snape. He pondered whether Snape harbored suspicions about Jovic. It seemed far too obvious that an altercation had occurred between them earlier in the day, followed by an attack that evening. Surely, only a fool would act so blatantly. Upon reaching the third floor and finding Jovic's office door unlocked, they discovered that Jovic was still absent, just as Snape prepared to search for him in the staff lounge. Jovic appeared at the office entrance, clutching 4 or 5 treacle tarts and hastily swallowing his mouthful. "Professor Snape, what brings you to my office at this late hour?" Jovic asked, a hint of apprehension in his demeanor. "Professor Jovic, I would like to inquire about your whereabouts earlier," Snape said, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Walking to his desk, Jovic set down the tarts, awkwardly forcing a smile that I was a bit hungry and went to the kitchen for some cakes. "Did you encounter any suspicious individuals on your way back?" "Suspicious individuals?" Jovic appeared perplexed by Snape's question. "Sean was attacked by a shadow shortly after leaving your office," Snape stated, turning to Sean. Jovic's expression turned to one of astonishment. "How could this happen? This is Hogwarts. Such incidents are unheard of." Listening from the side, Sean could not help but mutter internally, "What is happening at Hogwarts? People have died here before. This matter must remain confidential to prevent panic among the students." "Should we inform Dumbledore?" Jovic asked, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Sean found it curious that despite both being professors, Jovic seemed overly deferential towards Snape. Upon reflection, he realized that Jovic likely harbored a degree of fear for Snape, as both had once been Death Eaters, and Snape held a prominent position among them, typically issuing commands to those like Jovic. Not for now. The assailant used the stunning spell, and Sean successfully countered it with his own spell. "The caster is likely a student. I will handle the situation," Snape assessed that in truth, Snape's analysis mirrored Sean's thoughts. The fact that Sean had managed to deflect the spell indicated that the assailant's magical prowess was likely limited. Had Jovic been the one casting the spell, even simultaneous incantations could not have countered the stunning spell. Similar to how Dumbledore could fell a giant with a single stunning spell, a student would require several attempts to achieve the same result, as magical strength varied per individual. After departing Jovic's office, Sean returned to the Slytherin common room, where Cassius, Clarice, and Graham were engaged in light conversation on the sofa. "Sean, you're finally back," Cassius exclaimed. "It's quite late. Shouldn't you all be heading to bed?" Sean observed the clock on the wall, noting it was nearing 10 o'clock. "We brought back some snack from the Great Hall for you," Cassius said, gesturing towards the cakes and fruits on the table. Feeling a warm sense of appreciation, Sean was touched by the thoughtfulness of these students. Slytherin members were indeed quite supportive of one another, though their tempers towards other houses could be rather unpleasant. "Sean, I think it would be wise to avoid provoking Professor Jovic in defense against the Dark Arts class going forward. He is a former Death Eater and has quite the temper," Clarice cautioned. "Rest assured, I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself, but by the way, you tend to keep to yourself. There are some small groups within the school that you may not be aware of. Today, a senior from the Serpent Society invited you to join, and since you weren't here, I accepted on your behalf. They will return in 3 days for your response," Clarice informed him. The Serpent Society? The name was unfamiliar to Sean, but it was no surprise. After all, he had only seen a fraction of Hogwarts in the films. Now, immersed in this magical world, he anticipated many unknowns to surface in the future. Sean settled down and asked Clarice, "What kind of group is this?" "The Serpent Society is an exclusive assembly within Slytherin, reportedly established 50 years ago, only inviting pure-blood wizards of exceptional talent, typically extending 1 or 2 invitations to each new cohort." Clarice explained, "Pure blood and exceptionally talented. That describes me perfectly," Sean mused inwardly. Given that the society had existed for half a century, it seemed Snape had likely never received an invitation, despite his extraordinary abilities. As he was a half-blood wizard, Slytherin revered the ideology of pure-blood lineage, yet this did not imply that half-blood wizards were absent. The fearsome Dark Lord Voldemort himself was a half-blood, as was Snape's father. Each year, Slytherin welcomed half-blood wizards into its ranks. Thus, the pure-blood wizards formed the Serpent Society, which only welcomed pure-blood members, believing that only pure-bloods could embody the legacy of the illustrious Salazar Slytherin. Although Sean did not hail from a prestigious pure-blood lineage like Clarice, both of his parents were wizards, thus qualifying him as a genuine pure-blood. "Am I the only new Slytherin to receive an invitation?" Sean inquired, glancing at Clarice. "I received one as well." Clarice replied, "I it because you bear the surname Crouch?" Sean remarked that the Crouch family was a prestigious pure-blood lineage that had endured for centuries within the wizarding world. Coupled with the fact that Chris's grandfather held a prominent position in the Ministry of Magic, her background was indeed formidable among the students at Hogwarts. You cannot disregard others merely because of your own excellence. Chris expressed, somewhat discontented. Sean's implication was evidently that her invitation stemmed from her family standing, while Chris's magical talent was also among the finest among the first-year students. However, Sean was so exceptional that he seemed incapable of perceiving those behind him. He had ascended to a different echelon altogether. Ultimately, Sean decided to accept the invitation to the Serpent Society, reasoning that among its members were distinguished pure-blood wizards from various years, and there were certainly advanced spells he could seek their counsel on. On the third day after enrollment, they finally attended Professor Snape's potions class, which was shared between Slytherin and Gryffindor. The classroom was equipped with more than 20 cauldrons, and Sean's cauldron was as worn as that of the Weasley twins. Snape burst through the door with a bang and strode directly to the podium, speaking as he walked. This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands, nor does it necessitate reciting incantations. Therefore, I trust that few among you will truly appreciate the profound nature of potion making and its intricate craftsmanship. Snape's gaze settled on Sean as he continued. However, for those few who are genuinely interested, I can teach you how to muddle minds, confound senses, and earn renown by concocting brilliance in this classroom. Some students already possessed remarkable abilities and illustrious titles. Sean Greaves, I wonder how you feel about potions class? Snape inquired. Professor Snape, I am exceedingly interested in potion making, Sean replied. Very well then, tell me, what happens when you add powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion? Snape asked. Sean was momentarily taken aback. Was he actually being questioned? He recalled Snape posing similar questions to Harry, who had been too engrossed in taking notes, irritating Snape in the process. Yet, Sean was sitting upright, attentively gazing at Snape, and fortuitously, he knew the answer. Tea can be made into the living hell potion. And if I wanted to obtain a piece of dungstone, where would I find it? Snape continued, in the stomach of a goat. It possesses potent detoxifying properties. Snape paused before asking, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? There is none. They're the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Snape nodded, turning to face the class. If only you all could learn from Sean, you wouldn't be foolish enough to neglect even your notes. The students below promptly opened their notebooks, recording the 3 questions and answers Snape had just posed in reality. Sean could have answered those questions even if he had forgotten the answers from the film. They were not difficult. The content was found in the first-year textbook, Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger. After all, issues that even Hermione could answer. Sean's decision not to include potions in the upcoming set of 6 assessments a month later was not due to a lack of knowledge. He had memorized the textbook content, but he had never practiced it. After all, potion making cannot be mastered solely by memorizing recipes. Today, I will teach you to brew a scabious remedy. Please turn to page 3 of your textbooks. Sean opened his textbook, but did not glance at the content, as he remembered the potion's recipe. Combine dried nettles and crushed snake fangs in the cauldron and simmer, after extinguishing the flame. Add hedgehog spines and the steamed, antennaed slugs. Be cautious. If you add the hedgehog spines while the cauldron is still boiling, the potion will dissolve the cauldron, emitting acrid green smoke and a sharp hissing sound. The splattered potion is corrosive. Contact with skin will result in numerous painful welts. I do not wish to send any of you to the infirmary, Snape warned. Sean stood cautiously before his cauldron, as he certainly did not want to spend 2 days in the infirmary due to a rash. To his own surprise, he discovered he possessed a certain aptitude for potion making, methodically following the steps without a single mistake. Excellent. Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape was thoroughly pleased with Sean's performance. The Weasley twins whispered to each other, Slytherin has a clever one. This is so unfair. Seems this year's house cup will belong to Slytherin. Sean, overhearing this, thought to himself that in a couple of years, their house would surely boast its own clever student. Thus far, Sean had attended 7 of the 8 first-year courses, aside from diligently transcribing Dark Magic, a self-defense guide during astronomy class. His performance in the other 6 subjects had drawn either praise or ire from the professors. Only the flying lesson at 3:30 the following afternoon remained. Upon completing this course, Sean would have experienced the entirety of the first-year curriculum. Should he also earn the professor's commendation in flying class, he might contemplate joining the Slytherin Quidditch team. After enduring Thursday morning's potions class, charms class, and the afternoon herbology class, the student from Slytherin and Hufflepuff excitedly arrived at the outdoor flying lesson area. "Good afternoon, classmates," Madam Hooch greeted. "Good afternoon," the students chorused. "Now let us commence our first flying lesson of the term. What are you waiting for? Stand to the left of your brooms." Madam Hooch had prepared 29 brooms in advance. With 19 Hufflepuff students and 10 from Slytherin, the numbers were uneven. Place your right hand on the broom and then say up. With a bit of feeling and enthusiasm, Madam Hooch instructed. This process did not require constructing a magical framework. The most crucial aspect was the mental focus inherent in the 3 core elements of magic, ensuring that the broom sensed the user's call. Standing opposite Sean was Cedric, and he smiled amicably at him before concentrating. Palm outstretched toward the broom, eyes fixed. He intoned, to his delight, the broom obediently soared into Sean's palm. Satisfied, he thought to himself that he might be quite adept at Quidditch after all. Cedric followed suit, being the second to grasp his broom, followed by Chris, Cassius, and Graham. Sean remembered Cedric's prowess in Quidditch, eventually becoming the captain of the Hufflepuff team. Cassius and Graham had also passed the selection for Slytherin's Quidditch team as seekers. After a moment, seeing all the students had successfully grasped their brooms, Madam Hooch continued, "Now that you have your brooms, mount them, holding on tightly. Do not let go. While I blow my whistle, each of you should push off the ground forcefully. Once airborne, stabilize your brooms and hover for a moment before leaning slightly forward to return to the ground. All right, listen for my whistle. Hufflepuff students will go first." Madam Hooch counted to 3 and then blew her whistle. The Hufflepuff students stepped forward, carefully placing their right legs over their brooms. To this point, their feet were still on the ground. Cedric exerted himself to push off, and the broom lifted him about 1.5 meters into the air. One by one, the other students followed suit, floating gracefully above the ground. Madam Hooch nodded approvingly. "All right, you can come down now. Remember to lean slightly forward." The Hufflepuff students landed safely, and it was now Slytherin's turn. Most of the Hufflepuffs turned their attention to Sean, who had garnered quite a reputation among first years. 1, 2, 3, up. Madam Hooch blew her whistle again. Sean quickly mounted his broom, and with newfound confidence, he pushed off with considerable force. Perhaps he had pushed off too vigorously, for his broom lifted him a good 3 meters into the air. What is happening? Sean thought nervously, gripping the broom tightly as he swayed precariously in midair. "Greaves, fly lower," Madam Hooch called out. "Yes, Professor," Sean responded from his lofty perch. He attempted to lean forward slightly, hoping to descend, but whether due to his legs not gripping the broom tightly or his hands slipping, Sean suddenly lost his balance and tumbled off the broom. "Sean!" Chris exclaimed in alarm. "Greaves has caught him!" Madam Huachifu was preparing to draw her wand to rescue Sean. Sean was hanging in midair, clutching the broom with one hand, his feet approximately 1.5 meters above the ground. That if he were in an adult's body, he would have simply jumped down, but he was still just an 11-year-old child. Sean withdrew his wand from his robe and cast a spell on the grass. Rendering it soft and plushed, he released his right hand and landed on the grass, which had now transformed into something as soft as a haystack. He quickly stood up and brushed off his robe. This lesson had left him rather embarrassed. The renowned Sean Greer, the boy who miraculously survived, had actually fallen from his broom. Sean reflected on how he had passed his driving test in one go in his previous life. So why was he struggling with a flying lesson? It was utterly humiliating to be the only first-year student from both houses who had failed. He might have forgotten that he had crossed over due to a car accident. Perhaps fate was preventing him from encountering any mishaps in this life by not allowing him to ride a flying broom. The news of Sean's fall from the broom quickly spread throughout the first-year students, prompting Professor McGonagall to comment to Snape about it. On the Quidditch field, he was nothing like James. "And that's a good thing," Snape replied coolly, seemingly harboring a dislike for Harry's father. That evening, as they dined in the Great Hall, the Weasley twins intentionally approached Sean and patted him on the shoulder. "Does your rear hurt?" Fred inquired. "A team has hurt a lot." "Why don't you try falling from a broom?" George chimed in with a laugh. Sean ignored them, focusing instead on his pudding, while Chris across the table explained on his behalf. Sean used a spell to soften the grass. He didn't get hurt at all. Impressive, you clever devil. Fred remarked, admiration evident in his tone, that you believe I could make both of you feel sore for a night. Sean brandished his wand, pretending to cast a spell on the Weasley twins. Seeing this, returned to their seats in Gryffindor with laughter. Sean felt a twinge of defiance. He was the only first-year student to have made such a blunder among the four houses, so he resolved to visit the room of requirement later that evening to practice flying on the broom again. After dinner, Sean first returned to the Slytherin common room with the other students. At 10 o'clock, he quietly sneaked out with the Marauder's map. Making his way to the 8th floor corridor, he paced back and forth 3 times, mentally urging for a hiding place. In the next moment, intricate patterns began to emerge slowly on the bare wall. As the patterns became clearer, they ultimately formed the shape of a door. Sean pushed it open, and inside the room of requirement, he found it cluttered with miscellaneous items. It resembled a storage room at present. The room of requirement adapts to the user's thoughts, and according to Dumbledore, there had been an occasion when he mistakenly wandered in there while searching for a restroom, only to find it filled with various exquisitely crafted chamber pots. Later, when the dim members sought a space to practice magic, Neville stumbled upon this room, which at the time was quite spacious and suitable for group practice. Sean had originally intended to find an open area to practice flying, but since he was there, he decided to first attend to something more pressing. Thus, he stood in the corridor, silently wishing for a place to hide. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Ravenclaw crown, should I pretend to be influenced by the Horcrux to catch Dumbledore's attention? As he pondered this, he scanned the pile of clutter above, but instead of finding the crown, he stumbled upon an awkward scene that a couple was passionately kissing behind the pile of items, and upon noticing Sean, they looked as though they had seen a ghost. The girl with purple hair asked in a flustered tone, "How did you get in here?" Sean instinctively glanced at the Marauder's map, which showed no names. Individuals inside the room of requirement could not be tracked by the map, yet he immediately recognized who the purple-haired upperclassman was. That night, he had gone to the Advanced Potions classroom to retrieve Snape's textbook, and the corridor had been deserted until suddenly 2 names appeared on the Marauder's map: Nymphadora Tonks and Joseph O'Mara. It seemed this couple was indeed them, and Sean awkwardly smiled that, "I'm sorry, I just got lost and accidentally wandered in here." To be honest, this excuse was quite plausible within Hogwarts. Most students who stumbled into the room of requirement did so by accident. Nymphadora hesitated for a moment, then seemed to pierce through his lie, staring intently at Sean. "You're lying. It's curfew now. How could you have accidentally wandered in here? You should be in your dormitory." Joseph O'Mara, noticing Nymphadora's agitation, softly called her name and then approached Sean. "What year are you in?" "I'm a first year, Sean Greer," Sean replied, feigning modesty. Joseph turned to Nymphadora and said, "Tonks, he says his name is Sean Greer. The infamous boy who survived." "And so what?" "He saw us," Nymphadora retorted sharply. Sean felt an uncomfortable sensation from her words, as if she were considering silencing him. After all, it was not unusual for older students to have partners. If it came to a confrontation, Sean knew he had no chance against Nymphadora, who later became a key member of the Order of the Phoenix and possessed formidable magical skills. "Sister, please continue." "I'll just head back to sleep," Sean said as he turned to leave, but Nymphadora suddenly chanted from behind, "Petri ficus totalis." Sean's feet felt as if they were encased in lead, rooted to the spot. Unable to move. This was a binding curse similar to complete petrification. Not particularly difficult, but it caught Sean completely off guard. Unable to move his legs, he could only twist his torso and grimace at Nymphadora. "Sister, I promise I won't say a word about your affair." "Why should I believe you?" Nymphadora stepped forward, questioning. "I swear by my name, Sean Greer, the boy who survived. If I reveal this, let the mysterious one come for me." Upon mentioning the mysterious one, Nymphadora and Joseph's expressions changed. They exchanged glances before Nymphadora declared, "Fine, I believe you." Nymphadora lifted the spell binding Sean's legs, waved him off, and said, "You can go." Sean breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how terrifying this woman was. He couldn't fathom how her boyfriend could tolerate her. Just as Sean took a couple of steps away, Joseph suddenly called out to him. "Sean, Senior, is there something else?" Sean replied with a standard fake smile. Joseph whispered something to Nymphadora, then approached Sean. Newcomer Sean, regardless of why you're out during curfew, the fact that you entered this room of requirement signifies a connection. Tonks just cast a spell on you. I apologize on her behalf. Sean regarded the golden-haired, athletic upperclassman standing before him, thinking this fellow seemed decent and reasonable, much more amiable than Tonks that we are sixth-year Hufflepuffs. I am Joseph O'Mara, and this is Nymphadora Tonks. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to us, Joseph said kindly. Sean was aware that Nymphadora was from Hufflepuff, but he hadn't anticipated she would have such a handsome boyfriend during her school days. He wondered how they had parted ways later. By the way, sixth-year students. They must be top students in Hufflepuff. Perhaps they know about potions that can conceal magical power. Sean inquired, Joseph, do you know of any spells or potions that can hide magical energy? Joseph contemplated for a moment, but before he could respond, Nymphadora cut in sharply. Sean Greer, are you trying to get into the restricted section? At that moment, Sean felt as if he had been struck by 100 Petri ficus totalist curses. His intentions were laid bare as Nymphadora saw straight through him. Was she truly that clever, or merely cunning? I'm just curious. Why can Filch access the restricted section while we are barred from entering? Sean replied awkwardly. You don't need to explain. When I was your age, I was equally curious about the restricted section. The recipe for the Muggle Experience Potion is in the public library, which I happened to find in a book at the library. Muggle Experience Potion? Sean felt a twinge of confusion. He had never encountered this potion before. It was a sophisticated concoction that allowed wizards to temporarily lose their magical abilities and experience the sensation of being a Muggle. However, it was rather lackluster, as no wizard was particularly eager to undergo such an experience, Tonks explained. And how long does it last? Sean inquired, curiosity piqued. Approximately 2 hours. It is a rather dull potion. If you're considering brewing it, I would strongly advise against it. Although it may seem mundane, the difficulty level is on par with N.E.W.T. standards, and only sixth-year students are allowed to attempt its creation. Tonks continued, if you wish to access the restricted section. There are other means. You could simply apply for a permit through the head of your house. Indeed, the school grants exceptional students the privilege of a monthly opportunity, but one must wait until their third year to qualify for such an application. Tonks chuckled, seemingly teasing Sean, who was still in his first year. Sean maintained a smile, yet inwardly he scolded Tonks, feeling as though he were the subject of a jest. Snape already believed Sean to be somewhat overconfident. While he acknowledged Sean's remarkable talent, he deemed him too presumptuous to grant permission for access to the restricted section so early in his studies. Sean would have to settle for experimenting with a Muggle Experience Potion instead. He quickened his pace as he exited the room of requirement. Although he and T obtained the Ravenclaw crown that night, he had gleaned valuable information about the potion, which was a consolation. He carefully navigated the Marauder's map towards the Slytherin common room, and before he arrived, noticed the names of Nymphadora and Joseph appearing on the map, indicating they were returning to the Hufflepuff common room after their date. Sean had inquired with Nymphadora about the location of the book on the Muggle Experience Potion, and after classes tomorrow, he intended to seek out the recipe and brew the potion in the second-floor bathroom. He had no plans to return to the room of requirement for the time being. If Nymphadora could gain entry, perhaps other students could as well. If he harbored any secrets, they would certainly not remain hidden in the room of requirement. After all, even Voldemort's Horcruxes, which were concealed so expertly, were ultimately discovered by Harry. The following day was Friday, the last day of the week. With the weekend approaching, Sean would have ample time for other pursuits. According to the Slytherin schedule, Friday morning consisted of 2 back-to-back potions classes, with no afternoon lessons. Once the morning classes concluded, the students would welcome their first weekend. Sean declined an invitation from Cassius to watch the Quidditch tryouts, leading Cassius to believe Sean was merely concerned about his pride. Thus, he departed with Graham for the tryout grounds. As Sean made his way through the library's potions section, he perused the shelves in search of the Muggle Experience Potion. Finally, he located it. Licorice root, lizard tail, oak shavings. He noted that the potion required approximately 12 ingredients. The initial items were common materials found in Professor Sprout's greenhouse and Snape's storeroom. However, the final ingredient, the saliva of a thestral, posed a challenge. While thestrals resided within Hogwarts, Hagrid was responsible for their care, and Sean had no idea where Hagrid kept them. How exhausting. I'll have to coax Hagrid for information. Sean sighed. Nevertheless, the prospect of accessing the restricted section to find the brain-locking charm invigorated him. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 4 o'clock, that he decided to visit Hagrid, hoping to gather some insights before returning by 7 for the meeting with the Serpent S-Tail Wizarding Society. Sean exited the castle and hurried towards Hagrid's hut. Located near the Forbidden Forest, he knocked on the door, but there was no response. That I hope he is not out. That would be a wasted trip, he thought. Just then, a rough voice echoed from the direction of the castle. Sean? Turning, he saw the giant figure of Hagrid approaching, several slabs of raw meat slung over his shoulder, evidently on his way to feed some creature. Sean, what brings you here? Hagrid inquired. I have some questions about magical creatures that I'd like to ask you, Sean replied. But you haven't even started that class yet, have you? Hagrid remarked. No, that's a third-year course. However, Professor Dumbledore, didn't he mention it to you? I've been self-studying the third-year material. Hagrid lowered his head and entered his small hut, with Sean following closely behind. It seemed rather unfair for Hagrid, such a large man, to reside in such a cramped dwelling. After pouring a cup of red tea for Sean, Hagrid sat down. Why not ask Professor Kettleburn, the magical creatures professor? Hagrid suggested. Sean had anticipated Hagrid's response and replied, I believe you have a deeper understanding of magical creatures than he does, especially considering your role as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. Sean's flattery pleased Hagrid, who was deeply passionate about the study and care of magical creatures. Following Professor Kettleburn's retirement, Dumbledore had appointed Hagrid as the new professor for the course. What would you like to know? Hagrid asked, sipping his tea in a good mood. That I'd like to know if thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. Sean asked. Hagrid paused, surprised that such a young child would inquire about thestrals and death. Yet upon looking at Sean, he suddenly remembered that he was sitting across from the boy who lived, the child who had survived the Avada Kedavra curse. Sean himself was uncertain if he could see a thestral. He had not witnessed death before arriving in this world, yet had experienced it personally. I need to go feed the hippogriffs now. Come back tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to see a thestral, Hagrid said slowly, rising from his seat. All right, Hagrid, Sean nodded, leaving the hut. Returning to the castle, he encountered Cedric in the corridor leading to the Great Hall. He greeted Cedric and prepared to head to dinner, but Cedric stopped him. Sean, he said, glancing around to ensure they were alone before approaching, I was just about to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Have you eaten? Sean replied. Come here. I have something for you, Cedric whispered. Sean followed him to a secluded spot, curious about what he would produce. Cedric pulled out a piece of folded paper that had been creased 4 times and handed it to Sean. Sean opened the paper with confusion. It contained handwritten notes, likely penned by Cedric himself. Upon reading the first paragraph carefully, Sean froze at a potion for restoring magical energy. He looked up at Cedric in astonishment. Where did you get this? He asked in a hushed tone. Professor Sprout asked me to help organize her office this afternoon, and I found a book on her shelf that contained the recipe for the magical energy restoration potion. I thought you might need it, so I copied it down, Cedric explained. Sean was elated. Cedric was truly reliable, not only keeping his word but also providing invaluable assistance. Reflecting on Cedric's later performance in the Triwizard Tournament alongside Harry, it was evident that he was a loyal and diligent young man. Well done, Cedric. From now on, I'll look out for you. I won't let anything happen to you, Sean promised, giving Cedric a firm pat on the shoulder. This was his vow to Cedric as well as to himself. He needed to work even harder, striving to gain enough strength to prevent future tragedies. No, I just want to help you. There is no need for that, Cedric replied, still oblivious to Sean's intentions. Indeed, you are the top student in Hufflepuff. It seems you require my assistance. I wish you continued success and a smooth graduation, Sean said with a sincere smile. Genuinely expressing his best wishes. I will, Cedric affirmed. Yes, you certainly will. After dinner, Sean returned to the common room and meticulously reviewed the recipe for the magical energy restoration potion. This potion required only 6 ingredients, half the number needed for the Muggle experience potion. Yet each ingredient was quite rare. Sean remained in the dormitory until 6:50, at which point he prepared to head out. Why then? He found Clarice waiting for him in the common room. You will be joining, won't you? Clarice asked. Without hesitation, Sean replied, I will. The two individuals made their way to the sixth-floor prefect's lavatory, a facility reserved exclusively for the prefects, boasting amenities far more luxurious than those found in the common students' restrooms. Upon entering, Sean and Chris found themselves illuminated by the dim light, revealing 6 figures of varying heights, 2 of whom Sean surprisingly recognized. Among them was Keith, who held a bias against him, and Theo, a 5th-year prefect. It was unexpected to discover that they were also members of this elusive group known as the Ouroboros, that a member with a striking golden pompadour stepped forward, introducing himself to Sean with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Welcome, newcomers. I am Kurt Malfoy from a 6th year." Upon hearing the familiar surname, Sean immediately deduced that he was a relative of Draco Malfoy. Kurt extended his hand toward Sean, who reciprocated with his own. "Sean Greer, a well-known figure at Hogwarts. I am delighted to welcome you to Slytherin. You will bring honor to Slytherin, and in turn, Slytherin shall bestow honor upon you," Kurt stated with an air of elegance. Is it truly wise to invite him to join the Ouroboros? He is the son of a traitor. This would tarnish the group's reputation. Keith interjected indignantly. "Silence. Keith. Sean's talents will bring unprecedented strength and glory to the Ouroboros." Kurt shot him a fierce glare. "Kurt, what exactly is required of us to join the Ouroboros?" Sean inquired. "The D. Founded by Harry, aims to support Dumbledore, protect Hogwarts, and combat the Death Eaters. But what is the purpose of the Ouroboros?" "There is no need to battle the Death Eaters just yet. Voldemort's return is still years away," Kurt replied, his tone laced with a hint of temptation. "You seek power. The Ouroboros will grant you such power," Kurt stated, his gaze fixed intently on Sean. The realization dawned on Sean that this was a classic trope of malevolent organizations enticing newcomers with promises of strength. Wait, a malevolent organization? Could this be a training ground for Death Eaters? Sean pondered suddenly. Feigning interest, he asked, "What kind of power?" "Dark magic, the kind that Hogwarts does not teach," Kurt replied, surveying the other members as he spoke. Turning to Chris, Sean whispered, "You didn't mention that the Ouroboros trains Death Eaters." Chris leaned closer, lowering her voice to explain, "The Ouroboros is not merely a training ground for Death Eaters. Well, perhaps a few have emerged from it, but does knowing dark magic automatically make one a Death Eater? It ultimately depends on the choices of the user. The Ouroboros teaches dark magic. What you become afterward, whether a Death Eater or an adventurer, is entirely up to you." Sean felt a wave of realization wash over him. He was ashamed that such a simple truth had eluded him, while a young girl grasped it effortlessly. Aurors at the Ministry of Magic often wield dark magic, even the unforgivable curses, yet they are forbidden from using it against wizards unless absolutely necessary, even when apprehending Death Eaters. "All right, Chris, you make a valid point," Sean conceded. However, there was one aspect Chris might not yet comprehend. The insidious allure and influence of dark magic on the human psyche could be subtle and gradual. Perhaps those who studied dark magic would unwittingly become enmeshed in it, ultimately drawn to join Voldemort's ranks in their pursuit of power. Kurt proceeded to introduce Sean and Chris to the other 5 members, one from each year, with Kurt himself serving as the president. Sean had expected the leader to be a 7th-year student. Chris explained that in the Ouroboros is not the year that matters, but rather the talent displayed. Evidently, Kurt Malfoy, emerging from an ancient family, possessed a greater aptitude for dark magic. "You two are newcomers. If you require assistance, seek any of them or come to me," Kurt indicated the others. "Every Saturday evening at 7, we gather here to discuss and learn dark magic." As Sean made his way back, he appeared absent-minded, hardly registering Chris's chatter beside him. He was convinced that Kurt would inevitably become a Death Eater. Despite his current gentlemanly demeanor, Sean recalled Chris mentioning that Kurt's uncle was Lucius Malfoy, further cementing his belief that the Ouroboros was a breeding ground for young Death Eaters. Although Kurt had not explicitly invited them to join the Death Eaters, merely suggesting they would be taught dark magic and granted power, how many could resist the allure of dark magic without succumbing? "Sean, are you coming to the Slytherin newcomers gathering tomorrow at noon?" Chris asked. "Oh, tomorrow. I have something planned and may not be able to attend," Sean replied, snapping back to reality to decline Chris's invitation. Her expression dimmed slightly. "All right, then." After returning to their dormitory, Sean retrieved his wand and commenced his daily magical practice. He had already returned Snape's textbook to the potions classroom shelf during his visit to the room of requirement yesterday. Now, he focused on practicing the disarming charm, although it proved somewhat challenging. After 2 or 3 days, he had only begun to construct the initial 2 frameworks of the spell. With the existence of a Death Eater training program at Hogwarts, it was highly plausible that those who attacked him were affiliated with the Ouroboros. Sean speculated. Yet he knew he could not withdraw from the Ouroboros. Kurt had spoken the truth. This group would provide him with strength. The magic he was currently learning was strictly from textbooks. Although he had mastered spells from the 1st to 3rd years, Hogwarts' educational philosophy did not endorse violence. Most of the spells in the textbooks lacked offensive capabilities. The only one he had learned that possessed such potential was Snape's own disarming charm. In truth, Snape's disarming charm also bordered on dark magic. It was incurable, and only the counter curse could alleviate its effects. Even if Sean mastered it, he would not dare use it within the school. He required new spells. Not only the dark magic of the Ouroboros, but also the advanced spells from higher years that he wished to explore in advance. Sean reinforced several 3rd-year spells until he felt his magical energy waning around 11 o'clock. He set his wand aside, took a hot shower, and then lay down in bed. The following morning at 9, Sean donned his brown and yellow sweatshirt and made his way out of the castle towards Hagrid's hut. The temperate maritime climate of Britain rendered the weather particularly delightful during the first weekend of September, with many students enjoying outdoor picnics, including the Slytherin newcomers gathering. "Hello, Hagrid," Sean called as he spotted Hagrid feeding an animal outside his hut. Hagrid turned to glance at him, beaming as he waved. Sean hurried over and soon discerned the creature he was feeding that is that a hippogriff. Hagrid asked, surprised. "You know, I.S.N.T. Buckbeak Splendid. Is Buckbeak its name?" Sean inquired, realizing he had forgotten the name of Hagrid's hippogriff up close. The creature was somewhat intimidating. No, it exuded an aura of authority and presence, standing over 2 meters tall with a head akin to that of an eagle. It commanded respect and deterred approach. Sean bowed deeply before Buckbeak, who responded by nodding its head in acknowledgment. "Sean, you actually know this. It seems you have a fondness for magical creatures." Hagrid praised him with a smile. To approach a hippogriff, the first step is to bow while maintaining eye contact. If it bows in return, you may then touch it or even ride it. Although Sean had received Buckbeak's acknowledgement, he hesitated to approach. Hagrid, however, took Sean by the arm and led him closer to Buckbeak. "Go on. Give it a stroke," Hagrid encouraged, embodying the innocence of a giant sharing something wonderful with a friend. "All right," Sean replied. Somewhat resigned, he slowly extended his hand towards Buckbeak's fierce eagle-like head. The texture felt like that of bird feathers, yet slightly firmer. Buckbeak nudged its head against Sean's palm a couple of times. And Hagrid declared, "I think it likes you, Sean. Please take a seat and give it a try." Suddenly, Hagrid enveloped Sean, hoisting him onto Buckbeak's back. Sean felt a flicker of panic and reminded Hagrid, "Hagrid, I came to see the Thestrals." "Of course, Buckbeak knows the way. He will lead us to the Thestrals," Hagrid replied as he climbed on board, transforming the once spacious back into a tight fit. "The Thestrals are on the other side of the Black Lake. It will take some time to get there, but with Buckbeak, we will arrive shortly." Hagrid pointed towards the woods across the lake. Sean glanced in that direction and noted the considerable distance. Thus he could only sit with Hagrid as they glided over the lake's surface. Reaching the opposite shore, "Buckbeak, wait here. We will return shortly," Hagrid said, pulling a chunk of raw beef from a gray bag at his waist and offering it to Buckbeak. "Hagrid, are the Thestrals in there?" Sean inquired, gesturing toward the forest ahead. "Yes," Hagrid replied as he walked ahead. "A few days ago, the Thestrals wandered this way, and I intended to come check on them today." Sean followed closely behind Hagrid, and after just a few steps into the woods, they came to a halt. Before Sean stood several remarkable creatures, their bodies devoid of flesh, their black fur tightly clinging to their skeletal frames. With every bone distinctly visible, their heads resembled that of dragons, their pupil-less white eyes staring intently, and from the raised area between their shoulder blades sprouted large, resilient wings, reminiscent of a gigantic bat. Hagrid tossed a few pieces of raw meat, and 2 Thestrals slowly approached, lowering their heads to snatch the meat from the ground. That moment, Sean felt a surge of anxiety. They look rather dangerous. How am I supposed to collect saliva from them? "Sean, can you see them?" Hagrid asked. After a moment of hesitation, Sean realized Hagrid was referring to the Thestrals. Yes, I can see them. Hagrid, could you spare me some meat? Sean suddenly asked. Hagrid handed over the bag, and Sean retrieved 3 pieces of raw beef, then cautiously approached the Thestrals. It's all right. It's all right. I've touched Buckbeak, so what is there to fear from the Thestrals? Sean reassured himself. He carefully extended a piece of meat towards the Thestral's mouth. The creature glanced at the meat, then lowered its head to grasp it, swallowing it whole. Have some more. Sean offered the second piece. The Thestral lowered its head again, and a thin stream of white saliva dribbled from its mouth. Sean glanced back at Hagrid, who was feeding another Thestral, in a hurry. Sean retrieved the prepared vial from his pocket and captured the droplet of saliva. The crucial Thestral saliva for the Muggle experience potion was now secured. The remaining ingredients could be pilfered from Snape's storeroom with a bit of cunning. They were all ordinary materials, and Snape would likely not mind. Even if he discovered it, amidst the throngs of students, he would hardly know who was responsible. Students often roamed the corridors on weekends, and luckily, Snape's storeroom, like his office, was in the basement. Sean returned to his dormitory to grab the Marauder's map. Ready to gather everything he needed, Snape's name did not appear near the storeroom, allowing Sean to slip in with ease. After collecting 11 ingredients, he returned to the dormitory. He had intended to head to the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor to brew the potion immediately. But glancing at the time, he realized that in just 2 hours, the Serpent Society's meeting would commence. Sean needed ample time to concoct the potion, and 2 hours would clearly be too rushed. I will have to wait until tomorrow evening, he mused. After dinner, Sean and Clarice met in the Slytherin common room, and then proceeded to the prefect's restroom on the 6th floor. The other 6 members had already arrived, and upon seeing Sean and Clarice enter, Kurt waved his wand, sealing the restroom door. As Sean stepped inside, the magical eye was already activated, revealing a simple magical framework on Kurt's wand, showcasing his adeptness at nonverbal spellcasting to Sean and Clarice. Blanco, Sean and Clarice are in your charge. You'll be responsible for teaching them the Dementor's Kiss. The rest of you, pair up and review last year's magic Kurt assigned tasks. Come on, Sean, Clarice, the buzzcut 7th year beckon them. Blanco, what exactly is the Dementor's Kiss? Sean inquired as he followed behind. That IT has a burning effect, leaving the victim with severe burns that are difficult to heal, Blanco explained. Sean then asked, I want to know, where does the Serpent Society source their dark magic? Is there a book of dark magic? Blanco chuckled. If it were written down, it would be far too dangerous. It's all up here, he said, tapping his head. Sean nodded. Teaching dark magic at Hogwarts was perilous enough. And if a book documenting dark magic were to be discovered, the Serpent Society would surely be dismantled. So, for 50 years, it's relied entirely on generational transmission. Passed down from the president to others. Kurt is only in his 6th year. He can still teach for another year. Sean pondered. Dark magic is exceedingly dangerous, and being struck by it results in irreversible effects. One must exercise utmost caution during practice. If injuries occur due to practicing dark magic, Kurt would not permit you to visit Madame Pomfrey. Has anyone ever been injured? Clarice asked. Certainly, Blanco affirmed, but if they couldn't go to the nurse. How were they treated? Sean inquired with curiosity. Having guided several cohorts of new students, Blanco was well acquainted with their puzzled queries, and he smiled as he replied, of course, we use counterspells to negate the effects of dark magic. We won't be teaching the 3 unforgivable curses here. Every dark magic has a corresponding counterspell that if an accident occurs, there are ways to remedy it. After all, we are still students. Sean understood. Having a counterspell meant that unexpected injuries could be addressed. He recalled that Snape's Sectum Sempra also had a counterspell, rapid healing. Harry, having just learned this spell, used it on Draco during a conflict, resulting in severe lacerations to Draco's abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely. Had Snape not arrived in time to counter the spell, Draco might have bled to death. Similarly, when Snape accidentally severed George's ear, it was beyond Mrs. Weasley's ability to heal, and had Snape been present, George's ear could have been saved. Snape's textbook contained only the Sectum Sempra and omitted its counterspell. It seemed that future practice would require heightened vigilance. Sean reminded himself. You two, observe the allure of dark magic. Blanco commanded, raising his wand and forcefully waving it at a wooden dummy, a Dementor's Kiss, Sean's magical, I observed intently as the intricate lines of magic from Blanco's wand intertwined, gradually forming from magical frameworks. Subsequently, a dark red beam shot towards the dummy, which was punctured with a charred hole that emitted wisps of black smoke. "Did you see the power of dark magic?" Blanco asked. Sean nodded. Indeed, its potency was impressive, surpassing all the spells he had mastered thus far in terms of aggression. However, he hadn't quite caught the previous demonstration clearly, as the last two magical frameworks appeared too similar, leaving him uncertain about which magical line to construct first. "Blanco, could you demonstrate once more?" Sean requested. Assuming Sean was captivated by his previous display, Blanco shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Don't rush, Sean. This is just your first time attending the Serpent Society's meeting. There is plenty of time ahead. Learning a dark magic takes 5 to 6 times longer than what you learn in class." Sean thought that perhaps they were being extra cautious to avoid errors while constructing the magical frameworks. Hence the lengthy learning process. "Blanco, do you know how many dark spells Kurt has mastered?" Sean suddenly inquired about Kurt. Blanco glanced at Kurt, then lowered his voice. "It is said that the Malfoy family is a supporter of the Dark Lord, and Kurt is quite passionate about dark magic. By his 5th year, he had already surpassed the previous president. However, I'm unaware of the exact number of dark spells he has mastered. Typically, members of the Ouroboros can only learn around 10 dark spells from initiation to graduation. As I'm nearing graduation, I have only managed to master 9 dark spells. The rule of Ouroboros dictates that one must fully grasp a dark spell before proceeding to the next." Blanco remarked 0.7 years, approximately 10 spells, which averages to only 1.5 spells per year, that I wonder if the founders of Ouroboros adopted such a cautious approach for the sake of secrecy. Sean pondered that moment. Keith and Theo were practicing 2 additional dark spells, and Sean, becoming so engrossed in their practice, momentarily forgot that Blanco was still conversing with him. "Sean, Claris, come down here as I explain the theoretical framework for the Kiss of the Ghoul." Blanco called. Sean, deeply focused on documenting the magical frameworks of the 2 dark spells, was oblivious to Blanco's summons until Claris nudged him with her elbow, drawing his attention. Brandon produced 2 sheets of parchment and feather quills, handing them to Sean and Claris, instructing them to burn the papers afterward. Sean mused that Ouroboros was indeed meticulous in their operations. No wonder they had not been disbanded in 50 years at Hogwarts. The Kiss of the Ghoul consists of 4 magical frameworks, and I will transcribe the calculations for you shortly. For now, take note of the structure of the magical energy lines. Blanco disassembled the first framework into 8 distinct components, explaining each part as if constructing a model, providing a manual that detailed the first and second steps to assemble a component out of course. Constructing a magical framework is far more complex than assembling a model. Model parts are pre-made and merely require assembly, whereas magical lines are composed of magical energy, necessitating knowledge of the precise amount of magical power required for the framework. According to Sean S.'s understanding since his enrollment, he possessed the highest magical power among the freshmen, yet even he experienced magical fatigue after approximately 3 hours of daily practice. Claris diligently copied each step of the magical framework's calculations, and once she comprehended the theoretical aspects, she could begin practicing. Sean, however, found no need for such cumbersome calculations. His magical eye allowed him to perceive the entire process of constructing the magical framework clearly, placing him significantly ahead of his peers in understanding, as he did not need to waste time computing formulas or memorizing steps. Thus, during the practice phase, Sean outpaced everyone considerably. Assuming Claris had mastered the theoretical framework of the spell, she would still struggle in her initial attempts at construction, as she would be uncertain of how much magical power to employ. She would have to attempt several times. Perhaps her first attempt would yield 3 frameworks before faltering, and with each subsequent attempt, she might improve slightly. Therefore, practicing spells in class involves trial and error in constructing magical frameworks. However, Sean did not require such numerous attempts. His magical eye could roughly gauge how much magical power Blanco had channeled into his wand, allowing him to practice accordingly, making only 1 or 2 minor adjustments to achieve results equivalent to what others would take a week to accomplish. The Ouroboros meeting continued until 9 o'clock, during which Sean and Claris listened to Blanco's theoretical discourse for 2 hours. Sean feigned attentiveness, nodding along, while secretly stealing glances at Keith and Theo as they practiced their dark spells. Keith, in the second year which from his group, were practicing the Witch's Eye, which comprised 6 magical frameworks, while Theo and the fourth year group were working on the Cursed Dragon's Saw, which contained 8. The two groups did not perform many spells. Instead, they primarily discussed insights, such as encountering resistance during a specific step of constructing the magical framework. Sean felt a sense of urgency, thinking, don't just discuss it, continue practicing. I haven't fully grasped it yet. Unfortunately, by the time the session concluded, Sean had not witnessed them casting spells again. Blanco collected the papers Sean and Clarice had been working on, with Sean having only filled half a sheet, while Clarice had filled both sides. Blanco cast a spell, incinerating their notes with a flicker of flames, warning them not to lament the loss, as being discovered by a professor with this information could lead to significant trouble. Sean estimated that with a couple of nights of practice, he should be able to master the kiss of the ghoul, yet he wondered if his rapid learning pace might raise Kurt's suspicions. The 8 Slytherins returned to the common room in small groups, and after bidding Clarice goodnight, Sean prepared to return to his private quarters to practice magic. At that moment, Keith, who had constantly targeted him, called out Sean at 10:30 tonight in the storage room on the 3rd floor. Kurt wishes to speak with you. 10:30. That's during curfew. If Filch catches me, I'll lose points, Sean replied. Filch rarely visits the storage room on the 3rd floor. Keith countered. Why didn't Kurt mention it himself earlier? For secrecy, he seldom interacts with other members in public, Keith explained. All right, I understand, Sean responded. Sitting in his dormitory, Sean contemplated Keith's words, thinking, who is he trying to fool? And why does Kurt want to see me? Why didn't he say anything in the prefect's bathroom, where there are surely no outsiders? He was curious to see what mischief Keith was up to. After resting for over an hour in bed, as 10:30 approached, he donned his shoes and stealthily slipped out of the common room with the Marauder's map. The storage room on the 3rd floor was indeed cluttered, and when Harry arrived, it would become the entrance to the first challenge guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Sean mused. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he gazed down the corridor. At the end, the storage room awaited him, and the Marauder's map indicated a name at that very spot. Keith. Brent, let us see what you wish to discuss, Sean thought as he activated his magical eye and approached the storage room. Upon arriving at the door, he did not knock, but softly called out, Kurt. There was no response from within, so Sean cautiously pushed the door open. Discovering it ajar, as he entered, he spotted a figure enveloped in white light, constructing a magical framework with his wand. Disarm, Sean exclaimed, not allowing Keith the opportunity to complete his spell, having prepared in advance, successfully disarming Keith of his wand. Although Keith wore a hood, Sean knew his expression must be quite remarkable at that moment. You how Keith stammered, clearly startled. Surprised you weren't caught, right? Keith, your acting skills leave much to be desired, Sean revealed, exposing his identity. How did you know it was me? Keith inquired. I deduced it with my toes and my intuition. It was obviously you, Sean replied. How do you know the disarming spell? That's a 2nd year incantation. I know quite a few spells, Sean replied, unabashedly. This disarming spell was one of Harry's signature spells, simple yet limited in its effectiveness. Weaker wizards often found it ineffective against those with greater magical power, as it did not remove the wand from their grasp. Harry had used it during his confrontations with Voldemort, but the outcomes typically devolve into a contest of pure magical power, with both forces clashing mid-air, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. Harry was exceptional. His magical power was formidable, and he wielded a wand that was a brother to Voldemort's. As for Draco disarming Dumbledore, that was a prearranged maneuver with Snape, allowing Draco to succeed against him. Sean had learned this spell a few days before the term began, while it was ineffective against wizards with greater power. Keith clearly did not fall into that category, as the white light surrounding him was nearly equivalent to Sean's own Dassault. Tell me, why have you attacked me twice? Sean questioned, directing his wand at Keith. A wizard without a wand is akin to a swordsman without a sword. Keith dared not act recklessly, lowering his hood to reveal a face filled with resentment toward Sean. Why does a traitor like you belong to Slytherin? Why did Kurt invite you into Ouroboros? Everything about you disgusts me, Keith hissed, his voice low and hoarse as he vented his emotions. I asked that all. Keith, I think you should visit Madame Pomfrey. You seem to have some psychological issues that need addressing. Sean replied, that you're insulting me. "You damn traitor," Keith exclaimed, suddenly reaching for Sean. Petrificus totalis. Sean cast the petrification spell at Keith, who stood frozen like a statue. "I think it's time for Professor Snape to deal with you." Sean turned and closed the door to the storage room. As he left the room, he caught a glimpse of Keith's terrified expression, oblivious to the punishment that awaited him. The mere thought of Snape's icy visage filled Keith with despair. His thoughts were somewhat extreme, yet Hogwarts, and indeed the entire British wizarding community, harbored its share of extremities. Some were obsessively fixated on power, while others held radical views on blood purity. Sean knocked on the door to Snape's chamber, mentally bracing himself for the onslaught of Snape's chilling gaze. The small peephole in the door opened, revealing Snape's fierce eyes fixed intently on Sean. "Greaves, I trust you are aware of the time? How dare you venture out at night?" Snape admonished angrily. "Professor, you must accompany me to the 3rd floor. Compared to my nocturnal escapade, Keith Brent will incite your ire even more," Sean replied. "Brent?" Snape inquired hesitantly. "He's the one who attacked me that night, and he intends to assault me again tonight. But I subdued him," Sean stated calmly, as if he were not the one who had just been attacked. The door swung open, and Snape emerged in his daytime robes, evidently having not yet retired for the evening. "Is anyone else aware of what transpired tonight?" Snape questioned. Sean pondered for a moment. Since Keith intended to ambush him, it was likely he had not spoken to anyone else. Therefore, only 3 individuals were privy to the situation, and one else. "I came directly to inform you, Professor," Sean asserted. Both Snape and Sean hurried to the storage room on the 3rd floor, where Sean gestured to the ajar door. "It was here. I used the Petrificus totalis curse on him." Snape strode forward, pushing the door open, only to find the room utterly vacant. Keith was nowhere to be seen. "Greaves, you'd best explain yourself." Snape's gaze was laden with skepticism. Sean, taken aback, insisted, "Professor, please believe me. He was clearly hit by the Petrificus curse and couldn't have undone it so swiftly." Snape scrutinized him and asked, "What were you doing in this storage room during curfew?" Sean surmised that Snape was undoubtedly aware of the existence of the Serpent Society, yet he could not betray this faction, even going so far as to protect its secrecy. The organization was likely supported by Death Eaters, and, as a double agent, Snape had received instructions from the Death Eater side to safeguard the Serpent Society's presence at Hogwarts. Boldly, Sean revealed the existence of the Serpent Society, stating, "Keith informed me that Kurt wishes to see me here." Kurt is the president of the Serpent Society. After uttering this, Sean fixed his gaze on Snape's face, eager to gauge his reaction. Snape remained inscrutable as he replied, "I knew you would join." The two lingered in the storage room for a moment before emerging, with Snape warning Sean to return to his dormitory and get some rest the following day. Snape deducted 5 points from Slytherin for Sean's nighttime escapade, citing his disregard for school rules, and imposed a punishment of writing the rules a total of 10 times during lunch in the Great Hall. The Weasley twins approached as per usual, bantering behind Sean. "George, I bet our clever friend must have been sleepwalking." "No, Fred. Sean is our good friend. How could you say such a thing? He must have thought Slytherin's points were increasing too much recently, and, in a bid to give the other houses a fighting chance, deliberately deducted some." George chuckled. Suddenly, the two of them exchanged a high five and exclaimed in unison, "No wonder he is the son of a traitor." They erupted into laughter and scampered away from the hall, while the other Slytherin students regarded Sean with a newfound awkwardness that if Sean truly did deduct points on purpose, he would indeed be seen as betraying Slytherin. Despite having accrued points previously, people often remembered negative actions more vividly. Clarice and Cassius seemed to want to say something, but were at a loss for words. Keith sauntered over from the entrance of the hall. A smug expression plastered on his face that he seated himself beside Sean and whispered, "Professor Snape sought me out this morning, but I wanted to see your outcome. He must believe me more now." "Ha ha ha." Keith feigned superiority before Sean, relishing in his punishment and the scrutiny of other students, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Sean, lowering his voice and seething with anger, retorted, "Listen, do not presume that your little schemes will intimidate me. Tonight at 10:30, in the 2nd floor girls' lavatory. Come if you dare for a duel." Keith, relishing Sean's frustration, felt even more delighted. "I will play with you until you are expelled from school," he declared, rising and sweeping his robes as he left the hall with an air of triumph. Watching Keith's retreating figure, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Sean's lips. "Sean, what did you discuss with Keith?" "Nothing much, just that I plan to treat him well tonight," Sean replied, smiling. Cassius leaned over, inquiring, "Sean, do you have something delicious in mind?" Sean merely smiled in response. After lunch, Sean found the Weasley twins lounging on a bench in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, their rays of light obstructed by Sean's arrival. "Fred, did you think the performance was decent?" "People were looking at you strangely," Fred stated, eyes closed. "The effect was satisfactory," Sean acknowledged. "Why did you feel the need to broadcast your punishment? It will render you an outcast among the Slytherin students," George queried. Sean did not address George's question, instead expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Those 4 sickles will serve as payment for your performance." He initially planned to concoct a Muggle experience potion that evening. But first, he needed to deal with the nuisance that was Keith. Otherwise, he would be pestered repeatedly on his way back to the dormitory. Sean encountered Joseph from Hufflepuff. Like Slytherin, the Hufflepuff common room was located in the dungeons. They exchanged greetings, and Sean suddenly felt a curiosity that compelled him to stop Joseph. "Joseph, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Why is Tonks so afraid of me revealing your relationship?" "The school does not prohibit dating." "Does it?" Sean inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Joseph explained, "Tonks hails from a pure-blood family, while I am half-blood. Her family forbids her from dating a half-blood." "I see," Sean responded, enlightened. Understanding this made sense. It was indeed not uncommon for families to uphold blood purity and prohibit relationships with half-blood wizards. Upon returning to his dormitory, Sean considered that since Joseph was in the Hufflepuff common room, Tonks would likely not be in the room of requirement. He decided to practice magic in the room of requirement instead. The dormitory was certainly not a suitable place for practicing spells. The empty and secluded room of requirement would allow Sean the freedom he desired. He made his way to the 8th floor corridor and entered the room of requirement after a brief wait. Ensuring the space was unoccupied, he raised his wand, preparing to practice the Kiss of the Ghoul. "Kiss of the Ghoul," Sean intoned, successfully establishing the framework for the spell, akin to when Blanco cast his magic. A dark red beam emitted from his wand, striking the training dummy and scorching a coin-sized black mark into its surface. After 2 hours of practice, he finally achieved his first success. Sean exhaled deeply and took a moment to rest. At his current pace, he could master all the dark magic of the Serpent Society within a year. However, in comparison to Blanco's speed and stability when constructing magical frameworks, he still fell short. As Blanco had trained for several years, if the two were to engage in a duel using the Kiss of the Ghoul, Sean's magical framework would likely be swiftly overwhelmed by Blanco. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, Sean realized he was hungry after such an extensive practice. Though the room of requirement was aptly named, it could not conjure food according to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Fortunately, he had stowed an apple in his robe pocket from lunch. Wiping the apple clean, he took a hearty bite. Just as he began to chew, he heard a noise within the room, reminiscent of some utensils clattering. Sean wondered if, when casting the spell earlier, he had inadvertently struck something else. Perhaps the piled clutter had shifted, causing something to fall? Curious, Sean followed the sound, and, beneath a heap of clutter, he discovered several silver plates and forks, along with a magnificent crown adorned with sapphires. Instinctively, Sean bent down to retrieve the crown, suddenly feeling that it was perfectly suited to him. Wearing it would bestow upon him supreme honor and power, akin to that of a monarch. His hand slowly approached the crown, but just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the eye of magic activated automatically. Unbeknownst to him, the vision that materialized before his eyes jolted Sean awake, prompting him to step back 5 paces, his back now drenched in cold sweat. Under the gaze of the magical eye, the crown revealed a swirling mass of black mist, within which lurked a grotesque, noseless visage. "Voldemort, I nearly fell into your trap. It was utterly terrifying." The Horcrux possessed the ability to seduce the heart and amplify the darker facets of one's soul. Whether it was Sean's practice of dark magic that stirred the Horcrux, or the Horcrux itself had intentionally fallen from the pile to attract Sean's attention remained unclear. Sean's thoughts were far more complex than those of mere students. His desires were manifold, precisely what the Horcrux thrived upon. Greater desires rendered one more susceptible to its control. He was certain he must not touch the crown, for doing so could lead to a loss of self. Previously, he had contemplated using the crown to draw Dumbledore's attention, but now that notion seemed naively foolish in light of the impossibility of contacting the Horcrux. He thought of visiting the headmaster's office to explain that he had inadvertently entered the room of requirement and stumbled upon the crown, only to realize it was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore would undoubtedly resort to legitimacy on him right then and there. Sean shook his head. What am I thinking? Dumbledore is so powerful, yet still relies on Harry to destroy the Horcruxes. Why should I complicate matters? He slapped his face lightly, attempting to rouse himself. Voldemort is better left to Dumbledore and Harry. My focus should be on mastering magic and evading Bellatrix's vengeance. Sean cast a levitation charm on the clutter, allowing the objects to gently settle atop the crown, gradually obscuring it. Could it be that my desires truly run too deep? The Horcrux did not seem to actively entice Nymphadora or Joseph. Sean exited the room of requirement, resolving never to return until he had dealt with the crown. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, more exhausting than after his earlier practice with the kiss of the boggart. Even casting a levitation charm now seemed a daunting task. Upon returning to his dormitory, he lay on his bed and slept from 3:30 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening. Awakening groggily, he glanced at the clock on the wall and realized how late it had become. Hungry, Sean knocked on Cassius's dormitory door. Cassius opened the door and upon seeing Sean, exclaimed, "Sean, where have you been all afternoon?" "I couldn't find you. I was asleep in the dormitory until now to be by the way. Do you have anything to eat?" "I haven't had dinner yet," Sean replied. He recalled that Cassius often brought food back to the dormitory. And they had another roommate, Graham, who was quite the gourmand. "Yes, just wait a moment." Cassius rummaged through his bedside drawer, producing 2 butterbeer cakes, 2 apples, a cherry pudding, and 2 chocolate bars that he had taken from Graham. "Is this enough?" Cassius asked, handing the food to Sean. "That it's plenty." "Thanks." Sean needed sustenance to regain his energy. He still had to properly entertain Keith at 10:30. "What is going on today?" "I feel utterly drained. Having only practiced for 2 hours. This is excessive." Sean splashed cold water on his face, striving to restore himself to peak condition. Fortunately, after such a lengthy rest, his magical energy had somewhat replenished, which should suffice for dealing with Keith. After curfew, Hogwarts was engulfed in tranquility as Sean arrived punctually at the second-floor girls' lavatory, armed with the Marauder's map. This lavatory had long been abandoned due to a tragic incident 50 years prior, wherein a girl named Moaning Myrtle had met her demise. Aside from Myrtle's ghost, who occasionally wandered about, the place was generally deserted. Before entering, Sean observed on the Marauder's map that 2 names appeared within the lavatory. One was Keith Brent, while the other was surprisingly Borisav Jovic. Initially, Sean had presumed Keith's accomplice to be a student, not realizing it was Professor Jovic, considering that Keith had managed to escape from the supply room in mere minutes. Sean doubted that his petrifying charm had been ineffective. Thus, he concluded that someone must have lifted the spell from Keith. Gathering the Marauder's map, he glanced towards the end of the corridor and whispered, "Here he comes." The shadow strode toward Sean, its curtain-like black hair swaying with each step. It was Snape, who cast a fleeting glance in Sean's direction. With unwavering confidence, Sean declared, "Professor, this time I will prove that I am not lying." Snape advanced and pushed open the lavatory door. Inside, Keith had not yet discerned the identity of his visitor when Snape cast a stunning spell that sent Keith tumbling to the floor. Without uttering a single incantation, Snape conjured a shield charm, which instantly rebounded Keith's spell back upon him. Keith fell victim to his own stunning spell and fainted. The shield charm, a practical defensive spell, was duly noted by Sean, who had wisely activated his magical eye in advance, allowing him to observe the framework of the shield charm. Joseph, taken aback, stammered, "Professor Snape, what are you doing here?" "That is a question I ought to pose to you." "Professor Jovic, how is it that you find yourself here with Brent?" Snape retorted coldly. "Brent informed me that Sean had provoked him and challenged him to a duel. I came to prevent them from fighting." Jovic explained. Snape's snake-like gaze bore into Jovic, his words dripping with derision. "You have done a splendid job of preventing it. The moment someone enters, Brent casts a spell. Borisav, you would do well to abandon your foolish notions. I warn you, do not allow Brent to trouble Greer again." And you, best behave yourself. I will be watching you to... As Snape spoke, he inched closer to Yovik, Sean, observing from the sidelines as Yovik was cornered into a toilet stall by Snape. Couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Keith's choice of ally was rather unreliable. Following that night, Keith indeed ceased to appear before Sean, even deliberately avoiding him during meals in the Great Hall. After enduring a full day of classes, Sean finally found the time to concoct a Muggle experience potion. After curfew, he stealthily entered the second-floor girls' lavatory with the Marauder's map. Moaning, Myrtle sat, perched on the sink. Watching Sean, who was busy with his cauldron, with an amused expression. "Myrtle, you won't tell anyone about this, will you?" Sean asked awkwardly, glancing at her. "Humph, just another boring endeavor," Myrtle replied, disinterestedly, before plunging into the toilet. Vanishing from the lavatory, having lingered as a ghost for over 50 years, she had long lost interest in the secrets students brought to this place. During the day, Sean had repeatedly rehearsed the potion-making process in class. And now every step was etched in his mind that he meticulously added the ingredients to the cauldron, stirring and brewing. After using 11 components, an hour had elapsed. Holding a vial containing the nightmare saliva he had collected 2 days prior, Sean recalled that, per the recipe, it needed to be added in 2 portions after the cauldron had boiled for 3 minutes. "Blast, I almost ruined it," Sean muttered, rolling up his sleeves to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. As he added the nightmare saliva, nervousness nearly led him to pour the entire contents into the cauldron. Upon completing the inadvertently Muggle experience potion, Sean gazed at the viscous dark red liquid within the cauldron, instinctively swallowing hard. "This is it." Holding his breath, Sean lifted the cauldron and gulped down the crimson liquid in one go. The next moment, a searing pain engulfed his mouth, throat, and abdomen as if they were set ablaze. Causing the cauldron to clatter to the ground, Sean stumbled to the toilet, retching violently, cold sweat cascading from his forehead to his entire body. He knelt, clutching his abdomen, veins bulging in his neck, his face flushed crimson. He wanted to scream, but found himself unable to do so. Approximately 5 minutes later, the burning sensation finally subsided. Sean gasped for breath, slowly rising to his feet and walking over to the sink to wash his face. It was then that he noticed the faucet was engraved with a serpent design, instinctively taking 2 steps back. "That I am pure blood. Why am I scaring myself?" Sean contemplated. This restroom serves as the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, where the basilisk roams through various pipes within Hogwarts. Fortunately, no one has opened the chamber door yet, and the basilisk remains contained. Sean drew his wand, attempting to construct a framework for the levitation spell. But he found himself utterly devoid of magical power, a clear indication that the Muggle experience potion had indeed worked. With no time to tidy up the cauldron, he hurried towards the library, which remained open and unguarded even at night. Otherwise, without his magic, Sean wouldn't even be able to perform the unlocking charm and would likely find himself stranded outside. Navigating through the public reading area, Sean made his way directly to the restricted section. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his right toe crossing the red line that separated the restricted area from the public zone, followed closely by his right calf. Realizing he had succeeded, he swiftly crossed the red line into the restricted section. He scanned the titles on the shelves, searching for the book on the memory charm. Suddenly, a familiar title caught his eye: The Dark Arts at the Edge of the Wand. Wasn't that the book Tom Riddle had perused back in his 3rd year? Sean carefully pulled it from the shelf. That it was from this very tome that Voldemort had learned the methods of creating Horcruxes. With Professor Horace Slughorn's permission to access the restricted area for research. It seems that several pages have been torn out long. As Sean flipped through the pages, he noticed 5 sheets conspicuously missing. He returned the book to its rightful place and resumed his quest for the memory charm. After half an hour of searching, he finally spotted the book on the 2nd shelf of the 6th bookcase. With an hour and a half remaining, he needed to transcribe it quickly. Sean retrieved his notebook and quill from his robes, uncertain if the books in the restricted section were enchanted, and thus refrained from attempting to take one outside, opting instead to copy the contents within the confines of the restricted area. Devoid of magical power and unable to write swiftly, Sean found himself fervently scribbling for the first time since arriving in this world. The information on the memory charm spanned nearly 15 pages, and he exited the restricted section just before the effects of the Muggle experience potion faded. In the days that followed, Sean dedicated his class time and breaks to studying the memory charm. This particular spell proved to be exceedingly intricate. Aside from the magical framework, the application of emotions was something he had never encountered before in such complexity. Was it about constructing a false memory space in one's mind? Utilizing genuine emotions to render it more lifelike. While he could devise a way to manage the magical framework, he pondered how to manipulate emotional embellishments. Deep in thought, Sean was suddenly called upon by Professor Flitwick during Charms class. "Sean, would you please demonstrate for the class?" he heard the professor say. Startled, he looked up, and Cassius nudged him, reminding him that they were currently learning the Lumos spell. Sean nodded and replied, "Of course, Professor," with impressive proficiency. He performed the Lumos spell, earning an approving smile from Professor Flitwick. After class, Cassius approached him, asking Sean, "Are you prepared for this afternoon's flying lesson?" "Flying lesson? Has it really become Thursday already?" Sean exclaimed in surprise. Since acquiring the memory charm on Monday evening, time had flown by for him as he immersed himself in his studies. Completely oblivious to the week's classes, the professors had also paid him little mind, considering his exceptional standing as a student. After Herbology class that afternoon, Sean anticipated the dreaded flying lesson. He had wished for an opportunity to practice on a broomstick last week, but it seemed that his week had been busier than most. "Well, I'm ready to fail the flying lesson," Sean replied with resignation. Among the 8 subjects in his first year, he could achieve excellence in 7, yet flying was poised to be the lone blemish on his report card. At 3:30 that afternoon, Sean sat alone on the grass, watching his classmates soar through the sky on their broomsticks. He gazed up at a 45-degree angle, an inexplicable sadness washing over him. "Am I truly this inept? Everyone else has taken flight, while I remain seated here." He had just attempted to fly once more, only to fall from his broom again, provoking laughter from his peers. "I must invent a flying spell. I will take to the skies without a broom," Sean resolved, determined to create magic to redeem himself. 2 weeks later, Sean faced the end-of-term exams he had arranged with Dumbledore. According to their agreement, if he achieved excellent results across 6 subjects, he would be exempt from attending those classes for the remainder of the term. On the first Monday of October, Sean found himself alone in the classroom. Monitored by Professor McGonagall, he would be tested on 3 subjects that day, with another 3 scheduled for the following day. "Yovich clearly does not wish for me to pass so effortlessly," Sean mused as he examined the dark arts defense exam paper. Having missed 2 consecutive days of classes, his first-year classmates speculated about his chances of passing the test. On Wednesday morning, during the second lesson, Professor Snape summoned Sean out of the classroom. "Professor, has my assessment result been released?" Sean inquired. "Grills, Dumbledore's leniency towards you is a privilege you should not squander," Snape replied, his expression as impassive as ever. "So, does that mean I have passed the assessment?" Sean pressed. Snape appeared reluctant to disclose Sean's results. He recognized Sean's exceptional talent, but feared that such recognition might lead to his arrogance. "Yes, Grills. For the remainder of this semester, you will not be required to attend those 6 courses," Snape stated flatly. Sean realized that from this day forward, he would have ample time at his disposal, sufficient to practice dark arts and the memory charm. He would attend potions and perhaps briefly visit flying class. Although since that day he had not returned to the latter. Despite Madame Hooch's encouragement not to give up, he felt a disconnect with broomsticks. Sean's reputation swiftly spread throughout the school. Initially, older students had merely heard whispers of Sean Grills, the boy who had miraculously survived, and now they respected his talent. An O student in the school had achieved what Sean had accomplished, completing the end-of-term assessments for 6 subjects within the first month of enrollment. Even Voldemort, in his time, had not drawn such attention, despite his prowess. Sean attempted to apply to audit advanced classes with Dumbledore's approval, only to be vehemently opposed by Snape. Consequently, he spent his free time immersed in the library and his dormitory. After a month of diligent study, he finally found himself with the freedom to manage his time. As he strolled through the empty corridors, the students were occupied with their classes. He calculated Snape's schedule, deducing that the professor should be teaching potions to the second years at that moment. "Professor, may I borrow some materials?" Sean inquired, heading towards the storage room in the dungeon. After Cedric had procured the recipe for the mana restoration potion, Sean had yet to find the time or opportunity to begin brewing it. Now that he had ample time, it was finally time to commence his work. The storage room contained 4 of the 6 ingredients needed for the mana restoration potion. The remaining 2 resided in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. After gathering the 4 ingredients from the storage room, Sean planned to sneak into the greenhouse for the red fern, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Dumbledore, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Dumbledore approached leisurely from across the corridor, a benevolent smile adorning his face. Seeing this, Sean felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. I have a foreboding sense that this cannot bode well. With a polite smile, Sean respectfully greeted, "Professor, how may I assist you?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Do not be anxious. You have no classes at the moment, so walk with me." The 2 strolled side by side across the grass in the courtyard. Dumbledore casually discussing Sean's academic journey while Sean smiled and nodded in agreement. "Are you finding success in your studies of the dark arts?" Dumbledore suddenly pivoted, catching Sean off guard, yet he maintained a smile and nodded. "Yes, Professor, it is going quite well." "Huh," Sean exclaimed in astonishment, realizing how Dumbledore had knowledge of this matter. Snape and Dumbledore must be in cahoots. "Professor, are you aware of the basilisk?" Sean feigned surprise as he asked. "Indeed, I have known of its existence since its inception," Dumbledore replied. That Dumbledore's response took Sean by surprise. "Then why do you still allow its existence, since you are aware that it teaches dark magic? Why not disband it?" Sean inquired. Dumbledore did not answer Sean directly. Instead, he waved his wand and cast a spell upon the grass. Sean recognized the incantation. It was the Kiss of the Ghoul. "Are you astonished?" "I possess some knowledge of dark magic as well. It is indeed a powerful form of sorcery," Dumbledore remarked. "Dark magic is crafted for destruction and slaughter. Thus its potency far exceeds that of ordinary spells. A fact Sean had experienced firsthand. That I maintain a neutral stance regarding the teaching of dark magic by the Serpent's Tail. Magic itself is devoid of morality. Even the unforgivable curses can sometimes be employed to save lives." Dumbledore continued. "Professor, you must be aware that some of them, after learning dark magic from the Serpent's Tail, have allied themselves with the Death Eaters." Sean stated. "Sean, that is their choice. That I, too, am knowledgeable in dark magic. Yet I am not a Death Eater. Hogwarts will educate you, but it is only for 7 years. Thereafter, your life remains in your own hands. The power of dark magic is formidable. You must learn to control it rather than be controlled by it," Dumbledore advised solemnly. "Professor, I will," Sean replied earnestly, nodding. Dumbledore extended his left hand, his wand resting in his palm, and a silver necklace materialized in his grasp. Adorned with a crimson gem, he handed the necklace to Sean, saying, "Utilize your talents wisely and lead Slytherin to reclaim its true glory." Not long before, Kurt had uttered similar words to Sean, attempting to lure him towards darkness, while Dumbledore clearly aimed to guide him towards the light. As Sean held the necklace, under the gaze of the magical eye, a white luminescence emanated from a gem, prompting him to look quizzically at Dumbledore. "Professor, what is its purpose?" "To safeguard the light within your heart," Dumbledore replied before turning and departing the courtyard. Truly, the old professor spoke with profound depth. Sean mused as he observed Dumbledore's retreating figure. "Wait, is old Dumbledore trying to recruit me as a pawn among the Slytherin students? I certainly do not wish to be trapped in a cycle of 3 years and 3 years again." Dumbledore harbored hope for Sean. He was a gifted child, one who was not bound by convention. It was evident that Dumbledore did not wish to see Sean fall into darkness in the future. Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in England, and Dumbledore is the greatest headmaster in its history. Even so, he is not omniscient. Throughout his tenure, there have still been Hogwarts graduates who joined the Death Eaters. He did not want to see Sean become the next Tom Riddle. Sean toyed with the ruby necklace. When he pinched the gem between his fingers and held it to the sunlight, the rays filtered through the vibrant red stone, casting a crimson beam into his eyes. I could see that moment. The magical eye remained active, and Sean seemed to perceive a faint shadow resembling a bird within the ruby. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his magical eye, compelling him to instinctively drop the ruby necklace, covering his eyes with his hands, as he felt as if his eyeballs might burst. The ruby necklace, now resting at his feet, appeared to have developed a slight fissure from within, with tiny red specks of light drifting towards his eyes. The red glimmers penetrated through the gaps between his fingers and into his eyes, bringing him a sense of relief. Rubbing his eyes, he lowered his hands. As he blinked, an image resembling a bird flickered before his vision. When he bent down to retrieve a necklace, he discovered the ruby had cracked and seemed to have lost its previous vibrant sheen. What is happening? It broke just as I got it. Surely old Dumbledore didn't give me a counterfeit, did he? Was it a bargain purchase? Sean scrutinized the gem closely, confirming that it had indeed fractured. He was not merely seeing things if I were to seek out old Dumbledore now. I wonder if he would exchange it for a new one. Sean shook his head, dismissing the notion. This should be a magical item. The white glow that had enveloped it earlier was proof enough. However, the glow was now absent, and the necklace had transformed into an ordinary piece of jewelry. Suddenly, Sean felt a wave of discomfort. His vision became slightly blurred. He had experienced this sensation once before. At the age of 5.5, when he first awakened his magical eye. Could it be his second awakening of the magical eye? He pondered. He attempted to activate his magical eye once more, directing his gaze towards the whomping willow, which radiated a dazzling light. Aside from this, he noticed nothing else amiss at that moment. A bird's call resonated. Sean looked up, but there were no birds to be seen. The autumn sky was clear and cloudless. The bird's call sounded again, prompting Sean to perform a full 360-degree turn, scanning his surroundings. There was not a soul in sight, and it was still class time. With no students wandering about. Oh no, am I hearing things? How do I remedy this? Surely, Snape would concoct a potion for auditory hallucinations, Sean mused. Fawkes, what are you doing here? I see now, Dumbledore must have been taking you for a stroll. You should head back. It's quite perilous outside. Sean addressed the phoenix before him. Fawkes, being Dumbledore's pet, typically resided in the headmaster's office, and this was the first time Sean had seen it roaming about. Yet something about Fawkes seemed off. Sean realized that Fawkes' gaze seemed to follow him regardless of where he looked, as if the phoenix were tracking his eyes. That he stepped closer, intending to reach out and touch Fawkes, but found himself grasping at air. Could it be? Am I seeing things now? Not only auditory hallucinations, but visual ones as well. In his line of sight, Fawkes occasionally fluttered its wings. Suddenly, Sean's attention shifted back to the ruby in his hand. He boldly speculated that the shadow of a bird he had seen within the ruby earlier might have been Fawkes. If the shadow of Fawkes had been within the ruby, then perhaps the phoenix was now manifesting in his vision. Is Fawkes residing within my eyes? Have I somehow nurtured a phoenix within me? Sean contemplated. If that is the case, I wonder if I can summon him forth. When a magical eye first awakened, Sean had felt as though he had developed glaucoma and had refrained from asking Old Tom and Uncle Hearn for guidance. Eventually, through his own exploration, he mastered the use of his magical eye. This time, it would be another new exploration to discover its newfound abilities. Come forth, it is you I choose, Fawkes, Sean declared, making a sweeping gesture. Though regrettably lacking a hat, a gentle breeze swept across the grassy field. The sun beaming warmly, yet Sean's gesture resembled that of a fool, somewhat marring the picturesque scene. Surely, that is not how it is done. Let me try a different approach. Undeterred, he raised his hand and called out once more. Come forth, guardian spirit, Phoenix Fawkes. The breeze shifted again, carrying with it a hint of awkwardness. Very well then, let us try this. Sean calmed his mind, focusing his thoughts on summoning Fawkes, visualizing the phoenix in his mind. With his mental energy, the magical eye erupted in a burst of light, and something materialized before Sean. Sean stared in astonishment at the Fawkes he had summoned. It was a far cry from his imagination. Dumbledore's majestic phoenix appeared to be a world apart from the small, featherless chick now at his feet. Kneeling down, Sean gingerly cradled the chick in his hands, inspecting it from every angle. This is merely a featherless chick, he remarked, exasperated. Summoning the featherless chick had consumed nearly a third of Sean's magical energy. He was uncertain whether it was due to a lack of magical power that resulted in the summoning of a juvenile Fawkes, or if Fawkes simply required time to mature. Further experimentation was necessary. As the class bell rang at Hogwarts, students joyfully streamed out of the classrooms. The Weasley twins spotted Sean standing alone on the grass from a distance and hurried over, books in hand. Upon seeing Sean cradling the chick, they curiously inquired, Clever one, where did you get that chick? Of course it hatched from an egg, Sean replied. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, and Fred quipped, "How about we make chicken soup tonight?" Sean shot them a glare and retorted, "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" With a mournful expression, George lamented, "Oh dear, the next class is Professor Bin's History of Magic. It truly is a torment. I envy you for not having to attend. Talent is something you cannot acquire," Sean replied with a hint of regret. The Weasley twins regarded him with disdain, and Sean tucked the chicken to his robes as he made his way back to the Slytherin common room. Little Fox staggered across Sean's desk, wobbling perilously as if fearing a fall from a great height. In no time, Fox transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished before Sean's eyes, the entire event lasting approximately 10 minutes. Was this a form of necromancy or materialization? Sean pondered the appearance of Fox. He planned to summon him again in the evening once his magical energy had replenished to validate his hypothesis. Seated at his desk, Sean gazed into the mirror, his eyes reflecting a myriad of secrets yet to be uncovered. That day in the room of requirement, he had nearly succumbed to the allure of a crown, awakening his magical eye, which had activated on its own. Perhaps I possessed the innate ability to dispel darkness? In that case, it shouldn't matter if I damaged the magical artifact Dumbledore entrusted to me. Sean glanced at the already cracked ruby on his desk. This ruby likely contained foxblood, further enchanted by Dumbledore to safeguard the mind. Though it seemed Sean's magical eye might have similar properties, he was uncertain and reluctant to test it. According to Sean's conjecture, the magical eye could potentially absorb the blood or magic of magical creatures and then materialize them in a form of magic. Once the magic was depleted, the creature would vanish. Tea dinner. Sean glanced over at the Gryffindor table, noticing the Weasley twins were nearing the end of their meal and preparing to leave the Great Hall. He immediately set down his fork and hurried over to them. "You two troublemakers, are you free later?" Sean inquired. Fred replied mysteriously, "Yesterday, we pilfered something from Professor Snape's storeroom. George and I are about to concoct a burp spray. You want tea, squeal, will you?" George fixed his gaze on Sean. Sean shrugged. He was no novice at stealing from Snape, and he had no interest in ratting them out. "What do you need?" George asked. "I want to borrow something from Professor Kettleburn's office," Sean whispered conspiratorially. The twins exchanged knowing smirks, as if realizing he was one of their kind. "Professor Kettleburn teaches care of magical creatures. We won't have his class until 3rd year." Fred remarked. "Indeed, but I require something that should be in his office. What do you need us to do?" "Distract him?" George offered. "Well, Professor Kettleburn's office is also his bedroom, and he tends to remain inside. I can't sneak in alone." Having secretly peeked at Professor Kettleburn's office door earlier that afternoon, Sean was incredulous that the old man resided there. Since when did Hogwarts become so stingy? Faculty members should have separate bedrooms in addition to their offices. Yet Professor Kettleburn preferred to sleep in his office, surrounded by his beloved magical creatures, which brought him immense joy. Don't worry. We've recently invented a stink bomb that, when it strikes, emits a horrendous odor. He'll be driven out by the stench, the Weasley twins boasted proudly. Sean had never interacted with Professor Kettleburn before, and he wouldn't bother to greet him even if they crossed paths in the corridors. However, he had heard that, as a professor of magical creatures, he kept some peculiar beings in his office. Unlike Hagrid, who delighted in larger magical creatures, Kettleburn's office was filled with smaller, caged wonders to test his theory regarding the magical eye. Sean needed the blood of magical creatures, thus setting his sights on Professor Kettleburn's office. Although the Forbidden Forest was teeming with magical creatures, Sean wished to live a few more years and would never venture into the forest alone. Kettleburn's office was located at the corner of the 2nd-floor corridor, and the trio ambled over, timing their approach just after mealtime when students were still milling about. Originally, Sean intended to execute his usual plan. After curfew, he would sneak out alone, using the Marauder's map to evade Filch and slip into Professor Kettleburn's office. However, upon discovering that the old man resided there, he promptly abandoned that idea. If he accidentally awakened the professor, his cover would be blown. Thus, he opted to act before curfew while students were still free to roam, ensuring that any commotion caused by the Weasley twins would merely be perceived as a harmless prank. "George, are you ready?" "All set," George replied confidently. Sean nodded at the twins and softly uttered a spell at the office door lock, Alohomra, as Sean pushed the door open. The Weasley twins raised their black stink bomb and shouted into the office. Stink bomb launch. Sean could only roll his eyes at the fleeing duo. There was no need for such theatrics. He followed them around the corner, hiding as he observed the scene at the office entrance. Moments later, a cloud of gray smoke billowed forth, and even from his hiding spot, Sean could catch the scent reminiscent of years old, rancid socks. You two are quite the characters, Sean remarked, casting a glance at the Weasley twins. That's nothing. We're currently designing a sun wand, Fred said with pride. A sun wand? What is that? Sean inquired, unable to decipher its purpose from the vague name. That it's a wand that stores sunlight and glows at night. Pretty impressive, right? George explained. Upon realizing it was akin to a solar-powered flashlight, Sean still commended the twins. Impressive, truly remarkable inventors. You two are destined to make waves in the wizarding world. As they conversed, Professor Kettleburn emerged from his office, pinching his nose and exclaiming, "Who did this?" "Who?" He stood at the door, surveying the area in a furious stomp, causing passing students to hastily retreat, fearful of being assaulted by the foul odor. In a hurry, Professor Kettleburn left his office, prompting Sean to dart inside, frowning as he entered. How careless of me. I meant to enter the office as well. Holding his breath, Sean stepped into the office, where Kettleburn's magical creatures were equally distressed by the stench. They shook their cages vigorously, desperate to escape the hellish odor. Doxy, Devon Pixie, Serbian Pygmy Puff, Sean noted, glancing at the various magical creatures housed in the cages. They were quite ordinary specimens. Sean retrieved a syringe. Preparing to extract some blood from a mischievous Devon Pixie, he cast a freezing charm on it, then opened the cage, holding the pixie with one hand while injecting it with the syringe using the other. "Hurry up, Kettleburn is coming back," Fred called out from the office. 5 minutes later, Sean burst out of the office, tears welling in his eyes, as if he had just cried. The Weasley twins recoiled a few steps, pinching their noses in distaste. Having spent 5 minutes in that office, Sean was now thoroughly reeking, even his hair carrying the pungent aroma of foot odor. Freshen up, Sean muttered a cleaning spell at his robes. Though it seemed ineffective, we added some ferret droppings to the stink bomb, so that cleaning spell might not do the trick, George said with a smirk. Sean now resembled a human refuse heap, exuding an aura that repelled all, even those familiar with him. So, how's the effect? Quite remarkable, isn't it? The Weasley twins inquired. Indeed, it's fantastic. I owe you both my gratitude, Sean replied, striding back toward the Slytherin common room. In the common area, Clara spotted Sean and intended to strike up a conversation. But as she approached, the overwhelming odor emanating from him halted her in her tracks. "Sean, what on earth have you been doing?" "You smell horrendous," Clarice exclaimed, pinching her nose. "I fell into a dung pit," Sean responded. Sean offered an awkward smile before retreating to his room. Unfortunately, he possessed only this one robe. However, as he did not have any classes to attend afterwards, wearing his own clothes was of little consequence. After spending half an hour in a bathroom, Sean took a whiff of himself and was relieved to find that the odor had diminished somewhat. He sat at his desk, arranging 3 vials containing the blood of extraordinary creatures side by side. The first was from a Dorset flower fairy, the second from a Devonshire pixie, and the third from a Serbian thumb lizard. Grasping the first vial, Sean activated his magical eye. The blood within emitted a faint white glow. It was uncertain whether this was due to the low volume of blood or the inherent low magical potency of the Dorset flower fairy. He fixated on the vial for nearly a minute without blinking, yet the magical eye showed no sign of reaction. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the second vial. The Devonshire pixie was notorious for its mischievous antics, akin to its relative from Cornwall. Fortunately, Sean had read about it in a book and had prepared by casting a general immobilization spell before opening its cage. However, the magical eye remained unresponsive to the blood of the Devonshire pixie as well. He then picked up the last vial containing the blood of the Serbian thumb lizard. And to be honest, he held little hope for it. As expected, he only observed a faint glimmer of white light. With no other changes, it seemed that the magical eye would not be impressed by these specimens. I surmise only creatures with abundant magical essence would stimulate its absorption, much like Fawkes. Sean lay on his bed, deep in thought. Creatures of Fawkes' caliber were not even found in Professor Kettleburn's office. Among all the magical beings in Hogwarts, only Fawkes, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns, trolls, and Hagrid's hippogriff, Buckbeak, could be considered truly powerful. He wondered if centaurs qualified. Sean meticulously enumerated the magical creatures that could be deemed potent, yet he realized he could not contend with any of them. The creatures he recalled, not to mention the notably aggressive ones, were all highly resistant to magic, such as the gentle unicorn and the hippogriff, which would not harm unless provoked. Uncertain if his current magical prowess could even breach their defenses, he mused that dark magic might suffice, yet he had no intention of resorting to such measures. Would seeking a drop of Buckbeak's blood from Hagrid result in his demise? The thought of Hagrid's fondness for Buckbeak dissuaded Sean from such an idea. After a restful afternoon, Sean felt his magical energy restored to its peak state. He sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed, activated his magical eye, and concentrated intently on summoning Fawkes, this time intending to use all his magical power. A blurred silhouette materialized on the carpet, gradually clarifying from the bottom up. Upon spotting Fawkes' claws, Sean knew he was on the right track. 3 seconds later, a phoenix, roughly half the size of Fawkes, appeared in Sean's dormitory. Its diminutive stature resembled that of a domesticated rooster. Although smaller, he wondered if it possessed any of Fawkes' remarkable abilities. Sean leapt from his bed and squatted before the little phoenix, scrutinizing it. Fawkes, a creature of immense capabilities, could heal with its tears, carry several individuals while flying, and its song was imbued with magic, widely believed to instill courage in the pure-hearted and evoke fear in the wicked. Little Fawkes, shed a tear for me, Sean said with a hint of mischief in his gaze. The little phoenix turned its head away, adopting an aloof demeanor. Despite being conjured from Sean's magic, it seemed imbued with a sense of awareness. Sean scooped up the little phoenix, akin to a simpleton returning home for the new year, with a colorful rooster in his arms. Yes, he stroked its feathers along its back. The little phoenix appeared to relish the affection. "Little Fawkes, will you carry me aloft?" Sean pondered, recalling how Dumbledore's Fawkes could effortlessly carry 3 people. Though this one was smaller, it should be able to carry just him, he reasoned. The little phoenix flapped its wings, as if comprehending Sean's request, and soared into the air. Sean grasped its claws, and with a few more vigorous flaps, his feet left the ground. The little Fawkes guided him in a few loops around the not-so-high confines of the dormitory. Sean was certain that without a ceiling, it would have taken him outside. Suddenly, he found himself empty-handed as the claws he had grasped vanished, and he landed unceremoniously on the carpet, rubbing his backside. He glanced at the clock on the wall. From the moment he summoned the little Fawkes to its disappearance, approximately 4 minutes had elapsed. His magical energy had been entirely expended, resulting in only a miniature version of Fawkes. And the duration had been merely 4 minutes. It seemed that the primary issue lay in the insufficiency of his magical supply. Reflecting further, Sean evaluated his magical capacity. His body naturally possessed a commendable level of magical energy. Yet perhaps due to the magical eye, it seemed his upper limits had been elevated. If he lived as other first-year students did, he would still rank among the most magically potent, but he would not have reached his current level. Presently, Sean's magical prowess was considered exceptional even among third years. This was largely due to his daily practice since the age of 5.5, exhausting his magical reserves only to replenish them, which over time had raised his magical ceiling. This was the most conventional and fundamental method of enhancing magical ability. Every wizard followed this path, and as they matured and practiced more frequently, their magical power increased year by year. If Sean's magical capacity were likened to 10, a first-year student might only possess around 3. Yet, when Sean attempted to summon Fawkes using this 10, he had only managed to conjure a scaled-down version. And following the summoning, he found himself devoid of energy to cast any further spells. It appeared he would need to at least double his magical power to summon a full-sized Fawkes while retaining enough energy for additional spells. Sean meticulously plotted his magical resource allocation. He was merely short of the roots of red bracken and hops to complete the materials for a magical restoration potion. While this would expedite his magical recovery throughout the day, it would not raise his magical ceiling. He remained skeptical regarding the existence of potions that could augment magical power. If such potions did exist, they would surely be renowned within the wizarding community. However, during his years in the leaky cauldron, he had never heard of anyone mentioning them. nor had he seen them for sale in the apothecaries of Diagon Alley. Afterward, Sean borrowed several specimens of red bracken and hops from Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Cautious not to take more than necessary, as these were precious plants, he feared incurring the wrath of the usually mild-mannered Professor Sprout. Meanwhile, Snape seemed to have noticed the depletion of his rare materials and confronted his upper-year students, questioning whether they had pilfered his supplies out of course. No one admitted to it, infuriating Snape, who then assigned them the punishment of copying from the textbook. As time passed, Halloween arrived, and last month, Sean finally completed the magical restoration potion in the second-floor restroom, though he could only produce 8 bottles due to limited materials. After practicing the witch's kiss, he tested one potion's effects. Originally, it took a minimum of 6 hours for his magical energy to recover after exhaustion. Yet after consuming the potion, he was revitalized in approximately 5 minutes. This Halloween, there were no trolls or basilisks, and the students gathered in the Great Hall, merrily enjoying a grand feast. Sean was in good spirits as well. Last month he had mastered 2 new dark spells, the Witch's Kiss and the Sinister Dragon Sawtooth, and his progress on the Disarming Charm had reached the 8th tier, not far from the 12th. However, his advancement on the Brain Lock spell remained sluggish. Caius excitedly chatted with Graham about Quidditch when suddenly he turned to Sean and said, "Sean, did you know that the Hogwarts Quidditch match is happening next Wednesday?" "Not discussing Quidditch? We can still be friends," Sean replied earnestly. Seated diagonally opposite them, Chris, upon overhearing their Quidditch conversation, looked at Sean with a tone of reassurance and remarked, "It's all right, Sean. Your grades in other subjects are excellent. Even if you fail Quidditch, it won't affect your overall performance. Besides, the OWLS don't include flying lessons." Sean was not particularly concerned about others' perceptions of his flying skills. After all, must flying always be done on a broom? There were numerous ways to soar through the skies, and he was not about to engage in a feud with brooms. "Chris, your performance in flying lessons has been commendable," Sean noted. "I just overheard Marcus Flint in the common room saying that this year they plan to beat Gryffindor 200-0. As a future seeker for Slytherin, Cassius displayed a marked enthusiasm for Quidditch that far surpassed his interest in potions class. Whether or not he could reduce Gryffindor to a score of 0 remained unknown to Sean. However, he recollected that it was not until Harry's arrival that Gryffindor ceased its decades-long streak of defeats. This year's championship was likely to be claimed by either Slytherin or Hufflepuff, while Sean was not particularly well-versed in Quidditch. Past performances indicated Slytherin had the upper hand. At that moment, a flock of owls swooped into the Great Hall, each carrying or clutching a parcel. As they descended over the dining tables, they dropped their burdens. It was Halloween gifts. Chris eagerly watched her package fall. True to her status as a scion of a large family, 4 owls arrived in succession, each delivering a parcel larger than the last. And Chris began to unwrap her gifts amidst the envious gazes of her female classmates. Sean, disinterested in the live unpacking, was suddenly struck on the head by a clumsy owl that dropped a small gift box about the size of a fist. "Did you buy your flying license?" Sean muttered, rubbing his head and glancing up at the owl. Noticing the sender's name on the box, Hearns, he exclaimed, "No way. Not this again." Even before opening it, he surmised the contents simply by the sender and the size of the gift. "Sean, what did you get?" "Look at mine. It's a pumpkin eye mask knitted by my mom. Isn't it cool?" Cassius comically donned the mask over his eyes. Sean resignedly opened his own gift, revealing a box of chocolate frogs. Since the age of 5, regardless of the occasion, Uncle Hearns had consistently gifted Sean chocolate frogs, and nothing else, due to their affordability. "It's a chocolate frog. Let me see what card is inside," Cassius said curiously. Pulling out the card from the box, another Merlin. "I've already got 8 of these," Cassius remarked, a hint of disappointment as he returned the card to Sean. Many young witches and wizards had an interest in collecting chocolate frog cards. But Sean had grown weary of such games in his past life. Thus he never kept the cards from the chocolate frogs. The Halloween feast stretched on a bit longer than usual. Sean decided to take a break from practicing magic and studying the brain-blocking spell that evening. Languidly reclining on the sofa in the Slytherin common room, he chatted pleasantly with Cassius and Chris while enjoying some fruit. "Sean, I heard you live in a leaky cauldron?" Cassius inquired. "Yes, a storage room above the pub," Sean replied nonchalantly. "I envy you. You must have the freedom to visit Diagon Alley whenever you wish," Cassius stated. "Your logic is quite peculiar. Shouldn't you pity me for living in a storage room?" Sean retorted. Cassius scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. With 7 kids in my family, my room is practically a storage room too. It's a chaotic mess that no one bothers to clean. Chris must come from a large house, Cassius remarked, glancing at her. Why, home is a manor, Chris replied coolly. Tea that moment. Sean and Cassius were at a loss for words, exchanging glances that seemed to convey, no wonder she's wealthy. Before they knew it, the clock struck 9:30, and one by one, the occupants of the common room returned to their dormitories. Sean also rose to prepare for a shower. Sean, you've dropped something? Cassius pointed at the sofa cushions. What is it? Sean turned to look, spotting the Merlin card. He was puzzled. He thought he had left the card on the dining table in the Great Hall. How could it have ended up here? Sean picked up the card and asked Cassius, do you want it? I don't collect these. Cassius shook his head disinterestedly. He already had 8 Merlin cards. All right then. Sean casually tossed the card into the common room's trash bin. Upon returning to his dormitory and preparing for bed after a shower, he was astonished to find a Merlin card on his desk once more. How did this end up here? Sean mused. Perhaps he had mistakenly placed it in his pocket and it fell out onto the sofa. That could explain it. However, he had distinctly thrown the card into the trash bin in front of Cassius. And his dorm room door was locked, preventing anyone from entering the Hogwarts supernatural event. Sean pondered as he examined the card. Since enrolling, he had been the one causing trouble. Now, trouble seemed to be seeking him. Old man, who put you here? Sean muttered to the Merlin card. He utilized his magical eye to inspect the card. As it was an alchemical item, it emitted a faint white glow, but nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. Is this some prank by Cassius? Sean contemplated. However, upon reflection, Cassius had not even mastered the unlocking charm and could not access his dormitory. Shaking his head, Sean dismissed the thought and tossed the card into the trash bin by his desk once more. The following morning, a delightful, fragrant sound emerged from Sean's dormitory. Shit. The Merlin card he had discarded was once again situated on his desk. Sean was convinced someone was playing a prank, but he could not fathom who it might be. The Weasley twins? They were notorious for their mischief, but this was the Slytherin common room. Inaccessible to Gryffindor, he had few acquaintances within Slytherin. Cassius lacked the capacity for such antics, while Chris, being a lady of privilege, would not engage in such trivialities. As for Keith, he had been warned by Snape and dared not approach Sean closely. Feeling frustrated, Sean exited the Slytherin common room, nearly colliding with nearly headless Nick in the process. Pardon me, Nick, Sean said apologetically. Mind your manners, Grills, Nick admonished coolly. Sean offered an awkward yet polite smile, feeling somewhat perturbed by the chocolate frog card. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Nicholas Flamel, isn't that the plot involving Harry and Ron? Searching for a person on a card to delve into restricted books? What goes around comes around. Indeed, Sean had no desire to experience that unforgettable muggle potion again, yet he needed access to the restricted section for research. He was certain that information on Merlin would not be found in the public library, as he was a figure from an era far removed from even Nicholas Flamel. Speaking of antiquity, the figure that had just floated by was also from a distant past. Sean turned and jogged over. Excuse me, Nick. May I ask you a question? Nearly headless Nick was the most fearsome ghost at Hogwarts. With hollow eyes and a gaunt face, his robe stained with silver streaks of blood, rarely speaking and most often humming to himself atop the astronomy tower. Speak, Nick replied. Are you familiar with Merlin? I heard he was once a student of Slytherin. What kind of person was he? Sean admitted his knowledge of Merlin was rather scant, that I know. Nick replied tersely. Hearing this, Sean felt he had posed his inquiry to the right person and continued. Could you tell me more? I cannot. Nick remained steadfastly unyielding. Having gone this far, Sean was unwilling to relent. Perhaps ghosts from other houses would have knowledge as well. However, since Merlin was an alumnus of Slytherin, Nick, as Slytherin's ghost, should possess greater insight. Cough, cough. Actually, I'm quite familiar with the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, real name, Helena Ravenclaw. Perhaps I should ask her instead. Sean thought to bait Nick, knowing that mentioning Helena would surely entice him. It was said that Nick once pursued Helena Ravenclaw, but was spurned, leading him to kill her in a fit of rage and subsequently take his own life out of grief. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Grey Lady, Nick's countenance darkened, and he coldly regarded Sean, saying, Do not disturb her. Follow me. Nick led Sean up to the astronomy tower, a place he favored for solitude and gazing into the distance. You only got half of it right. Merlin was indeed a student of Slytherin, but he also served as a teaching assistant, Nick explained. What do you mean? Sean queried, having never heard of Hogwarts professors having assistants. Was the treatment of professors a bit more favorable 1,000 years ago? Nick continued, he was rather unique. It is said he was the child of a human and an elf. When Salazar Slytherin brought him to Hogwarts, he was already 17 and possessed some knowledge of magic. Thus, Salazar did not treat him entirely as a student. While instructing him, he also made him an assistant. Isn't Salazar a proponent of pure blood? How could he admit Merlin into Slytherin? Sean inquired. Barrow cast him a glance, as if regarding him with the utmost disdain. He merely harbored a dislike for wizards of Muggle descent. Otherwise, why do you suppose Slytherin welcomes half-bloods each year? Moreover, Merlin was exceptional. By that time, Salazar was quite advanced in age and sought an heir. It was said that Merlin's talent surpassed those of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, which is why Salazar chose him. But what happened subsequently? He surely did not inherit from Salazar. Otherwise, Slytherin's walls would undoubtedly be adorned with his portraits. Sean remarked. It is rumored that Merlin betrayed Salazar over a certain artifact, leaving Hogwarts before Salazar. Barrow stated, yes, that's so. Truly a Hogwarts secret. No wonder his portrait is absent from Slytherin, Sean pondered. What kind of artifact was it? A wand. A holy sword. Sean queried, I do not know. Barrow replied impatiently, is there any record of this in the restricted section? Sean pressed for further information. Barrow haughtily retorted, do you think the restricted section contains more knowledge than I possess? What else do you know? I am quite intrigued by tales, especially those concerning such prominent figures. Sean expressed. Nothing more, Barrow curtly replied, extinguishing the flicker of curiosity within Sean. Had you ever seen him? No, by the time I enrolled, he had already departed, Barrow said. Sean thanked him and turned to leave the astronomy tower. From Barrow's words, he had gleaned some Hogwarts secrets, yet he could not fathom how they related to the card pranks. Rumor has it that Merlin left behind a secret treasure when he departed Hogwarts. Barrow mentioned from his perch in the astronomy tower, whether for Sean's benefit or merely to himself, a treasure. Sean echoed in confusion as he turned back. Barrow paid him no heed, standing aloof atop the astronomy tower, leaving Sean with only his solitary silhouette. I wonder if Dumbledore is aware of such matters. Sean mused silently. However, Hogwarts was shrouded in mystery. Even Dumbledore, as the headmaster, did not possess comprehensive knowledge of it. Some rooms and hidden chambers remained unexplored, perhaps even unknown to him. Sean contemplated seeking out Dumbledore to inquire further, but he was unaware of the entrance password to the headmaster's office today, and thus decided to seek out Snape first. On his way to Snape's office, Sean encountered Kurt and several others who were en route to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Among the 7 members of Slytherin's Quidditch team, 5 were affiliated with the Serpent Society. At that moment, these 5 Slytherin elites were being playfully tormented by a gigantic water balloon, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. If it were to burst above their heads, they would undoubtedly be drenched. Kurt drew his wand and cast a spell, attempting to immobilize the water balloon, which seemed to freeze in place, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Little did they expect that the next moment, the balloon would burst into several smaller ones. Suddenly, 7 water balloons hurtled towards the 7 Slytherins, who, having relaxed their guard, were caught completely off guard and fell victim to the watery onslaught. Pee-pee, do not make me seek out Bloodman Barrow, Kurt exclaimed, patting his drenched hair in frustration. Initially, Sean intended to watch the spectacle, but upon hearing Kurt's exclamation of pee-pee, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a revelation. Activating his magical eye, he discovered that, indeed, in its ordinary state, Pee-pee, who was invisible, could now be perceived as a white figure rolling about on the ground. Seemingly quite pleased, disregarding Pee-pee for the moment, Sean proceeded to find Snape. Upon learning that Sean wished to see Dumbledore, Snape regarded him coldly. Dumbledore is the headmaster, occupied with many matters that do not disturb him without reason. But, Professor, I believe only Headmaster Dumbledore can provide the answers I seek. Sean insisted. What do you wish to inquire about? Merlin, Professor, are you familiar with the legendary wizard Merlin? It is said that he left behind a secret treasure at Hogwarts. Sean was uncertain as to whether Snape had heard this rumor. Snape waved his robes dismissively as he took a seat. It is merely a rumor. No one knows what it truly is. Perhaps it is just a fabrication by former students. Sean thought to himself that the rumors of Hogwarts were seldom baseless. The Slytherin chamber, the room of requirement that responds to one's desires, all of these were indeed real. Professor, do you know how long Peepee has been at Hogwarts? Sean suddenly brought up the subject of Peepee. After a moment of contemplation, Snape replied, "It is said that Peepee has been here since the founding of Hogwarts. If it has existed since the founding, for over 1,000 years, then it must have encountered Merlin." Sean finally connected the dots. Earlier, when witnessing Kurt and the others being toyed with, he had remembered Peepee. A unique presence at Hogwarts that it resembled a ghost, yet other ghosts did not acknowledge it could materialize, touch objects, and become invisible. Thus, if it wished to enter Sean's room while he had not activated his magical eye, it would remain entirely undetected. "Thank you, Professor. It seems I need not seek out Headmaster Dumbledore after all." Sean thought, already possessing a lead, he needed to capture Peepee and inquire why it had kept Merlin's card close to him. Perhaps there existed some connection between them. However, capturing Peepee was no simple task. Only Dumbledore and Bloodman Barrow had the means to control it. It was said that in 1876, the then-warden, Rancoros Carpe, devised a clever trap to catch Peepee. He placed a variety of weapons in the trap as bait, believing that Peepee would find them irresistible. Surrounding the bait was a massive bell jar, enchanted with various containment spells. Once Peepee entered the right position, the jar would descend, capturing the mischievous spirit. Rancoros believed his plan would succeed. But Peepee easily burst through the bell jar, scattering shards of glass throughout the corridor and seizing the weapons within the trap to wreak havoc. The students and staff had to evacuate urgently. Subsequently, the then headmistress, Euphrasia Moore, negotiated a deal with Peepee, allowing it to swim in the boys' lavatory on the first floor each week, prioritizing the moldy bread from the kitchen to throw around, and receiving a specially ordered new hat from Madame Bonabille, which led Peepee to agree to lay down its weapons. Afterward, Warden Rancoros Carpe chose to retire early, citing health reasons. The current warden, Filch, despised Peepee just as much, yet he was a mute. Rancoros was at least a wizard. And if he could not manage Peepee, what hope did Filch have? Fortunately, Sean did not intend to confront Peepee directly. He understood that Barrow and Dumbledore could make Peepee comply. While he could not summon Dumbledore, he believed Barrow might have a way. Sean made his way to the astronomy tower, where Barrow was indeed still alone, though perhaps it would be more accurate to say a ghost was present. The sound of Sean's footsteps drew Barrow's attention, who merely glanced at Sean before turning his gaze back to the distance. "Barrow, what lies over there? You watch it every day." Sean ventured to initiate a conversation. Barrow was not Sir Nicholas of Gryffindor. He would not engage in idle chatter. Had Sean not previously used Helena to bait him, Barrow would not have shared so much. Seeing Barrow's indifference, Sean remained undeterred. He understood Barrow's nature, proud and aloof. It was better not to try to ingratiate himself. He decided to ask directly, "Barrow, could you do me a favor? Could you help me catch Peepee?" "I cannot. Could it be?" "I cannot. Actually, just earlier, I saw Peepee frightening the fat lady in the Ravenclaw corridor." Sean said earnestly, this. Barrow's demeanor shifted to one of immediate agitation. That accursed Peepee should not be allowed to linger in Hogwarts. "Where is it?" "It might be near the stone bridge, though I cannot be certain." "You know how Peepee is." Sean remarked that he could not guarantee that the mischievous poltergeist was still in the same spot. For after all, that creature was notoriously unpredictable. Without waiting for Sean, Barrow descended the steps of the astronomy tower with haste, prompting Sean to quicken his pace to follow. Barrow searched the surroundings for any sign of the poltergeist, finally spotting it beneath the clock tower. Upon seeing Barrow approach, the poltergeist appeared flustered and attempted to make a swift escape. "Poltergeist, stand still." Barrow's tone bore an undeniable authority that was hard to resist. Remarkably, the poltergeist ceased its flight and remained stationary beneath the clock tower, adjusting its little hat as a means to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Sean surveyed the creature, which stood no more than 40 centimeters tall and resembled a jester, and found it utterly incomprehensible how it could be connected to Merlin. Barrow unleashed a tirade of reprimands upon the poltergeist, and seizing the moment, Sean stepped forward, brandishing Merlin's card, addressing the poltergeist. Did you leave this on my desk? The poltergeist responded in a comical manner, sticking out its tongue before declaring, the poltergeist did not cause any trouble. Barrow, still incensed, was not inclined to let the matter rest, and Sean, wishing to speak with the poltergeist privately, resorted to yet another fabrication that I believe the poltergeist should apologize to Madame Grey. Allow me to take it. I will keep an eye on it. Barrow, burdened by guilt towards Helena, was reluctant to confront her himself, but nodded in acquiescence to Sean's proposal. Grasping the poltergeist by its collar, Sean headed toward Ravenclaw Tower. Once out of Barrow's line of sight, he halted, looking down at the poltergeist, and inquired, "Now, can you tell me why you placed that card on my desk?" "Someone told me to," the poltergeist replied, surprisingly earnest as it stood still to answer Sean's question. "Who?" Sean asked, perplexed. "Merlin." Although Sean was aware that Merlin had passed away centuries ago, he refrained from immediately dismissing the poltergeist claim. After all, this was Hogwarts, a realm where anything was possible. "Why would he give me this?" Sean pointed to the card. "You've been chosen, you fool," the poltergeist quipped. "Chosen for what? Is he still alive? Is it the legendary treasure?" Sean's mind raced with questions that of course he is dead. His thoughts have chosen you. Truly foolish, so foolish. How could that fellow Merlin choose you? "It's baffling, truly baffling," the poltergeist retorted. Sean, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled the Sorting Hat, a magical artifact embodying the thoughts of the four founders. "What is the magical artifact that has chosen me?" Sean inquired. "It's me," the poltergeist exclaimed with a mischievous grin, making its already comical face even more amusing. "Didn't you say it was Merlin's thoughts that chose me?" "Fool! Merlin's thoughts reside within me." Sean experienced an epiphany. Such a method was indeed ingenious. Gryffindor had transformed its wizarding hat into a magical object, allowing the other three founders to impart their thoughts into it. Merlin, it seemed, had directly infused his thoughts into the poltergeist, showcasing his superior craft. So, where is Merlin's treasure? If Merlin had left behind his thoughts, then the rumors of the treasure must hold some truth in the Slytherin common room. The poltergeist's answer caught Sean off guard. He had anticipated a more concealed location, perhaps the Chamber of Secrets. As they spoke, the poltergeist led Sean toward the Slytherin common room. Curiosity piqued, Sean pondered aloud. In 1,000 years, has no one ever found the treasure? The chamber constructed by Slytherin has also stood for a millennium and was opened by Voldemort 50 years AG. Merlin's chamber, truly more elusive than Salazar's. Of course, some have found Merlin's chamber before you. He once chose a Slytherin student, but he failed to pass Merlin's test. The poltergeist disclosed. You know who that student was? Tom Riddle. Sean fell silent, feeling a strange admiration. Voldemort was indeed formidable. Not only as Salazar Slytherin's heir, but also having been chosen by Merlin himself. Setting aside his moral character, his talent was indeed rare. Yet, what was Merlin's test? Sean sought an answer from the poltergeist, but received no reply. Noticing an increase in students in the corridor, Sean recalled that morning classes had concluded, and the Slytherin common room must be bustling with students. "Poltergeist, should we head to the chamber now? It might be inconvenient with other students around," Sean suggested. The poltergeist glanced up at Sean and then leaped onto his shoulder, declaring that it could become invisible. "But I cannot," Sean replied, exasperated. The poltergeist grasped Sean's hair, and in an instant, both entered a state of invisibility as Sean stealthily made his way into the Slytherin common room. Cassius and Graham were indulging in snacks, while Chris sat on the sofa engrossed in a book on magical history. Sean cautiously navigated around the other students toward the fireplace, gazing into the roaring flames. He gulped nervously and asked the poltergeist, "Is the entrance to the chamber here?" "Indeed, are you frightened?" The poltergeist chuckled. Just then, Cassius approached, tossing 2 logs into the fire, which blazed even brighter. "Ah, how warm," Cassius remarked blissfully. Sean shot him an incredulous glare, thinking, "You're certainly adding fuel to the fire." "Coward, Tom Riddle was not like you," the poltergeist scoffed. "Don't compare me to him." "Wait, how many challenges are there in Merlin's test?" Sean muttered, "0.5 challenges, and this is the second one." Sean was perplexed. Why was he starting with the second challenge? When had he ever faced a first? What is the first challenge? Why didn't I experience it? Sean queried. "Fool, the first challenge was to catch the poltergeist. The poltergeist rolled its eyes at Sean. Is that even a challenge? It seems far too easy, Sean thought to himself. However, he remained unaware that capturing the poltergeist was indeed quite a feat. Just ask the irate caretaker, Rancorous, who had been driven away by the poltergeist's high magical resistance. Most binding spells were ineffective against it. Merlin had not anticipated a character like Barrow, who could compel the poltergeist to obey. Tom Riddle, after receiving hints and tricks from the poltergeist, had spent 3 days without success in capturing it, ultimately seeking Barrow's assistance to subdue it. Sean had managed to cut down on time by directly approaching Barrow. Who knows how long he would have taken on his OWS. Sean gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace. He realized that this was no mere magic. It was real fire. Stepping into it would surely result in his demise. Poltergeist, you will accompany me inside, right? Sean asked, his voice slightly hoarse. No, only you shall go, and I certainly do not wish to be burned to death. The poltergeist replied candidly, disregarding Sean's apprehension. How did Tom Riddle manage to enter? Sean inquired, instinctively seeking insights from others when faced with challenges that he simply walked right in. And how far did he get? Unfortunately, he only reached the 3rd challenge. The poltergeist paused before adding, You're afraid, aren't you? This is real fire. Can I not be afraid? Sean admitted candidly. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that if the poltergeist was not deceiving him, and Tom Riddle had walked in and reached the 3rd challenge, the flames should not harm him. Fortune favors the bold. At worst, I'll end up with severe burns and spend months in the infirmary. Resolutely, Sean steeled himself and approached the fireplace. As he lifted his foot to step inside, the heat of the flames struck his face, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. His pant leg caught fire in an instant. And at that moment, the poltergeist leaped from Sean's shoulder, causing his invisibility to dissipate. In a reckless dash, Sean found himself enveloped by the flames, his entire being consumed by the fire, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from ashes. Graham, chewing on his toffee, seemed to catch a glimpse of something in the fireplace, but blinked, and the fireplace appeared unchanged. He rubbed his eyes and nudged Cassius, asking, Did you just see a person in the fireplace? Cassius glanced back at the fireplace, where the flames danced vigorously, and he nonchalantly remarked, There's no one there. Perhaps you misjudged. Clara set aside her history of magic book and turned her gaze toward the fireplace as well. Meanwhile, Sean found himself transported to a secret chamber that was not marked on the Marauder's map. It was the legendary wizard Merlin's sanctum. The dimly lit chamber prompted Sean to raise his wand and cast a Lumos charm, simultaneously activating his magical Idata doll. In the spacious room, there lay only a single doll, indistinguishable from the wooden figures used for practice in Hogwarts classrooms. The only notable difference was that under the scrutiny of his magical eye, this doll radiated a brilliant white light. The ordinary training dolls in class lacked such sophistication. Evidently, this was the guardian of this challenge. Behind the enchanted doll stood a pitch-black wooden door, which could only be accessed by overcoming this magical sentinel. Harry is teaming up for a dungeon raid. And I'm here solo, Sean mused, cautiously approaching the doll, which was about 20 meters away. As he neared within 5 meters, the towering figure emitted a series of mechanical clicks. Raising its wand in a defensive posture across its chest, Sean realized he had triggered the doll's defense mechanism. There was no turning back now. Disarm, he incanted, taking the initiative. However, the doll merely waved its wand, effortlessly countering Sean's spell. Although the doll did not utter any incantation, Sean could discern the magic it employed through his magical eye. Was it mere coincidence? Or did it mimic my actions? Sean pondered. The doll had countered his disarming charm, compelling him to conjure another spell. Petrificus Totalis. The doll's wand similarly erected a framework for the petrification charm, its construction speed rivaling Sean's. Both spells collided in midair, producing a blinding flash before dissipating. All petrified, silver light flickered. Alohomora. Sean cast 3 spells in quick succession. The latter 2 were mundane charms devoid of any offensive capability, yet the doll replicated them nonetheless. This indicated that he was engaged in a duel with a reflection of himself. Whatever he could cast, it could replicate. No, it was more accurate to say that it could instantly mimic whatever he conjured. Or perhaps it could read his thoughts. Sean theorized that it was highly probable that this magical doll was under the influence of an advanced copying spell or a mind-reading enchantment cast by Merlin, capable of either instantaneously replicating Sean's spells or foreseeing his intentions before he even cast them. Setting his wand down, Sean ceased his attempts at aggression, realizing that continuing would merely deplete his magical reserves. He steadied his mind and began to construct a magical framework in his thoughts. This was the brain-blocking technique he had transcribed from the restricted section last month. More than a month had passed, and he had only mastered the basics, far from the proficiency of Snape's mind-blocking artistry. Snape could concoct genuine lies to deceive Voldemort. Sean, however, could only crudely erect a magical barrier in his mind to obstruct external mental intrusions. While this may sound impressive, it was rather ineffective for someone genuinely aspiring to master mind-blocking techniques. Individuals like Snape, and even Draco later on, aimed to deceive others rather than expose their own secrets. If Sean constructed such a clumsy barrier, he could indeed thwart some rudimentary mental probing, but would unambiguously signal that he harbored undisclosed secrets. Given his rudimentary mind-blocking skills, he would likely be exposed on the first day if he were an undercover agent. Yet, in this chamber, his half-baked ability seemed to have some utility. Mind-reading was not the same as soul-sucking. At Sean's current level, he should be able to withstand it. Once he completed the barrier, he raised his wand again, directing a disarm spell at the doll. However, the doll remained unaffected, simultaneously casting its own disarming charm. It seems it's not mind-reading. This complicates matters, Sean mused thoughtfully, suddenly slapping his forehead. If it couldn't replicate the spell I cast, then perhaps I could defeat it. Since entering this chamber, Sean's magical I had been perpetually activated, which was quite taxing on his magical energy. He retrieved a vial from his robe, uncorked it, and swallowed the light blue liquid within. It was a magical energy recovery potion he had brewed last month, 8 vials in total, 1 used for experimentation, and he had kept 1 on hand for emergencies that I should have brought more. After approximately 5 minutes, Sean's magical energy returned to optimal levels. He activated his magical eye once more, raising his wand to cast the disarm spell at the enchanted doll. Disarm. An ethereal silhouette flashed and pounced toward the magical doll. It was a furry fox. The doll's magic clashed with Sean's spell, but Fox soared up to the doll's wand, knocking it down with a swipe of its claw. Success! Sean exclaimed with delight. A wizard disarmed their wand was evidently a defeated foe, and the wheels beneath the doll began to roll away from the door. Sean had previously expended a third of his magical energy to summon a hairless baby fox, but this time, he used half of his magic to conjure a fully feathered, flying mini fox. The creature flew from the doll's hand to perch on Sean's shoulder, where he affectionately stroked its little head as he approached the next door. Although Sean had triumphed over the magical doll, he would have been infuriated to learn how Tom Riddle had succeeded. Tom Riddle had, like Sean, initially engaged the doll in a magical duel, but quickly discerned its secret, and his insights were more astute than Sean's deductions. The doll was enchanted with an exceptionally advanced copying spell cast by Merlin, but it resided not within the doll itself, but rather in its wand. Tom relinquished his wand and, casting without it, directed a simple transfiguration spell at the doll. The doll's wand failed to detect any magical framework on Tom's wand, thus it did not replicate his transfiguration charm, resulting in the doll being transformed into a stool. In truth, Sean could have easily dispatched the doll with minimal magical expenditure by employing a levitation charm, yet he ultimately failed to realize that the copying spell resided within the doll's wand. Taking a deep breath, Sean recalled what Peeves had said, that Tom Riddle had faltered in the third challenge. The thought of even Voldemort facing defeat made Sean somewhat anxious. Fox, if danger arises, you should take your leave. Sean instructed. Fox chirped in response, as if acknowledging Sean's words that, oh right, you're conjured by me. You 1T perish. Sean observed the keyhole of the door, a standard small round hole that hardly resembled a conventional keyhole. Alohomora. Unsurprisingly, there was no reaction. Standing before the door, Sean contemplated. He recalled that when Harry sought the Philosopher's Stone, he had obtained the flying keys from the previous challenge to unlock the next door. There were no flying keys here, but there was this. He approached the doll, retrieved the wand that Fox had knocked down, and inserted it into the round keyhole. With a satisfying click, the lock opened. The door is open. Fawkes, Sean exclaimed joyfully. Just then, Fawkes, having exhausted its magical energy, dissipated into thin air. Well then, it seems I must proceed alone, Sean murmured, resembling a student attempting to alleviate pre-exam anxiety as he slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door. This room was considerably brighter than the previous one as Sean walked in slowly, discovering a solitary table adorned with a book. Under the scrutiny of his magical eye, the book emitted a faint white glow, indicating it was a magical tome. Cautiously, Sean approached the table and reached out to turn the pages, only to find them blank. It appears to be a notebook. And a quill. Sean picked up the quill resting upon the table, which emitted a radiant white light under the scrutiny of the magical eye. The blank notebook before him. Could Voldemort have learned from this? Sean's thoughts drifted to one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's diary, which harbored fragments of Voldemort's memories within its empty pages. He took the quill and inscribed a question on the first page. How can I surpass this challenge? As soon as Sean completed his sentence, the quill soared from his hand, landing gracefully on the notebook, which began to write autonomously. Sacrifice. The quill answered Sean's inquiry. What kind of sacrifice? Sean then wrote on the next line, asking. Living sacrificed, he lifted the quill again, but hesitated to pen a third question. For the quill's response clearly outlined the dark wizard's modus operandi. It implored him to commit murder. How had Tom Riddle conducted himself at that time? Had he offered a sacrifice? Sean wrote, unable to disclose. The quill responded. Lost in contemplation, Sean remembered Peeves mentioning that Tom Riddle had not passed the third challenge. Yet, considering Riddle's character, it was undeniable that he would resort to harming fellow students in his quest for power. However, had he failed because he did not succeed? At that moment, the notebook turned its pages, and the quill inscribed on the second page. Sign your name. Present a sacrifice within 3 days, and the gateway to the next challenge shall manifest before you. Sean scrutinized the implications of this message, piecing it together with the information he possessed, filled with suspicion regarding the challenge's legitimacy. He took up the quill and began to write. Not his name. But another question, what year was Tom Riddle in when he came here? The quill swiftly scribbled. 3rd year. Without pausing, it turned to the blank 3rd page, continuing to write the same message. Sign your name. Present a sacrifice within 3 days, and the gateway to the next challenge shall manifest before you. Sean refrained from seizing the quill, pondering whether the 3rd-year Tom Riddle possessed the capability to kill a student. The answer was undoubtedly yes. Riddle, in his 3rd year, could rival a 7th-year graduate, yet he was not as conspicuous as Sean. Instead, he adeptly absorbed knowledge from the professors, concealing his dark side with remarkable finesse. It must be said that the young Riddle was an exceptional actor, fooling even Dumbledore. 3 days to compel Tom Riddle to take a life. Such a feat was certainly within his grasp. Yet he had not succeeded. How could this be? He had the capability, yet he failed the trial. Was it not a test of ability, but rather a test of choice? If this were Salazar Slytherin's challenge, Sean might not have pondered in such a manner. Yet the legendary wizard Merlin had no rumors of being bloodthirsty or malevolent. This blood sacrifice did not align with the nature of a wizard like him. The second challenge should test courage, the 3rd talent. And this one, perhaps, was an examination of character. Sean resolutely inscribed on the 3rd page. I renounce. Tom Riddle would harm classmate for power, but Sean would not. He believed Merlin would not bestow the treasure upon one who would resort to any means for strength. As he finished writing those 3 words, the notebook suddenly levitated from the table, its pages fluttering rapidly before it fell to the ground, transforming visibly into a door. The quill morphed into a key, lying quietly upon the table. These trials of temptation may work on Voldemort. But I am a traveler of 2 lifetimes. Sean chose the antithesis of Tom Riddle's answer, and he wagered correctly. When Riddle inscribed his name in the notebook, he was immediately transported from the chamber back to the Slytherin common room. Yet when he sought to re-enter through the fireplace, he could find no entrance, even suffering burns from the flames. The final challenge awaited. What could the legendary wizard's treasure be? Sean grasped the key on the table and unlocked the abrupt wooden door, revealing a sight that astonished him. Beneath his feet lay a lush, verdant forest, serene and enigmatic, and in the distance stood Hogwarts Castle, Sean found himself atop the crown of a massive sequoia, its trunk measuring 10 meters in diameter. Likely older than Hogwarts itself, rooted in the heart of the Forbidden Forest, undisturbed for centuries, a secret passage leading into the Forbidden Forest. How surprising. He was aware of several secret routes within Hogwarts, all leading to Hogsmeade. Yet none ventured into the perilous Forbidden Forest. Where was the treasure? Surely Merlin wouldn't jest with me, suggesting that this very scenery is the treasure sought, standing at the base of the trunk. Sean craned his neck to survey the canopy, only to discover something utterly unbelievable. How could this be? This was not the Triwizard Tournament. Suspended from the branches were two figures, Cassius and Chris, both seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, their hands bound by ropes. Following the ropes upward, he realized they were tethered to the same line. Freeing one would inevitably cause the other to plummet from the canopy, a height from which survival was impossible. This bore a striking resemblance to the choice Harry faced during the Triwizard Tournament. Yet Harry had chosen neither. He saved both and escaped from the depths of the Black Lake. Wingardium Leviosa. Sean cast a levitating charm toward Chris, but upon contact, a magical barrier dispersed the spell, indicating that the final challenge posed by Merlin could not be overcome with magic. Sean gazed at the two ropes leading up to Cassius and Chris. He could only ascend one to rescue a single individual, watching helplessly as the other fell before his eyes. For the first time, Sean found himself in an agonizing dilemma. Who to save? He could not bear to witness another perish. Merlin, you are toying with me, Sean shouted in frustration. Wait, since I entered the chamber, has it truly been over 20 minutes? It should still be during the lunch break. Cassius and Chris typically remained in the common room. How had they ended up in this dreadful place? Glancing down, a wave of dizziness washed over him. This height was at least 70 or 80 meters. A fall would not be a trivial matter. Surely, Merlin would not gamble with the lives of students if Sean saved only one. Would the other truly meet their demise? Sean believed Merlin to be above such cruelty, activating his magical eye once more. He scrutinized Cassius and Chris. Under its gaze, they emitted different intensities of white light. Chris's slightly brighter, while Cassius's was dimmer, indicating that Chris possessed a greater magical affinity. Did Cassius truly have such power? Sean recalled the last instance he had seen Cassius through the magical EYE.IT was not that he looked down upon Cassius, but rather that he was somewhat lazy, neglecting to practice magic after class, relying solely on his age for his magical growth. Yet this Cassius, suspended among the branches, appeared to possess even more magical power than Sean remembered. Had he secretly begun practicing magic? It was well known that diligent practice accelerated the growth of magical ability. Sean's power was thrice that of a first-year student, attributed not only to the magical, but significantly to his industriousness. I suspect this is an illusion. I shall not save either of you. Should I be mistaken, I will simply leap down. Sean shouted into the air. His voice echoed across the vast expanse of the Forbidden Forest, the beasts within roaring as if to respond to Sean's declaration. Young wizard, do not be so rash. You have already passed the trial and are on the cusp of obtaining the treasure. Should you not feel a sense of joy? Suddenly, a distant voice resonated. Sean looked around but saw no one. That young wizard, I am above you. Once again, the sound echoed through the air. Sean glanced upward, only to behold a crystal orb hovering above his crown, radiating a brilliance akin to the rising sun. The sheer intensity of the light compelled Sean to swiftly shut his magical eye. Since the entrance feast, during which he witnessed Dumbledore's magical prowess, Sean had regarded him as the pinnacle of the magical realm. Yet now, the magical energy emanating from this orb was beyond his comprehension, surpassing even Dumbledore's might, for he could not bear to gaze directly at it. "What are you?" Sean inquired, lifting his gaze. "I am the legendary sorcerer you seek." "Merlin," the crystal orb replied. "Proclaiming oneself a legendary sorcerer resembles the tactics of a telecommunication scam," Sean retorted. The orb descended from above his head. Now floating before him, an humanoid specter materialized. That IT was a youthful figure, strikingly handsome, yet appearing somewhat fragile and delicate. Remembering what Barrow had mentioned, that Merlin had departed Hogwarts long before Salazar, Sean surmised that he must have been quite young at the time. Thus, he asked, Are you truly Merlin? Indeed, I am the genuine article, Merlin affirmed. And what of your treasure? It lies right before your eyes. Sean pointed at the orb suspended in midair, puzzled. Is it truly that? What purpose does it serve? Indeed, this is the heart of the wizard, imbued with unparalleled magical power. Merlin revealed the name of the orb. Sean felt assured that this heart of the wizard possessed immense magical energy. It had nearly blinded his magical eye moments ago. However, he pondered how it could be utilized. Wait, I have heard that you and Salazar Slytherin parted ways over a certain artifact. Could it be the heart of the wizard? Sean suddenly inquired. You are remarkably informed about this matter. Yes, a millennium has passed, and both Salazar and I are no longer present, Merlin remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Did you truly betray him by taking the heart of the wizard? Sean asked curiously, considering this a long-hidden secret even Dumbledore was unaware of. Indeed, I stealthily appropriated the heart of the wizard from Salazar, Merlin confessed. Sean was taken aback. The story had unfolded without any twists. And it seemed Merlin perceived Sean's thoughts, continuing, Do you know the origin of the heart of the wizard? Sean shook his head. After all, such matters dated back over a millennium, and he certainly could not know. Yet he was mistaken. It was not merely over 1,000 years old in ancient Greece, around 700 BC, there existed a dark sorcerer named Herbology, renowned as the most formidable dark wizard of his time. It was said that in his quest for power, he murdered 13 powerful sorcerers and extracted their magical essence to forge the heart of the wizard using dark sorcery, 700 BC. That was nearly 2,700 years ago. Sean calculated the timeline in his mind. The heart of the wizard encapsulates the magic of those 13 sorcerers, yet such a cruel method of creation surely renders this magical artifact difficult to wield. Merlin continued. When Salazar and I discovered it in Greece, he was immediately captivated, never parting from it. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Salazar grew increasingly irritable, often losing control of his emotions, and the students dared not approach him. I knew it was the heart of the wizard that was influencing his mind. Merlin seemed lost in recollection. Sean unconsciously cast a glance at the heart of the wizard. If even such a powerful sorcerer as Salazar could be swayed by it, just how formidable was it? Remembering how he had almost succumbed to Voldemort's Horcrux, Sean deliberately took 2 steps back. So, you subsequently stole it. I attempted to take it, but Salazar had placed a spell upon it, preventing it from leaving Hogwarts. Thus, I secretly constructed a hidden chamber to conceal it, Merlin explained. Sean nodded in understanding that, that's the case. What did Peeves mean when he said I was chosen by you? If this object is so perilous, shouldn't you keep it hidden forever? Why would you want someone to find it? As I mentioned, the heart of the wizard possesses unparalleled magical power. Keep it eternally concealed would be a grave waste. Therefore, before I departed Hogwarts, I imbued Peeves with my consciousness, allowing him to wander the halls and select a suitable successor, Merlin elucidated. Are you not concerned that the heir might also fall under the heart's control? Sean inquired. That is why I established trials to assess whether the heir met the criteria. Before you, there was a Slytherin student, Tom Riddle, who was exceptionally talented that I instructed Peeves to approach him, but during the 4th trial, I glimpsed the darkness within his heart. Indeed, it is a test of the human soul, Sean mused inwardly. Since you understand the heart of the wizard so well, why haven't you used it yourself? Sean questioned. Merlin chuckled softly, retorting, Do you think my legendary title was bestowed upon me without reason? Sean was momentarily taken aback by Merlin's counter-question. You truly utilized it? He asked uncertainly, Isn't it a product of dark sorcery? I absorbed 1/10 of the heart's power, Merlin stated. Just 1/10, yet had rendered Merlin a name immortalized through the ages. However, Sean pondered that Merlin's humility was at play. Barrow had mentioned that Merlin's talent surpassed that of the 4 founders. Even without drawing upon the heart's power, he would still have become a formidable sorcerer. The heart merely served to enhance his already remarkable abilities. Now that you have acquired it, why not absorb more? Sean inquired. Merlin waved his hand, causing the heart of the wizard to float before Sean's chest. Place your hand upon it. Sean hesitated. Passing the trial did not necessarily indicate he was pure-hearted and resolute. He had merely exploited a loophole to succeed. Having nearly succumbed to the influence of Voldemort's Horcrux, He felt that this more potent heart of the wizard was even more precarious. Is it truly safe? Sean asked, eyeing Merlin with trepidation. Merlin nodded, signaling him to proceed. With a legendary sorcerer beside him, what was there to fear? Sean extended his right hand and grasped the heart of the wizard. Initially, he felt nothing, but soon he was met with chilling cries that sent shivers down his spine, accompanied by a sharp pain in his palm, akin to the sting of static electricity while removing a sweater. Instinctively, Sean withdrew his right hand. Did you feel it? Merlin inquired. Feel what? Sean countered. The wrath of the heart of the wizard, it consolidates the magic of 13 great sorcerers, all of whom were slain by Hailbow. Their lingering resentment was absorbed alongside their magic to create the heart. You should have sensed the mournful wails within it just now. Sean nodded, and Merlin continued. After absorbing the heart's power, Salazar indeed became more formidable. Yet he was also influenced by this power, gradually succumbing to darkness. Why were you not similarly affected? Sean asked. I only absorbed 1/10 of the heart's power. It was not that I did not wish to absorb more. Rather, I could only manage so much. Any more would have led to my being swayed by the heart's force, Merlin explained. And Salazar? How much did he absorb? Sean queried with curiosity that I suspect he absorbed slightly less than I did. Yet he too was influenced by that power. I later surmised that this is likely related to talent and disposition. While it may seem self-flattering, my talent indeed surpasses Salazar's, and my thirst for power is not as intense as his, making him more susceptible to its influence. Sean reflected on Merlin's words, realizing that to absorb the heart's violent power, one must possess extraordinary talent. Thus, Merlin had only chosen Tom Riddle and Sean throughout the millennia. The trials of character were designed to weed out those like Salazar and Tom Riddle, who would stop at nothing to gain power. The greater the yearning for power, the easier one would be swayed by the heart of the wizard, ultimately descending into darkness. What must I do? Sean gazed at the heart of the wizard, recognizing that its magic was far too volatile. Direct absorption could lead to a magical explosion. That Merlin Spectre drew closer to Sean, extending his right hand to gently tap Sean's forehead with his fingertip. A surge of memories flooded into Sean's mind, complex magical frameworks. This is a purification spell that will allow you to eliminate the violent elements within the heart of the wizard, enabling you to safely absorb its magic. However, this is the essence of magic. The malice embedded within it cannot be purged even by purification spells. Therefore, when you sense a shift in your emotions or thoughts, what you ought to do is cease absorbing the power of the wizard's heart, return it to the secret chamber, and await the next chosen one, Merlin advised. This is truly a treasure passed down through generations. Sean mused to himself. There is something I need you to help me accomplish, Merlin suddenly stated. Sean thought to himself, indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What is due must eventually come. Finally, a task was about to be assigned. Besides the wizard's heart, Salazar and I brought back other items from Greece, including 2 scrolls of parchment detailing 2 powerful dark spells. Point 1 pertains to the immortality of the soul, documenting a magic known as Horcrux, which theoretically allows one to split their soul and anchor it to other objects for eternal life, but it requires the murder of another as a prerequisite for casting. Upon hearing this, Sean's lips twitched slightly. No wonder the name Helbo sounded somewhat familiar, though he could not recall who he was. Now, with Merlin mentioning Horcruxes, everything clicked into place. Helbo, the dark wizard of ancient Greece, was indeed the inventor of Horcruxes. Merlin and Salazar had retrieved Helbo's relics from Greece, and subsequently, someone had transcribed the dark spells on a parchment and placed them in the restricted section that was later discovered by Tom Riddle. And the millennia of cause and effect truly astound the wonders of fate. And what of the other scroll? Merlin's words piqued Sean's curiosity. The other scroll contains a dark and insidious spell, even more malevolent than the Horcrux. It desecrates the souls of the deceased, summoning the departed back to the mortal realm, forcing them to obey the will of the caster. A flicker of disgust crossed Merlin's face. Sean was momentarily stunned. This dark spell sounded akin to the techniques of soil resurrection or necromancy. Helbo was indeed the most formidable dark wizard of ancient Greece, although these powerful dark spells are evil and perilous. The fact that he could invent such profound sorcery speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. "What do you require me to do?" Sean inquired. "These 2 scrolls have been taken by Salazar, if their whereabouts are discovered. I hope you will destroy them," Merlin replied. Sean hesitated, stammering, "But what if someone learns the dark spells inscribed upon them?" He did not wish to reveal to Merlin that a Dark Lord had already mastered one of the spells. If Merlin were to find out, surely this last remnant of memory would dissipate in anger. "Defeat him," Merlin said, gazing earnestly into Sean's eyes. Sean, taken aback by Merlin's resolute expression, felt a twinge of fear. Was he serious? This was a matter of life and death. A Voldemort who had mastered Horcruxes had already instilled terror across the entire wizarding community in Britain. If another dark wizard were to learn the spell from the other scroll, chaos would surely ensue. "I will do my best," Sean replied, lacking confidence. Merlin shook his head, adopting a tone of encouragement. "You have proven your extraordinary talent by passing my trials to obtain the wizard's heart. Do not fear the darkness. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself." That moment, Merlin's ethereal form began to fade, and the remnants of memory associated with the wizard's heart dissipated into the forbidden forest sky. Sean grasped the fallen wizard's heart, feeling that electric sensation surge through his palm once more. "With it, my magical capacity shall finally be enhanced. It won't be long before the summoned fox will resemble Dumbledore's." Sean retraced his steps through the passageway atop the canopy. As he approached the secret chamber of the magical puppet, he felt a sense of apprehension. If he simply walked out, would he find himself in the fireplace? If a Slytherin student were to witness this, how would he explain himself? What could he possibly say? He pondered, waiting half an hour until class time, when the common room would likely be deserted. However, with different schedules across the years, he could not guarantee that some students without classes would not linger in the common room. At this moment, the wizard's heart remained volatile in Sean's hands. Until he mastered the purification spell, he was unable to absorb the power of the wizard's heart. Salazar had absorbed some, and Merlin had taken the remaining 10th, yet the power still contained within was formidable. What kind of monstrosities were those ancient wizards, possessing such immense magical energy? Sean reflected on the wizard's heart in his grasp. Soon, half an hour passed, and Sean adjusted his expression, striving to appear nonchalant. He pushed open the wooden door with a smile, only to be met not by the welcoming flames of the fireplace, but by a chorus of bewildered looks from a group of girls. "Good afternoon," Sean said, smiling awkwardly yet politely to Several girls exclaimed in unison that Sean's face fell in shock. He had not noticed upon stepping through the door, but now, realizing his surroundings, he cursed Merlin under his breath. "Shit, you've got me into quite the predicament." The door he had just exited was not the entrance to the Slytherin common room, but rather a girl's lavatory. Glancing behind him, he discovered he had foolishly emerged from a stall in a restroom, wearing a silly grin. "You old fool, you couldn't have given me a heads up on my way out? My reputation is ruined," Sean lamented, covering his face as he dashed out amidst the furious glares of the girls. Once outside, he realized he was in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. The entrance and exit were situated in 2 different places, one for entry and one for exit. Merlin certainly thought of a clever hiding place. But how could he continue to navigate Hogwarts now? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Sean, what are you doing outside the girls' lavatory?" Sean forced himself to appear composed as he turned around. Maintaining a straight face, "If I said I was lost, would you believe me?" Chris looked at him with a look of disdain. "Lost your way all the way to the girls' lavatory. You certainly know how to choose your routes." "Fine, I know no one would believe me." "I concede," Sean replied with an expression of resignation. The next day, rumors spread throughout the school that Sean, the little pervert, had secretly entered the girls' lavatory, resulting in Slytherin losing 15 points. Whenever the boys saw him, they greeted him with amused glances, while the girls avoided him. Sean's infamous deed would be recounted in Hogwarts for years to come, to the point that when Harry encountered Sean, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The Weasley twins were particularly impressed with Sean, and they earnestly invited him to join them in forming a mischief-making trio, which Sean flatly declined. "Enough already. Keep talking and I'll hit you both," Sean threatened. "Clever boy. Tell me, what did you see in the girls' lavatory?" Fred winked at Sean. George chimed in. "Do you know what nickname you earn among the girls?" I don't know, and I don't want to know. Just stop talking. Sean feigned anger. They call you the betrayer of the boys' lavatory. Ha ha ha. The Weasley twins laughed as they shared this news. This nickname was indeed a double entendre. Before entering school, some had referred to him as the son of betrayal. The girls had assigned him a name that clearly suggested, rather than going to the boys' lavatory, he had betrayed it by entering the girls. Clever boy. The Hogwarts Quidditch Cup will be held the day after tomorrow. Which team do you believe will win the championship? Fred inquired, as the Weasley twins, having lost 4 bets to Sean since the start of the school year, regarded his words with a sense of prophetic accuracy. Slytherin, Sean said, resting his chin lazily against the bench. The Weasley twins assumed Sean was merely advocating for his house. So they retorted, that may not be the case. My brother Charlie is the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and he wouldn't lose to Slytherin. All right, then let's bet 10 sickles, Sean proposed. George leaned closer with a grin. We won't bet with you, but if you're confident Slytherin will win, we could introduce you to a place. Wait a minute. What do you two mean? You didn't bring me here to help you with gambling advice. Did you? Sean gazed at the 2 individuals before him. Having failed his flying class, he possessed no interest in Quidditch to the extent that he had not even paid attention to the upcoming Quidditch match in 2 days. While students around the school engaged in animated discussions, the atmosphere was vibrant, yet Sean remained utterly unaffected. Had it not been for the Weasley twins bringing it up, he might have entirely forgotten that the match day was imminent. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want Professor McGonagall to catch you and make you transcribe the textbook? George nervously interjected. Fred glanced around, ensuring no one was observing them, before he leaned closer to Sean and whispered, Professor Jovic has set up a betting pool. Quite a number of upper-year students are participating. If you believe Slytherin will win, we should place our bets on them as well. Sean regarded the duo with a teasing tone. But you two are Gryffindors. How can you, in good conscience, bet on Slytherin? I swear, my heart lies with Gryffindor, but with all the inventions I've been working on lately, I've spent my last sickles. You know how it is. There are many children in our family, and George and I hardly get any pocket money, Fred confessed sheepishly. And what are the odds from Professor Jovic? Sean inquired. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, clearly excited that Sean was considering joining them, and they eagerly settled beside him. Slytherin is at 1.2, Gryffindor at 1.5, Hufflepuff at 2, and Ravenclaw at 3. The odds indicate that Slytherin has the best chance of winning. They have been champions for the past 2 years. And Professor Jovic has lowered the odds significantly. Betting 10 sickles on Slytherin to win would yield 12 sickles back, meaning you would only profit 2 sickles. Furthermore, the Weasley twins currently lack even a single sickle to wager. Sean remarked that I advise you to abandon this notion. Slytherin's team has consistently been in peak condition these past 2 years, their strength unwavering. Unless something unforeseen occurs, this year will likely see Slytherin crowned champion again. Given these odds, even if you wager 10 sickles, your profit would only amount to 2. Besides, do you even have 10 sickles? Sean stated. The Weasley twins scratched their heads. We do not, but we could borrow some. From whom? Your brother Percy or Charlie. If they discover you engaging in such activities, you might find yourselves in hot water. Sean mused. Definitely not Charlie. He's the captain of Gryffindor. If he found out his brothers were betting on Slytherin, he would surely have a fit, George replied, his expression shifting as if he envisioned a dreadful scenario. We can borrow from Professor Jovic. He lends sickles to students, even galleons, Fred whispered. Upon hearing this, Sean's expression darkened. Is this truly the conduct of a decent person? Setting up a scheme and lending sickles to students? Campus loans? This Jovic, a servant of the Dark Lord, reveals his true nature. He seeks to exploit students. I must devise a plan to deal with him. Rising, Sean led the Weasley twins toward the 3rd-floor defense against the dark arts classroom. It had been 2 months since he had last visited that room. Previously, he had embarrassed Professor Jovic, and this time, Sean intended to remind him of that encounter. Sean, what are you planning to do? Fred asked, trailing behind, that I am gathering evidence to report Professor Jovic. Sean replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins immediately grasped his arm. Concern etched on their faces. You are inviting trouble upon yourself. Many upper-year students are involved in this. If you report Jovic, it will implicate them as well, and you will surely offend them. And what of it? Now that I am aware of this, I will not permit it to happen, Sean declared. Undeterred, he harbored a deep disdain for Jovic's actions and character. He not only intended to report him, but to do so publicly. However, he realized he lacked sufficient evidence and contemplated enlisting Christie's assistance. "Wait for me. I will return shortly," he said hastily before departing. In the Slytherin common room, Sean requested a female classmate to summon Christie from her dormitory. "Christie, may I trouble you with a favor?" Sean asked, somewhat awkwardly. "What's got you so flustered? Boy who lived? Just speak plainly." Christie replied cheerfully that "I need to borrow some money." "How much?" Christie inquired. "10 galleons." Sean gestured with both hands. "Wait here. I'll get it," Christie said, turning to retrieve the money. Moments later, she returned with the galleons in hand. "What do you need this for?" "You'll find out soon enough. I'll return it to you in 2 hours," Sean assured her as he took the galleons and exited the Slytherin common room. Upon returning to the second-floor staircase, he found the Weasley twins anxiously waiting. As he approached, they seized him by the arms. "Are you truly going to report Jovic?" Sean maintained a stoic expression, affirming, "I am indeed going to report him. But he's the defense against the dark arts professor, unlike Filch. Our lives at school would become unbearable," George cautioned. Sean placed a reassuring hand on the twins' shoulders and, with a conspiratorial tone, revealed, "Let me share a secret. Jovic will not be at Hogwarts next year. If all goes well, he may very well be gone after Christmas, so you need not fear him." The twins exchanged wide-eyed glances, skepticism evident on their faces as they questioned, "How do you know?" "I've already said it's a secret. I promise I won't harm you. Just answer me this." "Do you trust me?" Sean replied, not pushing the twins to join him. He could manage alone, though it would be less convenient without their help. The defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts changes every year. Sean could only speculate the reasons for Jovic's potential departure. Perhaps this betting scheme would be the catalyst for his exit, he mused. The twins shared a knowing glance, seemingly reaching a decision. "All right, Sean, what shall we do?" Sean leaned in to whisper a few instructions, and the Weasley twins promptly departed down the second-floor corridor while he ascended to the third floor. At that moment, the defense against the dark arts classroom was empty, and Sean approached Jovic's office. He knocked on the door, which opened shortly after. Seeing Sean at the threshold, Jovic appeared slightly surprised. "Grills, what brings you to my office?" "Dumbledore should have already exempted you from my class." "Yes, Professor, but I'm not here to discuss my studies. I have a few inquiries regarding Quidditch and would like to hear your insights." Sean subtly broached the topic of the betting scheme. Instantly understanding Sean's intent, Jovic glanced around before inviting him into the office. "How did you find out?" Jovic inquired, locking the door behind them. "The Weasley twins mentioned it to me and asked if I was interested." Sean replied candidly. Jovic nodded. "So it was Jones and the Weasley twins. How is it that a Slytherin has such close ties with a Gryffindor?" Jones was a third-year Gryffindor student who had informed the Weasley twins, and Sean could only answer truthfully. Jovic's betting pool was shrouded in secrecy, akin to a members-only invitation. Without an insider's word, other students remained oblivious. "We've known each other since before our enrollment. The division of houses does not dictate our relationships," Sean calmly replied. Jovic seemed uninterested in delving into the personal lives of first-year students, so he cut to the chase. "You are aware of the rules. Which team are you betting on?" "Being a Slytherin, you should naturally support your own house. Slytherin is indeed the strongest. Why would I not bet on them?" "However, Professor, your odds are simply too low." Jovic displayed a sinister grin, revealing his crooked teeth for a favored team. "The odds must be minimized. If you wish to earn more, you should consider betting a larger sum." Feigning difficulty, Sean pretended to rummage through his pockets, hesitating as he said, "Professor, this is borrowed money. You will return my winnings promptly once the match concludes. Correct?" Upon seeing Sean produce a galleon, Jovic's smile widened. "I assure you, once the match is over, I will hand it over to you." "Very well, I will bet 10 galleons on Slytherin to win," Sean declared, reminiscent of a gambler staking his entire fortune, muttering affirmations to himself. "Slytherin will triumph. Slytherin will triumph," as Sean's voice grew increasingly louder. Jovic happily accepted the 10 galleons, making no attempt to halt Sean's exuberant cheers, which he perceived merely as a fan's passionate support for his team. That moment, the office door lock opened automatically, and the Weasley twins abruptly pushed the door open. With a click, a flash of white light illuminated the room. Not a spell, but the flash of a camera. Jovic, taken aback, soon realized he had been outwitted by a few mischievous first years. Greer, "Wesley, you shall not escape this room," he declared as he drew his wand toward Sean, only for it to be knocked from his grasp. "Professor Jovic, how could you utter such words to a student?" Professor McGonagall entered with a stern expression. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape," Jovic noted, deflating at the sight of Snape following closely behind McGonagall. Snape shot a glance at Sean before fixing a cold stare on Jovic. "I warned you. Do not engage in foolishness at Hogwarts." Sean exchanged glances with the Weasley twins and whispered, "Well done." The timing was impeccable. "Thanks to me, I suspect George is somewhat hard of hearing. He didn't catch your last 2 shouts for Slytherin." Fred chimed in. "Oh, please, you're the one who is hard of hearing. Didn't you see I was already casting the unlocking charm?" George retorted defiantly, "It is all fun and games, but let us not make light of George's hearing." Sean murmured suddenly, "What do you mean?" They both inquired in unison. "Never mind, by the way, how did the photo turn out?" Fred proudly handed Sean the picture, which captured Jovic's astonished expression, galleons in hand. "This will definitely make the front page of the school newspaper." As Sean parted ways with the Weasley twins, he instructed them to borrow a camera and summon Professors McGonagall and Snape, planning to yell Slytherin will prevail in Jovic's office to capture evidence. It was a rather juvenile trick, yet Jovic had never anticipated that a few first-year students would employ such antics, especially Sean, whose cunning had bested Jovic twice, each time unexpectedly, I must say. "You two have now offended the upperclassmen. Aren't you worried about being ostracized?" Sean asked. "What is there to fear? We have each other." The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, and then high-fived. Sean felt a pang of discomfort at their words. Pondering the depth of their bond, "You two are quite the jesters. You don't fear exclusion." The following day, news of Jovic's betting scheme made headlines in the Hogwarts Weekly, with the title reading, "Former Death Eater Unrepentant. Deceiving Students for Gold. Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Expelled from Hogwarts." The money belonging to Sean and the other students was returned, as Jovic listed the names of those who participated in the betting. Although those students reclaimed their stakes, each incurred a deduction of 5 points. Sean and the Weasley twins, however, added 20 points to their respective houses. Consequently, some oblivious students even blamed Sean for ruining their opportunity to profit. But Sean remained indifferent to their opinions. For 2 consecutive days, students buzzed with discussions about Jovic, speculating on how Dumbledore would respond. On the 3rd day, whispers began circulating among the students. "Sean, did you hear that Professor Jovic has been suspended for 2 months?" Fred remarked. "Who told you that?" Sean inquired, genuinely surprised by the news of the suspension. "Roger Davis from Ravenclaw. He mentioned that Defense Against the Dark Arts class will be replaced with Charms class for the next 2 months. George replied. "Roger Davis?" Sean recalled having seen him a few times at the beginning of the term during classes with Ravenclaw. "So, that means the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is now under Professor Flitwick from Ravenclaw." This situation reminded Sean of when the physical education teacher was absent, and the class was taught by the language arts instructor. Fortunately, he had a special exemption from attending Charms class. Professor Flitwick is a far cry from that former Death Eater. "He never keeps us after class," Fred said cheerfully. Although Jovic was suspended, he still resided within Hogwarts, making encounters inevitable. Of all the 3, he harbored the deepest disdain for Sean, viewing the Weasley twins as less cunning. That morning, as teachers and students enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall, an owl swooped in and dropped a letter on Jovic's table. After reading it, his face turned an ominous shade as he exited through the back door. Meanwhile, the students below were excitedly discussing the upcoming Quidditch match, while Sean sat vacantly munching on a buttered roll, lost in his thoughts, wholly absorbed in deducing the magical framework for the purification charm. Upon receiving the memory of the purification charm from Merlin, Sean was eager to master the spell to harness the magic from the wizard's heart. However, the charm proved incredibly intricate, encompassing 32 magical frameworks, leaving Sean uncertain if he could grasp the theoretical aspects before the term's end. And that was merely the theoretical understanding. Practical application would undoubtedly require even more time. Well, after all, Helbo created the wizard's heart for his own use. He could hardly have anticipated that a teenager thousands of years later would attempt to absorb its magic. Sean reassured himself. "Sean, you're truly remarkable. With just 10 galleons, you managed to get Jovic suspended for 2 months," remarked Clarice, seated diagonally across from him. "Oh, it's nothing. He underestimated us lower-year students. Sean replied absently, I must thank you for your galleons. Otherwise, we wouldn't have captured the evidence. Clarus exclaimed joyfully. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have both lost quite a few points. We now lead Gryffindor by 30 points. If we maintain this, the House Cup will surely belong to Slytherin this year. Yes, good luck. I can't be of much help to you. Sean shrugged. Ever since passing exams in 5 subjects, he had ceased attending classes for those subjects, and thus had no opportunity to contribute points to Slytherin. Besides potions, which he still attended regularly, he would merely show up for flying lessons before slipping away. Without Sean, the point-earning dynamo of the classroom, the scores among the 4 houses gradually began to even out. Setting aside the other years, in the first year aside from Sean, Clarus and Cedric from Hufflepuff were arguably the most outstanding among the newcomers, having contributed significantly to their houses that, if all goes as expected, Slytherin would likely win the House Cup this year, and possibly the next. However, the arrival of Harry and his friends in the following year would undoubtedly change the dynamics, especially with Harry bearing the protagonist's aura. After breakfast, all the students and staff headed to the Quidditch pitch that on the way, they encountered the Slytherin team, 2 of whom shot Sean peculiar glances. One of them, a member of the Serpent's Tail, seemed to be a 4th year named Caden Boy, and their relationship was ambiguous, as they had not exchanged a single word. These 2 were likely among those who had placed bets with Jovic, only for Sean to spoil their plans. The Quidditch commentator was Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, known for his eloquence and undeniable rap talent, who had surprisingly been elected after running for the position last month. Hello everyone. Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season at Hogwarts. Today's match features Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Please welcome both teams, Lee Jordan announced passionately. Amid the cheers from both houses, the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams soared onto the field on their broomsticks. Gryffindor will prevail! Gryffindor! Gryffindor! Although the Slytherin students did not chant slogans, they still cheered enthusiastically for their team. Hey Sean, the match is about to begin, Cassius, an ardent Quidditch fan, exclaimed excitedly, patting Sean on the shoulder. Did I know? I know. Stop shaking me. Sean gazed listlessly at the enthusiastic students surrounding him. As his eyes inadvertently swept across the teacher's seats, he noticed the conspicuous absence of certain individual. Jovic, the former Death Eater, was missing from the faculty area. However, Sean gave it little thought, assuming he had been suspended and felt embarrassed to sit with the professors. The Quidditch match was undoubtedly thrilling, yet Sean found himself utterly disinterested, particularly in a game whose outcome he already knew to Slytherin's prowess was evidently superior to Gryffindor's, as Captain Kurt looked down disdainfully at Gryffindor's captain and seeker, Charlie Weasley. Why not concede already? Do you wish to suffer a humiliating defeat with a 200-point gap? At that moment, the score stood at 200 to 100, with the Golden Snitch still unfound and the match ongoing. Despite George and Fred's hoarse cheers for their brother, Slytherin boasted not only Captain Kurt, but also strong players like Blanco and Theo, while Gryffindor relied solely on Charlie. Ultimately, Gryffindor lost the match, and as Cassius and Graham embraced in jubilant celebration, Sean found himself swept into the revelry by Cassius. The following day brought the match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, where Hufflepuff emerged victorious by a wide margin on the day of the finals. Cedric encountered Sean in the Great Hall, and they exchanged a few casual words. What have you been up to these past 2 months without classes? Sean replied lazily, Oh, nothing much, just visiting the library to peruse some books and self-study a few spells. I often go to the library too, but I haven't heard Madame Pants mention you, Cedric remarked. Really? Perhaps Madame Pants has been too busy to notice me. Sean scratched his head. Well, Cedric paused. Today is the final between Hufflepuff and Slytherin, and it promises to be an exhilarating match. Are you really that interested in Quidditch? Sean inquired. I aspire to be a seeker, Cedric declared with bright eyes. I have no doubt you will achieve your wish. Best of luck? Sean remembered that Cedric later seemed to become Hufflepuff's captain and seeker. Sean had no intention of attending the finals. He told Cassius that Slytherin would undoubtedly win the championship. Cassius excitedly exclaimed, That's for sure. Slytherin shall prevail, and we must witness their victory with our own eyes. Thus, Sean was once again compelled to watch the match for the day. He did, however, spot Jovic sitting next to Snape, looking quite apprehensive. Amidst the cheers of the Slytherins, the match concluded with Kurt capturing the Golden Snitch. leading Slytherin to a significant victory over Hufflepuff in the month following the Quidditch match. Sean devoted himself to practicing the disarming charm, the mind block, and the purification spell, focusing intently on these three forms of magic. He had successfully constructed the magical framework for the disarming charm up to the 11th level, nearing completion of the final framework. Progress on a mind block had shown some improvement, having reached a basic second stage where he could suppress certain emotional memories deep within his mind, effectively hiding them away. Though he was still far from creating a false memory space, as for the purification spell, he had yet to grasp even the theoretical framework, much less attempt practical exercises. Before long, Christmas Eve arrived, and Hogwarts would observe a 10-day break for the holiday. Many students returned home to celebrate with their families, while Sean chose to remain on campus. Despite a letter from Hearns urging him to return to the leaky cauldron, Sean preferred to stay at school. "Sean, see you in 10 days, Cassius said. "See you in 10 days, replied Chris, as she left the Slytherin common room with Cassius in tow. "Well, goodbye," Sean waved to the two. The four Weasley brothers also departed from Hogwarts, along with Cedric. It seemed that everyone Sean knew had returned home. "Well, that is fine if I can practice magic in peace. Still, it is a holiday, so I should treat myself to something delicious." In the bitter cold, Sean suddenly thought of preparing a warm hot pot. But where could he find a pot? The cauldron from the potions classroom? Oh dear, those had all been used for strange concoctions. It seemed he would have to borrow one from the kitchen. Sean left the common room and strolled leisurely toward the kitchen, where he encountered a hurried Hagrid. "Hagrid, what is the rush?" Sean greeted. "Ah, nothing much. That I heard you were staying at school over the break. I wanted to invite you to my hut for Christmas Eve," Hagrid replied. After considering it, Sean realized Hagrid had a complete set of pots and pans. And he also had plenty of ingredients, saving Sean the trouble of gathering them himself. So he readily responded, "Sounds great. However, I might prepare a rather unique dish." "What dish?" Hagrid inquired. You know about hot pot from Chinese cuisine?" Hagrid shook his head, bewildered. "No worries. You'll get to try it tonight. By the way, can you handle spicy food?" Sean and Hagrid returned to the hut with vegetables and meat from the kitchen. Dining at Hogwarts was truly fulfilling. Sean had taken a whopping 10 kilograms of beef from the house elf in the kitchen, while Yaya sat nearby, drooling at the sight of the meat. "Hagrid, you seem a bit distracted. Is something the matter?" Sean asked, noticing Hagrid's absent-minded demeanor as he sat on a small chair. "Actually, Buckbeak went missing this morning, and I suspect he wandered into the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid replied, worry etched on his face. "But Buckbeak usually roams near the lake. How could he venture into the Forbidden Forest? He should know it's dangerous," Sean questioned, perplexed. Hagrid shook his head. "When I went to check on him this morning, he was already gone. I planned to search for him in the Forbidden Forest." Sean pondered for a moment. He had a bond with Buckbeak and understood the danger of the Forbidden Forest. He decided to accompany Hagrid and help him search using his magical eye. Despite having previously vowed never to enter the Forbidden Forest without the means to protect himself, he felt secure with Hagrid, the keeper of Hogwarts grounds, leading the way. After all, even the fearsome Acromantula was one of Hagrid's pets. With Hagrid present, safety was somewhat assured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Harry and Draco into the Forbidden Forest to investigate the unicorns. "All right, let us finish dinner, and then I'll join you in searching for Buckbeak," Sean said. "Sean, you truly are a kind-hearted child," Hagrid remarked, visibly moved. Their dinner was quite enjoyable, but no sooner had they finished than Hagrid jumped up eagerly to head out in search of Buckbeak. Sean, seeing this, had no choice but to follow. He understood Hagrid's anxiety over losing his companion. Holding Yaya's leash, Sean trailed behind Hagrid as they ventured to the eerie depths of the Forbidden Forest. Yaya, despite its large size, was curiously timid, as if it still thought of itself as a mere puppy. As they delved deeper into the Forbidden Forest, an uneasy thought crept into Sean's mind. Just minutes before, he had activated his magical eye to assist in finding Buckbeak and inadvertently glanced at Hagrid beside him. Something felt off about this Hagrid, although Sean could not pinpoint any visible discrepancies. He sensed a significant drop in Hagrid's magical energy. Hagrid, possessing half-giant blood, typically exuded ample magical power, yet this version of Hagrid seemed to have lost nearly a third of it. Sean dared not act rashly. Even in this weakened state, this imposter's magic far surpassed his own. Damn it, He must have consumed polyjuice potion to deceive me into entering the forbidden forest, Sean lamented inwardly, regretting his momentary lapse in judgment that had placed him in peril. However, he refrained from making a move, knowing that if he couldn't incapacitate the foe in one decisive blow, he would lose his final chance. Thus, he continued to play along. Wielding his wand, Sean cast spells that flickered with silvery light, their brightness fluctuating like the turmoil in his heart. Suddenly, he spotted a small spider scuttling beneath the dry leaves at his feet, igniting a plan in his mind. "Hagrid, let us check over there." Sean indicated a direction. Hagrid nodded knowingly. That area seems promising." "What?" Sean asked. "Nothing. Let us head that way," Hagrid replied. Sean deliberately walked behind, aware that the efficacy of the polyjuice potion was time-limited, since encountering the imposter Hagrid in the corridor. Over 3 hours had elapsed, while the potion's effects typically lasted around 1 hour. Thus, the false Hagrid must have consumed more polyjuice potion during mealtime. Calculating the time, it was nearly 1 hour. Sean mused quietly. Surveying his surroundings, Sean noted that he was in a small depression, with a cave entrance visible down a slope several meters ahead. This was the location he sought. Sean Greer, the boy who defied death. "Might you share how you survived the unforgivable curse?" The false Hagrid seemed unwilling to continue the charade. Sean understood that the imposter had lured him into the forbidden forest to ensure no one could intervene. Even cries for help would go unheard, with no professors arriving to assist. "Hagrid, I was merely 2 years old at the time. Did you truly expect me to remember anything?" Sean replied, feigning innocence. "This is quite unfortunate. It appears I must investigate myself." The implications of the impostor's words suggested he intended to perform a memory extraction spell on Sean, seeking to uncover the magic his parents had used to protect him. All while Bella remained oblivious. Everything had to be petrified. With no other choice, Sean preemptively cast a petrification spell, a brilliant white light shooting toward the false Hagrid. In shock, the impostor silently conjured a protective shield, thwarting Sean's magical assault. Having lost the opportunity, Sean found himself in a precarious position. "Sean Greer, you never fail to astonish me," the false Hagrid exclaimed, both annoyed and furious. "Did you really think I would fall for your little tricks again?" "Again? Are you Jovic?" Sean immediately thought of Jovic upon hearing the impostor's words. Before the false Hagrid could respond, his facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. Sean realized the effects of the polyjuice potion were wearing off. The impostor's form visibly shrank, revealing Jovic in Hagrid's oversized clothing, appearing absurdly comical. With a smug expression, Jovic approached Sean, saying, "Greer, time and again, you have made a fool of me, causing me to lose face before students and professors alike. However, it matters not. My infiltration of Hogwarts was not to teach those fools. It was for you, the boy who defied death. Bella is furious to learn you still lived." Sean's gaze flickered as he retreated, asking, "Was it Bella who sent you?" "No, no doubt my arrival at Hogwarts was mere coincidence. After Bella learned of my presence here, she wrote to me on Halloween, instructing me to kill you." Jovic grinned, revealing his large, blackened teeth. "I am curious how you managed to survive Bella's killing curse." Jovic paused, then continued, much to Sean's surprise, you know the 3 Death Eaters who pursued your parents alongside Bella? I was one of them. I witnessed her murder your traitorous parents and cast the killing curse upon you. Yet here you stand, perfectly well." Sean was entirely unaware of this. He had only traversed into this world after the original Sean's death. He didn't even know that Bella had slain the Greer couple. It was a revelation shared by Hearns later. Although Sean felt no emotional connection to the Greers, blood ran thicker than water. And now, with the accomplice of his parents' murder standing before him, he felt an inexplicable surge of rage. "Jovic, I've given it some thought. Bella must be quite lonely in Azkaban. Why not go keep her company?" Sean grit his teeth, striving for calmness. "Greer, you are merely a child. Tonight you shall perish in the Forbidden Forest. Did you truly think you could send me to Azkaban?" Jovic laughed heartily. "Serpensortia." Sean unleashed the most potent dark magic he had mastered. But Jovic easily countered with his protective shield. Both the Serpensortia and the shield spell were constructed from 8 magical frameworks, and the protective shield could block and rebound spells with fewer than 8 frameworks. The only spell Sean could use to bypass the protective shield was the disarming charm, but he still lacked 1 framework to fully master it. Quite impressive dark magic. You continue to surprise me. I couldn't wield such complex spells at your age, Jovic remarked, though it was unclear whether it was praise or derision. Sean was acutely aware of the gap between himself and adult wizards, lacking in both magical power and mastery of advanced spells. Now armed with the wizard's heart, his magical strength was no longer a concern, and he could gradually accumulate knowledge of higher magic over time. However, facing the malevolent Jovic, there was no time for preparation. Basic spells would not harm Jovic, and the more damaging spells were beyond his current repertoire. Although Sean had learned the protective shield from Snape and had already mastered it, Jovic was an adult wizard and a veteran Death Eater, possessing many advanced spells that could easily bypass the shield. Protego, Jovic cast a dark spell. Despite not chanting, Sean recognized it as the Ghoul's Kiss. Unable to cast silently, Sean uttered the incantation, using the protective shield to block the attack. Think you've learned the protective shield. It would truly be a shame to eliminate a talent like you. If not for Bella wanting your life, I would gladly use the Cruciatus curse to control you, making you one of us, Jovic said with a look of regret as Sean's heart tightened. It seemed Jovic was preparing to unleash a deadly curse. He focused intently on Jovic's wand, observing the intricate magical framework being constructed. Avada Kedavra, Jovic intoned, invoking the most lethal of the unforgivable curses. Sean lacked a wand of the same core as Jovic's. He could not replicate Harry's feat of countering Voldemort's attacks with a disarming charm. The simplest and most efficient means of preserving his life was to run swiftly, as the killing curse lacked tracking ability. If it missed, it would cause no harm. Harry and his friends often evaded the killing curse through agile dodging. As Sean anticipated the direction of Jovic's impending attack, he evaded the curse that Jovic's killing curse missed Sean, who continued to retreat, only to have Jovic cast another Aragog asleep. Making such a ruckus without showing up, while dodging Jovic's curse, Sean anxiously scanned the cave entrance below the slope. Transfigure. Sean directed the spell at a branch on the ground, transforming it into a snake that slithered rapidly towards the cave. Well-executed transfiguration, but what on earth are you aiming at? Jovic cackled. Ha! A mere child. You must be terrified. Shadow of the Bone Eater. Jovic unleashed another dark spell, seemingly opting for a simpler attack due to the energy drain from casting the killing curse. Yet this spell was still beyond Sean's capacity to withstand, comprising 9 magical frameworks. It could bypass the protective shield's defenses. Unless Sean countered with an equal spell, he could only evade. Sean kept a vigilant eye on Jovic's attacks while observing the cave entrance, his stamina waned from continuous evasive maneuvers. If he delayed, he would inevitably be struck by Jovic. Jovic regarded Sean like a lamb awaiting slaughter, an unrestrained grin plastered across his face. Last. It arrived. Sean caught a glimpse of dark shapes descending from the branches above. Ghoul's Kiss. Sean cast a dark spell at Jovic, but the angle appeared off, prompting Jovic's mocking laughter. Give up the struggle. Look at you. You can't even cast a spell accurately. Just as Jovic was reveling in his triumph, a spider the size of a basin fell at his feet, struck down by Sean using the kiss of the ghoul. Jovic looked down in astonishment and instinctively raised his gaze, his body freezing at the sight above him. A multitude of large spiders was slowly descending from the tree trunks. At that moment, Sean had summoned a miniature version of Fawkes, but his magical energy was completely depleted, and he had not brought any restorative potions. If Fawkes could not help him escape the encirclement of the spiders, he would become their midnight snack. The entrance at the bottom of the slope gradually revealed a massive shadow. It was Hagrid's acromantula, Aragog. Aragog could command his offspring not to harm Hagrid, but he would show no mercy to other creatures that crossed his path. Even Harry Potter would receive no leniency from him, let alone Sean and Jovic. Greer, is this your scheme as well? Jovic roared. Sean paid him no heed. Fawkes had already soared to the height of Sean's head, and Sean immediately grasped Fawkes' talons. At this point, he could no longer wield magic and had to rely on Fawkes to fly him away from the spider's lair, while Jovic fought off the encroaching spiders, frantically rushing towards Sean. Aragog, your midnight snack is escaping, Sean shouted at the enormous acromantula. Sean Greer, you will not leave alive. Jovic raised his wand and cast the killing curse again. Avada Kedavra, Sean's magical eye, sustained by the last remnants of his power, pierced through the trajectory of the curse. Fawkes, quickly to the left. He cried out. As he spoke, a deep green light swept across Sean's face, the summons of death. In a moment of peril, Fawkes flapped his wings and evaded Jovic's killing curse. Meanwhile, Jovic was surrounded by the swarm of spiders, firing red beams from his wand, repelling the spiders that drew near him with his dark magic. However, this small number was utterly insignificant compared to the dark, wave-like mass of spiders behind him. Sean Greer, Bellatrix will not spare you. I await you in hell. Jovic howled almost madly. With Fawkes' assistance, Sean had soared above the forbidden forest, heading towards the outskirts. The miniature version of Fawkes could only maintain flight for about 4 minutes, which might not be sufficient to carry Sean out of the forest avoid a fatal fall. Sean directed Fawkes to return to the ground after just over 3 minutes. Though they had distanced themselves from the spider's lair, Sean hurriedly sprinted towards Hagrid's hut for safety. Before he could reach the hut, Fawkes had vanished from his shoulder, and 3 lights emerged ahead, illuminating 3 figures, one of whom was particularly tall. The professors. In a daze, Sean saw Hagrid striding towards him, but he succumbed to unconsciousness from his magical exhaustion. Sean, Professor McGonagall exclaimed with concern. Snape picked up Sean and calmly stated, He is fine. He has merely exhausted his magical energy, that a couple of days' rest will suffice. Professors, please take Sean back first. I will find Jovic. Hagrid said at tea that moment. Hagrid was only clad in gray undergarments, having been rendered unconscious by Jovic's sleeping potion and dragged to the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor. Jovic had donned Hagrid's clothes and consumed the sleeping potion, feigning an invitation for Sean to join him for a peaceful Christmas Eve. When Sean awoke, it was already midday the next day, and upon opening his eyes, he saw a large figure sitting by his bedside, blocking much of the sunlight. Hagrid, noticing Sean was awake, smiled and said, Merry Christmas. Sean glanced around the room, realizing he was in the infirmary, and managed a weak smile in return. Merry Christmas. Yesterday, he had nearly lost his life in the Forbidden Forest. Had it not been for the magical eye and the assistance from Aragog's offspring, he would have had no means to escape from Jovic 1-on-1 by the way. Hagrid, where is Jovic? Sean inquired curiously. Faced with hundreds of spiders, Jovic's magical energy could not last long. With Aragog emerging, he must have been consumed down to the last bit. When I arrived, Aragog was feasting on his left leg. Hagrid remarked with a sigh. Sean feigned ignorance and asked, Who is Aragog? Did you not see him yesterday? Hagrid replied in bewilderment. You mean that gigantic creature? It is an acromantula. How did you end up in its territory? Sean had already concocted his story. Jovic disguised himself as you and deceived me into believing Buckbeak was missing, claiming we needed to search the Forbidden Forest. As we wandered, we inadvertently stumbled upon that place. Perhaps he intended to kill me there, but a swarm of spiders emerged unexpectedly. He was surrounded by the spiders, and I took the opportunity to escape. Just then, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape entered the infirmary. I am truly sorry. Sean, it was my negligence as headmaster that allowed you to be harmed at Hogwarts, Dumbledore expressed with concern. Professor, this is not your fault. No one could have anticipated Jovic's deep concealment, Sean replied. Damn Borisov. I should cast a Cruciatus curse on him, Snape said with a grim expression. Professor McGonagall looked at Sean in trepidation. I never imagined Borisov was one of the accomplices who murdered your parents. The thought that he spent over 3 months by your side is utterly terrifying. Professor, Jovic claimed he's one of the 3 followers of Bellatrix. Are the other 2 identifiable? Sean queried. This was the information that most concerned him. If Jovic alone posed a threat to his life, what of the other 2? And Bellatrix? This failure would likely drive Bellatrix further into madness. Her mental state was already bordering on insanity. Jovic was sent to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation this morning. I believe the names of the other 2 will surface soon, Dumbledore stated. The Ministry has a substantial stock of Veritaserum. Compared to Harry, Sean's situation was even more perilous. Voldemort desired Harry's death, but he would not allow anyone else to do the deed. He must kill Harry himself. Bellatrix, however, sought Sean's demise and would leverage anyone's power to achieve it. Fortunately, Voldemort had not yet returned. Otherwise, the Death Eaters lurking in the shadows would emerge, and Sean would not dare to return to the leaky cauldron. I never expected that this year's defense against the dark arts professor would be the one I personally sent away. I wonder what kind of professor will come next year, Sean mused as he lay on the hospital bed. Let us all leave. Sean needs to rest, Dumbledore said, ushering the others out of the infirmary. As they departed, Snape tossed a small box onto Sean's blanket. Sean looked at him in confusion and asked, Professor, what is this? Today is Christmas. Do you wish to spend it in the infirmary? Drink it and quickly get out of bed. Do not trouble Madame Pomfrey, Snape said sternly. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Sean opened the small box to find an ampoule containing a blue potion. It was indeed a magical energy restorative potion. Sean was somewhat surprised as he gazed at the infirmary's entrance. This particular potion was slightly darker in hue than the one he had concocted himself, likely indicating a superior efficacy. Looking at the ampoule, Sean felt a surge of gratitude. Snape truly cared for his students. In truth, his magical energy had nearly recovered, but he had remained in a state of mental tension last night. Leaving his mind somewhat fatigued, this fierce battle had nearly cost Sean his life, yet he gained invaluable insights. When Jovic had attempted to kill him, he had employed 2 dark spells, Bone-Breaking Curse and Avada Kedavra. Sean had recorded the magical frameworks of both spells and planned to learn them when time permitted, thereby enhancing his means of self-defense in future confrontations, as long as he could survive Jovic's attempts on his life. He would only grow stronger, thriving through battle. After Jovic was escorted to the Ministry of Magic, no one remained at Hogwarts to threaten Sean, but if all went well, the second semester of his first year would unfold in a tranquil routine of study. On the 3rd day of the holiday, Dumbledore sought out Sean once more. Standing in the headmaster's office for the second time, Sean gazed at Dumbledore's fox, wondering when his own fox would grow to such size. The Ministry has news. Dumbledore spoke. Sean gazed at Dumbledore, eagerly anticipating good news. The other 2 Death Eaters, having been betrayed by Jovic after the fall of the Dark Lord, were imprisoned in Azkaban. Upon hearing this ironic revelation, Sean felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to worry about those 2 accomplices seeking him out. However, the fact that they were incarcerated due to Jovic's actions left Sean both amused and exasperated. Now, not only had Jovic sustained a disability, but he would also have to join his old comrades in confinement. Sean, your quick wit has saved your life, yet I still hope you refrain from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. The dangers within are beyond what a student can contend with. Fortunately, the spiders did not attack you, Dumbledore remarked. Perhaps they found Jovic more palatable, Sean muttered. You are an exceptionally gifted child. I believe no one among your peers can rival your talents. Dumbledore praised Sean before continuing. Did you know there's a boy who, like you, survived the unforgivable curse? Professor, are you referring to Harry Potter? Sean inquired. Harry is 2 years your junior, and in 2 years, he will also arrive at Hogwarts to study magic. Therefore, I hope you can set a commendable example for him. As you share similar experiences, Dumbledore added. Sean pondered this. Was Dumbledore concerned that he might lead Harry astray? Aside from being somewhat unconventional in class, he felt he adhered to the rules quite well. Professor, I didn't intend to trespass into the Forbidden Forest. I was merely a victim. Had Jovic not been impersonating Hagrid, I would not have entered with him. Sean protested on his own behalf. I am not blaming you. Rather, I believe it would be beneficial for you to meet Harry, as you both reside in close proximity. Dumbledore suggested. You want me to take care of a child? I hardly have the time, Sean internally lamented, as he had a plethora of magical studies awaiting him. Speaking of which, Harry's residence on Privet Drive in Surrey was not particularly far from the leaky cauldron. It was merely a 40 to 50-minute drive. Professor, since Harry defeated the Dark Lord, is he still alive? Sean feigned ignorance while engaging in casual conversation with Dumbledore. Sean, it is best to refrain from discussing the Dark Lord. Dumbledore advised. Why? Isn't he dead? Could he still be alive? Sean seemed eager to indulge in a bit of theatrics that I suspect he survives in some dark corner, waiting for the opportune moment to rise again. Dumbledore pronounced gravely, that moment. Sean felt an impulse to divulge the whereabouts of Voldemort's hiding place in Albania and the Horcruxes, but he restrained himself. Professor, I fear Bella's persecution of me will persist. Considering this, the Ministry of Magic has increased personnel to hunt down the Death Eaters lurking in the shadows. During your holiday away from Hogwarts, Aurors will be stationed at the leaky cauldron for your protection. Aurors for protection? Now, that's a privilege, Sean thought to himself. The Christmas holiday swiftly approached its conclusion, and students gradually returned to Hogwarts, in the Slytherin common room. Sean was surrounded by Cassius, Chris, and Graham, who bombarded him with questions regarding his encounter with Yovik. Why grandfather mentioned that Yovik was sent to Azkaban after his interrogation. Chris stated, Sean, how on earth did you escape the Forbidden Forest? Cassius inquired, craning his neck with curiosity that I've already recounted this 8 times. Yovik fortuitously stumbled upon the lair of the Acromantula, and I seized the opportunity to flee, Sean replied, exasperated, as Cassius had relentlessly asked him this question. It is truly fortunate that the spiders did not bite you, Cassius remarked. Had they bitten me, I wouldn't be here. Sean shot him a glance. Chris worriedly asked, what if we encounter Death Eaters sent by Bella outside of school? The leaky cauldron has aura protection, and as for other places, I will simply avoid them. The Death Eaters are not currently bold enough to act openly, Sean assured. Before Voldemort's return, the Death Eaters lived in extreme secrecy, as the wizarding world remained under the Ministry's control, rendering safety a temporary assurance. During dinner, Sean found himself once again ensnared by the Weasley twins and Cedric, who relentlessly posed the same questions. Forcing him to mechanically repeat his earlier statements, I'm glad you're unharmed, Cedric expressed with concern out of course. I cannot afford to be harmed. If I were, how could I look out for you two? Sean replied, directing his gaze at the Weasley twins. Fred shot Sean a disdainful look. Please, do we really need your protection? Exactly. I only need to look out for Fred, George added. Clearly, I'm the one looking out for you. Fred retorted defiantly. The Weasley twins resumed their daily banter, prompting Sean to shake his head and swiftly return to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, he noticed Kurt lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Sean, Kurt called out to him. Sean thought to himself, surely Kurt does not intend to ask those questions as well. I am utterly reluctant to answer. However, to his surprise, Kurt's next words caught him off guard. Sean, my uncle Lucius Malfoy has heard about your exploits at school and is quite interested in you. Perhaps you're unaware, but he is one of the governors of Hogwarts. What did Kurt mean by this? Was Lucius attempting to win him over? Sean analyzed the implications of Kurt's statement. Lucius could not possibly be unaware that Yovik was sent by Bella, who happened to be Lucius's sister-in-law, if Bella wished to harm Sean. Lucius, being the coward he was, would surely not oppose her. As Sean contemplated this, he realized that Lucius had never genuinely pledged loyalty to Voldemort. His actions were merely self-preservation, motivated by his own interests. While Lucius may appear cowardly before Voldemort, how many could truly stand firm in his presence? Now, with Death Eaters hiding in the shadows or imprisoned in Azkaban, Bella was no exception. Lucius, possessing power and influence, would be more inclined to expand his own authority. Sean was undoubtedly a talent, a notable figure, the boy who survived. Such a title was not easily earned. After graduation, should Sean secure a position in the Ministry of Magic, his talents would surely propel him to great heights in no time. With such immense potential, how could Lucius possibly let this opportunity slip by? Lucius wishes to invite you to Malfoy Manor this summer, Kurt stated. Indeed, it was a blatant attempt at recruitment. Sean smiled and replied, Malfoy Manor? It would be my honor to visit a governor's residence. Compared to Harry, Sean was far more inclined to meet Draco. This direct Slytherin Jr. and subtly establish his seniority, thereby preventing any future trouble upon Draco's enrollment. Point 1 must never underestimate the troublemaking capabilities of the privileged. Excellent. Kurt nodded in satisfaction before adding, this week, I will personally instruct you on the Serpent's Exchange. I believe this incident has made you appreciate the importance of power. Kurt's words, while accurate, were accompanied by an unsettling glint in his eyes. Within the ranks of the Serpent's Tail, there was nothing particularly arcane about the dark magic taught. Sean had recently mastered a spell known as the Bone-Corroding Shadow, which he learned from Jovic, and it proved far more destructive than any of the spells imparted over the past 3 months. Notably, during his tenure of over 3 months with the Serpent's Tail, Sean had encountered a mere trio of dark spells: the Ghoul's Kiss, the Witch's Eye, and the Cursed Dragon's Tooth. The Ghoul's Kiss had been taught to Sean and Chris by Blanco, while the other two were learned surreptitiously from other groups. Presently, Chris had commenced practical exercises with the Ghoul's Kiss, while Sean had fully mastered all 3 dark spells. Beyond mere instruction in dark magic, The Serpent's Tail also engaged in discussions regarding academic challenges, functioning as a typical study group for high-achieving students. However, Sean exhibited little interest in their conversations, often lost in his own thoughts. Before the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, Sean finally grasped the intricacies of the disillusionment charm, a spell he had attempted to decipher since his first day at school. It took him over 3 months of scattered effort to succeed, relying solely on notes from his textbooks and dedicating considerable time to studying brain lock and other spells. Had he been able to witness Snape casting the spell firsthand, he could have comprehended the magical framework much more swiftly. The attempt on Sean's life by Jovic, though the professors remained tight-lipped, spread among students due to the connections their parents had within the Ministry of Magic. Leading to gossip at Hogwarts, the students began to regard Sean with newfound admiration. Even those from Slytherin who had previously held disdain for him began to shift their perspectives. A first-year student who could elude the attack of a former Death Eater was enough to attest to his prowess and fortune. Sean was no mere bookworm. He was a remarkable student capable of bringing honor to some AS for the moniker of the son of betrayal. Most students had only heard of it through their elders. Rather than clinging to slanderous rumors, it would be wiser to embrace him as a true member of Slytherin. The traditions of Slytherin, ambition, shrewdness, a focus on honor, the ability to assess circumstances, self-preservation, and a relentless pursuit of victory, were reflected in their changing attitudes. As the latter half of the semester commenced after Christmas, Sean notably observed an increase in the frequency of greetings from upperclassmen in Slytherin. Previously, many had labeled Slytherin as a den of villains. Yet it appeared to be a misconception. Slytherins were simply more ambitious than their peers. If ambition alone were a mark of villainy, Hogwarts would not permit such a house to exist. It was merely that Slytherin was prone to harboring more extreme individuals, which tarnished the house's reputation. Time flew, and soon June arrived, a month of torment for most students, as final exams loomed at the end of the month, with everyone busily reviewing their subjects, while Sean remained elusive. When he sought to analyze the framework of the purification charm, he would typically borrow a book from the library, opening it without actually reading, merely to project an image of diligence to passing teachers and students, while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. His practice of magic took place in the girls' lavatory on the second floor after curfew, making Sean's life seem far more monotonous compared to regular class attendance. He had little in the way of entertainment, occasionally chatting with Cassius and Chris during meal times, and he declined all invitations to student activities. This diligence, however, yielded some rewards that he finally comprehended the framework of the purification charm, and he anticipated that with another month during summer break, he would be able to cast it proficiently. This was his most significant achievement of the latter semester. The wizard's heart could not be absent from Hogwarts. But starting in his second year, he would qualify to absorb the wizard's heart, at which point his magical capacity would undergo a qualitative leap. Yet, with the arrival of the new year, he would be embarking on the curriculum for second-year students, leaving little time to explore the magic he wished to learn, unless he applied to Dumbledore again to complete all courses and assessments within the first month of the new term. During dinner, Cassius wore a look of distress. "It's too difficult. What is this? Why is there even a potions class?" he lamented. "I truly envy you, Sean. You don't even have to take the final exams. If you can pass your assessments in the first month of the new term, you wouldn't need to review either," Chris chimed in with a smile. Sean shook his head. "Cassius, who said I don't have to take the final exams? I still have potions left to complete." Sean had taken 6 courses at the start of the term, leaving only potions and flying. He had already given up on flying, but he continued to attend potions classes. For concocting potions required more than mere theoretical knowledge. It demanded practical experience as well as the professor's table. Snape set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and approached the Slytherin table. "Greals, meet me in the headmaster's office after dinner," Snape said flatly. "Understood, Professor," Sean responded promptly, having intended to discuss second-year matters with Dumbledore, only to find that the old wizard sought him out first. "Chris, have you noticed how the professors treat Sean differently than they do us?" Cassius remarked enviously. "Professor Snape never speaks to me in such a tone." Sean smiled and asked, "How does he usually address you?" "He typically lowers his voice and coldly calls out, 'Cassius, you fool.'" Cassius attempted to mimic Snape's deep voice, though his youthful vocal cords betrayed him. "I'm sorry, Cassius. But Professor Snape has never spoken to me in such a manner, Chris replied, her expression suggesting she wanted no part of his antics. Oh dear. Why do the professors target me? Cassius lamented, burying his head on the dining table in despair. If you were as exceptional as Sean, the professors would treat you specially too, Chris remarked, glancing at Sean. In truth, Sean had indeed received special treatment from Dumbledore and the professors due to his remarkable talent. The greatest privilege being his exemption from classes, along with the notably friendly demeanor of other professors toward him. Even Snape, who had initially perceived Sean as arrogant and eager to showcase himself, gradually revised his opinion. At least Sean was not so arrogant as to be oblivious to others. To illustrate, when he was attacked by a kestrel, Sean had proactively sought out Snape to report it. After dinner, Snape once again approached Sean, and the two made their way to Dumbledore's office. Snape recited the entrance password. Lemon. The guard statue rotated upward, revealing a stone staircase leading to the upper level. The two ascended the staircase, which moved automatically to the headmaster's chamber. Dumbledore was perusing books by the bookshelf and turned to greet Snape and Sean upon their arrival. Sean, your first year is nearing its conclusion. What have you gained this year? Dumbledore inquired. Sean pondered whether Dumbledore had called him over merely for an end-of-year recap. He was about to organize his thoughts to present Dumbledore with a model year-end summary. Professor, although I have only attended classes for a month this year, I have learned many noble qualities from the professors, which cannot be found in textbooks. Enough, Professor. You should just tell him about that matter. Snape interrupted, unable to tolerate Sean's pretentious remarks. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Sean, have you heard of the Triwizard Tournament? The Triwizard Tournament? Sean echoed, shaking his head. He was only familiar with the Triwizard Tournament, and this four-school friendship tournament was entirely new to him. 4 schools? ISNT that the Triwizard Tournament organized by 3 schools, Sean asked in confusion. Dumbledore regarded Sean with an approving gaze. You even know about the Triwizard Tournament. It is an event held every 5 years among 3 European schools. But due to excessive casualties in the competition, it has not been held for many years. The 4-School International Magical Friendship Tournament is a friendly competition held every 10 years among 4 magical schools worldwide. Larger in scale and duration. Sean ruminated on the details from Harry Potter, certain that he had never heard of such an event, making this yet another new experience in the magical world for him. Professor, which 4 schools are involved? Sean inquired with curiosity. Dumbledore mentioned the names of 4 schools: Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, Wakanda in Uganda, Ilvermorny in the United States, and our very own Hogwarts. It is these esteemed institutions. Sean mused that he was aware that there are a total of 11 internationally renowned magical schools in the global wizarding community, alongside several lesser-known academies not recognized by the International Magical Education Department. However, the 3 schools that Dumbledore had referenced were indeed held in high regard worldwide. Professor, you aren't suggesting that Hogwarts will host a friendly competition among the 4 schools next semester, are you? Sean asked. What a clever child, Dumbledore praised. Then, are you asking me to participate? Sean replied uncertainly, for he knew little about this event. This competition requires each school to select 6 students to compete, Dumbledore explained. Upon hearing this, Sean thought to himself that with 4 schools, that would amount to 24 participants. This scale was indeed much larger than the Triwizard Tournament. Such a grand event would likely span an entire academic year. Much like the Triwizard Tournament, from Dumbledore's words, Sean gradually gleaned some understanding of this 4-school friendship tournament. The 4-school magical contest commenced earlier than the Triwizard Tournament, which began selecting champions on Halloween. October 1 SD, and held its first event on November 2-4th. In contrast, the 4-school friendship tournament would select its 6 participants by the end of the first month of the new term. Started competitions on October 10th. As for the reason for 6 competitors, it was because the students selected were the most outstanding from 2nd to 7th year, excluding first-year newcomers, given that Sean would be entering his 2nd year next term. He pondered who among his peers could possibly surpass him. The answer was evident. He had already distanced himself from his classmates by a considerable margin. However, the duration of this competition seemed daunting, and he feared it would consume much of his personal time. Noticing Sean's hesitation, Dumbledore remarked, In your year, all the professors unanimously nominated you. Do you not wish to represent Hogwarts in pursuit of glory? Not that I am unwilling, Professor. By the way, What is the reward for the winning team? Sean suddenly inquired, thinking of a tangible matter. The victorious team will be awarded 20,000 galleons, Dumbledore replied. Professor, I am willing. I wish to contribute to Hogwarts, Sean declared earnestly, his expression serious. Reflecting on the fact that the Triwizard Tournament's meager prize was merely 1,000 galleons, this sum of 20,000 was quite enticing. Divided among 6. It would still surpass the Triwizard rewards. Sean's financial situation, or rather the lack thereof, was disheartening. His uncle, Hearns, was merely a cook at the Leaky Cauldron and had a penchant for drinking, leaving little room for savings or allowances for Sean. The owner, Tom, had been kind enough to provide Sean with lodging and sustenance over the years, having only given him 20 galleons before his enrollment. T.O. described Sean as financially destitute would not be an exaggeration. His future aspirations involved opening a wizarding pub in London after graduating, once Harry had presumably vanquished Voldemort, thus necessitating some startup funds. Then, Professor, does this mean I won't have to attend other classes next year? Sean ventured tentatively. If you manage to obtain an outstanding in the assessments during the first month of the new term, I shall grant you that privilege, Dumbledore replied. Sean felt a surge of joy. It appeared Dumbledore had indeed opened a door for him, and a little review of second-year material over the summer would make achieving 6 outstanding grades quite feasible. After leaving the headmaster's office, several other students entered to speak with Dumbledore individually, those nominated by professors from 3rd to 7th year, including a few familiar faces to Sean, though Dumbledore had not elaborated on the competition structure. It was clear that with 6 participants, there would undoubtedly be team events that, if possible, Sean wished to remain inconspicuous. He did not want to outshine the older students and cause discord within the team. I shall play my part without drawing attention, while compelling the one who loves you most to perform spontaneously, Sean hummed as he walked back to the Slytherin common room. Coincidentally, he encountered Cedric, who was returning to the adjacent Hufflepuff common room. Cedric approached Sean to greet him. What song were you just singing? Sean replied, It was a Chinese song. Cedric looked at Sean with astonishment. You can speak Chinese? I've heard it's quite difficult to learn. I tried to teach myself once, but eventually gave up. I would rather listen to Professor Bin's History of Magic. Sean smiled mysteriously. Actually, I am a level 10 enthusiast in Chinese. As Cedric observed Sean walk away, he felt an increasing admiration for him, prompting him to revisit children's storybooks in Chinese pinyin upon returning home for the summer. The next day, Sean visited the library, this time sincerely borrowing a book from the public reading area, sitting down to read attentively for half an hour. That a brief history of 11 international magical schools proved to be quite interesting. It seemed he could indeed find some leisure reading in the public library section in the future. Sean regarded this brief history as a magazine, becoming quite engrossed in it. He read about Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France, Durmstrang Institute in the Scandinavian Peninsula, Cold of Storts in Russia, the Magical Institute of Japan, Wakanda in Uganda, Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States, the Sanctum in the Balkans, and the Nirmata School in India. When Sean stumbled upon the entry for the magical school in China, he nearly fell off his chair in disbelief. Blue sky. It can't possibly be that blue sky, he thought. Continuing to read, he discovered that Blue Sky Academy's location was unknown, rumored to be atop a towering mountain in the interior. Though established more recently than the other 10 schools, its increasing number of students had elevated its international profile significantly this century. Sean found it hard to believe that a magical school in his homeland bore such a name. Reading this book had certainly expanded his peculiar knowledge. He then focused on the other 3 schools participating in the 4-school friendship tournament. Castelo Bruxo, in Brazil, nestled within a tropical rainforest, boasted architecture reminiscent of mythological temples. Wakanda, the only officially recognized magical school in Africa by the International Confederation of Wizards, welcomed young witches and wizards from across the continent. The wizards of Wakanda excelled in wandless magic, as wands had only gained prominence in Africa during the last century. Although their teaching methods had adapted to include wand usage, inspired by European magical schools. Wakanda still preserved the tradition of wandless magic as an elective for older students. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States was founded in the early 17th century by Irish immigrant Isolde Sayre and her Muggle husband, James Stewart, closely mirroring the teaching style of Hogwarts. Sean felt a growing anticipation towards the wizards of ancient Africa. Among the 11 schools, the oldest was the Sanctum in the Balkans, originally called the Sanctum 2 centuries ago, before its name change. It was said that the dark wizard Helbo graduated from the Sanctum before descending into darkness and slaying numerous alumni. Perhaps within Sean's wizarding heart resided some remnant of a powerful dark wizard who once walked the hallowed halls of the Sanctum. A brief history of 11 international magical schools. I foresee you as the representative for your year in the upcoming 4-school friendship tournament, Charlie Weasley remarked, standing before Sean's table and glancing at the book in his hands. I've heard from my 2 younger brothers that you were somewhat of a legendary figure in their year. It's a pity you weren't sorted into Gryffindor, since Dumbledore had yet to inform the students about the forthcoming 4-school friendship tournament. Charlie must have discussed it with the headmaster privately. Then, are you the representative for the 7th year? Charlie inquired. Sean inquired softly. Among the representatives from each year at Hogwarts, only Sean from the 2nd year faced no competition, while selecting a representative from the other years proved rather challenging. Take the 7th year, for instance. Charlie Weasley from Gryffindor, Nymphadora Tonks from Hufflepuff, and Kurt Malfoy from Slytherin, each a top student in their respective year. In terms of magical prowess, Sean found it difficult to ascertain whom Dumbledore would choose as the 7th year representative. Charlie stated with confidence, Professor Dumbledore selected me, and Kurt and Nymphadora are furious. May I ask why the headmaster chose you? After all, I have heard that both of them are quite powerful, Sean queried. Charlie pulled out a chair beside Sean and sat down, speaking softly. Kurt is from your Slytherin. You must have encountered him. He tends to be rather self-absorbed and, to put it bluntly, authoritarian. A team of 6 requires diverse opinions, and the professor fears that if he were captain, the team's atmosphere would become quite rigid. Sean gleaned a piece of information from Charlie's words. Captain, so, you are the captain then? Charlie chuckled modestly. Did the professor not inform you? The 7th year representative also serves as captain. And what about Tonks? Sean asked. Tonks, you might not have interacted with her, but her temperament is notoriously capricious. The professor believes she is ill-suited for a leadership role, Charlie replied in a hushed tone, wary of being overheard by passers-by. Sean forced a smile, thinking to himself that he not only knew her, but had nearly been on the receiving end of her wrath. The thought of Tonks as captain did not bode well for team morale. At least Kurt's temperament remained relatively steady. By the way, who are the representatives from the other years? Sean inquired. From 3rd year, it's Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw. From 4th year, Percy Weasley from Gryffindor. He's my brother. Whom you've met. From 5th year, Zachariah Smith from Hufflepuff. And from 6th year, Theo Knott from Slytherin. Alongside you and me, that makes 6 representatives for Hogwarts, Charlie explained. Sean recognized all, but Zachariah Smith among the names Charlie mentioned. The others were either acquaintances or familiar figures. Penelope eventually entered into a relationship with Percy, and the surname Smith suggested a member of one of the 28 pure-blood families, likely the brother of the steadfast Hannah Smith. Sean mused. Charlie continued. I sought you out to inform you that the team members must return to school a week early during the summer break to foster team cohesion. Sean could hardly contain his eagerness to remain at Hogwarts throughout the summer, as it would afford him ample time to absorb the magic of the wizard's heart. However, professors typically returned home during the summer, and thus the school rarely permitted students to stay, that I understand. Sean replied succinctly. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Sean observed Kurt cursing Charlie with a lack of decorum, lamenting how Charlie had the audacity to usurp his position as the 7th year representative. Claiming that the Weasley family was an embarrassment to Hogwarts, Sean had anticipated Kurt's explosive outburst, but was taken aback by his unrefined language in such a public setting. He usually presented himself with an air of politeness befitting a nobleman. Sean, Kurt called out to him. Sean sighed resignedly and approached Kurt. Is there something you need? You are the representative for the 2nd year, correct? Kurt stated bluntly. Yes, Professor Dumbledore has spoken to me. Sean nodded. Kurt, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, you and Theo are Slytherin's representatives. While I should have been captain, my team must be that Weasley scoundrel who slandered me before Dumbledore, that despicable wretch. Whatever it takes, do not let the Weasley family shine during the competition. Theo interjected, but if we go after the Weasley family during the team competition, other teams will exploit our discord. Sean thought to himself, isn't it rather unwise to provoke him when he is already in a rage? Kurt glared at Theo, his words dripping with disdain. Are you defending the Weasley family? Remember, you are a Slytherin. Theo, unfairly targeted, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, I am well aware that I am a Slytherin. But I'm also a Hogwarts student. Kurt shot Theo a scornful glance and sneered, Are you afraid of those foreign interlopers? Do you think they can outmaneuver Hogwarts? Sean discerned from Kurt's remarks that he held a rather dismissive view of the students from the other three schools. Are the other three schools truly that weak? Sean asked intentionally. Kurt shot him a glance. In the inter-school friendship competition, over the past century, Hogwarts has won 7 out of 10 times that you still deem them weak. Sean chuckled in agreement. Indeed, they are quite weak. The statistics indicated that Hogwarts possessed overwhelming strength, yet Sean refrained from making any rash judgments as he had not witnessed the competitions firsthand. The final week of June was known among Hogwarts students as Hell Week. As fifth-year students prepared for their OWLS, ordinary wizarding levels, while seventh-year graduates faced the NEWTS, nastily exhausting wizarding tests, the school was filled with an intense atmosphere of study, and Sean felt like an outsider, free from the pressures of exams and the disturbances of Voldemort. If only Bellatrix would also abandon her pursuit of him. How blissful life would be. Sean, why don't you help me take the exam? Cassius pleaded with Sean during dinner. Before Sean could respond, Clarice swatted Cassius on the head with her notebook. Ouch! Clarice, why did you hit me? Cassius rubbed his head. Clarice gestured around. Look, everyone is reviewing while they eat. What nonsense are you thinking? If you get caught, you'll be in serious trouble, and Slytherin's points could suffer, jeopardizing your chance at the House Cup. Sean resolutely declined Cassius's request, unwilling to tarnish his reputation. Over the school year, the professors had begun to view him more favorably. Initially, they perceived him as arrogant and overly ambitious, but incidents involving Keith and Jovic had at least led Snape to regard Sean as a promising student. A day later, Hogwarts officially entered exam week. Sean participated only in the potions exam on Tuesday. Since Cassius sat somewhat far from him, he was unable to assist Cassius with the answers after the exam. Cassius wore a woeful expression, lamenting, I'm sure I flunked potions. The grading scale consisted of outstanding, O, exceeds expectations, E, acceptable, A, poor, P, dreadful, D, and troll, T. Cassius predicted he would receive AP, and to Sean, it seemed he had yet to find his footing. Cassius, if you have time next semester, I can tutor you in potions, Sean offered sympathetically. Really? Thank you so much, Cassius exclaimed, embracing Sean with gratitude. The Friday following exam week marked the final day before the break, and students busied themselves packing their belongings in the dormitory. Sean possessed only a small suitcase, as he was too poor to afford more than one robe, despite the school's enrollment notice stipulating that students should prepare 3 sets. That evening, he would have to wear this single robe, which felt like wearing 3 for the end-of-year feast. You have borne pressures far beyond your years, Sean remarked to his robe. He wore it so often that it wore out more quickly than others. If he were to earn the prize from the inter-school friendship competition next semester, he vowed to buy himself several new garments in the common room. Clarice extended an invitation to Sean to visit her family's estate during the summer. I'm afraid not. The leaky cauldron will be quite busy during the summer, and old Tom would never allow me to go out and enjoy myself. Besides, I promised Kurt I would visit the Malfoy estate. Sean politely declined. What fun could there possibly be at the Malfoy estate? I have heard from my father that Lucius Malfoy is a duplicitous sycophant who has previously worked for the Dark Lord. Sean concluded as Chris mentioned the mysterious figure. She deliberately lowered her voice. Sean chuckled, acknowledging that while Lucius was indeed a Death Eater, your Uncle Barty Crouch was also a Death Eater, a loyal servant of Voldemort. When it comes to ruthlessness, Lucius could hardly compete with Barty, who was the kind of man who would even dare to take the life of his own father. Furthermore, there was Draco at Malfoy Manor. Sean was also curious to make the acquaintance of this self-important scion. I heard Lucius is one of the 12 governors of Hogwarts. It would be rather impolite to decline an invitation from a governor. Sean said apologetically. Very well. Chris replied with a hint of resignation. A manor. Chris, why don't you invite me to your home? I've never been to a manor before, Cassius chimed in with a mischievous grin directed at Chris. I am sorry, but I moved during the summer holidays, Chris coldly rejected. Sean, my mother would never suspect that I'm friends with the boy who survived. Starting this summer, my standing within the family will surely rise. Cassius said with a goofy grin as Sean's lips curled into a faint, awkward smile. Being an untroubled, naive little wizard was indeed quite delightful. During the banquet, Dumbledore summarized the performances of Hogwarts students and revealed the final standings for the House Cup. Now, I shall announce the scores of the four houses. Fourth place, Ravenclaw with 305 points. The Ravenclaw students politely applauded for their house, their awkwardness masked by courtesy, and the other three houses joined in the applause. Third place, Hufflepuff with 390 points. Cedric sighed, then joined his classmates in clapping for Hufflepuff. Second place, Gryffindor with 415 points. Dumbledore announced in a booming voice. The Weasley twins were the first to spring up. Hands raised high in celebration for Gryffindor, their love for the house undiminished despite their frequent point deductions. First place, Dumbledore paused, glancing at the Slytherin table, Slytherin, with 435 points. The Slytherins did not cheer or rise. Yet their joy was palpable as they applauded vigorously, striving to fill the hall with their triumphant sound. Sean had a small part in Slytherin's success. During the first month of school, he and the Weasley twins had exposed Jovic's gambling scheme, earning Slytherin points. However, due to his habitual absence from classes, he had only added 30 points in potions, and it seemed Snape had decided not to allow Sean to contribute further. It was perplexing that Dumbledore had not awarded Sean points for outsmarting Jovic, leaving Sean feeling a bit downcast. Perhaps it was because Slytherin was already assured of the House Cup, thus not requiring any last-minute boost to secure their victory. At the end-of-year banquet, everyone was engaged in lively conversation, knowing that it would be 2 months until they met again. Some students who were usually friendly exchanged home addresses, promising to write during the holidays. Sean, your address? Cassius scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Oh, I forgot you live at the leaky cauldron. You can just use flu powder to get there. Pureblood families typically do not have telephones, like the Weasley household, but they possess magical means of transportation, such as the Flu Network, compared to Harry's living conditions. Sean was fortunate, residing within the magical realm, with Diagon Alley right next door, offering new wonders every day. As the banquet concluded, the Weasley twins approached Sean, inviting him to visit them at their home during the holidays. But he politely declined. You can come to the leaky cauldron. The Flu Network is quite convenient. I really envy you, living in such an intriguing place, Fred remarked, his face filled with longing at the mention of the leaky cauldron. You must be joking. Don't even think about sneaking sips of butterbeer. Mum will kill us, George retorted. Sean's first year at Hogwarts was spent in a whirlwind of events, his greatest treasure being the wizarding heart concealed within Merlin's chamber, which profoundly impacted his magical journey. With Jovic gone, one could only wonder what kind of defense against the dark arts professor would arrive next year, and who would be the unfortunate soul to take on that cursed position. The following day, the students boarded the carriages pulled by Thestrals, making their way to Hogsmeade train station. Interestingly, the entrance to Hogwarts was quite ordinary, resembling the iron gate of a typical manor, surrounded by overgrown vines. If one were not informed, they might mistake it for a back or side entrance. Cassius, marveling at the self-moving carriage, inquired, "What kind of magic is this?" Sean merely smiled. For those who could not see the Thestrals would assume the movement was due to enchantments on the carriage, while those who could see the Thestrals would not boast about it, for only those who had witnessed death could perceive them. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, after bidding farewell at King's Cross Station in London, Sean took a bus back to the leaky cauldron, located at Charing Cross. Why, little Sean, you've finally returned. Hearn squinted his narrow eyes, opening his arms to embrace Sean. Uncle Hearns, could you not be so mushy? Sean lamented in a state of exasperation as he found himself enveloped in Hearn's embrace. Old Tom chuckled as he watched the uncle and nephew. Hearns was positively thrilled to know you were on holiday today. Look who has come back. Bald Jamie greeted Sean with a smile. Sean had a decent rapport with this bald wizard, who had initially learned magic by observing him. Jamie, you're here quite early today. Knowing you'd returned from Hogwarts today, I came early to wait for you to serve me drinks, Jamie teased. Sean replied in kind, just wait. I'll drop off my luggage first, and then fetch you a drink. Old Tom beamed, delighted that Sean was back to help him out, for this boy was just charming, making it worthwhile for him to have provided free food and shelter all these years. As Sean carried his suitcase upstairs to his small room, he encountered a man clad in a black robe and hood, descending from the second floor. They brushed past each other, And in that fleeting moment, Sean felt a chilling aura and an indescribable, abstract sensation, a feeling he seemed to have experienced before, perhaps known as death. The robed figure descended the stairs and exited through the back door, presumably heading to Diagon Alley, though it was more likely he was bound for Nocturne Alley. Seizing the opportunity, Sean activated his magical eye to scrutinize the figure, whose aura radiated a magical force akin to that of an ordinary wizard, comparable to Jamie's, yet mingled within was a hint of black. Sean wished to gain a clearer view, but the figure had already slipped out the back door. When Sean came downstairs after stowing away his luggage, he inquired at the counter, "Old Tom, who was that person who just went downstairs?" Old Tom replied, his accent suggests he is a foreign wizard. He stayed for 2 nights and checked out today. Sean felt a twinge of concern. The black magic aura was something he had only encountered on Voldemort's Horcruxes, while even Jovic, a Death Eater, had a white aura. Sean had speculated that black magic might be related to death. After all, the creation of Horcruxes necessitated the murder of another. Compared to the dark arts he had learned, such as the kiss of the ghoul, the witch's eye, and the dragon's tooth, Horcruxes truly embodied malevolence. Could that person be Voldemort? Sean, propelled by an inexplicable impulse, found himself heading towards the back door. "Sean, where are you going?" "What about my beer?" Jamie called out to him. Sean snapped back to reality, halting in his tracks. He suddenly wanted to slap himself. Was he out of his mind? Even if it were Voldemort, what did it have to do with him? Should he really chase after him and court death? Sean berated himself internally, then adjusted his expression to fetch Jamie's beer from the counter. The sky may be falling, but someone tall will hold it up. There was no need for Sean to engage in potentially life-threatening pursuits, especially since this was merely his speculation. Logically, Voldemort shouldn't even be in London at this time, that he was still weak, hiding in the Albanian forest, possessing small creatures. Whatever, Diagon Alley is under the watch of Aurors. Even if he's a Death Eater, he wouldn't dare to cause a stir that on the 5th day after the holiday began, the Hogwarts report cards arrived via owl post that of Sean's 8 subjects. He achieved 7 outstanding O grades and 1 disappointing D, an accomplishment that filled Hearns with immense pride. 7 outstanding grades. Sean, you are simply a genius. Hearns naturally disregarded the results of the flying class. To him, it held no significance, as he was not aspiring to become a Quidditch player. A mere flying lesson was inconsequential, which was also the reason Hearns never mentioned it when boasting about Sean's achievements. The Three Broomsticks was exceptionally bustling during the summer holidays. A few years prior, Sean had suggested to Old Tom that he invest some money in refurbishing the tavern's decor, but Old Tom had decisively refused, claiming that its historical weight was invaluable. The Three Broomsticks had existed since the early 16th century, boasting over 400 years of history, which rendered this small tavern positioned at the intersection of the magical and muggle worlds. A barometer of sorts. Should the day come when the Three Broomsticks fell silent, it would indicate that the wizarding world was enduring a dire predicament. That on the last day of July, Harry's birthday, Sean made no acknowledgment of the occasion, instead engaging in casual conversation with Kurt as they prepared to use the Floo network to travel to Malfoy Manor, aware that Lucius had invited Sean. Old Tom refrained from hindering his plans, granting him a day off at Tea Rose Manor. Sean followed Kurt as he tossed a handful of Floo powder, clearly enunciating the destination. With a loud whoosh, azure flames enveloped Sean's form, and in an instant he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood within the opulent fireplace of the Malfoy residence. Sean surveyed the grandeur of the hall. There was nothing particularly remarkable to note. Wealth was evident. Although Sean was not affluent himself, he had gleaned much from his past life observing the mansions of the wealthy online. The Malfoy estate was undoubtedly impressive, yet it did not leave him in awe. "Uncle Lucius, this is Sean Greer," Kurt introduced. That a middle-aged man with long golden hair regarded Sean with an air of arrogance, his condescending gaze eliciting a chuckle from Sean. A mere pawn. What was there to be proud of? "Sean Greer, welcome to Malfoy Manor," Lucius said, tilting his head slightly. "Sir, it is my honor," Sean replied, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes at that moment. A golden-haired boy with slick-back hair descended the staircase, casting a curious glance at Sean. "Father, who is he?" Draco inquired. "Sean Greer of Slytherin, the most accomplished student of his year," Lucius answered. Lucius seemed to refrain from critiquing Sean's excellence. After all, excellence was excellence, particularly for a Slytherin. Had Sean been a Gryffindor, Lucius's demeanor would have likely been quite different. Lucius's introduction of Sean to Draco was laden with implications. He harbored great expectations for Draco, hoping he too would excel upon entering Hogwarts, thereby bringing glory to the Malfoy name. Draco appeared somewhat disgruntled by his father's praise of another child in his presence. "Once I enroll, I shall surpass you," Draco declared, fixing a determined gaze on Sean. Sean merely smiled in silence, thinking to himself, the sun has shone, and the rain has ceased. Little Draco now believes himself capable. Lucius requested Dobby to prepare some fruits and chilled beverages to be served in the manor's gazebo, where the four sat around the table discussing Hogwarts and matters pertaining to Dumbledore. It is outrageous that Dumbledore chose Charlie Weasley as captain. Appointing a Weasley to such a position is a blatant insult to the Malfoys. Kurt lamented, still vexed by the decision, that I believe he has grown senile, incapable of discerning what constitutes a sound decision. It is time for a new headmaster, Lucius remarked. Sir, Dumbledore holds a venerable reputation at Hogwarts. With both professors and students rallying behind him, Sean countered. Then let his reputation be tarnished, Lucius retorted, while Sean remained silent, inwardly scoffing at the notion that Lucius could contend with the likes of old Dumbledore. He was not worthy. It appears this will fall to you, Sean, Lucius said with an inscrutable smile that a chill ran down Sean's spine. What mischievous scheme was Lucius concocting now? Would he set his sights on him? After Lucius departed momentarily, Draco seized the opportunity to speak more freely. Are you also one of the fabled boys who survived? Why do you ask? Your Aunt Bella is still intent on killing me. Sean replied nonchalantly, appearing unperturbed by the notion of being hunted. I have never met her. Perhaps she saw me when I was still an infant, and why father claims she has been in Azkaban all this time. Draco stated. Last Christmas, Sean narrowly escaped an assassination attempt from Bella's associates, Kurt added. Intrigued, Draco sought to inquire further about the details, but Lucius's approach to the gazebo stifled his curiosity. Lucius returned, clutching a stack of pristine textbooks, which he placed before Sean. These are the second-year textbooks. You need not procure your own for the upcoming school year. A gesture of undue kindness often signifies ulterior motives, especially from a hypocrite like Lucius. Was this generosity extended merely because Sean was a distinguished Slytherin? Sir, I cannot accept your generosity. You may have heard from Kurt that I seldom attend classes at Hogwarts. Textbooks are of little use to me. And besides, I already possess my second-year books, Sean asserted. Years prior, Hearns had gathered first through third-year textbooks for Sean from a second-hand shop. Each volume was of commendable quality. Lucius persisted. Perhaps this particular volume will pique your interest. He lifted several of the books, revealing one titled The Albanian Shadow. Sean, unable to ascertain its content from the title alone, could not help but associate the name Albania with Voldemort. Under Lucius's subtle prompting, he picked up the book and began to peruse it. The first 2 pages detailed the origins of dark wizards in Albania, while the subsequent pages chronicled various dark magic practices. Such tomes were not available in legitimate bookstores. Any literature documenting dark magic was prohibited under ministry regulations. Kurt mentioned that your talent in dark magic is equally remarkable. This book should prove beneficial, Lucius remarked. Initially, Sean suspected Lucius intended to lure him down a dark path with dark magic, hoping to ensnare him in its seductive grasp. However, when he received the second book from Lucius, he realized his assumptions had been overly simplistic. It was a notebook, which Lucius feigned offering to Sean for note-taking purposes. The moment Sean grasped the notebook, his magical eye activated once more. Though Sean had never encountered Voldemort's actual notebook, he understood at that moment that what he held was indeed Tom Riddle's diary. The dark energy swirling around the notebook was unmistakable to his magical eye, much like the malevolent aura emitted by Ravenclaw's diadem, reeking of evil and death. This marked the second occasion his magical eye had autonomously activated upon contact with a Horcrux, leading Sean to speculate that the eye possessed a preemptive function against sinister energies. Rooted in place, Sean grasped the notebook as whispers filled his ears, laden with an alluring power, yet his mind remained clear. Impervious to the enchantment, Sean, Lucius called, noticing his daze. Thank you, sir. "I'd greatly appreciate this book, as well as the notebook," Sean replied with a smile. Lucius, the cunning fox, ostensibly presented Sean with a book on dark magic. Yet the true focus lay with the notebook, that he sought to manipulate Sean into unlocking the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk to purge Muggle-born students. Thus, Dumbledore's standing would undoubtedly suffer, and Muggle students would be eliminated, all with the sacrifice of one Sean. Achieving dual objectives, in no wonder he relied on me. Cunning indeed, Lucius, plotting against me, Sean thought bitterly. Yet, inadvertently acquiring the notebook validated a prior suspicion Sean had harbored when Dumbledore gifted him a ruby necklace. Claiming it could shield against the encroachment of darkness, Sean had surmised that perhaps the magical eye possessed similar capabilities, especially since it had activated in the Room of Requirement, awakening him from the thrall of the Horcrux. Afterward, Sean had refrained from initiating contact with Ravenclaw's diadem, until now, when he inadvertently encountered yet another Horcrux, prompting the magical eye to reveal its evil and leaving him untouched by its whispers. In the state of his magical eye's activation, it appeared he was immune to the corrupting influence of dark thoughts. Sean pondered in silence that he resolved to take the notebook back to Hogwarts and place it in the Room of Requirement, intending to devise a way to release some clues when Harry and Dumbledore began their quest for the Horcruxes, although Sean was no longer intimidated by the allure of the Horcruxes, and possessed the knowledge of the basilisk's venom and the fiendfire curse, both of which could destroy them. He refrained from preemptively destroying the Horcruxes. The destruction would alert Voldemort, possibly revealing the identity of the destroyer, and Sean wished to avoid incurring the wrath of the formidable antagonist so early on. Consequently, Harry would likely not encounter the petrification of students by the basilisk during his second year, allowing the trio to navigate the year in relative peace. Lucius smiled contentedly at Sean, who reciprocated with a polite smile. The atmosphere in the gazebo was exceedingly amicable, with one reveling in a schemed success, while the other, aware yet discreet, played along. By the time the second year concluded without any basilisk incidents at the school, Lucius would undoubtedly be perplexed, to which Sean could easily concoct an excuse, claiming the notebook had been stolen, leaving Lucius with no course of action against him. "Master, afternoon tea is ready," announced Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf, timidly from outside the gazebo. "Then bring it here, you fool. Do you expect me to fetch it myself?" Lucius chided ungraciously, his voice cutting through the jovial atmosphere before the three children. Sean observed the beleaguered Dobby, unable to comprehend why such an extraordinarily magical race as house elves had become subservient to humans. It was only last Christmas, during a casual conversation with Professor Flitwick, that he learned house elves were a race created by ancient wizards, born to serve. Their innate obedience to wizards was woven into their very genes. Their existence was solely to cater to their masters. Sean felt a pang of sorrow upon realizing that ancient wizards had forged a race destined for servitude out of selfish desire. As an intelligent magical species, Sean deemed their plight deplorable. Even a dog receives affectionate pats from its owner, whereas house elves endure relentless labor and ceaseless scorn. Yet, Sean could do little more than empathize with Dobby's predicament, for he was powerless to alter the systemic injustices of the magical world. "Draco, next year when you enroll, make sure to learn diligently from Sean. After I graduate, he shall be the finest of Slytherin," Kurt proclaimed, ensuring to include himself in the accolades. "After I enroll, he won't be," Draco interjected confidently, raising an eyebrow. Sean chuckled. "Your father doesn't intend to let me survive my second year unscathed. If I were not exceptionally gifted, I would likely find myself a mere pawn in someone else's game." After afternoon tea concluded, Sean returned to the leaky cauldron, locking the notebook securely in his suitcase, provided that no absurd mix-up occurred with the luggage. The notebook would safely reach Hogwarts, subsequently hidden away in a Room of Requirement. Of course, this was not a veiled reference to Newt Scamander. After all, misplacing one's luggage was a commonplace occurrence. A few days later, the Weasley family, characterized by their fiery hair, arrived at the leaky cauldron. "Look at you, Sean. You've grown quite a bit since last year," Molly remarked, gesturing beside his head. Sean had not noticed that he had indeed gained 5 centimeters. Now standing at a height of 160 centimeters, that IT must be the nourishing fare at Hogwarts. The nutrition keeps pace. Alas, if I were to remain at the leaky cauldron, I doubt I would have grown so much. Sean jested, raising his voice in playful banter with Old Tom. Old Tom feigned indignation. "You ungrateful wretch! Have you not been well fed here?" Meanwhile, Ron timidly inquired of Fred, "Is he truly the best among your peers?" "Indeed, exceptionally so, and with a flair for mischief. It is a pity he is a Slytherin," George lamented with a sigh. "Are you interested in joining Slytherin? You would fare far better with me than with these two unreliable brothers." Sean teased, ignoring George's comment and instead engaging Ron. "Get lost. Ron is our brother. The Weasleys have always been Gryffindors," Fred retorted. "Calm down. I'm not trying to steal your brother," Sean replied, chuckling that in truth, Ron's character was ill-suited for Slytherin. Lacking ambition, goals, or cunning, the Weasley family was firmly Gryffindor, and that was indisputable. It was Sean's first encounter with Ginny, who was more beautiful than he had anticipated. In a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a lovely young woman, which might explain Harry's eventual affection for her. Arthur and Old Tom concluded their conversation. He approached the children and addressed Sean. "Sean, I hear you will represent your year in the Triwizard Tournament next school year." The Triwizard Tournament was not a secret, as it occurred once every decade, and since the school only had 7 years of students, no student would experience it twice. It was only when older siblings or parents mentioned it that younger students became aware of its existence. Thus, when Percy and Charlie were summoned by Dumbledore for a discussion, they were not entirely uninformed. They felt proud to be chosen as representatives, particularly Percy. Percy, with his serious demeanor, clashed starkly with the jovial atmosphere of the Weasley family, as he preferred order and discipline, often overreacting to any breach of school rules and relishing in issuing commands to those around him. He gravitated towards those in power, and though he was Mrs. Weasley's pride, his rigid character and behavior often made him the subject of ridicule among his younger siblings, with Ron, Fred, and George considering him the biggest fool in the world. "Dad, Sean is far superior to George and Fred," Percy remarked, his gaze fixed on Sean. This marked Percy's first indirect conversation with Sean. Despite having no prior interaction at school, Percy had been observant of this exceptionally talented newcomer. "I've become quite well known at school. Even third years are aware of my reputation," Sean replied with a grin. Percy replied earnestly, "If my two younger brothers possessed even half your talent, Gryffindor would not have missed out on the House Cup this year." "Is that our fault then?" Ron, Fred, and George chimed in unison. Sean inferred that Percy likely sought to cultivate a relationship with him, and he was willing to grant him that opportunity. "You are quite remarkable as well. Otherwise, the headmaster would not have selected you as a representative." Percy, enjoying the compliment, smiled with a hint of pride and added, "By the way, you probably do not yet know the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. I can explain them to you during the back-to-school training." Sean was indeed unfamiliar with the tournament's rules and uncertain about any potential dangers involved. If there were any, he wondered if it would be too late to inform old Dumbledore of his desire to withdraw. "All right, we must go by the textbooks required for the upcoming school year," Molly announced to the children. The bustling Diagon Alley was alive with activity as newly accepted students arrived to procure their necessary items for the school year. While other students sought books for the next academic term, in the following days, Cassius, Clarice, and Graham made special visits to the leaky cauldron to see Sean, but due to the bar's bustling business, he merely managed to exchange brief greetings with them, lacking the time for more in-depth conversation. That afternoon, the bar continued to be packed with patrons who seemed to relish the service provided by the boy who lived. Consequently, Old Tom did not pay Sean, opting instead to claim it was a savings plan for him, promising to present it upon the commencement of the school year. An elderly woman, her hair gray and donned in a hairnet and slippers, entered the bar with a large basket and approached the busy Sean. "Excuse me, I am looking for Hagrid," she said. Sean glanced at the woman, feeling a twinge of familiarity but unable to place her. So he replied, "Madam, I fear he is quite occupied in the kitchen at the moment. Might you share your name so I can inform him of your visit?" "Arabella Figg," the woman disclosed. "Very well." "Mrs. Figg," Sean acknowledged casually, but soon he sensed something amiss. "Figg? Mrs. Figg?" Sean activated his magical eye to scrutinize the woman before him. She did not exude any magical energy. From her name and attire, Sean could confidently ascertain that she was Mrs. Figg, the neighbor residing next to Harry's home, who secretly watched over him. Although Sean was uncertain about Mrs. Fig's purpose for seeking his uncle, he nonetheless proceeded to inform him in the kitchen. "Fig, you are 2 days late from our agreed time," said Hearns. "I apologize, Hearns. Bringing it over proved to be quite troublesome, resulting in a 2-day delay," Mrs. Fig replied. The two appeared to be engaged in some clandestine transaction, and from Mrs. Fig's words, it seemed her basket contained a living creature. "Sean, bring me the basket and open it to have a look," Hearns instructed. "Surely it cannot be anything dangerous," Sean mused silently. Mrs. Fig stared at Sean in surprise. "He is your nephew, Sean Greerls?" "Indeed," Hearns proudly declared. "He's the most outstanding among the first-year students at Hogwarts." Mrs. Fig lived on Privet Drive, less than an hour's drive from the leaky cauldron at Charing Cross, but she seldom ventured away from that vicinity due to her duty to protect Harry. Over the years, she had only heard rumors of another boy who had survived a great calamity living at the leaky cauldron, yet she had never had the opportunity to visit, for that boy from Privet Drive was the key to Dumbledore's plans. Sean took the basket from Mrs. Fig's hands. It was surprisingly light, containing no heavy objects. Under the watchful gaze of Mrs. Fig and Hearns, he lifted the lid. "Goodness, it's a cat." "No, it seems it is not a cat," Sean exclaimed in delight. Inside the basket was a small creature that resembled a raccoon. Sean cradled it in his arms, examining it closely. Its fur was adorned with various spots. Its ears were particularly large, and its tail resembled that of a lion. "This is a gift for your 12th birthday," Hearns announced. "It is a Kneazle. They possess an incredible ability to discern a person's character. An adult Kneazle can grow to about 1 meter in length." Mrs. Fig elaborated, providing insight into Sean's birthday present. Sean pondered for a moment. Today was August 18th, and his body's birthday was August 21st. With the bar being so busy recently, he had entirely forgotten that his birthday was approaching. To think this year's birthday gift is not a chocolate frog. Sean feigned surprise as he turned to Hearns. "That I bought it with your summer wages, although I did contribute significantly as well." Hearns chuckled unabashedly. Sean glanced toward the bar where Old Tom was situated. The old fellow smiled faintly, his face etched with wrinkles. "Marvelous. Using my wages to buy me a gift. Simply marvelous." Sean raised his hands, forcing a smile as he gave Old Tom a thumbs dash up. It seemed that Mrs. Fig indeed had many cats and Kneazles. She bred them and sold the kittens to wizards. That Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, had Kneazle blood in it, which accounted for its remarkable intelligence. Crookshanks had a particular disdain for Peter's rat form, as Kneazles could discern human characteristics. The Kneazle Sean held was about the same size as an ordinary domestic cat, and Mrs. Fig mentioned it was not yet a year old and had recently been weaned. "It has no name yet. It now belongs to you, so you must name it," Mrs. Fig said. Sean contemplated for a moment. Naming could be neither simple nor difficult, as it encompassed many considerations. Some meticulous individuals might even delve into the study of feng shui. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. "How about we name you Jerry?" Wizards were unfamiliar with the cartoon Tom and Jerry, thus unaware of the humor behind Sean's choice. In this, Mrs. Fig produced a palm-sized booklet from her handbag. "What is this?" Sean inquired. "A breeding license," she replied. Confusion clouded Sean's face. "That don't all students have permission to bring pets to Hogwarts?" "I was not aware of any need for a license." Mrs. Fig discerned Sean's skepticism and clarified. "Kneazles require a breeding license. They are not like ordinary cats. Do not underestimate their aggressiveness. Open it and imprint your palm as well as Jerry S." Sean accepted the booklet, which was smaller than his palm. How was he to leave his print on such a tiny surface? As he opened the booklet, he realized it was also a magical artifact. The booklet expanded in Sean's hands to the size of a textbook. He pressed his palm on the first page where it requested the caretaker's details, and then took Jerry's paw to leave a print on the second page for the pet. The booklet shrank once more, and Mrs. Fig placed it back into her handbag. She nodded at Sean and said, "Now you are officially Jerry's owner. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has your record as well." Elated, Sean embraced Jerry, who resembled a cat, though not quite one. In his previous life, Sean had always adored cats. "Jerry, what do you think? Do you like your name?" he said with a smile, gazing at Jerry. Jerry responded with a disdainful look, then promptly bit Sean's palm, exhibiting strength beyond that of an ordinary kitten. "Mrs. Fig, are you certain Jerry can be brought to Hogwarts?" Sean asked, his face flushed from suppressing the pain. Mrs. Fig waved her hand, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Look at how lively and adorable he is. But you just said not to underestimate his aggression. That will come with age. He is still young, that if you treat him well. He will be very obedient. Mrs. Fig had already received payment. Leaving no opportunity for a return, she praised Jerry endlessly. Initially, Jerry had regarded Sean with contempt, but now he transformed into a playful, adorable creature, truly a testament to the cleverness of Measles. In any case, Sean was thrilled with this birthday gift, which far surpassed any chocolate frog. Little Peter, enjoy your little joy. Fortunate for me, I am not in Gryffindor, Sean mused. Jerry, being a purebred Measle, was significantly more formidable than Crookshanks. If the rat, Peter's transformed form, were to encounter Jerry, it was uncertain whether it would survive the first term. Time flew by, and soon it was the last week of August. During this period, Sean celebrated a modest birthday. It was the first time he tasted birthday cake, which was, to put it mildly, quite unpalatable. An attempt at baking by Hearns out on that day. Snape appeared in the leaky cauldron-esque fireplace with Theo, seemingly there to escort Sean back to school early. Greerles, pack your belongings. We leave immediately, Snape commanded. Certainly, Professor, I'll just grab a suitcase from upstairs, Sean replied, retrieving his suitcase from beneath the bed before heading downstairs. First, we'll stop at the Three Broomsticks. Remember, it is the Three Broomsticks. Do not mispronounce it, Snape reminded him. Since this was an early return to school, they could not take the train from King's Cross Station. The fireplaces at Hogwarts typically lack connections to the Floo network, and as for apparition, only Dumbledore had the privilege to perform it within Hogwarts. Others could not. Accompanied by 2 students, Snape had no choice but to use the Floo network to reach Hogsmeade before walking back to the school. The Three Broomsticks was considerably cleaner than the leaky cauldron, and Madame Rosmerta was far more favored by patrons than Old Tom. Severus, it has been quite a while. Would you care for a drink? Madame Rosmerta greeted Snape warmly as he emerged from the fireplace with 2 children in tow. I'm merely required to borrow your fireplace. Snape flatly declined her offer. Although Sean possessed the Marauder's map and was aware of several secret passages leading to Hogsmeade, he had been too preoccupied to sneak out. Hogsmeade was the only all-wizarding village in Britain, located in close proximity to Hogwarts. Starting from their 3rd year, students could visit Hogsmeade for shopping and entertainment on Saturdays with a guardian sign permission. It must be preparation for school, as other professors returned to Hogwarts before you, Snape remarked. Rosmerta remarked. Before Snape arrived, the professors from the other 3 houses had already returned to the school with their students on 3 broomsticks. However, Snape had to pick up people from 2 locations, while the other professors only needed to go to 1, making their journey considerably quicker. Rosmerta approached the trio, her demeanor warm and friendly as she addressed Sean Greaves, one of the boys who survived the ordeal. Yes, ma'am. I'm Sean Greaves, he replied. Snape, standing nearby, cast a glance in his direction and blandly remarked, All right, we understand you are a celebrity now. Let's head back to school. Sean was left speechless. Was he really being reprimanded for this? Being a celebrity was truly exhausting. A short while later, the 3 returned to Hogwarts, where the heads of the other 3 houses and student representatives had gathered in the Great Hall. Upon Sean's arrival, Percy and Charlie greeted him. Now that everyone is present, let us first familiarize ourselves with the rules and format of the Inter-House Friendship Tournament, Professor McGonagall announced to the students. Sean glanced at Percy, who had intended to show off in front of him, but found no opportunity to do so now. Professor McGonagall explained in detail that the Friendship Tournament consisted of 4 rounds, with opponents determined by draw. The first 3 rounds would follow a point system, while the 4th round would be a free-for-all among the 4 houses. The first round is potion-making. The school that completes its potion within the allotted time will earn 1 point. This round will be conducted simultaneously among all 4 schools, and no draw is necessary, Professor McGonagall stated. The second round is a duel consisting of 3 rounds. Each of the 2 schools will send 3 students, and the winner of each round will earn 1 point. It should be noted that in the first 3 rounds, each participant may only compete in 1 match and cannot participate again. The 3rd round is a team event, where each of the 2 schools will send 2 students, leading to a 4-person free-for-all. The winning team will earn 3 points. Upon hearing this, Zach Abbott, the 5th-year representative from Hufflepuff, could not help but interject, So, If we send our two strongest participants for the team event, they can earn 3 points, and if we manage to score even 1 point in the earlier rounds, we could emerge victorious. Right? The other 3 schools might think the same way, and they could alter their strategies, placing their best 4 in the first 2 rounds while sending their weakest to the team event. As long as they score points in the earlier rounds, the team event becomes less significant. Sean analyzed. The rules and format of the Interhouse Friendship Tournament are intriguing. They require consideration of strategy and tactics. Professor McGonagall nodded in acknowledgment. Indeed. As Sean has pointed out, the Friendship Tournament necessitates strategic thinking. The schools with the highest scores will advance directly, while the 2 losing schools will compete again, with the subsequent losers finishing in 4th place. The remaining 3 schools will then vie for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places. Sean listened, somewhat puzzled, so this determines the rankings. I thought there were 4 rounds. Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw's 3rd year voiced Sean's confusion. Patience, I was just about to explain the 4th round. Professor McGonagall replied slowly. The 4th round will be determined based on the rankings from the first 3 rounds. Before the commencement of the 4th round, each team will receive a ring. The 4 teams will then enter the Forbidden Forest according to their rankings, and each team will be dispersed upon entry. You will be separated from your teammates, and you must find a way to regroup with them and locate your school's trophy. At least 2 members must exit the Forbidden Forest with a trophy for it to be considered a victory. The Forbidden Forest was a familiar name to Hogwarts students. It was a woodland located approximately 10 kilometers from Hogwarts, inhabited by various magical creatures, though it posed far less danger than the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall continued to elucidate. Remember, the ring is the key to obtaining the trophy. Without it, you cannot claim the trophy. Therefore, you must decide who will safeguard the ring before entering the Forbidden Forest. The more Sean listened, the more intriguing the 4th round became. Its complexity far exceeded that of the previous 3, embodying a true test of wits and courage. However, he still had some uncertainties and thus inquired, are all the rings identical? Yes, the rings for the 4 teams are all the same, but the trophies are 4 distinct ones, each engraved with the name of its respective school. There's a magical barrier surrounding the trophies, and only those wearing the rings can claim them, Professor McGonagall clarified. So, does that mean we can use our team's ring to take another house's trophy? Sean asked. Indeed, she confirmed. Sean fell silent, contemplating the rules of the 4th round. With the teams entering in batches according to their rankings and being separated upon entry, the decision of who would safeguard the ring became crucial. It would likely be entrusted to the strongest member of the team, the captain, but this strategy had a significant flaw. Should the other teams believe that Hogwarts' ring was in Charlie's possession, they would undoubtedly devise plans to target him. They might even band together to seize the ring from Charlie, leaving Hogwarts unable to claim its own trophy. Of course, Hogwarts could also attempt to snatch rings from other teams. The requirement that at least 2 members exit the Forbidden Forest with the trophy implied that injuries would likely occur during the 4 rounds, preventing a complete exit. Professor, in previous Interhouse Friendship Tournaments, have there been any fatalities? After all, I've heard the Triwizard Tournament had a high casualty rate, Sean queried. No, prior to the 4th round, each participant is given a pendant, which serves as a key if you find yourself in danger or wish to withdraw. Simply infuse a small amount of magic into the pendant, and it will transport you away. The Forbidden Forest will be subjected to magical restrictions, and apparition will not be feasible within its confines, Professor McGonagall added. Entering the Forbidden Forest in order of ranking does bear some resemblance to the rules of the final task in the Triwizard Tournament. Theo seemed to have considered this point as well, and thus asked, Professor, how much time will there be between the entries of the 4 teams into the Forbidden Forest? 1 hour, Snape replied on behalf of Professor McGonagall. Snape continued, this means that the first team to enter will have more time to search for the trophy. If the first team locates the trophy, even if it is not their own, they can take it, thereby depriving another team of their trophy. Sean pondered this. If so, the order of entry into the Forbidden Forest became crucial, and it appeared that there were no regulations preventing alliances between schools during this free-for-all, which should also serve as a test of the students' strategic abilities that if they could persuade another team to form an alliance. Even if their own team entered last, they would not be at a complete disadvantage. Evidently, Theo had also contemplated this issue, casting a casual glance at Penelope before addressing Snape. Professor, then in the first potion-making round, if we send our weakest participant, Since the task is to complete the potion within the time limit, it would be best if they succeed, but if they do not, we can focus our energies on the subsequent rounds. Sean understood Theo's intent. Theoretically, to secure a favorable ranking, placing their bets on the team event would be the choice for each team. However, Snape's subsequent remarks illuminated the reasons why this approach would not work. Despite Theo being the representative for Slytherin, Snape still shot him a pointed look and stated, "Do you think the potion-making round is merely a formality? The potion-making tasks typically involve crafting advanced potions. And any successfully brewed potions will serve as your tools within the Forbidden Forest." Sean began to grasp the situation. In the first potion-making round, sending a lower-year student would yield no prospects for victory. However, he was an exception, having crafted 2 advanced potions on his own last semester. His aptitude for potion-making was undeniably reminiscent of Snape's style, compared to Hermione's success in brewing the Polyjuice potion in her second year. Sean clearly surpassed her. If Penelope were to participate in the first round, Hogwarts would forfeit a point and also lack one of the necessary tools for the fourth round, in a conventional and secure approach. To secure that vital point in the first round, they would need to send Charlie from the 7th year or Theo from the 6th year, both of whom had taken NEWT level potions and were more adept at crafting advanced potions. Alternatively, if they wished to take a risk by reserving Charlie and Theo for the team event, they could at least have Zach Abbott from the 5th year attempt it. However, allowing Sean to participate in the first round should also be feasible. Despite Sean's excellent performance in Snape's class, that alone would not compel Snape to take the risk of allowing a second year to craft advanced potions. The arrangement of participants would shift with the conclusion of each round. It was not predetermined who would participate in which round from the outset. Strategies would need to be adjusted based on the competitors' chosen participants. Professor Flitwick stated, "Indeed, this means that by the time of the final team competition, any one of you may form a pair. So the purpose of returning to school early this week is to enhance your synergy." Sean calculated. With a group of 6, there were 15 possible pair combinations. And if they were trained one by one, it would consume an enormous amount of time. "Professor, will it be a 2-group practice?" Sean inquired. "No, it will be the 4 of us heads of houses training you," Professor McGonagall replied. The 6 of them simultaneously glanced at Snape, a chill running down their spines, as they were all aware of the merciless severity with which this cold, unyielding man wielded his authority. Sean's magical prowess was already approaching that of a 6th-year student, which was a significant advantage for the Hogwarts representative team. The rules of the inter-school friendship competition stipulated that one representative from each year, spanning from 2nd to 7th, would be selected to compete, aimed at showcasing the educational quality among the schools. Thus, each year contributed one student for a more direct comparison. Inevitably, this meant that the representative from the 2nd year would often be the weakest link in the team. Although this was typically the case, Sean was no ordinary 2nd-year student. "This afternoon, you will pair up with Penelope for practice against me," Snape said, looking at Sean with a calm demeanor. "Very well, Professor," Sean replied casually. However, Penelope seemed to have drawn a rather unfortunate lot, reluctantly nodding her head. "Percy, Zach, you two will join me," Professor Sprout said with a smile. Percy and Zach exchanged glances filled with glee as they walked over to join Professor Sprout. Professor Flitwick then addressed the remaining Theo and Charlie. "You two will accompany me." "Understood, Professor." Afterwards, everyone returned to their respective dormitories. Seizing the moment when Theo was absent from the common room, Sean ignited the fireplace in the public lounge and transported himself to Merlin's chamber. He needed to bring back the wizard's heart to his dormitory. Otherwise, frequent trips to Merlin's chamber would become troublesome, and he certainly did not wish to emerge from that girl's lavatory again. Over the summer, Sean had mastered the purification charm, and now was the perfect time to absorb the magical essence of the wizard's heart. It was possible that before the commencement of the inter-school friendship competition, his magical capabilities would see a significant enhancement. Lunch remained in the Great Hall, but rather than sitting separately at their respective house tables, the 6 were required by Professor McGonagall to dine together at the Gryffindor table. "For the next 7 days, you will all have your meals together to become acquainted. I understand that some of your houses may not see eye to eye, but before the conclusion of the inter-school friendship competition, it is imperative that you all coexist harmoniously," Professor McGonagall remarked, directing her gaze at Theo and Charlie. This statement was quite evident, referring specifically to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Theo, however, was somewhat adept at discerning priorities. His previous rebuttal of Kurt had stemmed from a desire to avoid carrying house prejudices into the competition. Sean held no particular sentiments toward Gryffindor or the other two houses. He was merely there to study. Believing that diligent learning was the true path, Sean sat with his gaze lowered. Indulging in strawberry pudding, he inadvertently glanced up to see Percy and Penelope engaged in animated conversation, laughter filling the air. Could it be that their romance blossomed from this? Sean pondered uneasily. Zach, seated diagonally across from Sean, initiated a conversation. "I'm Zach Ibwa from Hufflepuff, 5th year I see, the steadfast Ibwa," Sean responded. "What?" Zach replied, clearly puzzled by Sean's words. "Nothing much. Pleased to meet you. I'm Sean Greer from Slytherin, 2nd year." Zach smiled. "You're quite well known. Cedric is considered quite exceptional in your year. If it weren't for you, he would likely be the representative for your year." Being from the same Hufflepuff house, Zach maintained a good rapport with his direct junior, Cedric, and he held high hopes for Cedric, yet Sean's remarkable excellence overshadowed the other talented students from their cohort. Consequently, whenever people thought of the 2nd year, Sean Greer was the first name that came to mind at T1:30 in the afternoon. The three groups arrived at the Quidditch pitch, where the subsequent practice would take place. To Sean's surprise, Madame Hooch was also present, and to add to that, she had brought 6 flying broomsticks. "Professor, will the team competition still involve Quidditch?" Sean asked hesitantly. "No. With just the 6 of you, you can't form a complete team." Madame Hooch replied. "Quidditch requires 7 players." Sean thought for a moment and then asked, "So what are these broomsticks for?" "They're tools for the team competition. Did I say you couldn't ride broomsticks during it?" Snape retorted without a hint of politeness. Sean's mouth twitched, contemplating a rebuttal but finding himself at a loss for words. Indeed, during the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry had flown on a broom. So it was not surprising that aerial maneuvers would be part of a team melee. However, Sean's performance in flying class had been far from satisfactory. He would fall from a broom within a minute of taking off. And he had never considered investing effort into Quidditch, neglecting the compulsory class that was only taught in the 1st year. "Professor, can I bring anything else?" Sean asked timidly. "What do you wish to bring?" Snape shot him a glance. "Perhaps some magical creature?" Sean ventured. Though he was not adept at flying, he did know of some flying magical creatures. "You wish to bring a dragon?" Snape asked. "Not at all. Just a hippogriff," Sean replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Snape waved his wand, and a broomstick was flung toward Sean, who barely managed to catch it. "This," Snape said with a dismissive glance, "is the only item you may bring into the competition. You may choose not to take it, but then you would be the singular one left on the ground." Riding a broomstick would significantly enhance mobility, making it increasingly difficult to hit opponents, thus transforming the competition into a high-altitude chase. Moreover, those skilled in flying would have a greater chance of success. The other 5 had all excelled in flying class during their 1st year, achieving outstanding marks, while Charlie, Theo, and Zach were key players in their respective Quidditch teams, boasting exceptional flying skills. "Professor, I suppose I should just sit this one out," Sean said awkwardly. That it was rather disheartening to see everyone else soaring on their broomsticks while he remained earthbound. "A mere pawn. Not necessary. This is also a strategy," Snape replied coldly. "A strategy?" Sean suddenly harbored a foreboding thought. Was he to be the target for fire? Snape elucidated, "The competition will not take place here." "Not here?" the others inquired. Professor Sprout pointed toward the direction of the Black Lake, stating, "The team competition will occur in the woods by the Black Lake, where the trees are not overly dense but can serve as obstacles," adding an element of intrigue to the competition. Sean had previously circled the area on Buckbeak and noted that while the trees were indeed sparse, from the sky on a broomstick, one would be hard-pressed to evade detection. Nonetheless, these sparse trees and small hills could provide cover from magical attacks launched from above, and if those on the ground were agile enough, they might create some disturbances for the opponents in the air. "Get your brooms ready. We will commence training according to your groups," Snape instructed. The 3 groups spread out across the 3 directions of the Quidditch pitch, with the professors on the ground and the students hovering on their broomsticks above. With only 6 individuals soaring in the vast expanse of the pitch, it felt exceedingly spacious, alleviating concerns of accidentally harming other groups in the air. However, with only 5 in the air, Sean still chose not to force himself into a realm where he was less adept. Although his mobility on the ground was somewhat limited, he could better showcase his true capabilities. "Are you not ready yet?" Snape inquired, glancing at Sean, who stood aside. "Professor, knocking down the opponent's wand counts as a victory, right?" Sean asked. "Indeed," Snape replied succinctly. Sean nodded, then distanced himself from Snape by about 10 meters, establishing a safe distance, as casting spells with precision would be significantly compromised beyond this range. "Sean, are you certain you want to ride the broom?" Penelope, hovering in midair, asked. Clearly, Penelope was still unfamiliar with Sean. He smiled politely, albeit awkwardly, and replied, "No, I'll attract the professor's attention from down here while you look for an opportunity to attack." Sean articulated this rather simplistic strategy, and Penelope nodded in resignation, not expecting a second-year student to establish any remarkable synergy with her. "Except for your weapons." Sean initiated the attack, yet Snape deftly countered his magic with a silent incantation, casting a protective shield that effortlessly deflected Sean's spell. Snape was far more formidable than Yovich. The notion that Sean and Penelope could disarm him was utterly preposterous. With a single protective charm, Snape could outlast both of them until their magical reserves were utterly depleted. Sean, however, had mastered 2 spells capable of bypassing the protective shield. One was the bone-breaking shadow, which he had surreptitiously learned from Yovich, and the other was the stunning spell. The latter was best left unsaid, for the very embodiment of that spell stood right before him. He dared not expose his inadequacies in front of Snape. Petrificus totalis, stupefy, immobilis, expelliarmus. Sean relentlessly unleashed his spells upon Snape, who remained in a defensive stance while Penelope, hovering in midair, seized the opportunity to cast her own spells at him. Despite being besieged from both above and below, Snape maintained his composure, constructing his protective shield with remarkable speed, almost simultaneously with the movement of his wand, completing the magical framework with ease. At this moment, Sean wielded his wand with fervor, casting spell after spell, albeit simple in nature. Nonetheless, the sheer frequency of his incantations drained his magical energy at an alarming rate, not to mention Penelope's as well. Meanwhile, his left hand discreetly engaged in a covert action. Snape, preoccupied with defending against Sean's onslaught while evading Penelope's aerial distractions, failed to notice Sean's left hand. Suddenly, a broomstick inexplicably lifted off the ground, gliding slowly towards Snape's rear. This broom had initially been intended for Sean, but was carelessly discarded. "Closer, closer," Sean murmured, employing the levitation charm to guide the broom towards Snape. His plan was to distract Snape with both himself and Penelope while the broom stealthily attacked Snape's wand hand. If the broom could dislodge Snape's wand, victory would be theirs. Yet, as fate would have it, just when the broom was a mere half-meter from Snape, the latter sensed something amiss. Whirling around sharply, Snape extended his left hand and cast a spell without a wand, employing the levitation charm as well. Though his magical prowess surpassed Sean's, and his spell framework was far more stable, the broom, once under Sean's control, was now seized by Snape, who deftly redirected it towards Penelope in midair. Caught unawares, Penelope had no time to react and was struck down from her broom, plummeting from a height of several meters, a fall that would undoubtedly result in serious injury or worse. Even with the school nurse's expertise in treating fractures, Sean instinctively used the levitation charm to catch her. Expelliarmus. However, at that moment, Snape took advantage of the distraction to unleash a spell against Sean. Simultaneously catching the falling Penelope, Sean's wand was knocked from his grasp, and he was propelled backward several meters. Coughing up dust, Sean brushed the debris from his face, muttering to himself, "Is it really necessary? It was merely practice. Mustn't we allow students some leeway?" Snape approached with an air of authority. "Did you truly believe that a few clever tricks would secure your victory?" Sean replied quietly. "If it had been students from another school, they would undoubtedly have fallen for it. Your opponents in the team competition will not simply stand idle while you practice," Snape retorted. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were engaged with their respective groups, unaware of the events unfolding in Snape's group. However, Professor McGonagall, observing the 3 groups from a distance, was taken aback by Sean's actions. She strode purposefully towards Snape and Sean, her gaze fixed on Sean. "Sean, Was that broom under your control through wandless magic? Indeed, Professor, Sean responded, unperturbed by the professor's scrutiny. His reputation as a prodigy had already spread among the first-year students, and he had no qualms about enhancing his notoriety further. While Snape dismissed Sean's wandless spell as a mere trick, he was nonetheless impressed by Sean's talent. Severus, did you notice? Sean cast spells with both hands simultaneously, McGonagall inquired, seeking confirmation from Snape. He nodded, reluctantly acknowledging Sean's remarkable abilities. Despite Snape's outward demeanor, he was genuinely taken aback by Sean's dual-handed spellcasting. Achieving wandless magic was a testament to one's exceptional skill at Hogwarts, typically reserved for a select few seventh-year students. Yet, to perform spells with both hands simultaneously was a rarity among students over the past century. One could not help but recall Tom Riddle, who likely possessed this capability at an early age. However, he had already been in his 5th year when he showcased such prowess, while Sean was merely in his 2nd year. Snape himself was a rare talent. During his 7th year, he had executed dual-handed spells in a duel, unexpectedly defeating the Professor of Defense against the dark arts at that time. Thus, Snape understood the complexity of casting spells with both hands. It was akin to multitasking, constructing distinct magical frameworks with each hand. A moment's inattention could lead to failure, and in his own practice, he had suffered injuries from his own miscast spells on numerous occasions. It appears we must reassess the team arrangements for the competition, McGonagall remarked, her gaze fixed on Sean. Initially, the professors had planned to adjust their team members based on prior experiences, rarely finalizing arrangements before the competition began, unless they were confident of victory. Take Charlie and Theo. For instance, one in 7th year and the other in 6th, they were considered the strongest among the 6 by professors and fellow competitors alike. However, the professors could not guarantee that their pairing would secure victory in the team competition. After all, if 6th and 7th year students from the other 3 schools teamed up, the odds would be evenly matched. Although Kurt had previously stated that Hogwarts had secured 7 championships in the last 10 inter-school friendship tournaments. This was only true for the final match of the 4th tournament. In the first 3, Hogwarts had not substantially outperformed the other schools. Before the 4th tournament in the Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts had allied with another team. And in at least 4 of their 7 victories, strategic maneuvering had played a crucial role in outsmarting the other 3 schools. As the other 2 groups concluded their training, the professors gathered to discuss their plans. Occasionally glancing at Sean, who could surmise their intentions, they aimed to keep him, a 2nd-year student, from participating in the early matches to mislead their opponents into believing that Hogwarts would deploy its weakest 2nd-year player in the team competition, allowing Sean to catch them off guard later. Sean, how did you accomplish that? It was simply brilliant, Penelope exclaimed in disbelief. Having witnessed the broom rise on its own and glide towards Snape, she had been perplexed at first, but, upon hearing the conversation between McGonagall and Snape, realized it was Sean's dual-handed spellcasting at work. With determination, you too can achieve it, Sean earnestly encouraged Penelope. Little did he know the profound impact his words would have on her. Given her talents, dual-handed spellcasting seemed unattainable. Yet, spurred on by Sean's encouragement, Penelope dedicated herself to her studies and ultimately succeeded in mastering wandless magic by her 7th year. Approximately 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall beckoned Sean and Charlie over. "Tomorrow, Charlie, you will train with Sean," she announced. "Certainly, Professor," they both replied in unison. This arrangement effectively established a fixed training partnership. Charlie's agility on a broomstick was unparalleled among the 6, and his magical prowess was equally commendable, excluding Sean. Of course, coupled with Sean's seemingly 2nd-year status yet 6th-year level of skill, particularly with his dual-handed spellcasting, their chances of success appeared exceedingly favorable. "Follow me to my office," Snape instructed Sean. Puzzled, Sean wondered what could not be discussed in a moment. Yet he replied, "Of course, Professor." As others retreated to their dormitories for rest, Sean accompanied Snape to the classroom building. In the corridor on the 1st floor, Sean encountered an unfamiliar face, a man in his 30s with striking blonde hair. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, his demeanor cold and austere. The two exchanged no glances. Upon exiting the corridor, the man headed towards the main entrance of the school. "Professor, who was that man just now? Surely he cannot be the new defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming term," Sean could think of no other explanation but a visitor from the Ministry of Magic. Snape replied. The Ministry of Magic, located on the Balkan Peninsula, had no participation in the four-school friendship tournament. What business did this man have at Hogwarts? It appeared that Dumbledore had personally welcomed him during Sean's first and second years. Due to his limited knowledge of the unfolding narrative and the unpredictability inherent in its progression, he had been particularly attentive to any outsiders. However, following Harry's enrollment, the story had entered a phase with which Sean was familiar, granting him greater confidence in his actions. Yet this transient visitor could not possibly be a Death Eater sent by Bellatrix, he mused. Upon arriving at Snape's office, Sean was uncertain what scheme Snape was concocting this time. So he inquired, "Professor, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" In a flat tone, Snape began. Over 50 years ago, Hogwarts had a student of extraordinary talent whose academic prowess left the professor speechless. He even created his own spells in his later years. Sean immediately recognized whom Snape referred to. The young Voldemort had indeed been a brilliant star, beloved by the faculty. However, darkness lurked within him. And after graduation, he immersed himself in the dark arts, achieving unprecedented feats in that realm. Eventually, he instigated a war within the wizarding world, becoming a figure of dread. Snape continued, "You are speaking of the Dark Lord. Voldemort, aren't you?" Sean stated the terrifying name. Without flinching, Snape's icy gaze bore into Sean, who noted that while most wizards would display panic or astonishment upon hearing Voldemort's name, Snape remained impassive, fixated on Sean. "In you, I see a semblance of him. Both of you are excessively gifted, far surpassing your peers." Snape paused before adding, "To cast spells with both hands at the age of 12 is a remarkable feat. And your magical aptitude commands my admiration." Sean's surprise. Snape's words were a compliment, which seemed out of character for him. Snape's gaze deepened as he continued, "Should you wish to learn more advanced magic, I can teach you, such as the flying spell that allows one to soar without the aid of a broomstick." Sean was taken aback. What did this mean? Did Snape value his talents enough to take him on as a personal apprentice? The flying spell was a high-level magic, originally devised by Voldemort, who had only imparted it to Snape. Just as Sean entertained the notion of fortune smiling upon him, Snape's next words jolted him back to reality. "Your performance in flying class is abysmal," Snape stated, fully aware of Sean's shortcomings. Yet, Sean's magical talent was sufficient to compensate for his deficiencies. Generally, wizards relied on external forces, such as broomsticks, flying carpets, or flying creatures, to achieve flight. Animagi could transform into winged animals to fly. The history of Quidditch noted that, thus far, no magic had been invented to allow wizards to fly in human form. However, Voldemort had invented the flying spell, which, in terms of speed, was incomparable to apparition, a form of spatial magic that allowed instantaneous travel. While apparition could not be performed while casting other spells, the flying spell allowed for simultaneous flight and spell casting. Akin to riding a broom and casting spells, if an enemy fled on a broomstick, chasing them via apparition would be less practical than pursuing them on a broom or with a flying spell. Wizards could only apparate to places with solid ground. Hovering in mid-air was impossible. Snape had struck at the heart of the matter. The allure of the flying spell was indeed immense for Sean. Initially, he had abandoned flying class with the intention of inventing a method to fly without a broomstick. Yet Snape's implication was clear. He was willing to teach Sean not only the flying spell but other advanced magics as well. "Professor, I wish to learn this," Sean declared. Gazing expectantly at Snape for the conditions, he found it hard to believe that Snape would so readily agree to teach him advanced magic one-on-one. "You possess a magical talent that few can aspire to. Wield it wisely, and your future achievements will be boundless. I am eager to cultivate a great wizard," Snape stated, "but I fear more for the possibility of creating another Dark Lord." Sean, upon hearing this, grasped Snape's intentions. Snape had internally acknowledged Sean's extraordinary talent, and Dumbledore also regarded Sean highly, foreseeing his potential as an important figure in the resistance against the Death Eaters. Thus, Snape had resolved to mentor Sean. If Sean stood on the side of Hogwarts, his growing strength would only bolster Dumbledore's cause. Conversely, should he descend into darkness like Tom Riddle, threatening the very existence of Hogwarts, Snape would live in regret for eternity. "I need proof of your heart," Snape stated solemnly. Fixing his serious gaze upon Sean, that a sense of unease washed over Sean, and he hesitantly asked, "How do I prove it?" "There exists a spell capable of probing the depths of one's mind," Snape replied, but before he could finish, Sean's scalp prickled in alarm. Legilimency. Upon his first visit to Dumbledore's office, Sean had feared being subjected to legilimency thereafter, prompting him to seek out and learn the brainlock spell in the restricted section. Snape intended to use this crude method to gauge whether Sean harbored dark or malevolent thoughts. Only if Snape found nothing sinister would he teach Sean advanced magic. While Dumbledore chose to observe Sean over time, Snape took a more extreme approach, fully aware of the potential psychological harm it could inflict on a student. Sean was genuinely frightened, although he had mastered the brainlock spell to its second stage, enabling him to suppress certain emotional memories deep within his mind. This man before him was not only a master of the brainlock, but also a legilimens. Such tricks would not escape Snape's keen scrutiny. In a bid to dissuade Snape from pursuing this course of action, Sean quickly said, "Professor, I have heard of that spell. It's legilimency, isn't it? I've been told it can harm the soul of the target." "Surprisingly, you are aware of it." "Indeed, it is legilimency," Snape replied, his expression unchanging. "Professor, you wouldn't actually use it on me, would you, to prove that my heart is aligned with the light? Surely, there must be an alternative method." Sean implored, "To ensure I will not regret my decision in the future, I will employ some unconventional means." Snape remained resolute. Sean felt a surge of urgency. He did not wish to forfeit the opportunity to learn advanced magic. An idea struck him, a way to prove himself. "Professor, I am willing to make an unbreakable vow, to remain loyal to you, loyal to Dumbledore, and never betray Hogwarts." Sean deliberately invoked Dumbledore's name, confident that declaring loyalty to Snape was safe, as he believed Snape was ultimately aligned with Dumbledore and, at heart, still possessed goodness. Even if he made the vow, he would not be compelled to commit acts of harm to that moment. Snape, whose expression had been as placid as still water, exhibited a flicker of hesitation. "Greals, you possess knowledge far beyond that of many adult wizards," he remarked. "Professor, I am willing to make this vow to prove my allegiance to Hogwarts, affirming that I will never succumb to darkness or act against its interests." Sean declared earnestly, his expression solemn as he regarded Snape. In comparison to legilimency, a vow seemed trivial. Sean had never contemplated opposing Hogwarts or Dumbledore. Thus he had no fear of punishment for breaking the vow. Observing Sean's serious demeanor, Snape suddenly recognized the absurdity of the situation. A child voluntarily proposing an oath of loyalty, while he himself had considered using legilimency to scrutinize the child's heart. The unbreakable vow required a third party as a witness for the magic to be cast. Whom could they ask to witness it? Other professors. That was simply out of the question. If Professor McGonagall learned that Snape had made such an oath with a child, she would surely condemn his actions as utterly ridiculous. Could they approach Dumbledore? I fear that Severus Snape will receive a stern lecture from old Dumbledore due to Sean's remarks. Consequently, Snape abandoned the idea of verifying Sean's thoughts through the use of the soul-sucking spell. He likewise refrained from seeking witnesses to swear oaths. Instead, he opted for the same method as Dumbledore, choosing to observe Sean's character over time. Sitting at his desk, Snape spoke without raising his head, instructing, "You may return and rest." Sean felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, this was an opportunity for growth, especially with Snape providing a personal demonstration. Coupled with his magical eye, mastering advanced magic would not pose a challenge. "Very well," Sean replied resignedly, preparing to turn and leave the office. "After tomorrow's training, remain at the Quidditch pitch. I shall teach you the flying spell," Snape suddenly announced. "Whether you can learn it depends on you." A surge of joy filled Sean's heart. Ultimately, Snape had chosen to trust him. "Professor, I will strive to do my best." Sean's proactive demonstration not only spared him from the dangers of the soul-sucking spell, but also earned Snape's trust, transforming a perilous situation into a fortunate turn of events. Sean could understand Snape's actions. After all, he was an undercover agent for Voldemort. Bearing a heavy burden on one hand, he wished to cultivate Sean into a powerful wizard to aid Dumbledore, while on the other, he feared nurturing a potential threat. Thankfully, Snape's principles remained intact, and Sean's words had temporarily swayed Snape from his extreme views that a wave of apprehension washed over Sean. Had he not been clever enough to intimidate Snape? The consequences of being subjected to the soul-sucking spell would have been dire, potentially even altering the narrative originally meant for Harry. Upon returning to his dormitory, Sean lay on his bed, pondering for a long time. His ostentatious display of talent had drawn the attention of the professors and garnered special consideration. However, today's incident stemmed from his unusually remarkable abilities. He hoped Snape would refrain from employing such methods of testing in the future. After dinner at 6 o'clock, Sean was finally ready to begin the absorption of magical power from the heart of the wizard. Following a summer of practice, he had successfully mastered the purification spell. Placing the heart of the wizard on the table, it appeared as a mere ordinary crystal ball in the absence of his magical eye. Yet upon touching it, one would feel the searing pain of its tumultuous magic. With the tip of his wand, 32 magical frameworks were methodically constructed. When the construction was complete, a beam of white light shot from the wand towards the heart of the wizard. I could see that moment. Sean extended his left hand towards the heart of the wizard. In the next instant, he was met with an overwhelming surge of magical energy, now devoid of its chaotic elements, which was peacefully absorbed by his left hand. The magical eye was also active, filtering out any resentful thoughts embedded within the magical energy that could disrupt the recipient's mind. With his right hand casting spells and his left hand absorbing, he proceeded with remarkable ease, though the pace of absorption was somewhat slow. Perhaps it was due to Sean's limited capacity as a vessel. Were Dumbledore to absorb the energy, he would undoubtedly do so at a significantly faster rate. 2 hours later, Sean felt his internal magical energy brimming, akin to a cup overflowing with water. Any further absorption would risk spilling over. Exhausted, he slumped in his chair, murmuring, "I've increased my magical power by 1/10. I may not be able to absorb more for a while, and will need to digest and adapt to this new energy." Sean was unaware of the exact amount of magical energy he had drawn from the heart of the wizard. But within those 2 hours, he had augmented his own power by 1/10, an achievement that would typically require a year of diligent practice. He felt as if he had overeaten, a mix of happiness and fatigue washing over him. Had Merlin known of Sean's smooth absorption, he might have been tempted to relinquish his title of legendary wizard to Sean, since confirming the protective properties of the magical eye over the mind at Malfoy Manor. Sean had speculated whether it could also shield against the resentful energies intertwined within the heart of the wizard's magic. His earlier experience had validated this hypothesis. The magical eye indeed possessed such functionality. Thus, during his 2 hours of magical absorption, Sean was not subjected to any mental disturbances. He simply reached his limit and stopped. In contrast, Merlin had intermittently attempted to absorb the heart of the wizard's energy. But sensing that his mind might succumb to the interference of resentment, he ultimately abandoned the endeavor. Absorbing merely 1/10 of the heart's power, in comparison, Sean had likely absorbed only 2% of the remaining 9/10 of energy. This magical treasure remained inexhaustible for the time being. However, even after absorbing a fraction of that remaining energy, Sean did not equate this to reaching the legendary level of the great wizard Merlin. The magical power contained within the heart of the wizard was finite, while personal achievements depended on the individual. Additionally, Merlin's magical reservoir was already abundant prior to his attempt to absorb the heart's energy, a level far beyond that which Sean could currently attain. After that night, Sean's magical power had undoubtedly surpassed that of 90% of sixth-year students, positioning him on par with Theo as the inter-school friendship matches approached. Sean felt confident in outpacing Charlie, both in terms of magical prowess and spell casting, making him a formidable representative for Hogwarts. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the 6 members of the representative team arrived early at the Quidditch pitch. Charlie and Sean stood together, strategizing on how to coordinate their efforts against Snape. "Sean, I didn't see your dual hand spell casting yesterday. Today, as part of the same team, you must let me witness it," Charlie said with a grin. "You will likely only witness my clumsiness," Sean shrugged. Having been thoroughly bested by Snape the previous day, he was uncertain how Snape would treat him today. Before long, the professors arrived, each wielding a flying broomstick. A worried expression spread across the faces of Sean and his peers. "Goodness, the professors are on brooms. Does that mean they will be chasing us?" Zach Abo lamented. The previous day, Zach and Percy had teamed up, soaring through the air on their brooms in search of an opportunity to attack Professor Sprout. Naturally, All their spells were thwarted by the protective armor. Ultimately, Professor Sprout turned the tables and, within 2 minutes, knocked Zack off his broom. Today promised to be more challenging. With Professor Snape in the air, it would be exceedingly difficult to hit him. "Charlie, I fear I may hold you back today," Sean admitted. Charlie patted his sturdy chest and flashed a sunny smile. "No worries. I am quite adept at flying." Even though Sean's magical power had increased compared to the day before, Snape's agility in the air made it a daunting task to strike him. Unlike the previous day when he had stood still as a practice partner. During today's training, the students faced a crushing defeat. The professors, having abandoned their gentle approach from the day prior, intentionally pursued the students without immediately knocking them down. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, training concluded, and the students returned to their dormitories in disarray, save for Sean, who was retained by Snape. Looking at Sean, who held his wand, Snape scoffed. "The flying spell is a wandless incantation. Put away your wand. This advanced magic is exceedingly difficult, and even with your talent, it is unlikely you will master it before entering the Forbidden Forest." The inter-school friendship matches were scheduled, the first in late October, the second in mid-December, the third in late February of the following semester, and the fourth in early June. According to Snape, it was a significant challenge for someone with Sean's rare talent to learn the flying spell within 9 months. In the past, Voldemort had recognized Snape's potential and entrusted him with the flying spell, which Snape had taken 2 years to master. "Professor, I will do my utmost," Sean replied, not daring to boast he would be better positioned to assess his progress once he began learning. Snape extended his hands, palms facing each other. Under Sean's magical eye, he witnessed Snape simultaneously constructing magical frameworks with both hands, which gradually began to combine. I could see that moment. Sean understood why Snape had chosen to teach him the flying spell after witnessing his dual-hand spellcasting. Recently, the literary landscape has been tumultuous, causing authors to feel anxious, with many having ceased updating or even departed. Though I am a low-tier author, I wish to voice my thoughts during this time. The readership of this book has gradually begun to increase. In this week alone, over 2,000 readers have engaged with it. From the depths of my heart, I express my profound gratitude to those who cast their votes of recommendation and leave comments on the chapters daily. You are my motivation, along with the newly joined book friends. Typically, I refrain from diverting the narrative to address such matters, as my longtime readers are well aware that I usually confine such remarks to the author's notes. However, since those who read pirated versions cannot access my author's notes, I have deliberately chosen to include this in the main text. The Strongest Senior of Harry Potter is a serialized novel hosted on Chidian Chinese Network. Authored solely by Chun Fakwaju, and it is simultaneously updated on QQ Reading. For readers perusing this book outside these two platforms, should you enjoy it, I kindly urge you to visit Chidian, where the community is vibrant and the discussions are delightful, filled with the warmth of fellow fans. There are certain things I dare not speak of, nor can I. Uttering them might result in you being unable to find this book come tomorrow. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt thanks for the support of all the wizards. Happy May Day! The difficulty of the flying spell is extraordinarily high, requiring wandless casting as a prerequisite, and it necessitates the use of both hands without a wand, resulting in an exceedingly complex magical framework, comprising a combination of 28 structures, akin to the Avada Kedavra curse. Yet last Christmas, Sean, having clandestinely learned the killing curse from Yovich, mastered it in less than 6 months. This flying spell, performed wandlessly and with both hands, significantly escalates the difficulty, potentially requiring 1 to 2 years of study. Sean intently observed Snape's casting process, and after 3 seconds, the magical framework was completed. Snape's robes suddenly billowed, making a rustling sound, and he ascended into the skies like a great bat. After circling above twice, Snape descended back to the ground. Sean feigned excitement as he remarked to Snape, "Professor, this is far more convenient than a flying broomstick that, if not controlled properly, falling could be significantly more perilous," Snape retorted, his capacity for dousing enthusiasm unmatched at Hogwarts. Once airborne, it appears that mental acuity must govern one's flight. Sean mused. Snape retrieved 3 sheets of paper filled with intricate calculations and magical frameworks from his robe. "Take these home. If you have questions, come to my office," he stated expressionlessly. Sean accepted the sheets and glanced over them. They contained formulas for calculating the flying spell's magical framework, but he found no need for them, having memorized the framework already, while other students relied on formulas to deduce their magical frameworks. Their efficiency was markedly inferior to Sean's. The more complex the magical frameworks, the greater the magical energy consumed. Moreover, the flying spell is a continuous output magic, and were it not for Sean's possession of a wizard's heart, his current magical capacity would scarcely allow him to remain airborne for more than a few minutes. Sean tucked the 3 sheets into his pocket, but chose not to return to his dormitory for rest. Instead, he headed towards Hagrid's hut. During breakfast in the Great Hall that morning, Sean noticed Hagrid in high spirits, beaming with joy, and struck up a casual conversation with him. Hagrid, in his characteristic manner, mumbled and giggled incessantly until Sean managed to extract a tidbit of information. Hagrid had acquired a new pet over the summer, purportedly an adorable baby creature. However, Sean was skeptical of Hagrid's whimsical definitions of cuteness. "Hagrid, it wouldn't happen to be a dog, would it?" Sean inquired. Hagrid's smile faltered, and he responded in astonishment. "How did you know?" Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, he quickly covered his mouth and distanced himself from Sean, who confirmed his suspicions through Hagrid's reaction. Sean gazed at Hagrid's hut, muttering to himself. Only Hagrid could refer to a ferocious 3-headed dog as a cute baby. That it was around this time that Hagrid had brought the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, into Hogwarts, where it would serve as the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone next year. Sean had set his sights on Fluffy, intending to extract a sample of its blood, given the magical potency contained within the blood of a 3-headed dog. It would likely qualify for absorption by the magical eye, enabling Sean to summon a second magical creature. Sean knocked on the door of the hut, and after a brief moment, Hagrid, adorned in an apron, opened it, blocking the entrance as if to prevent Sean from entering. "Sean, have you finished training?" Hagrid asked. "I just wrapped up. I had no other engagements and thought I would come see your new pet." Sean replied straightforwardly, his gaze darting toward the interior of the hut, but Hagrid's imposing figure obstructed his view entirely. "There's no new pet," Hagrid said evasively. Sean raised his voice deliberately, pretending to peer inside. "Oh, is that Fong? It seems to have grown quite a bit since our last summer." Hagrid immediately retorted, "His name is Fluffy, not Fong Dada, so your new pet is named Fluffy." "It certainly appears formidable," Sean remarked. Hagrid, realizing he had spoken too freely, shook his head in resignation and stepped aside, indicating that Sean could enter. Upon entering the hut, Sean's eyes fell upon the rather large 3-headed dog, Fluffy, whose size was comparable to Fong. It was hard to fathom how it would grow to over 2 meters in height within a year, as an adult 3-headed dog could even contend with dragons. "Hagrid, where did you acquire this 3-headed dog?" Sean feigned astonishment. "During the summer, I bought him from a Greek fellow. He wasn't this big back then," Hagrid said, gazing fondly at Fluffy, tossing 3 large pieces of beef from the nearby table toward Fluffy's 3 eager mouths. "Eat up, grow strong." Fluffy devoured the meat voraciously, a sight that only Hagrid would find endearing. Ugh, Sean felt goosebumps rise on his arms. "What about Fong? Compared to Fluffy, I still prefer the adorably dopey Fong. That aligns more with conventional aesthetics." Hagrid glanced in the direction of the paddock, stating, "I built a little nest for him there. He's keeping watch over the deer herd." "Poor Fong," Sean lamented on Fong's behalf. Despite Fluffy's intimidating presence while devouring meat, attempting to extract blood from him would likely result in Sean becoming the main course. Fortunately, Sean knew the simplest and most effective way to handle a 3-headed dog. Play some music, and it would transform into a docile creature, peacefully drifting into slumber. However, distracting Hagrid long enough to allow Fluffy and Sean to be alone was no small feat, considering Hagrid's evident adoration for the creature. "Hagrid, it has been a while since I last saw Buckbeak. Why don't we go check on him?" Sean suggested. Hagrid declined. "Buckbeak knows you. You can visit him on your own, but I believe he would be thrilled to see his old friend." Indeed, it appeared that Hagrid had found a new favorite, having seemingly forgotten his old love. For the time being, Fluffy had taken the spotlight in Hagrid's affections. "Very well," Sean conceded, not feeling rushed. Extracting Fluffy's blood was not particularly difficult. He would simply wait for a time when Hagrid was absent, and with a music box to lull Fluffy to sleep, it would be a simple endeavor. As the days of intensive training rolled by, 5 days had swiftly passed, and on this day, the professors arranged for Sean, Charlie, and Theo to engage in paired duels, the venue shifting to the woods by the Black Lake. Though we are of the same house. I will not hold back, Theo declared, gazing at Sean. Neither will I, Sean replied. Theo's team comprised a 6th-year and a 5th-year student, while Sean's side featured a 7th-year and a pseudo-second-year student. On the surface, the odds seemed to favor Theo's group. However, in reality, the professors had high hopes for Sean and Charlie, a sentiment echoed by the other participants that I've witnessed Sean's wandless casting firsthand. Zach couldn't possibly contend with him. Penelope stated with certainty. The practice near the Black Lake lasted for over 20 minutes, with Sean and Charlie perfectly synchronizing their movements, one soaring in the sky while the other remained grounded. Zach and Theo initially aimed to focus their assault on Sean, who was on the ground. However, Charlie was not to be underestimated. A moment's lapse in attention would lead to them being relentlessly pursued by Charlie from above. The professors and the other 3 team members observed the practice from the air atop their broomsticks. To Penelope's disappointment, Sean did not showcase his remarkable talent for spell casting with both hands this time. Theo and Zach were no match for Snape. Sean had only considered this unexpected tactic because he could not find any weaknesses in Snape's defenses. Currently, even Theo, the most formidable opponent on the opposing side in terms of magic, could not contend with Sean, merely causing him minor inconveniences due to their aerial advantage, which did indeed diminish Sean's accuracy. However, hitting Sean, who had unlocked the magical eye, was no simple task. The eye allowed him to anticipate incoming spells, granting him ample time to evade as long as he acted quickly enough. After approximately 15 minutes, Sean seized an opportunity to cast a stunning spell on Zach, before Zach's protective armor could be fully assembled. Sean knocked him off his broom. 5 minutes later, Theo was similarly brought down by a combined effort from Charlie and Sean, landing on a branch of a cedar tree. This training session further solidified the professor's confidence in the team's lineup. Sean, a once-in-a-century prodigy, would undoubtedly catch their opponents off guard in the team competition. Sean had now become their secret weapon, and it was imperative to keep his talents under wraps to prevent any other schools from uncovering his abilities. Although Zach had been knocked down by Sean, he graciously felt elated to have such a genius on their team. Long, as the team members and professors kept Sean's dual wand casting abilities confidential. Even if other schools heard rumors of a genius in Hogwarts second year, they would likely not pay much heed, considering it was merely second year. Slytherin would undoubtedly take pride in having him. Theo affirmed this regarding Sean. No one in the team harbored jealousy towards Sean's extraordinary talents, allowing him to enjoy his time at Hogwarts in peace. Even last year, an overly aggressive kid named Keith had long since tempered his radical attitude. It is my honor to represent Hogwarts in this competition, and I will give my all, Sean said sincerely and naturally. Severus, sometimes I really envy you for having such an exceptional student like Sean. Professor Sprout remarked. Professor McGonagall chuckled. Pomona, your students, Nifedora, Zach, and Cedric, are quite remarkable as well. Hearing those names brought a smile to Professor Sprout's face, reflecting her satisfaction with those 3, who were indeed considered outstanding in Hufflepuff. A voice emerged from below, prompting everyone to lower their gaze towards Professor Flitwick. It should be me who envies it. I in this representative team of 6. Only Penelope, a 3rd year from Ravenclaw, was present, and Ravenclaw did not boast any particularly renowned students. Perhaps there was one among this year's newcomers, a Chinese girl named Xiao Zhang, but Sean did not believe she was acknowledged for her abilities. Another notable Ravenclaw would not enroll until the following year, the eccentric Luna Lovegood, whose bizarre attire and behavior had made her infamous at Hogwarts, and she consistently ranked among the top students in her cohort. Professor, I am still here, Penelope remarked softly, having approached unnoticed. Flitwick laughed heartily. How could I forget you? The following afternoon, the training came to a close. The next day, September 1 SD, marked the beginning of a new academic year at Hogwarts. The 6 representatives were granted a break to return home for some rest before taking the Hogwarts Express back. They utilized the Flu network from the leaky cauldron to return home, and as soon as Sean emerged from the fireplace, he was greeted with enthusiastic warmth. Jerry, let go, Sean gritted through his teeth. Jerry, upon seeing Sean emerge from the fireplace, lunged at him, biting his arm, leaving Sean uncertain whether it was a welcome or an act of vengeance. having known Jerry for less than a week. Sean had gone off to training, while Jerry, who was not particularly fond of Hearns and Old Tom, spent his days causing chaos in the bar, much to Tom's exasperation. After biting Sean for a moment, Jerry clambered onto his shoulder, resting lazily. "Sean, you need to take him away. Look at the mess he made in the bar," Old Tom pointed out, exasperated. Sean glanced around, shrugged, and replied, "Old Tom, the bar seems to have always looked like this." Old Tom huffed in annoyance, and Sean waved his hand, saying, "I'll take him to Hogwarts the day after tomorrow. Don't be so stern. Look how adorable he is." In Old Tom's eyes, Jerry was anything but adorable. Much like Hagrid had remarked about Sean's pet, Fluffy. At that moment, Sean noticed a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a sharp nose, coldly sipping a cup of the leaky cauldron's mediocre tea in a corner. It was him. Sean had encountered this man once before in the corridor of Hogwarts. The man seemed oblivious to Sean's presence, sipping tea while perusing the Daily Prophet. Sean, carrying Jerry on his back, approached the bar, where Old Tom regarded Jerry with disdain. Sean glanced at the man and asked, "Old Tom, is he for Greece?" Old Tom was taken aback. "How do you know?" "I saw him at Hogwarts. He has been here for a week. I think he is waiting for someone," Old Tom whispered. Sean grew increasingly curious about the Greek man. Could he be the one who sold the three-headed dog to Hagrid? That seemed unlikely. Such dealings were illegal. And how could he be received so openly by Dumbledore? Snape had said he was from the Sanctum, which likely meant he was a faculty member. This man was shrouded in mystery, and Sean thought it best not to engage. After spending a day and a half working hard at the leaky cauldron on September 1 SD, Old Tom handed Sean 10 galleons just before he left. Hearns had nothing of worth to offer. He merely gave Sean a big HUG, "and I need to see me off. I can manage." Sean declined Hearns' company. Sean's suitcase had already been taken back to Hogwarts during training, so he was only carrying a basket containing Jerry. "Old Tom, keep an eye on that Greek fellow. He seems odd," Sean said quietly at the bar. "Genius, Sean. When did you become an Auror?" Old Tom teased. Unconcerned, Sean shook his head, realizing he might be overly cautious. According to the narrative, there should be no significant dangers this academic year. He traveled alone to King's Cross Station, and after passing through Platform 9, he spotted several familiar faces. "Hey, our genius Sean." The Weasley twins waved at him. Their moniker for Sean had shifted from clever boy to genius. Cedric, standing nearby, also smiled at Sean, who noticed that he had grown taller and more handsome. "Wow, you've been handsome since childhood," Sean remarked. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind, and before Sean could turn around, the person jumped in front of him. "Look at our Slytherin star," Cassius exclaimed. "Cassius, keep your voice down in public," Chris said, looking at him helplessly. Sean joined his old friends on the train, and as the whistle blew, he embarked on yet another wondrous journey at Hogwarts. Last year, as a first year, they could casually find an empty compartment to sit together. This year, they were already second years, with their own house compartments. Sean, Cassius, and Chris headed to Slytherin's compartment, where Graham had already claimed their seats. "You're quite quick on the draw," Cassius patted Graham on the shoulder. "I didn't TC you guys at the platform, so I got on first," Graham replied. "What did your mom feed you over the summer?" "You've gained quite a bit of weight in just 2 months, Sean joked. Graham flexed his arm, deliberately showcasing his bulging bicep, and proudly proclaimed, "I'm just getting stronger. Look at these muscles." The other 3 regarded him with disdain. But Graham's physique was indeed impressive for a second year. "I heard you guys return a week early for training?" Chris asked Sean. "Training? What training?" Cassius wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, Cleese hailed from a prestigious family, well informed about current affairs. The other 3 schools intending to come to Hogwarts would require the approval of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, headed by Cleese's grandfather, Barty Crouch. This semester, Hogwarts will host the decennial Triwizard Tournament. Cleese stated, "What kind of tournament is this?" Cassius and Graham exchanged glances. Cleese, eager to display her knowledge, proceeded to enlighten them about the inter-school friendship competition. After hearing her explanation, their admiration for Sean grew immensely. "You are truly remarkable, representing our second year and Slytherin in such a grand event." Cassius's eyes sparkled with awe. "Enough of that," Sean retorted, unable to tolerate Cassius's overly flattering demeanor. That moment, the basket on the table stirred, prompting Cleese to curiously reach out. Anticipating Jerry's antics, Sean quickly intervened. "Don't open it." However, the scene that unfolded was far from what Sean had anticipated. Jerry poked his head out, his large, round eyes gazing innocently at Cleese. "What a lovely little cat," Cleese exclaimed, her voice rising with delight. Jerry, resembling a docile house cat, was lifted from the basket by Cleese. "Is this your pet, Sean?" she inquired as she playfully engaged with Jerry. Sean glared at Jerry, thinking to himself that this creature had a tendency towards gender bias, pretending to be adorable in front of a pretty girl. "This fellow is a cat-bear hybrid. Don't let it fool you. It can be quite ferocious." As Sean finished his warning, he caught Jerry giving him a disdainful glance. "It appears quite gentle," Cassius remarked, skeptically taking Jerry from Cleese's hands, only for Jerry to wriggle free and dart down the corridor, escaping from a Slytherin compartment. "Damn it, who left the door open?" Sean muttered angrily at the sight of the ajar compartment door. He promptly leaped from his seat to pursue Jerry, awkwardly searching through the train compartments, suddenly feeling reminiscent of Neville searching for Trevor in the carriages. After traversing several compartments, Sean spotted Jerry in the arms of a young girl. The girl, with her yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes, was evidently of Asian descent, instantly reminding Sean of someone. "His name is Jerry. He can be a bit unruly and loves to run about." Sean introduced him in a tone befitting a proud owner. The girl returned Jerry to Sean, complimenting him. "Oh, he is so adorable." Sean sighed inwardly, realizing yet another Na'vi girl had fallen for Jerry's act. "Sean, what are you doing in our Ravenclaw compartment?" A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Penelope and casually greeted her. "Why Pet ran in here and was picked up by this new student." "Yes, that's so." Autumn nodded. "All right, you two should head back to your compartment now." Penelope advised them, unaware that later that evening, this Asian girl would be sorted into Ravenclaw, becoming her junior. Once the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the older students first boarded the night bus to enter Hogwarts through the main entrance, while the first years traveled by boat under Hagrid's guidance. Along the way, the Weasley twins recalled their previous year's sorting ceremony, where they had been outdone by Sean and sought to redeem themselves. This year, let us guess the sorting of the new students. Same old rule. One sickle each, Fred proposed. Sean pondered. Among the new students, he only recognized two, one being Autumn Zhang, whom he had already met, while the other, a Gryffindor named Seamus McLagan, remained a mystery. He doubted he could win guessing against the Weasley twins. All right, but this time it's winner takes all. When the new students enter the Great Hall, I'll randomly pick one, and we'll guess which house they'll be sorted into, Sean cunningly suggested. "I think that's fair," George agreed, seemingly satisfied with Sean's rules. Sean felt a surge of amusement. He could play this game with the Weasley twins until the fourth year, and he was confident he would never lose. The older students made their way into the Great Hall first, while the first years gathered outside, listening to Professor McGonagall introduce the four houses, much like she had done for Sean's year. Nothing particularly caught Sean's attention among this year's newcomers, but a stranger occupying a seat at the head table piqued his interest. Surely he was this year's defense against the dark arts professor. With his magical eye, Sean scrutinized the man, noting the brighter aura surrounding him compared to last year's professor, Yovich, suggesting he was likely stronger. As the Great Hall doors swung open, the new students entered in an orderly fashion, with the Weasley twins gesturing for Sean to choose someone at the Gryffindor table. Sean scanned the first years and quickly identified Autumn Zhang, pointing at the black-haired girl to indicate she was the one that, when the sorting hat announced Ravenclaw. The Weasley twins wore rueful expressions, but begrudgingly gave Sean a thumbs up. Under Dumbledore's introduction, Sean learned that the middle-aged man with brown hair and fair skin was named David Molyneux, this year's defense against the dark arts professor. Previously, he had been an exemplary graduate of Gryffindor and worked at the Department of International Magical Cooperation before resigning to become a traveler. From his background, he seemed to have a clean slate, more appealing to students than the former Death Eater, Yovich, who wouldn't he want to hear fascinating tales from a professor about their travels during class. Regardless of his credentials, Sean remained vigilant. Hogwarts changing its defense against the dark arts professor each year was not without reason. Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. The fraud Gilderoy Lockhart, who stole others' achievements. Remus Lupin, the werewolf. Barty Crouch Jr., impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. Dolores Umbridge, a ministry lackey, Severus Snape, who suffered in silence, the Carrows, Death Eater siblings, and last year as former Death Eater, Yovich, most of whom had been dismissed due to inherent issues. Thus, Sean kept a watchful eye on Molyneux as a precaution. The following morning at breakfast, the Owls delivered letters. Cleese, the young lady, subscribed to every issue of the Daily Prophet. Typically, after she finished reading, Sean would borrow it to peruse. Today, however, Cleese handed the paper to Sean, her expression grave. "Sean, you should take a look at this." Curious, Sean accepted the newspaper, wondering what news could elicit such a serious expression from Cleese. Upon seeing the headline, he froze momentarily, then began to read intently. The leaky cauldron attacked by foreign wizards. One Greek wizard is deceased. Sean's heart raced as he read line by line, noting that the attack occurred precisely when he boarded the train to return to school. Around 11:05 a.m. on September 1 SD. 3 robed wizards had stormed the leaky cauldron, abducting a foreign guest, though fortunately, no other patrons were harmed. Relief washed over Sean at the news that Tom and Hagrid were unharmed. Despite his origins, he had spent a decade at the leaky cauldron, which had become his home. Though Tom was miserly and Hagrid impoverished, their concern for Sean was never lacking. Continuing to read, Sean discovered that following the appearance of the robed wizards, the Ministry of Magic swiftly responded, dispatching 3 Aurors via apparition to the leaky cauldron, but the assailants had already departed 3 or 4 minutes prior. Half an hour later, an Auror found a body near the Tower Bridge in London, confirmed to be the abducted Greek wizard. His identity was revealed as a potions professor at St. Mungo's, who had arrived in London on a Muggle plane on the morning of August 24th, checked into the leaky cauldron that evening, and was murdered on September 1 SD. August 24 TH. That was the day I first saw him in the corridor. Sean recalled the timing of their encounter. The September 1st intrusion into the pub was far from coincidental. To understand, after last Christmas, Dumbledore personally petitioned the Ministry of Magic for protection to ensure Sean's safety while off campus. During Sean's absence from school, the ministry deployed Aurors to discreetly guard the leaky cauldron. Yesterday marked the return to school, and as Sean departed from the pub, the covert Aurors had already withdrawn that very morning. The Greek wizard had spent 7 nights at the leaky cauldron without incident. Yet it was on the day the Aurors left that he met his demise, prompting individuals like Sean, who were privy to the situation, to contemplate darker implications. The covert protection arranged by Dumbledore involved discussions with the ministry. And aside from the professors at Hogwarts, only a few ministry employees were aware of this matter. Sean harbored suspicions that the assailant had clandestine ties to someone within the ministry, and the timing of the Aurors withdrawal was likely leaked by someone inside. According to Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, the attacker wore a hood that obscured half of his face, making his features indistinguishable. However, his accent suggested that both the assailant and the victim hailed from the same region. The more Sean pondered, the more he felt the situation was far from ordinary. The victim had met with Dumbledore at Hogwarts on the afternoon of the 24th TH. Had Sean not encountered him that day, perhaps he would not be mired in such thoughts. Sean deliberately raised his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, who was also looking back at him, and their eyes locked for a brief moment. That instant. Another heavily wrapped package landed on the dining table. Its elongated shape resembled that of a broomstick, and Sean realized that Professor McGonagall had sent him a broom in appreciation of Harry's Quidditch prowess. Yet, considering his dismal performance in flying class, it seemed improbable that any professor would commend him. It appeared somewhat short. Sean noted that the package's length was 20 centimeters shorter than the average broomstick. "Sean, open it and see what it is," Cassius suggested from beside him. As Sean held the package, he noted its weight was significantly greater than that of a broomstick. The return address on the package read Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross, London, but the sender's name was absent. However, before Sean could unwrap the package, Dumbledore approached from behind, and a slender hand took the parcel from Sean's grasp. "I'm afraid this will be a letdown for you." "Sean, this package is actually intended for me," Dumbledore remarked. "But, Professor, the recipient's name is written as mine," Sean replied, tilting his head upward. "I am aware. I am merely borrowing your name." This justification left Sean a loss for words. Yet he understood that the contents of the package must be of great significance, possibly even connected to the recent attack. Dumbledore, clutching the package, prepared to leave the Great Hall, prompting Sean to rise and follow. "Professor, I read the Daily Prophet. That Greek fellow named Quintus. I encountered him at Hogwarts and saw him again when returning to the leaky cauldron. Who exactly is he? Sean had not intended to engage with Quintus. But now that he was deceased, particularly in the leaky cauldron, and with a peculiar package received that morning, it was impossible for Sean to ignore the blatant enigma laid before him. He is a professor of potions at the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore replied dismissively. The newspaper stated that, but why did he come to Hogwarts? Sean pressed that you'll be participating in the end-of-term assessments at the month's end, and the teams from the other 3 schools will also arrive then. I suspect you have many matters to attend to. Dumbledore deftly redirected the conversation, clearly reluctant to divulge further details to Sean. Realizing further inquiry would yield no answers, Sean activated his magical eye. Attempting to extract clues from the package, the item within emitted a brilliant white light, indicating it was an artifact of considerable magical power. Sean could not recall any known magical item resembling its shape. A rectangular philosopher's stone? He mused, allowing his imagination to wander wildly. The sword of Gryffindor? An elongated elder wand. He speculated several renowned magical artifacts, only to dismiss each notion. The sole lead was taken by Dumbledore back to his office. And Sean dared not sneak into the headmaster's office out of mere curiosity. He resolved to let the matter unfold naturally without further concern. This month, Sean indeed had much to occupy his time. On September 24th, the final Monday of the month, he applied for the end-of-term assessments and achieved excellent results in all subjects, allowing him to avoid attending classes for the remainder of the academic year. Much like the previous year, the 6-member representative team would train for an hour and a half each day after 3:30 p.m. By the month's end, teams from the other 3 schools would arrive at Hogwarts, ensuring that Sean, as a member of the representative team, could not afford to be absent. However, this year, aside from attending 1 potions class, he also decided to regularly attend defense against the dark arts classes to observe the newly appointed Professor Morrisai. Before September 24th, Sean continued attending classes daily with his fellow students. After classes, he and the other 5 team members ventured to the woods by the Black Lake. The professors had also informed all students about the upcoming inter-school friendship tournament. And upon learning that such a grand event would be hosted at Hogwarts, everyone was brimming with excitement. "Zach, I heard you've been elected as the prefect," Penelope remarked. "Just this morning," Zach replied, beaming with pride. Percy interjected, "By 5th year, I too shall be a prefect at Hogwarts." The prefects were elected only in the 5th year and serve until the 7th year, but this did not imply that no prefects would be appointed during that time. The prefect elected in 5th year would manage the 5th years while also overseeing the first-year newcomers. When the 5th years advanced to 6th year, they would then oversee the 2nd years, while a new 5th year would be elected to manage the next batch of newcomers. The 7th year prefect would simultaneously manage both the 7th years and the 3rd and 4th years. Sean was indifferent to the notion of prefects. However, Zach's reference to their morning class with Professor Morrisai piqued his interest. Professor Morrisai is quite engaging. During class, he shares anecdotes from his travels, far superior to last year's Professor Jovic. Zach praised Sean, however, remained skeptical, wondering if Morrisai might turn out to be yet another charlatan who merely talked without action. Did he demonstrate any magic? Sean inquired. Of course. Professor Morrisai's magic is quite impressive. You know the advanced spell Patronus charm? He demonstrated it during class. A spell capable of repelling terrifying dementors. Zach animatedly recounted the class experience. Sean was taken aback. If Morrisai could perform the Patronus charm, perhaps he was indeed a competent instructor. Yet if that were the case, how would Quirrell assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor next year? The next class with Morrisai was just 2 days away, and Sean intended to verify his capabilities firsthand. The training sessions by the Black Lake began to circulate among the students, but the professors prohibited others from spectating, likely to prevent gossiping students from being questioned by representatives from other schools. Sean and Charlie had solidified their pairing, as Sean was unable to fly, necessitating a strategy that involved both vertical and horizontal coordination. The 6 members needed to maximize their practice time, as the training grounds by the Black Lake would soon be relinquished for the visiting teams once they arrived. And from the end of September until February of the following year, Hogwarts would not be able to train as the host. Despite Hogwarts enjoying a home advantage, the prohibition on team training for 5 months would diminish the players' chemistry and feel for the game. Such regulations could be seen as a concession to the visiting teams. Otherwise, the home advantage would be excessively pronounced and unfair to the other three schools. At T5 o'clock, as training concluded, the group made their way back to the castle along the shores of the Black Lake. Along the way, Sean spotted Hagrid conversing with a stranger. Sean mused that an unusual number of unfamiliar faces had appeared at Hogwarts this term. Each unknown individual represented a potential threat, compelling him to approach Hagrid for a conversation. "Hagrid, what are you up to? Dumbledore has arranged for me to have an assistant. I'm just taking him to familiarize himself with the grounds, along with our dedicated groundskeeper, Fong," Hagrid explained. "An assistant." Sean scrutinized the young man before him. Short golden hair, bright blue eyes, and standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, he appeared quite youthful, almost like a seventh-year student. "Hello, I'm Sean Greer." Sean introduced himself to the young man. "Mike Jarg," the young man replied. The youth said little, merely stating his name. "All right, I shall take him to the pasture," Hagrid declared. Sean nodded, and although he had only briefly heard the other's name, he discerned from the accent that this Mick Jagger was not British. As for whether he might be yet another Greek, Sean was uncertain. After all, he lacked Old Tom's experience in discerning a person's nationality purely from their accent. "Sean, if you don't hurry back, you'll miss dinner," Charlie called from ahead. "Coming right away," Sean replied. "I could tea that moment." Hagrid was not in the cabin, providing Sean the perfect opportunity to procure a sample of Lu Wei's blood. He happened to have a syringe and a harmonica with him. Though "happened to" was a facade, this had been a long-planned endeavor. Sean jogged to Hagrid's hut, and before he even entered, he heard music emanating from inside. Presumably, Hagrid was using the melody to lull Lu Wei to sleep, preventing any mischief. What a relief, Sean thought to himself. Using an unlocking charm, he opened the wooden door and stealthily crept inside. Lu Wei's three massive heads rested against the fireplace, deep in slumber, their heavy breathing stirring a foul odor. How unpleasant, Sean grimaced, pinching his nose as he cautiously navigated around one side of Lu Wei. Extracting a small golden syringe from his robe, he then aimed for Lu Wei's rear end and attempted to pierce it. However, to Sean's astonishment, the needle could not penetrate Lu Wei's thick fur. He applied more force, only to see the needle begin to bend without making any progress. Lu Wei stirred in its slumber, furrowing its brow as if on the verge of waking. "How careless of me. The defenses of a three-headed dog are not to be breached by a mere needle." Sean chastised himself for his naivety. Defeated in his blood extraction attempt, Sean left the hut with his tail between his legs. By the time he returned to the hall, dinner was already underway. "Sean, where have you been?" "If you don't hurry, Cleese will pack your food to take back," Cassius remarked. Cleese shot him a fierce glare from across the table, signaling him to be silent. On his way back, he encountered Hagrid and his assistant. "Did you hear that Dumbledore has assigned Hagrid an assistant?" Sean, not being omniscient, often missed various happenings and rumors around the school while engrossed in his own affairs. Thus he relied on Cassius for updates. "I saw it this afternoon, just when you were training by the Black Lake. Dumbledore brought someone to the headmaster's office," Cassius confirmed, not disappointing Sean. Dumbledore himself had taken the lead. Sean pondered the relationship between this individual and the previous Quintus. "Sean, how did your training go?" Cassius inquired curiously. "I'm afraid it's not convenient to discuss," Sean replied apologetically. Cleese interjected, "Why are you asking so many questions? If we could speak about it, the professors wouldn't prohibit us from observing their training." Sean nodded. Since the teams for the competition had already been finalized, the professors had arranged the order of participants in advance, unlike before when they would determine the next lineup after each match. Theo was slated to present the first potion, being a sixth-year student with excellent grades in potions. His success rate in brewing advanced potions was relatively high. The second match would feature a trio of individual duels: Zach, Penelope, and Percy, in that order. Given this arrangement, Penelope had a high likelihood of losing unless she faced a third-year student from the opposing school in the second round. The third match was crucial, involving Sean and Charlie. Even if they lost all preceding matches, securing the team match would still render them undefeated. By the way, Kurt was looking for you just now," Cleese remarked, glancing subtly towards the seventh-year direction. "Could it be concerning the notebook? Surely Lucius wouldn't divulge such matters to others," Sean mused. During the training camp, Sean had hidden Tom Riddle's notebook in the room of requirement. alongside Ravenclaw's diadem. Lucius aimed to exploit Sean to unleash the basilisk. Such a scheme would likely succeed with another, but he had chosen Sean, much to his misfortune. After dinner, Kurt sat on the couch in the Slytherin common room, seemingly waiting for Sean. Sean found it peculiar that whenever Kurt was present, other students seemed to shy away, leaving the spacious room almost empty. "Kurt, did you need something?" Sean approached him. Kurt waved his hand, gesturing for Sean to sit, and then spoke in a seasoned tone. "Sean, as you know, I'm in my 7th year, and graduating in June, I plan to hand the reins of the Ouroboros to Theo. But I recognize your potential far exceeds his." Sean wondered what Kurt was getting at. So this was the matter at hand. He had never considered becoming a leader. The Ouroboros, as an elite student cooperative and dark arts exchange organization, would be highly conspicuous if it were official. However, due to the dark arts associations, it had to remain clandestine and ineffectual. The position of leader in such an organization held little significance. Theo is quite capable. He would provide substantial assistance as leader, which I think is commendable, Sean replied candidly. Kurt shook his head, looking at Sean meaningfully. Theo is good, but he is not enough to make the Ouroboros truly remarkable. "Do you know who founded the Ouroboros?" Kurt suddenly asked. Sean knew little about the Ouroboros. Prior to joining, he had not even heard of it, though he vaguely suspected it was linked to that individual. He shook his head. Kurt lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial manner. "Tom Riddle." Sean thought to himself, as expected, but feigned ignorance, presenting a look of bewilderment, as if he had no knowledge of Tom Riddle. Kurt anticipated this reaction from Sean and continued quietly. "He is the Dark Lord, the one who founded the Ouroboros Wizarding Society. During his time as a student, he began his studies in dark magic and later secretly gathered a few students to establish the Ouroboros." "How could it be?" "The Dark Lord," Sean exclaimed, feigning panic as he scanned the surroundings, striving to sound astonished, rising slightly from the couch. "Shoo!" Kurt hastily pressed Sean back down. "That I'm only sharing this with you because I see potential in you. The Dark Lord will undoubtedly return, and when he does, the Ministry of Magic will be powerless to stop him. All who oppose him will suffer. You are exceptional, truly exceptional. When he returns, aligning yourself with the organization he once founded will surely earn you significant favor." Kurt's audacious words left Sean wondering how he had gathered such courage to speak them. Sean pretended to be shocked, while internally he pondered, "Is it appropriate for you to say such things to a second-year student? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Are you not afraid I might report this to Dumbledore?" Sean queried. "Do you think Dumbledore is unaware of the Ouroboros?" Kurt countered. Sean fell silent. Indeed, Dumbledore was aware of its existence. Yet he adopted a blind-eye approach, allowing the Ouroboros to persist. The Ouroboros kept a low profile at school, refraining from causing trouble. Whether some individuals would align with the Death Eaters after graduation was beyond his control. Previously, Kurt had never directly mentioned the Death Eaters or the Dark Lord. He had only sought to tempt Sean with the allure of dark magic, trying to lure him into the shadows. However, as he was graduating this year, he would no longer have opportunities for extensive exchanges with Sean, which is why he aimed to clarify his stance in this conversation, a discussion that would be explosive news for other students. "I need to think about it," Sean replied, displaying a troubled expression as if genuinely considering the matter. "Trust me, it won't be long before he returns. Aligning with him will be your wise choice." Kurt's insinuations amused Sean somewhat. The relationship between the uncle and nephew regarding Voldemort was quite intriguing. One feigned compliance while the other harbored genuine admiration. Lucius had already resolved to sacrifice Sean by unleashing the basilisk, intending for it to cleanse Hogwarts. Yet his elder nephew Kurt sought to win Sean over, hoping to recruit talent for the soon-to-return Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Draco's aunt, Bella, contemplated eliminating Sean. The Malfoy family dynamics were indeed fascinating. It was perplexing how, despite sharing a common employer in Voldemort and being relatives, their hearts were so discordant. Sean refrained from sharing the evening's conversation with others. Had it been any other student, they might have been overtaken by anxiety, either from the fear of eventually aligning with the Dark Lord or from the impulse to inform a professor. However, even if he had disclosed it to Dumbledore, what could the headmaster do about Kurt? Would he send him to the ministry for spreading rumors? Dumbledore was unlikely to take such action, as he had always been exceedingly tolerant of his students. Sean dismissed Kurt's words as insignificant. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immersed himself in devising the magical framework for the flying charm, a complex spell that demanded his full concentration, allowing him to forget all trivial matters. Kurt, believing he had divulged a significant secret that would keep Sean awake all night, was unaware that Sean regarded it as inconsequential. At last, Thursday morning arrived, ushering in the long-awaited defense against the dark arts class for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Sean recalled that last year's inaugural lesson in this subject had also been a joint class between the two houses, during which he had petrified Jovic. This year, the Weasley twins eagerly anticipated what Sean might do to the new professor. "Good morning, students," Professor Morley greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Professor," the students chorused in reply. Sean scrutinized the young, affable professor. While he was not particularly handsome, his warmth and approachability left a positive impression, especially when compared to last year's Jovic. "In this lesson, I will teach you a practical and simple spell that is quite effective for self-defense," Professor Morley announced. He turned to the blackboard and wrote down the disarming charm, which was to be the focus of the class. What a hands-on professor, Sean mused. The disarming charm was indeed practical, and the stronger the caster's magical ability, the more potent the effect of the spell. Professor Morley dedicated half an hour to explaining the theoretical underpinnings of the charm. The disarming charm comprised 3 magical frameworks, and the calculations involved were relatively straightforward. Typically, students would master the spell within a fortnight. Following the theoretical segment, Professor Morley selected a student to demonstrate the charm. Despite the class suggesting Sean, he chose Gryffindor's Lee Jordan. Perhaps he had heard about Sean petrifying Jovic last year and deliberately sought to deny Sean an opportunity. The defense against the dark arts class concluded in a light-hearted atmosphere. Yet Sean lingered in the classroom, approaching the podium and directly inquiring, "Professor, I heard from fifth-year students that you taught the Patronus charm in class." Professor Morley glanced at Sean, recalling that during his hiring, other professors had mentioned a particularly exceptional second-year student. "Indeed, I taught the Patronus charm in the fifth-year class a few days ago. What of it?" Morley replied. "Professor, I wish to learn it," Sean stated earnestly. Morley had not anticipated that Sean sought to learn a spell. However, the theoretical knowledge of the Patronus charm was intricate, and the coordination of magical frameworks and mental strength was crucial during casting. He believed that younger students often lacked a solid foundation, making it challenging for them to reach the necessary proficiency. "That I do not recommend second-year students delve into this magic. I have heard of your exceptional talent. But one should progress step by step. Aiming too high too soon is not advisable," Morley advised candidly. Sean nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, yet it felt inapplicable to him that if he were to follow the same path as ordinary students, he would be doing a disservice to himself. "Well, you see, Professor, I might learn slightly faster than my peers, and I am indeed capable of studying advanced magic," Sean humbly asserted. However, to Morley's ears, this sounded somewhat boastful. "It is not impossible for you to learn. If you can persuade Professor Snape to agree, I might even allow you to audit my advanced classes," Morley replied, adhering to the usual protocol. Since Sean was a Slytherin student, it was wise to let Snape make decisions regarding teaching matters that I understand. "Thank you, Professor," Sean responded. Snape would likely agree. After all, he had taught Sean the flying charm, so there was little reason to oppose other professors instructing him in advanced magic. During lunch break, Sean made his way to Snape's office. Knocking on the door, a low voice responded. "Enter." "Professor, I need your consent for something," Sean stated directly upon entering. Snape seemed to appreciate this straightforward approach. "What is it?" he inquired. Professor Morley, in defense against the dark arts, said that if you allow it, he can teach me magic from the higher year curriculum. The second-year content poses no challenge for me," Sean explained. After a moment of contemplation, Snape regarded Sean and then asked, "How is your study of the flying charm progressing?" Sean was taken aback. Surely, Snape wasn't going to evaluate his progress, which would be quite awkward, as he had no notes and had yet to calculate the magical framework formulas. "It is going fairly well," Sean replied nonchalantly. Snape remained silent, seemingly deep in thought, while Sean felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Snape might pose a question to test his knowledge. However, Snape's next words provided relief. "That I will speak with Professor Morley," he said, his gaze fixed on the lesson plan before him, his tone neutral. Sean hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you, "Professor," and then turned to leave the office. Once Sean had departed, Snape lifted his head, his eyes contemplative. Initially, he had intended to deny Sean's request. After all, he had just entrusted Sean with the intricacies of the flying charm, and it seemed imprudent for him to be distracted by the magic of other professors. This led Snape to perceive Sean as overly ambitious. However, upon reflection, he realized that he himself had taken 2 years to master the flying charm. Even if Sean were more talented, it would be unreasonable to expect him to achieve mastery before the start of the Forbidden Forest expedition. Given this, Snape decided not to demand that Sean focus solely on the flying charm. While he had previously stated that he would permit Sean to learn other spells aside from the flying charm, the arrival of a reliable professor like Morley meant that it was preferable for Sean to seek assistance from him rather than burden himself. This was a typical Snape approach, to delegate responsibilities rather than take them upon himself, preferring to maintain his aloof demeanor as a stoic middle-aged man, and I did not expect Professor Snape to grant your request. "Greaves, it seems he holds you in high regard," remarked Morley after the afternoon lessons concluded, as Sean visited his office on the 3rd floor, having been informed of Snape's decision beforehand. "Then I shall agree to teach you magic from the higher year curriculum. But you may only attend for 2 hours on Saturdays," Morley stipulated. Sean nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that professors also had their personal time. Dedicating 2 hours of their private time to provide additional instruction to a student was a commendable act of generosity. "However, before you learn the Patronus charm, you must first master the disarming charm," Morley added. Having just taught the 2nd-year disarming charm that morning, he estimated that it would take at least 2 weeks for students to grasp it, with those less diligent or less gifted potentially taking around 3 weeks. "Professor, do you think I could demonstrate?" Sean asked, raising his wand and gesturing toward the wall. Expelliarmus. A beam of white light shot forth. While he did not disarm anyone's wand, Morley, being a professional, could discern that Sean had successfully cast the disarming charm with remarkable ease. Morley's expression shifted momentarily. He had heard of Sean Greaves' genius since his arrival, which merely heightened Sean's reputation in Morley's mind. Having graduated from Hogwarts himself, he had encountered many talented individuals, yet no student had ever mastered a spell taught earlier that day so swiftly. "You learned the disarming charm in just half a day?" Morrisai inquired somewhat unrealistically. Sean, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Not really. It's just that I'd studied it on my own beforehand." This response was slightly more palatable to Morrisai, who realized he had lost his composure, and thus cleared his throat and said, "Come to the classroom at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and I shall teach you the Patronus charm." "Thank you, Professor." Just as Sean expressed his gratitude, he suddenly recalled that 3 o'clock was rather inconvenient, as the representative team also had training sessions on Saturday and Sunday, leading to a scheduling conflict. "Professor, could we possibly reschedule to the morning or evening?" "I have to attend the team training in the afternoon," Sean apologized. Morrisai seemed to have forgotten this detail and suggested, "Then let us move it to 9 in the morning." Sean's request held deeper intentions. He was not merely targeting the defense against the dark arts professor, but rather he was aware that this position had been cursed by Voldemort, and professors in this role often encounter difficulties. Sean seized this opportunity to interact more with Professor Morrisai, observing whether he exhibited any unusual behavior, suspecting he might be another imposter who had slipped in under the influence of a polyjuice potion. How wonderful it would be to have a time-turner right now, Sean suddenly lamented. Back in her 3rd year, McGonagall had secured a time-turner for Hermione from the Ministry of Magic to allow her more time to take additional elective courses. Sean, however, found himself without such privileges and realized he might need to hint at his desire to Snape. Although Sean understood that time-turners effectively borrowed from the user's future time, with the Triwizard Tournament approaching, he was willing to stake some of his future time to learn a few advanced spells. However, acquiring a time-turner was not as simple as he had imagined. After enduring a thorough lecture from Snape, he gained a deeper understanding of the complexities involved. Following the final potions class on Friday, Sean once again found himself at Snape's office, having frequented it quite often of late. Upon returning to his office after class, Snape frowned upon seeing Sean follow him. Despite having assured Sean that he could approach him with any questions, his demeanor clearly indicated he was not inclined to be a patient teacher. "Grills, you truly are a diligent and inquisitive student. What is it this time?" Snape inquired. "Professor, I just feel that recently there's not enough time in the day. After class, I have to attend training. And in the evenings, I must practice the flying charm. If only my day could be a few hours longer. Sean lamented. Stop dreaming. Instead of pondering such nonsense, you would be better off reading some books. Snape replied without looking up that if only there were a spell that could allow me to create a duplicate of myself, or turn back time, then I could learn so much more. Sean hinted desperately. Snape, holding his potions textbook, suddenly turned to glance at Sean before striding over, his dark eyes, shadowed by his curtain-like bangs, fixed intently on Sean. Have you heard something from somewhere? Stop concocting such wild ideas and hurry along to your training. Professor, I've heard that the Ministry of Magic possesses an alchemical device called a time turner, which can turn back time. That I asked that true. Sean was determined to maintain the persona of a curious child. So, you seek a time-turner that do you have any idea how complicated it is to apply for one from the Ministry of Magic? How much it costs? How long you must wait? Snape posed 3-pointed questions to Sean. Sean shook his head, having no knowledge of these intricate details, and was surprised to learn that applying for such an item involved a financial cost. Is it expensive? Sean inquired earnestly. The IT is billed by the hour. At 10 galleons per hour. What do you think? Snape replied. Professor, when you refer to hours, do you mean the time you possess after acquiring the time turner? Sean asked, puzzled. Snape scoffed, looking at Sean as if he were a fool. It is the time you turn back. For every hour you reverse, you will owe the corresponding galleons. The phrase time is money could not be more fitting in this context. Hermione's expenses for using the time turner were likely covered by McGonagall on behalf of Hogwarts. And Sean figured he could do the same, that he surmised that Snape merely found the process cumbersome and did not want to assist him with the tedious application. Sean suddenly felt a pang of envy for the Gryffindor students who had the kind and approachable McGonagall as their head of house. Yet, Sean was relentless. In his mind, this should not be an insurmountable task. Since McGonagall had managed to secure a time turner for Hermione, surely Snape could be persuaded to do the same. However, Snape continued to coldly educate him about the preciousness of time turners and the Ministry's stringent regulations surrounding them. Firstly, the material used to create a time turner is called moon gold, sourced from Uganda in Africa, which is an extremely rare magical metal. Moon gold is mined and traded exclusively by the Ministry, and its management is exceptionally stringent. It has not even appeared in the black market. Each year, the British Ministry of Magic can procure only a limited amount of moon gold from Uganda. The rarity of the raw material is just the beginning. The time turner involves complex time and space magic requiring an alchemist well-versed in both disciplines to embed the magical framework into the device. Such skilled alchemists are few and far between and have sworn unbreakable oaths to the Ministry, crafting time turners solely for them. For nearly 2 centuries, there have been no illegal time turners, and even during Voldemort's dark reign, their management remained orderly. Originally, the purpose of time turners of the Ministry was to address certain incidents, allowing one to return to the past to investigate the circumstances of an event. However, their uses have since evolved to include aiding exceptional students by granting them extra time to take more elective courses. A time turner allows one to reverse time by 1 hour with each turn, but Sean had just learned from Snape that each time turner has a usage limit. After turning it 1,000 times, the magical framework will collapse. 1,000 turns equate to 1,000 hours, or 41.6 days. Thus, a brand new time turner can only take one back 41 days. Sean mused. That seems about right. 1,000 hours would be sufficient for Hermione for an entire academic year. Sean calculated that Hermione did not use the time turner every day, and attending elective classes only required 1 or 2 hours. So, 1,000 hours would be more than enough for her. Moreover, Hermione was incredibly disciplined. Besides attending classes, she did not require the time turner for other activities. Unbeknownst to Sean, Tom Riddle had also acquired a time turner with Horace Slughorn's assistance, as Slughorn was known for his favoritism towards promising students. Professor, I believe if I had a time turner, I could learn the flying charm before the start of the Forbidden Forest. Sean asserted. I think you're dreaming, Snape retorted tersely. Sean felt troubled. After all, Snape was the head of Slytherin. And procedurally, Sean would need Snape's endorsement for the application to even be considered. Once approved, they would still have to wait until there was an available time turner to be notified. Professor, if I fail to learn it, I will bear the cost of 10,000 galleons myself. Sean was making a significant gamble. 10,000 galleons was no trivial amount. Snape let out a cold laugh. And how do you plan to shoulder that burden? Snape was well aware of Sean's financial situation. Given his Uncle Hearn's meager salary, he wouldn't even splurge on a new piece of clothing for Sean. Professor, I currently lack funds, but once I graduate, I will repay this educational loan. Sean replied confidently. He viewed the 10,000 galleons as an educational loan, which in essence it was. However, to avoid paying that amount, he was determined to exert himself in mastering the flying charm. Snape, feeling a twinge of compassion, recognized that a child should not be so burdened by financial concerns. Very well, go to your training. I shall discuss this matter with the headmaster. Snape spoke with an impatient tone. Upon hearing this, Sean felt a flicker of hope. Snape's character rarely indulged in frivolous banter with students. Now, he was merely left waiting for the time-turner, though the duration of the wait remained a mystery to all. The time-turner is a narrative inconsistency in Harry Potter, one that even Rowling herself struggles to clarify. Here, I have crafted my own interpretation for simplicity's sake. As the sun dipped low in the sky, warm yellow clouds hung like fringed bangs at the horizon, and the training by the Black Lake had just concluded. 6 weary individuals emerged from the woods, their faces smeared with dirt. The session had been overseen by Professor Sprout, a kindly lady who beamed with satisfaction at the sight of her exhausted charges. Everyone has made significant progress. Don't be anxious during the competition. Just perform as you normally would and believe in yourselves. Yes, Professor, the group replied weakly. An hour and a half of intense training had drained their magical energy, and now they slumped along the path, heading back to the castle. Look, there's someone sitting over there. Zack pointed towards a pile of stones at the water's edge. Theo turned to glance. Ah, Hagrid's assistant. Everyone had learned about Hagrid's assistant a couple of days ago, yet the group seemed indifferent. Except for Sean, who scrutinized him as if he were a thief. It was rumored that Mick Jagger lived with Hagrid. But with a beast residing in Hagrid's hut, Sean was curious about how Hagrid could permit Mick to stay. Could it be that Fluffy had been relocated to roam the Forbidden Forest? Sean pondered. If that were the case, obtaining Fluffy's blood would be even more challenging. The Forbidden Forest was fraught with peril, and he had nearly lost his life there the previous year. To ascertain Fluffy's status, Sean resolved to sacrifice a few minutes of his dinner time to check Hagrid's hut. You all go on ahead. I'll visit Hagrid, Sean declared. All right, but make it quick, Theo replied. Sean jogged to Hagrid's hut, where the light shone brightly. He called out a couple of times at the door, but there was no response from Hagrid. Not here again, Sean thought to himself. The last time he had come secretly to the hut, the lights were on, yet no one was home, though music had played. This time, however, the hut was eerily quiet. Sean contemplated the situation inside. Either it was devoid of life, or a ferocious, three-headed dog was intently watching the door. If it were the latter, sneaking in would spell disaster for him. Thus, Sean chose to peer through a nearby window to gauge the interior. What are you doing here? A wary voice emerged from behind him. Recognizing the accent, Sean turned to find Mick had returned. He composed himself and smiled. I was just passing by to check on Hagrid. Is he not around? Mick shot him a cold glance, offering no reply, standing there as if waiting for Sean to leave. Do you live with Hagrid? Sean attempted to engage in conversation, striving to ease the awkwardness. Yes, Mick replied tersely. Aren't you afraid of Fluffy? I mean the three-headed dog inside. Sean probed cautiously. Mick's cold demeanor tightened into a frown, seemingly displeased that Sean was aware of Fluffy's existence. Did Hagrid tell you? Mick inquired. Sean sensed the shift in tone. It seemed Mick had prior knowledge of Fluffy and did not wish for others to be aware of it. Well, since Hagrid's not here, I should be going. I might miss dinner. Sean sidestepped the conversation and made his exit. Mick watched Sean's departing figure with suspicion and wariness. Despite Sean being merely a lower-year student, Mick held an inherent distrust towards everyone due to certain peculiar circumstances. Even towards a mere child. As Sean walked away, he contemplated Mick's identity, but with scant information, he found himself at a loss. However, he was certain that Fluffy was not merely a simple acquisition from a pub. There must be a significant reason for Fluffy's presence at Hogwarts. Was it to protect the Philosopher's Stone? The stone would not be brought to the school until the following year. As for why Dumbledore would relocate the stone to Hogwarts. Perhaps his network had received some intelligence indicating Voldemort was stirring once more. Surely, those whom Dumbledore brought in should pose no threat. Although Sean entertained this thought, unease lingered in his heart. He had caught a glimpse through the window earlier, but had not seen Fluffy. He was uncertain where Hagrid had taken him. Could it be that Fluffy was in the room at the end of the third-floor corridor of the classroom building? Unlikely, if that were the case. Filch would have surely warned students to steer clear of that room. Yet Filch had been unusually silent these past days, suggesting that the room remained unremarkable. After dinner, Sean returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, Jerry leaped at him, a routine Sean had grown accustomed to. Observing the chaotic state of the room, Sean cast an upgraded repair spell, restoring it to the condition it had been in when he left in the morning. Unlike the basic repair charm that merely mended small objects, restoring the entire room required a more complex magical framework. Prior to his first year, Sean had only self-taught the basic repair charm. But this semester, having brought Jerry to school, he had sought Snape's guidance on more advanced restoration techniques on the very first day of class, mastering it by nightfall. Looking at Jerry sprawled lazily on the bed, resembling a pampered lord, an idea sparked in Sean's mind. "Jerry, you've been cooped up here long enough. How about I take you out for some fresh air tomorrow?" Jerry seemed oblivious to Sean's words, engrossed in grooming his fur. However, when Sean retrieved the wizard's heart from his suitcase, Jerry's fur stood on end. Don't worry. It'll be ready shortly," Sean reassured the agitated Jerry a few days ago. After returning from training utterly drained, Sean had sought an alternative to wasting his magical energy recovery potion and discovered that the wizard's heart could serve as a magical power bank. After replenishing his magic with the wizard's heart, Sean commenced his evening studies, focusing on constructing the framework for the flying charm. Like the killing curse, the flying charm comprised 28 magical frameworks, but it required the simultaneous casting of both hands, combining 14 frameworks from the left hand with 14 from the right. This presented a challenge for Sean, demanding utmost concentration to retain the sensation of assembling the frameworks. His nightly self-study concluded around 11 o'clock. Leaving him fatigued, while Hagrid emerged from the Forbidden Forest alone, Mick had yet to enter the hut, and upon seeing Hagrid return, he approached him with a question. "How did it go?" The centaur agreed to guard him, and Fluffy is positioned nearby. With the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, coupled with the centaur and Fluffy, I believe we should encounter no issues, Hagrid replied. "Are you certain the centaur can be trusted?" Mick remained skeptical. The centaurs are allies of Hogwarts. Dumbledore takes great care of them, and I trust them, Hagrid assured him. Mick fell silent, gazing into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, concern flickering in his eyes. This semester at Hogwarts was unfolding and about to unravel a series of events beyond Sean's awareness. The mysterious package, the sudden appearance of an assistant, Fluffy's disappearance, the seemingly amiable and dedicated defense against the dark arts professor, and the upcoming Triwizard Tournament next month. This second year promised to be filled with uncertainties. Although Sean was privy to future events, he remained largely uninformed about what transpired at Hogwarts before Harry's enrollment. Sean's plans for magical creatures were also postponed due to Fluffy's absence. He had initially intended to acquire another magical creature to keep Fawkes company, but now it appeared he would have to wait until next year. On the first weekend of the new term, other students either wandered off to Hogsmeade or frolicked with their friends within the castle, while the first years brimmed with curiosity, exploring every nook and cranny of the castle. Meanwhile, Sean had no time to waste. He had arranged to meet Professor McGonagall at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning in the defense against the dark arts classroom to learn the Patronus charm. "Be a little considerate and don't squirm," Sean advised as he carried Jerry from the dormitory to the classroom. Jerry attempted to wriggle free 100 times, but Sean firmly held him back. When Professor McGonagall saw Sean enter with a ferret in his arms, her expression conveyed surprise. "This is a first. I've never seen a student bring a ferret as a pet to Hogwarts." "Apologies, Professor. Jerry has been cooped up in the dormitory for a week and was feeling quite restless, so I thought I'd bring him out for a bit," Sean explained, with a face full of remorse. Sean spoke in reality, he had deliberately brought Jerry to meet Morisi. The cat otter was perceptive and possessed an uncanny ability to discern a person's character. If Morisi were of ill intent, Jerry's demeanor would undoubtedly reflect that. Sean intentionally held Jerry close as they approached Morisi step by step, keenly observing Jerry while subtly stealing glances at Morisi's expression. Morisi maintained his usual composure, seemingly unfazed by any potential aggression from the cat otter. while Jerry remained nestled in Sean's arms, clearly disinterested in Morrisai. In a reaction. Could it be that Morrisai is indeed a decent person? Sean glanced down at Jerry in his arms, beginning to doubt whether his character-detecting radar was malfunctioning. Among the myriad of unprincipled defense against the dark arts professors, encountering a genuinely upright individual was somewhat difficult to accept, at least for Sean. Knowing too much and contemplating too deeply, while other students viewed Morrisai as a commendable professor. Sean struggled to feel at ease. Your Katadar's coat is quite lustrous. It must come from a pure lineage, Professor Morrisai complimented Jerry. Jerry lifted its languorous little head, its round eyes briefly meeting Morrisai's before it sprang from Sean's embrace. Landing on a desk in the second row, stretching its back, it yawned widely, tongue lolling, before curling up on the desk and closing its eyes. Apologies, Professor. I must take it back, Sean said. Morrisai waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, It's quite all right. Let it sleep here. We shall begin the lesson. The incantation for summoning a Patronus is Expecto Patronum. This spell only manifests when you focus your thoughts, necessitating the utmost effort to recall a joyful memory or one filled with love and hope. Such memories are, coincidentally, the very sustenance of Dementors, as they not only summon one's Patronus to repel Dementors. The form of a Patronus is typically a semi-transparent silver animal, resembling a ghostly figure in the mist. Varying in shape according to the individual and influenced by the wizard's personality and physique, that a Patronus is not immutable. It changes in response to significant emotional upheaval or trauma. Advanced patron uses can even speak, relaying messages for the caster, serving a communicative purpose. Professor Morrisai stood at the podium, delivering a lecture solely for Sean, despite the singular presence of a student below him. He earnestly recounted the pertinent points. However, Sean was already aware of this information, including that the advanced Patronus was conceived by Dumbledore. What Sean sought was a demonstration of the Patronus charm by someone proficient in its execution, allowing him to memorize the magical framework for practice later. Although fifth-year students had begun learning the Patronus charm, Sean could glean knowledge from older students. Yet by the current pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 months for someone from the upper years to master this magic. Professor, what is your Patronus? Sean inquired as he initiated his magical eye. Mine is a dog. With that, Morrisai raised his wand, uttering the incantation Expecto Patronum. The wand gathered magic, twisting into the formation of 21 invisible magical frameworks. Subsequently, these 21 imperceptible magical constructs materialized into a white shadow, resembling a dog. The apparition raced around the room twice before dissipating as Morrisai released his magical energy. Sean's objective had been achieved. The magical eye had recorded the framework of the Patronus charm, and as Morrisai began to explain the theoretical aspects of the magical framework, Sean feigned attentiveness. Listening earnestly. 2 hours later, Morrisai's generous time came to an end. Sean expressed his gratitude and then, cradling Jerry, made his way outside the castle. On the way, he encountered the Weasley twins, who were idly wandering the castle. Upon seeing Sean with a pet, their interest piqued. I heard you brought a pet to school. Is that a cat? Fred inquired, reaching out to pet Jerry. Sean swiftly interjected, This is not a cat. Its name is Jerry, a cat otter, and it can be quite fierce. Much livelier than Percy's foolish rat, George teased, poking fun at his older brother. Sean suddenly paused. Percy's foolish rat? I assent that, Ron's. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this detail. Ron had brought Scabbers to school as a gift for Percy, and the enigmagus Peter Pettigrew had masqueraded as the rat, living with the Weasley family for 12 years, becoming both Percy's and Ron's pet. However, Sean had never seen Scabbers at school, nor had Peter's name appeared on the Marauder's map. Does Percy have a pet? Why have I never seen it? Sean feigned confusion that he has a fat, foolish rat, but in second year he found it too embarrassing to bring to school. George explained. Sean nodded, realizing, so that's why I haven't seen Scabbers last year or this year. If Scabbers were at Hogwarts, Jerry would surely have a playmate. Where are you headed? Fred asked, noticing Sean didn't seem to be returning to the dormitory, curiosity evident in his demeanor. There's something interesting going on. Sean, holding Jerry, replied, I intend to visit Hagrid's hut, to have Jerry assess Mick's character, and perhaps engage Hagrid in conversation about where Rubeus is gone. With nothing else to occupy their time, The Weasley brothers eagerly trailed behind Sean, intent on accompanying him to Hagrid's hut. Sean glanced back at them, but said nothing, allowing them to follow, as it was not a perilous venture. They could contribute to the lively atmosphere. Just past 11 o'clock. Smoke began to waft from Hagrid's hut, prompting Sean to think, isn't it a bit early for lunch? Upon reaching the door, Sean called out for Hagrid. Moments later, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a face that was not Hagrid's. "Mick, is Hagrid not here?" Sean inquired. Mick showed no intention of letting them in. Peering at the trio through the partially ajar door, Sean had encountered him twice before, while it was the first meeting for the Weasley brothers. Before Mick could respond, Hagrid's voice boomed from within. "Sean, come in." Reluctantly, Mick stepped aside, allowing the door to open fully, and the three of them, along with the cat otter, entered the hut. Hagrid was busy by the fireplace in the back room, clanging pots and pans, seemingly preparing lunch. He turned slightly to greet the trio, his demeanor welcoming as always, though Mick remained vigilant. Sean and the two Weasleys, Hagrid acknowledged, his attention quickly drawn to Jerry nestled in Sean's arms. "What a delightful little creature. Is that a cat otter you're holding, Sean?" Hagrid, being an expert in magical creatures, instantly recognized Jerry. Sean deliberately set Jerry down, allowing it to roam the hut. However, Jerry, aside from its penchant for mischief in the dormitory, exhibited little interest in wreaking havoc in the classroom or the current hut, instead sauntering leisurely. "Jerry was a birthday gift from my uncle, Hearns," Sean explained. Upon encountering a magical creature, Hagrid's spirits lifted. His gaze followed Jerry as he spoke. "Cat otters are quite perceptive. If you nurture a good relationship with it, it will remain loyal to you. That I'm not sure if I'm currently fostering such a relationship." Sean chuckled awkwardly. Jerry ambled about like a leisurely elder, weaving between the Weasley twins' legs before circling Mick's feet. After a nonchalant circuit around Mick, it returned to Sean's side. Sean found himself puzzled. Jerry had shown no reaction to the two individuals he suspected of being problematic, implying that one of his instincts regarding them was flawed. Yet, the rumors of cat otters possessing the ability to discern character should hold some truth. Could it be that Jerry was not a cat otter? Surely Mrs. Figg, being a reputable individual, would not misrepresent her creature. Was it possible that my intuition was wrong? Were Morrisai and Mick truly without fault? Sean began to doubt his previous suspicions. Mick exhibited indifference towards the three guests in the cabin, seated by the window, engrossed in a foreign book. Although Sean could not discern Mick's accent, he recognized the script on the pages. It was Greek. Sean possessed only a rudimentary understanding of some Greek vocabulary. Yet that was sufficient for him to ascertain that Mick was indeed of Greek descent, akin to the deceased Quintus. The presence at Hogwarts was certainly no coincidence. "Hagrid, are you preparing lunch?" Fred inquired, glancing towards the fireplace. "Indeed," Hagrid replied. "Goodness, the portion size. Hagrid, you truly have a remarkable appetite." George marveled at the sight of an entire hind leg of beef. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "I've been on a diet lately, eating very little." "This isn't for me. Did I ask that for him?" George asked, casting a surprised glance at Mick. Mick paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the book, while Hagrid, once again, showcased his penchant for rapid speech. "Impossible. That's for Louis to be, by the way." "Where has Louis gone?" Sean interjected seamlessly. "I took him to the Forbidden Forest last night. I'll be delivering him some food shortly." Hagrid responded. Upon hearing this, Mick finally set down his book and lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as they bore into Hagrid. Hagrid's mouth seemed to freeze, and he quickly raised his hand to cover his lips. Fearful of revealing more, it dawned on Sean that Louis had indeed been sent into the Forbidden Forest, yet he perceived a significant difference between being sent there and what he initially imagined. He merely thought the cabin was unsuitable for housing the increasingly large Louis. Hence Hagrid's decision to let him roam freely in the forest. "What is Louis?" The Weasley twins, unaware of the three-headed dog, asked curiously. He is one of Hagrid's pets. Due to his size, Hagrid decided to send him to the Forbidden Forest for care. Sean explained. Hagrid nodded in agreement, affirming, "That's right. He's just too large to keep here." Unbeknownst to Sean, he had inadvertently assisted Hagrid in navigating a tricky situation, while Mick's gaze shifted back to the book. A look of scrutiny that Sean failed to notice. Had he done so, he would have been further convinced of Mick's dubious nature. What kind of pet is so large that it can't be housed indoors? It is not a dragon, is it? Fred guessed whimsically. Hagrid laughed heartily, responding, "How could it be? I'd love to have a dragon, but that's illegal." Sean muttered under his breath, "Well, your wish may come true next year." The trio did not partake in lunch at Hagrid's. Despite his warm invitation, Sean's purpose for coming was to probe Mick, yet he found himself yielding no substantial results. "Genius, are you interested in attending the freshman gathering tonight?" Fred asked. Sean shot him an incredulous glance, disdainfully replying, "A freshman gathering? What are you trying to do? Didn't you attend last year? Or do you wish to flaunt your status as an upperclassman?" Fred wore a smug expression, declaring, after a year of toil, "I'm finally not a freshman anymore. Shouldn't I have a chance to show off? What about me? I didn't even attend last year as freshman gathering." Sean retorted with exasperation. "That is precisely why I'm bringing you along to make up for what you missed," Fred insisted. George immediately chimed in. "Oh, spare us. You're just bragging in front of the newcomers." Curiosity piqued, Sean inquired, "What did you say?" He told the freshman that the genius Sean Greer is his close friend, and that at the freshman party, he would invite Sean to attend. George replied with a grin. Sean then realized Fred was attempting to showcase his social connections. Indeed, among the second-year students, aside from his camaraderie with Cassius, Clarice, and Graham, he mainly associated with the Weasley twins and Cedric. Sean's exploits had been recounted by the upperclassmen on the first day of the freshmen's arrival, thus piquing their curiosity and admiration for this talented second-year student. "I'm not going, aren't we, friends? Not going. You wouldn't let me embarrass myself in front of the freshmen, would you? Not going." This exchange between Sean and Fred was clear. Sean found the freshman gathering exceedingly dull and considered attending a waste of time. Yet ultimately, Sean acquiesced to Fred's request, for Fred had promised to owe him 3 favors, a debt that, once incurred, would bind them in a complicated relationship, especially concerning those he held dear. Fred's fate was death, and Sean sought to alter the course of Fred's destiny through his influence. "I'll go for a bit. But don't expect me to stay long," Sean stated in advance. "And no worries, just show your face," Fred replied, satisfied. Sean cast Fred a sidelong glance, coolly stating, "Don't forget, before graduation, you owe me 3 things." Fred, pulling George along, patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, we keep our promises, don't we?" "I haven't said anything," George retorted, shaking off Fred's hand. "Aren't we brothers? Percy is your brother too." "That's different." The twins' usual banter resumed as Sean returned to the dormitory with Jerry. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, he noticed Theo waving him over. "Sean, where have you been?" Theo inquired. "I've visited Hagrid's place." "Is something the matter?" "You need to stop by Professor Snape's office. Mr. Malfoy wishes to see you," Theo stated. "Malfoy? You mean Lucius Malfoy?" Theo nodded, and, after a moment of contemplation, Sean suddenly understood why Lucius wanted to meet with him. It had been a week since the start of the school year, and Hogwarts had experienced no dangerous incidents, which was highly unusual for Lucius. He needed to confirm whether the seeds he had sown were beginning to sprout. The notebook of Tom Riddle that Lucius had secretly given to Sean had long been discarded into the room of requirement, rendering it useless. Originally, Lucius had intended to use Sean to unlock the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the basilisk to cleanse Hogwarts of those deemed impure, but with Hogwarts tranquil and undisturbed, Lucius grew anxious and decided to visit the school himself. After returning Jerry to the dormitory, Sean made his way directly to Snape's office. Snape sat behind his desk, his expression as inscrutable as ever, while Lucius stood nearby, his demeanor shifting slightly upon Sean's entrance, revealing a hint of impatience to glean information, albeit he restrained his emotions. "Professor, Mr. Malfoy," Sean greeted politely. "Lucius, if you wish to speak with Sean, do so here," Snape said coldly. Snape was well aware of Lucius's true nature. Having both served under Voldemort, he understood precisely the kind of man Lucius was. Preventing Lucius from conversing with Sean alone was a protective measure against any devious schemes Lucius might concoct. Lucius raised his chin, adopting a haughty demeanor, his gaze looking down upon Sean, a stark contrast to the amiable persona he had displayed at Malfoy Manor. "Greer, how has the new semester been treating you?" Sean smiled knowingly, replying, "Quite well. I assume Mr. Malfoy didn't come merely to inquire about my academic endeavors." Lucius could not state his intentions outright, With the astute Snape present, even a hint of information regarding the notebook would be detected. Why not? I am a board member of Hogwarts and a proud Slytherin alumnus. Besides you, an outstanding student, I should have visited the school long ago. That Lucius's flattering words fell on deaf ears for the other two present, who saw through his facade. Did you read the book I sent you over the summer? Lucius finally broached the main topic. Snape's brows furrowed at this, directing a pointed question at Sean. Did you meet with him over the summer? Mr. Malfoy invited me to his estate, Sean replied candidly. Lucius. Snape's icy gaze shifted sharply towards Lucius. Lucius, undeterred, continued with his polished rhetoric. I merely invited a promising student like Greer to our home so that Draco could get to know him in advance, allowing Draco to learn from Greer. Sean adjusted his expression, feigning a look of contrition as he said, I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, but I left the book you gave me at the leaky cauldron and have yet to peruse it. Lucius stepped forward, urgency in his stride. You left it at the leaky cauldron? He did not mention the notebook, but instead used the word it, aware that Severus was privy to the existence of such a notebook. Yet its whereabouts remained a mystery to him. Should Lucius deliberately mention the notebook now, it would likely raise Severus's suspicions. Indeed, I only brought my textbooks back to school, Sean emphasized. Severus promptly inquired, What book did he give you? The Albanian Stalker, a forbidden tome on dark magic, Sean replied. Lucius maintained a composed demeanor upon hearing this, showing no signs of alarm, rather appearing to exhale a sigh of relief. He cast a disdainful glance at Severus and remarked, What, Severus, have you never encountered such a book? Young wizards like Greer should be learning more potent spells. There was even a hint of pride in Lucius's tone. Internally, Sean scoffed, eloquent words indeed. The Albanian Stalker contained a few dark spells. Yet the most advanced only featured 8 magical frameworks, a far cry from the bone-eating shadow that Sean had surreptitiously learned from Jovic. In truth, this book was merely a ruse. Lucius's true intention was to deliver the notebook to Sean. Severus, too, was deceived by Lucius's pretense, and since Sean did not mention the notebook, Severus assumed Lucius aimed to indoctrinate the impressionable Sean. Greer, you may leave, Severus commanded. Sean nodded, and as he exited the office, Severus waved his hand, causing the door to slam shut, and the sounds of an argument between Severus and Lucius ensued. Unlike the benevolent Dumbledore, Severus was profoundly displeased with Lucius's clandestine dealings with Sean and his provision of a dark magic tome, resulting in a heated confrontation. Upon departing Hogwarts, Lucius promptly made his way to the leaky cauldron, where old Tom was familiar with him, surprised that such an upper-class individual would grace his modest establishment. Mr. Malfoy, how may I assist you? Tom inquired respectfully. Where's Sean Greer's room? Take me there, Lucius commanded. Sir, has something happened to Sean? Tom asked. He is perfectly fine. I merely wish to retrieve the items I gifted him, Lucius declared, tossing 10 galleons onto the counter. Tom accepted the galleons and led Lucius upstairs to the storage room. Upon entering, Lucius hastily rummaged through Sean's worn little desk, finding it mostly tidy save for a wooden teacup. He then opened the drawers. Tom stood behind him, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately refraining. In the second drawer, Lucius located the Albanian Stalker, but did not find the notebook. He hastened his search, opening all the drawers of the desk, yet the notebook remained elusive. This moment, Lucius's expression turned somewhat grotesque, but with his back to Tom, the latter could see nothing. Where is the notebook? Lucius gritted his teeth, restraining his surging anger. What notebook? Tom was oblivious to Lucius's query. The notebook I gifted to Greer. Lucius's eyes seemed ready to bulge from their sockets. Perhaps he took it to Hogwarts. Tom suggested, completely unaware of the circumstances and merely offering a casual remark. Impossible. Lucius asserted vehemently. He was convinced that Sean had not taken it to Hogwarts. Rather, his faith lay in the notebook's abilities. Merely opening it, without the need to write anything, would gradually exert its influence. However, he believed it to be merely a sinister magical artifact of Voldemort, failing to recognize it as a Horcrux, containing a fragment of Voldemort's split soul. Yet now, with the notebook missing, Lucius felt a surge of panic. His plans for Hogwarts had unraveled. I could see that moment. Sean was entering the Great Hall, flanked by the Weasley brothers, amidst a throng of curious and admiring first-year students. The hall housed only 60 first-year students alongside the 3 second years. Having just commenced their studies a week prior, the biases among the houses had yet to solidify, allowing for a harmonious atmosphere where students from all 4 houses could mingle and converse. "Senior, I heard you snuck into the girls' bathroom last year. You were quite impressive," a golden-haired boy exclaimed with admiration. "Which house are you from?" As the first years were clad in casual attire, Sean could not discern the boy's house. "Kai Mike, you should be quiet," Fred interjected, fully embracing his role as a Gryffindor upperclassman. Sean mused, so this is Kai Mike McLagan. The mention of Kai Mike caused the female students to regard Sean with peculiar glances. While the boys erupted in laughter. "Senior, is it true that you completed your finals just a month into your first year?" "Indeed. How remarkable." The first years marveled. "Will you continue to excel this term?" "I shall." "Senior, I heard you ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest last Christmas and returned unscathed. Is that true?" "Senior, I heard you petrified the professor in your very first defense against the dark arts class." "Senior, they say you can consume an entire leg of beef in one sitting." "Senior, could you teach me how to be as clever as you?" The inquiries from the first years grew increasingly bizarre, ranging from hearsay to embellishments, some completely fabricated. Nevertheless, Sean's reputation had firmly established itself among the newcomers. He, Sean Greer, was regarded as the most formidable upperclassman they had ever encountered. Exhausted yet determined, with work looming the next day and a team-building event in the evening. There is uncertainty about finding time to write. As a laid-back, fate-driven author, I am grateful for the continued support from readers, with new ones joining daily, a source of both pride and humility. This state of sporadic updates, devoid of monetary motivation, is purely driven by passion. Writing novels is my cherished hobby. Without it, I find little else to occupy my time, as gaming pales in comparison to the joy of crafting stories. Whenever I find leisure, I shall continue writing, though I empathize with the readers following along. I vow never to abandon this endeavor. I hereby establish this commitment. Severus of Hogwarts is my Weibo name, my primary account. Ready to face criticism should I falter. As September drew to a close, Sean had arranged to meet with Dumbledore on the last Monday of the month, September 24th. Should he successfully complete the final examinations for his second-year courses, he would be exempt from attending the corresponding classes for the academic year. The subjects of charms, astronomy, herbology, transfiguration, and history of magic were to be evaluated within a single day, a veritable nightmare for the average student. A thought that could incite sleepless nights. Even for the top students, it was a hellish ordeal. Typically, examinations consisted of 2 subjects per day, but to complete 5 in a single day would be exhausting even for the most gifted. Furthermore, this was no simple task for Sean, who needed to remain utterly focused. Whether in written assessments or practical magic evaluations, he could not afford to be negligent, for a lapse in concentration could jeopardize his entire term. Commencing at 8 in the morning, Sean progressed from theoretical charms to practical spellcasting, followed by the astronomy and herbology exams. Fortunately, Sean wrote swiftly. Otherwise, he would have missed even the lunch hour. "How many subjects did you complete this morning?" Cassius inquired eagerly at the Slytherin table, as students from other houses leaned in with curiosity. 3. "It was manageable," Sean replied, taking a hearty sip of creamy mushroom soup, his throat parched from the morning's lack of hydration. "Looks like this year you won't need to attend classes with us," Claris remarked. "I will still be attending defense against the dark arts and potions." Sean shook his head in response. One class was taught by the headmaster, and the other by a dubious professor. He could not afford to skip either. Moreover, Professor Morisai indeed had some valuable insights. Even if he had his flaws, it would be wise to glean some knowledge from him first. In the afternoon, Sean completed his examinations in Transfiguration and the history of magic swiftly. The written test for second-year Transfiguration was straightforward, and the practical magic was even simpler for Sean. The first-year task involved transforming inanimate objects into living ones, while the second-year task required the reverse. Thus, Sean's examination question was to transform an owl into a medieval knight's helmet, which he accomplished in merely 3 seconds at AS for the history of magic. It was undeniably a tedious subject. Aside from the final essay question, the rest consisted of rote memorization. Even Sean could only find time to review occasionally to avoid misremembering certain historical dates at 3:30 in the afternoon. Sean submitted his final paper for History of Magic ahead of schedule. thus completing all 5 examinations. The professors would finish grading by the next afternoon and report the scores to Dumbledore. Whether he would pass depended on the notification from Dumbledore the following evening, but Sean felt confident. The exam content was standard second-year material, and achieving 5 outstanding marks was certainly within reach. Next, he would dedicate his free time to diligently practicing the flying charm and the Patronus charm. The next afternoon, after classes concluded, Snape summoned Sean from the Slytherin common room to his office. "Greer, congratulations on passing the test," Snape, the cold middle-aged man, announced abruptly, cutting straight to the point regarding Sean's examination results. Yet his tone seemed devoid of any semblance of congratulations. "That's wonderful." That Sean's expression remained relatively unchanged. After all, it was something he had anticipated. "Isn't the headmaster here? I thought he mentioned he would notify me personally," Sean inquired curiously. Snape replied in a flat tone, "The headmaster has gone to the Ministry of Magic to finalize some permissions. The representatives from the other 3 schools will be arriving shortly. In just a week, the other 3 teams would reach Hogwarts, and Sean's training would cease to make way for them." With the absence of those 5 courses, Sean found himself with ample free time. On this particular evening at the end of September, he was being indulged by Jerry in the Slytherin common room, until Chris came to his rescue. Jerry lay lazily in Chris's lap, relishing her full-body massage, while Sean looked on with disdain. The other representative teams will arrive tomorrow, and the school is hosting a banquet to welcome them. Why, grandfather mentioned he would be coming as well. Sean mused. Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation and Exchange Office, would be present for the Triwizard Tournament, not to mention such a large event as the inter-school friendship competition. It was nearly a month since Sean last absorbed the wizard's heart, and today he attempted it once more. However, his vessel had not changed since the last time, preventing him from augmenting his magical power further. He could only use it as a magical power bank when fatigued. Replenishing his depleted energy, "I heard that Castro Bosch in Brazil sorts students based on their wands. Is that true?" Cassius inquired. Sean nodded, recalling how astonished he had been when he first heard about this sorting ceremony from the professors. At the sorting ceremony, new students at Castro Bosch would each grasp 6 wands, which represented the sorting wands. When a student held a wand that exhibited a magical vibration, they would be assigned to the corresponding house. In fact, the cores of these 6 wands consisted of the nerves or feathers from 6 magical creatures, each representing a different house. The school would allocate students based on their wand selection. For instance, if 10 new students were chosen by the wand representing the jungle anaconda, the school would custom-make wands for these students with the core made from the nerves of a jungle anaconda. Indeed, the school would hunt a jungle anaconda to extract its nerves for these new wands. This practice of customizing wands for new students was an eye-opener for Sean. He had never imagined such a thing was possible. Having uniform wands for new students had the advantage that when casting spells with wands of the same core, the magical power would be amplified. When he first heard Professor McGonagall explain this, he immediately thought of Voldemort and Harry's wands sharing the same core, and he was surprised to learn that another magical school employed standardized wands as well. "Isn't that a bit unfair?" Cassius remarked indignantly after listening to Sean. However, possessing the same core wand does not guarantee an amplification of magical power. It still depends on whether the caster shares a mental connection, Sean explained. The 3 essential elements of magic, magical power, framework, and incantation, require synchronization of mental focus, especially in dual spell casting, that if one caster is distracted, the spell cast will lack any amplification effect. Not to mention, certain specific dual combination spells necessitate that both casters synchronize their mental focus and magical framework to be successfully executed. Sean had learned about these intriguing aspects of the magical world during training from the professors, which sparked his interest in the magical realms of other countries, as he was already quite familiar with the happenings in the British magical community. He had reason to believe that Castro Bosch's secret weapon was their dual combination magic. Among the 6 participants, at least 2 must share wands with the same core and achieve a level of mental synchronization. Cassius, pondering this, remarked, "Castro Bosch is indeed a formidable opponent, and we must not underestimate Wagadu." Chris added, "Indeed, you know how the 3rd event is won?" Sean asked Cassius. Cassius nodded in response. "One team's participants must be completely incapacitated for the other to be declared victorious." Wagadu's secret technique is wandless magic. Typically, disarming an opponent's wand would render them incapable of fighting. But for Wagadu's contestants, it is ineffective. They can continue casting spells without their wands, Sean elucidated. In no way. Wandless magic. Are the students of Wagadu geniuses? Cassius exclaimed, astonished in his impression. Only exceptionally gifted individuals could perform wandless magic, and in Hogwarts, only a select few advanced students could achieve such feats. The fact that all 6 contestants from Wagadu possessed this ability was difficult for Cassius to believe. However, the wandless magic of Wagadu differed from what Cassius understood. Sean had realized this distinction only after Professor McGonagall's explanation that Wagadu's wandless magic did not involve constructing a magical framework with one or both hands, but instead required the coordination of the entire body, akin to what is colloquially referred to as dancing. Wizards from African tribes still maintain this method of casting spells, using exaggerated dance movements and chants to fulfill the elements of incantation and magical framework. Each movement of the dance constructs the magical framework, and although this method may appear ostentatious and lengthy, it facilitates wandless magic much more easily than relying solely on hand movements. However, this form of wandless magic lacks the element of surprise. Only by employing discrete hand movements, as Sean did when ambushing Snape with his broomstick, could one maximize the effectiveness of wandless magic that I see. I know about that. The shamans of the North American Indian tribes employ a similar method. Cassius quickly replied. Well done, Cassius. You are well informed, Sean teased, but Ifamoni School of Magic has not preserved this indigenous technique from the Americas, as they consider it outdated and obsolete. Of course, I read books too. Cassius replied with a hint of pride in his tone. As for Ifamoni, it seems they do not have any particularly unique spells, unlike Hogwarts. The teaching model at Ifamoni is virtually identical to that of Hogwarts. The founder of Ifamoni, Isolde Sayer, was an Irish immigrant who, along with her husband, replicated Hogwarts' teaching model to establish Ifamoni. Both Hogwarts and Ifamoni implement a form of joyful education. Oh no, rather elite education, where students are not compelled to learn if they do not wish to, resulting only in slightly poorer report cards, which might lead to a scolding from their parents at home. The quality of teaching staff is concentrated on the few students who are eager to learn, allowing those students to excel. While the 3 were leisurely discussing the participating schools, one individual sat anxiously in the headmaster's office, fretting about the arrival of the 3 teams the next day. Dumbledore, are you truly comfortable entrusting this to the centaurs? Mick questioned the esteemed Dumbledore. Mick, you ought to have a warm glass of milk to relax, Dumbledore remarked. Mick, how can I possibly relax? My mentor, Quintus, is dead. They have already located London, and tomorrow, a multitude of outsiders will be entering Hogwarts. Who knows if any of them are among those involved? Mick George, a graduate of the Sanctum and Quintus's prized pupil, sensed that his life was drawing to a close, prompting Oleg Silky, the headmaster of the Sanctum, to entrust something significant to his trusted old friend, Dumbledore. Quintus was responsible for transporting it from Greece to Hogwarts. Aware of the lurking threats, he chose to fly alone to London. He entrusted the object to his reliable student, Mick, who secretly arrived in London by sea with it. Quintus had spent the last 7 days at the leaky cauldron awaiting Mick's arrival. However, that group found him first and took his life. When Mick finally reached the leaky cauldron, it was the day Sean started school, and he had no choice but to send the object to Hogwarts under the name of the proprietor, Old Tom. This was followed by the scene where Sean received the gift, only to have it intercepted by Dumbledore before he could unwrap it. I understand your feelings, but please trust me. This is Hogwarts. I am, after all, a wizard of some repute, and I shall fulfill Silky's entrusted task while ensuring your safety. Dumbledore reassured. T.O. claim to be a wizard of some repute is quite the understatement. The great Dumbledore is not so casually recognized. Mick thought T.O. cause a ruckus at Hogwarts. One must first seek the consent of old Dumbledore. It now seemed that Mick's wariness towards everyone was not without cause. Even with Dumbledore's assurances, tonight remained a sleepless night for Mick. The next day, October 1 SD, from 10 in the morning, 3 teams arrived at Hogwarts in various manners. Under the crisp autumn sky, a small airship glided through the autumn breeze, descending slowly over the Quidditch pitch. This airship had a distinctly industrial appearance, though only a few discerned that it was being towed by a thestral. "Heavens, is it a Muggle airplane?" Cassius exclaimed in astonishment. Leaning against the window to gaze at the airship, Sean, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "That's an airship, but not of the Muggle kind. It's being pulled by thestrals. Which school do you suppose that belongs to?" Cassius inquired. "I believe, given its style, it must be Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Only the American Ilvermorny among the three schools would likely possess such an industrially styled flying apparatus." Professor McGonagall was in charge of the welcome at the Quidditch pitch. As the Ilvermorny team disembarked from the airship, they were led by a young and beautiful blonde professor, appearing to be around 30, tall and exquisitely featured, resembling a beauty pageant contestant. Among the 6 team members, 5 were male and 1 female. The long journey had left their faces marked with fatigue. Professor McGonagall instructed Hagrid to take care of the thestrals and led the 7 Ilvermorny representatives to the guest rooms specially prepared for the competition. "Professor Lindsay, please take some time to rest. We have a special dinner planned for you this evening," McGonagall said. "The arrangements here are quite thoughtful. I believe we will rest well," Kellen Lindsay responded with a smile. The second team arrived at 12:30, landing in the courtyard on a flying carpet, coinciding with the students' lunch break, as a group of children gathered to watch the newcomers from afar. "Welcome, representatives of Wagadu." Sprout greeted the guests with warmth. 7 individuals of African descent leaped down from a massive flying carpet, their leader showcasing a brilliant smile as he shook hands with Professor Sprout. Sean, observing the jubilant newcomers, recalled a rather cheeky saying, "A smile from a Negro, and life becomes unpredictable." Among the 6 Wagadu participants, one caught the attention of the Hogwarts students, and Sean's gaze fell upon him as well. He was a towering figure, notably taller than Hagrid by about half a head, standing over 2 meters tall, evoking thoughts of giant ancestry. He must be a half-giant, like Hagrid, Cassius speculated, peering curiously at the Wagadu representatives. "I believe so," Sean replied. Activating his magical eye, Sean scrutinized the magical energy of the 6 Wagadu members, noting that the half-giant radiated a magical aura even brighter than Charlie's, while the others were rather ordinary. To his surprise, Wagadu had a half-giant among them. He pondered whether the other 2 teams also possessed such seemingly unfair advantages. He momentarily forgot that he himself was the most unfair of all at Hogwarts. The half-giant's lineage granted him heightened magical resistance, and in team competitions, Wagadu might employ him as a shield, increasing the likelihood that Sean would face him directly. However, Sean's magical strength was now second only to Charlie's within the Hogwarts team. When it came to mastery of advanced magic, Sean might even have the upper hand. In a few months, when his capacity expanded, he would become Hogwarts' hidden ace. What is so fascinating about those dark figures? "If you want to see something, go check out the Ilvermorny team," Fred suddenly chimed in from behind. "There are beauties, despite the fact that Cassius and the Weasley twins had never interacted before." Their eyes met, seemingly communicating something without words. "Are there truly beauties?" Cassius asked excitedly. Chris shot him a disdainful glance, muttering, "Little lecher. The leading professor from Ilvermorny is a stunning beauty. Shall we go take a look?" Fred said with a mischievous grin, for in the presence of beauty, all biases of their houses were cast aside. "Professor McGonagall has instructed me to warn you 2 not to wander around the Ilvermorny guest rooms and disgrace Hogwarts," came a stern voice. Though the twins would have typically retorted, the speaker was their older brother, Percy Weasley. "We're just looking. We want to disturb them," George replied nonchalantly. I could see that moment. Charlie approached, patting the heads of the 2 younger brothers. "You 2 behave. There's a rather temperamental daywalker among the Ilvermorny team, and provoking him could lead to trouble." Daywalker. Sean had heard of this term before, yet he was uncertain whether Charlie meant the same thing he understood. Charlie glanced at Sean and continued, "Indeed, that's what I came to discuss with you. A daywalker is a half-vampire, correct?" Sean asked hesitantly. "You know about them?" Charlie nodded. "Professor McGonagall just confirmed that one of the Ilvermorny team members named Claven is a daywalker. He even requested a bottle of fresh deer blood from her." The group reacted in shock. Vampires were even rarer than werewolves, living in seclusion and only venturing out under the cover of night due to their fear of sunlight. Vampires feed on the blood of animals and humans, exhibiting agility and magical talent often surpassing that of ordinary wizards. Daywalkers are the offspring of vampires and humans. They are unaffected by sunlight. Hence the name, but due to their half-vampiric nature, their physical attributes are merely superior to those of ordinary humans. Nevertheless, Daywalkers inherit the magical talents of vampires, making Claven undoubtedly a formidable opponent that a black tank and a white assassin. Why not add something equally bizarre from the other team? Sean thought with exasperation. The half-giant's bloodline endowed him with greater durability and magical strength, while the Daywalker exhibited swiftness and precision in spell-casting above that of ordinary wizards. If these two were not the trump cards of Wagadu and Ilvermorny, Sean would leap from the astronomy tower in disbelief. Before the dinner tonight, the 6 of us representatives need to arrive at the hall 30 minutes early. Charlie stated that oh, you know what it's about? Not entirely. Professor McGonagall just informed us that we'll find out when we get there. Sean nodded, surmising it was likely an opportunity for the competitors to get acquainted. By the time Castro Bosch arrived at Hogwarts, it was already past 4 in the afternoon that IT was said they had flown from Brazil to the UK on a Muggle plane, only to encounter flight delays. We intended to give the students a taste of Muggle flying apparatuses, but it ended up consuming more time than anticipated. The leading professor of Castro Bosch expressed apologetically. Awaiting their arrival was the notoriously stern and taciturn Professor Snape, whose expression remained as impassive as ever. He spoke in a flat tone. Welcome, As a student of Slytherin and a member of the representative team, Sean followed closely behind Snape, murmuring softly, Professor, you should be a bit more enthusiastic. Snape shot him a glare, as if to say, Who are you to teach me? Sean offered an awkward smile, shrugging in resignation. Greer, take the guests to their quarters, Snape commanded. It seemed beneath Hogwarts' dignity to have a second-year student like Sean host the visitors who had traveled from afar. Yet with Snape's directive, Sean had no choice but to comply, lest he endure another scowl. Please follow me, Sean said, donning a smile as he assumed the role of a guide. Each team had been allocated 4 guest rooms, 1 for the leading professor and the remaining 3 divided by gender. In the case of Castro Bush, there was 1 male professor leading, accompanied by 4 male players and 2 female players, perfectly suited for the arrangements, as Sean discreetly used his magical eye to assess the 6 individuals. He found nothing particularly remarkable in terms of their magical prowess and noted the absence of Castro Bush's signature wand. Please take a moment to rest. Someone will escort you to the Great Hall shortly, Sean announced. Thank you, replied the leading professor. Before the banquet commenced, Sean and the other 5 were summoned to the Great Hall, where Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with a sharply dressed, gray-haired gentleman sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Ah, you've arrived, Dumbledore greeted as Sean and his companions entered. This is Bartemius Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department. Dumbledore introduced. Sean scrutinized the man before him, recognizing him as the grandfather of Chris. Young Barty Crouch's father, who seemed to cast a fleeting glance at the group. Who is Sean Greer? Crouch inquired. Sir, that would be me, Sean responded. Crouch merely stared at Sean in silence, nodding slightly before resuming his discussion with Dumbledore. Sean felt perplexed. What was the purpose of this encounter? Was it a display of superiority? Just then, the other 3 teams entered the hall, and Professor Morley caught sight of the leading professor from Ilvermorny. His expression suddenly frozen, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. David Morley, 30 years old, hailing from Devon, a Hogwarts alumnus, and former head of Gryffindor, had resigned from the Ministry of Magic S Department of Magical Transportation after traveling the world. Becoming well-versed and humorous, yet still single, the moment he laid eyes on Karen Lindsay, it felt as though Cupid himself had shot an arrow into his heart, and he believed that true love was finally within his grasp. Karen was amiably conversing with Dumbledore and Crouch alongside 2 other professors, while Morley's gaze followed her like a guided missile. Sean happened to witness this scene, but instead of pondering its implications, he found himself increasingly suspicious of Professor Morley, who had become the prime suspect of the semester. Having already encountered the other 2 teams, Sean now employed his magical eye to scrutinize the members of Ilvermorny one by one. Among them was a tall, slender individual with alabaster skin, radiating a magical glow that, while not as potent as that of the half-giant, surpassed that of Charlie. This year's Triwizard Tournament was brimming with hidden talents from other schools. Had Sean not been there, Hogwarts standing might have been far less impressive. With over 20 minutes remaining before the banquet's commencement, a dozen students began to trickle into the Great Hall, among them a few familiar faces. Professor McGonagall waved at them. "What brings you here?" Sean inquired of Cedar Point. 18 students had arrived, none of whom were first-year newcomers. Among the second years present were Cedric from Hufflepuff, Angelina from Gryffindor, and Roger Davies from Ravenclaw. Among the seventh years, he recognized two disgruntled faces, Nymphadora Tonks from Hufflepuff and Kurt Malfoy from Slytherin. "You didn't know? We're representatives too," Cedric chuckled. Representatives? The 6 representatives from Hogwarts had long been established, each one recognized as the pinnacle of their respective year by the professors. Suddenly, the arrival of 18 additional representatives raised questions. Were they substitutes? Why hadn't Professor McGonagall mentioned anything about substitutes? Just as Sean pondered this, McGonagall spoke up. "Please line up in 6 rows by year." With the second years at the front, the 18 students promptly arranged themselves as instructed. Although surrounded by rivals from other houses, they refrained from overt displays of animosity in front of the guests. The guests from Ilvermorny, Wagadoo, and Castrobush observed that these 18 students were the finest from their respective houses, aside from the 6 official representatives. You may partner with a Hogwarts student for interaction. Before the competition begins, you can attend classes together, McGonagall explained. Finally, Sean comprehended the reason for summoning these 18 students. Hogwarts was genuinely engaging in magical exchange, with the students from the 3 teams effectively serving as exchange students. As to why Sean and the other 6 representatives were excluded, it was likely to prevent too close of interactions among competitors, mitigating the risk of disputes arising before the event even commenced. As for why McGonagall hadn't informed Sean and the others, it seemed unnecessary, as it bore little relevance to them. The second-year girl from Ilvermorny, with a golden ponytail, stepped forward first, boldly walking up to Cedric and declaring to McGonagall, "I choose him." Roger Davies, who had been exuding confidence, deflated like a punctured balloon upon hearing her choice. Was this the allure of a handsome boy? Sean mused. "I choose him," declared a second-year boy from Castrobush, pointing at Angelina. The remaining student from Wagadoo, who had no other options, ended up pairing with Roger. Observing Roger's crestfallen expression, Sean could hardly suppress a chuckle, knowing that Roger would become quite the notorious flirt in a couple of years. Adept at charming the ladies. Though whether he could handle the young man from Wagadoo remained to be seen. 10 minutes later, the 18 contestants had selected their exchange partners from Hogwarts and returned to their respective house tables. Dumbledore cleared his throat and addressed the 24 participants, stating, per the Ministry of Magic's request, each participating student must personally register. With that, Crouch handed Dumbledore a ledger. Dumbledore opened the ledger on the podium and continued. "Now, let Hogwarts representatives come forward." Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Sean, who stepped up first under the watchful eyes of the crowd to inscribe his name. "Use this," Crouch said, offering a silver quill. Sean took the quill and inscribed his name, realizing that the quill was siphoning his magical essence. Using it as ink, clearly, this signature entailed more than merely writing his name, but tracking enchantment. Sean wondered skeptically. Once he had finished signing, Dumbledore announced Sean's name aloud, effectively introducing him to the representatives from the other 3 teams. Following Sean were Penelope, Zach, and after them, the petite girl from Ilvermorny approached the podium. "Joanna Brady," Dumbledore boomed. The second Ilvermorny contestant was a boy with somewhat curly hair, appearing shy among the throng. Sam Winchester. That name sounded familiar. Was he a pivotal character for the narrative? Sean pondered, rummaging through his mind for any information related to the name. In the interim, the 3rd and 4th contestants from Ilvermorny signed their names. The 4th being the tall, slender blonde known as Claven, the daywalker. It wasn't he until the 5th name was announced by Dumbledore that Sean snapped back to reality, struck by shock. Dean Winchester. Before Sean stood a 6th grade Ilvermorny student with short brown hair named Dean Winchester, who was the brother of the earlier mentioned Sam Winchester. This was not particularly surprising, as the Weasley family also had numerous brothers scattered throughout various grades at Hogwarts. However, the existence of the Winchester brothers was explosive information for Sean, who recalled a television series from his previous life titled Supernatural, where the 2 protagonists bore these very names. Could it be a nested universe? Was there a fusion of worlds beyond just that of Harry Potter? Such possibilities flitted through Sean's mind, He could no longer remember the ages of the Winchester brothers, but they seemed to belong to this era as well, that he realized that he needed to seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation with them to gather more information, allowing him to discern whether this was merely a coincidence of names or a genuine convergence of worlds. Yet, the shocking revelations did not cease there. The last member of Ilvermorny, a robust 7th-grade boy, wrote down his name, which Dumbledore then announced loudly: Algernon Fontana. This name might seem unfamiliar to many, as it did not appear in the Harry Potter narrative, but Sean recognized it as that of a significant character. By chance, he had come across information about Algernon Fontana in his previous life. He would ascend to the position of headmaster of Ilvermorny 26 years later, in 2016, at just over 40 years of age. Although Severus Snape had succeeded as headmaster of Hogwarts at the age of 37, making him younger than Fontana, anyone capable of holding such a position was undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps Fontana was the most dangerous among the 6 from Ilvermorny. The road to victory at Hogwarts was fraught with challenges, and Sean could not help but worry about the upcoming competitions. As the signing concluded, it was nearly time for dinner. The 18 members from the other 3 teams were seated at a specially arranged table, while their supervising professors joined the Hogwarts faculty. To the left of Morley sat Snape, followed by Killian, then Conrad Coates from Wagadu, and further left was Hayda Hopper from Castro Rast, and on Morley's right were Hagrid and Mick. Hagrid relished the cheerful atmosphere of the dinner, while Mick appeared paranoid, suspiciously eyeing the members of the other 3 teams. Morley had been fixated on Killian all evening and wished to clink glasses with her. Yet he felt too shy to approach her directly. Instead, he called upon Snape. "Professor Snape, let us drink together. Professor Lindsay, please join us." Morley leaned forward, extending his invitation. Initially, Snape did not perceive any issue, but by the 5th time Morley urged him to drink, he realized he might merely be a tool in this social game. "I believe I have had enough to drink. I need to step outside for some fresh air," Snape said with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of inebriation. Once Snape departed, the barrier between Morley and Lindsay vanished, and after some internal conflict, Morley finally took the seat that Snape had vacated. "Professor Lindsay, you possess quite the tolerance for alcohol," Morley remarked, initiating conversation that a hint of pink adorned Lindsay's alabaster cheeks as she brushed aside her cascading locks and smiled. "The wine from Hogwarts is rather delightful. I couldn't resist indulging a bit more." This natural and simple gesture from Killian Lindsay struck Morley as enchanting, akin to an oil painting, leaving him utterly captivated. Sean, however, had no time to pay attention to Morley, for something far more intriguing had captured his interest. Professor Conrad Coates from Wagadu presented a jar, announcing he would demonstrate an entertaining African dance for the students. That it was well known that Africans were skilled dancers. Dumbledore promptly consented to Coates' request, and soon 5 tall, dark-skinned dancers, save for one half-giant, took the stage. Coates gently placed the jar down and swiftly opened its lid, drawing everyone's gaze, Sean included. He activated his magical eye to focus intently on the jar, which radiated a magical glow, clearly a magical artifact. As the contents of the jar emerged, Sean held his breath and instinctively reached for his wand, but a snake's head, approximately the size of a football, slithered out, flicking its tongue. Moments later, a second snake head appeared, followed by a third, hissing loudly as it joined the others. This was not 3 separate snakes, but rather a single 3-headed creature known as a hydra. A mythical being from Africa, each head possessing independent thought. The left head was a decision-maker, directing the body's actions. The middle head was a dreamer, often lost in splendid reveries. And the rightmost head, which had just emerged, was a critic, incessantly hissing its discontent at the other 2 heads' efforts. The fangs of the hydra were highly venomous, and these creatures rarely lived long due to the head's propensity to attack one another, with the left and middle heads frequently attempting to bite off the right head in response to its incessant hissing. The jar's dimensions had undoubtedly been enhanced by a spell, as it could not possibly contain a snake nearly 3 meters long otherwise. Sean released a sigh of relief, having overreacted. The presence of such a snake at Hogwarts was enough to raise his alarm, especially given the giant serpent lurking in the Chamber of Secrets. While Sean was tense, the other students, having never encountered a 3-headed snake before, wore expressions of shock, while Hagrid was visibly exhilarated. "Good heavens, it's a hydra! They're said to be rare even in their native Burkina Faso. Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Professor Coates began to sway his hands, causing the three heads of the Hydra to follow his movements, reminiscent of an Indian snake charmer dancing with his serpents. The five dancers leaped into exaggerated, vibrant African dances, captivating the students, while Dumbledore cast a look of approval toward Coates, who beamed proudly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Director Crouch is looking our way," Cassius remarked. While Sean was engrossed in the Wagadu performance, he casually replied, "Of course, given that a Crouch is seated here." Cassius shook his head, suggesting, "He doesn't seem to be watching Cleary. It appears he is focused on you." On me." Sean turned to glance at the center of the professor's table, and indeed, Crouch's gaze was fixed on him. "What have I done? This feels peculiar. Cleary, does your grandfather harbor any grievances against me?" Sean inquired, leaning toward Cleary, who sat diagonally opposite him. "None at all. During the summer, I mentioned to my grandfather that there is a prodigy at school named Sean Greer, which might have piqued his interest." Cleary responded. Sean shivered slightly. Her words sounded somewhat unsettling. As the dinner drew to a close, Hagrid eagerly approached Coates, his curiosity evident as he scrutinized the jar in Coates' hands. Sean joined in the conversation, realizing that obtaining three-headed dog blood this term was unlikely, but the prospect of acquiring Hydra blood presented a new opportunity. Just as he prepared to leave the long table, he was called over by Crouch. "Greer, I've heard from Cleary that you're quite the figure of renown at school." "Cleary is exaggerating," Sean modestly replied. "Dumbledore mentioned last week that you once again passed the September final exam," Crouch stated. The students at Hogwarts had coined the term September final exam to refer to the end-of-term assessments of the first month of the academic year. In truth, this was no easy feat. But fortunately, the summer preparation had covered the exam material. Sean expressed his relief, feigning the notion that he had genuinely struggled to pass. "If you have the time, you should visit Crouch Manor during the holidays." Crouch extended an invitation. Internally, Sean rejected the idea, aware of the Death Eater lurking in their family. But he replied with a smile, "It would be my honor. I look forward to visiting the director's residence during the break." The conversation with Hagrid was lively. It seemed the two had swiftly become friends. He warmly invited Coates to his small cottage, and unable to resist the generous offer, Coates departed the hall with him. However, Mick was thoroughly displeased with Hagrid's actions. He did not wish for strangers to visit his cottage. To avoid staying with Coates, he resolved to linger in the castle for a while longer before returning. Yet, Mick's aimless wandering raised suspicion in Sean's mind, for Mick, alongside Morley, was Sean's second most likely suspect this term. Mick wandered from the corridor outside the hall to the clock square, then meandered towards the bell tower. At that moment, the path was still bustling with students, which dismayed Mick, prompting him to exit the castle. Sean assumed he was heading back to the cottage. If that were the case, there would be no need to follow him. However, upon exiting the castle's archway, Mick did not head towards the cottage. "What is this Greek fellow doing, wandering aimlessly instead of returning?" Sean concealed himself, fixated on Mick. Wishing to delay his return, Mick deliberately walked in the opposite direction of the cottage, intending to stroll in a less crowded area before eventually going back. However, unfamiliar with Hogwarts, he chose a path leading to the Owlery, a small building housing the owls used for delivering messages at Hogwarts. This direction, however, was misconstrued by Sean as an attempt by Mick to send some information to the outside world using the owls. Within the castle, the lights still shone brightly, and students reveled in the joyous atmosphere of the feast, while the path to the Owlery was eerily quiet, with only Mick and Sean present. Approximately 50 meters from the Owlery, Mick suddenly halted, then, without warning, turned around and cast an advanced spell. Fiery stars .7 or 8 fireballs, each the size of a rugby ball, appeared in mid-air, illuminating the surrounding night. As they sped through the air, everything in their path was rendered visible at a deadly assault right from the start. Fortunately, Sean had activated his magical eye earlier. Fearing he might lose track of Mick, the magical aura emanating from Mick was the perfect target for Sean to follow. When Mick came to a stop, Sean, through his magical eye, observed him constructing a magical framework with his wand. Although it was an unfamiliar spell, Sean's legs were already poised for action. As long as he could run swiftly, the killing curse would be of no concern. This was Sean's creed for survival. Thanks to his foresight, Sean managed to evade the 8 fireballs hurtling towards him, rolling and scrambling aside. Upon noticing that his pursuer had dodged his attack, Mick prepared to cast another spell. Yet, illuminated by the firelight, he recognized the identity of the pursuer. I.T.S. him. Upon recognizing Sean, a look of shock crossed his face. His knowledge. Sean was merely a second-year student. Despite Hagrid's insistence on his brilliance, that a second-year student managed to evade my ambush unscathed. Mick pondered, his suspicions rising. Has my cover been blown? Is he intent on silencing me? Sean thought to himself. The mutual suspicion between them deepened, aware that Mick possessed greater magical power and was exceedingly cautious. Sean realized that engaging in a confrontation would put him at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment, he distanced himself, adhering to the principle of retreating as the best strategy, that I must seek out old Dumbledore. Sean sprinted back towards the castle. However, the password to the headmaster's office changed daily, known only to the professors. Thus, Sean had to first seek out Professor Snape. "Professor, I have urgent matters to discuss with Headmaster Dumbledore," Sean stated. Snape, having been used as a mere tool by Morley all evening, was already in a foul mood. When Sean suddenly approached him, requesting an audience with the headmaster, Snape retorted tersely, "What is so important that you cannot share with me and must see the headmaster?" Professor, do you know Mick? What of him? He poses a problem that I see you as the one with the problem. Are you even aware of who he is? Snape countered. Who is he? Sean asked, perplexed, wondering if Mick held some special status. But tonight, he attacked me, that if you don't believe me, you can summon him for a confrontation, Sean insisted, unwilling to relent. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been reduced to ashes, seeing the seriousness in Sean's expression. Snape, sensing that he was not lying, acknowledged the necessity of reporting this matter to Dumbledore, despite his knowledge of Mick's identity. "Come with me to the headmaster's office," Snape instructed. However, upon entering the headmaster's office, Sean was astonished to find Mick already present, engaged in an agitated discussion with Dumbledore. Upon spotting Sean's entrance, Mick excitedly pointed at him, declaring, "It's him, this second-year student. He must be one of them." "Professor, Mick poses a problem," Sean retorted defiantly. "Enough, both of you, calm down," Dumbledore interjected, signaling for silence. "Sean, tell me why you were following Mick?" Dumbledore inquired. Sean recounted the events, blending 9 parts truth with 1 part embellishment, detailing his thought process, due to last semester's Yovich incident. "I suspected Mick might also be sent by Bella. Seeing him act suspiciously tonight, I decided to follow him to uncover his intentions. Thankfully, my vigilance allowed me to dodge the fireballs. Otherwise, I would be dead by now." He omitted mentioning the magical eye, and neither Dumbledore nor Snape questioned his account. "Sean, your actions were quite reckless. If Mick truly is one of Bella's operatives, your impulsive pursuit could have placed you in grave danger," Dumbledore cautioned. Upon reflection, Sean conceded that Dumbledore had a point. He had indeed acted rashly. If Mick had pursued him afterwards, the outcome could have been dire. Even though Sean now possessed the lethal killing curse, it would be futile if he could not land a hit. "That I understand. This is a misunderstanding. I can assure you that Sean is not one of them," Dumbledore stated, his gaze fixed on Mick. "Mick is not a problem either," he added, turning his attention back to Sean. Dumbledore introduced the two, allowing Sean to comprehend why Mick remained so wary of everyone, given that his mentor had perished during a mission, an experience that would undoubtedly affect any normal person's psyche. So, the item entrusted to Hagrid was given by Quintus to Lu Wei, specifically to ensure Lu Wei guarded it. Sean pieced together from Dumbledore's explanation, connecting various threads. "You are quite astute. I did not expect you to link Lu Wei and Quintus," Dumbledore praised. Earlier in the cottage, Mick had behaved as though he were quite familiar with Lu Wei. "When you mentioned Quintus and Mick's relationship, I recalled seeing Quintus at school during the last week of summer vacation. I suspect it was then that Quintus handed Lu Wei over to Hagrid," Sean elaborated. Dumbledore did not refute this, prompting Sean to curiously inquire, "What exactly is that item? I believe it is getting late. Curfew is approaching. Professor Snape, please escort Sean back." Dumbledore redirected the conversation. "Very well, Professor," Sean replied, resigned. "Mick, you should also return to Do not discuss tonight's events with anyone. Both of you," Dumbledore instructed. Now that Sean had clarified Mick's identity, he had eliminated one suspect from his list. Only the seemingly innocuous Morley remained. This evening's episode left Sean pondering in his dormitory, muttering to Jerry, "You truly have a keen eye for people." So, it seems Morley is indeed a respectable professor that I am even more curious as to why he left Hogwarts. According to Hogwarts tradition of changing the defense against the dark arts professor every year. If Morley were to stay, subsequent events could not unfold. I wonder who exactly Mick referred to as them. Death Eaters, perhaps? Sean mused as he lay in bed. Although he had misunderstood Mick, Sean had nonetheless acquired a new spell. Fiery Stars composed of 10 magical frameworks. However, with his current focus on learning the Flying Charm and the Patronus Charm, he could hardly spare time for anything else. Given his learning pace, he could master the 10 magical frameworks within half a month. Yet he chose to set aside for now. The following noon, as Sean made his way to the hall for lunch, he was suddenly flanked by the Weasley twins, Fred and George, on either side. "How infuriating!" Fred exclaimed. "This is nothing short of a provocation towards Hogwarts," George continued, brimming with indignation. Sean pondered what mischief these two troublemakers had conjured up this time. What happened during the morning's charms class? That Carol Reed from Castro Bosch had the audacity to mock us Hogwarts students, Fred exclaimed, his voice laced with irritation. "It's Carol," George corrected. Sean quickly grasped the situation. That Carol Reed was Angelina's exchange partner. Thus he had the opportunity to attend Gryffindor classes. In Charms, Professor Flitwick introduced a new spell and subsequently granted everyone an hour to practice, yet none managed to master it before the class concluded. Ironically, it was Carol, the auditor, who demonstrated it before Professor Flitwick and casually remarked, "Hogwarts doesn't seem to have much talent." This comment infuriated the Weasley twins and the other students in attendance, although they couldn't confront him directly. Carol had undeniably succeeded in offending students from both houses in private. What about Cedric? Isn't he in Charms class with you? Didn't he manage to learn it either? Sean inquired. Cedric, in Sean's estimation, was the second most capable student in their year, with Chris following closely behind. It must be said that the talent and earnestness of Miss Crouch were enough to secure her a spot among the top 3. However, the gap between Sean, the first and the second and third, was vast. Cedric couldn't cast it before the class ended either. "I suppose he was too embarrassed to speak up," George remarked. "Is the talent abroad really that prevalent? Surpassing even Cedric?" Sean mused silently. In the afternoon, during defense against the dark arts. You must educate him properly, so he understands what true genius looks like," Fred insisted, convinced that Sean's intervention would restore their dignity. The afternoon's class was a joint session of Gryffindor and Slytherin, and should Carol dare to belittle Hogwarts students again, not only would the Weasley twins be incited, but even Cassius would urge Sean to teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, the day's defense against the dark arts lesson was dedicated to dueling practice, a time when Gryffindor and Slytherin spirits were at their highest. Typically, this segment would ignite a fervent atmosphere, as students could openly challenge members of the opposing house. However, the Gryffindors seemed disinterested in dueling with the Slytherins. After the events of the morning, they were determined to best Carol in the duel and regain their pride. The Slytherins, having heard of the incident in Charms, found amusement in the Gryffindors' predicament, but that was limited to Hogwarts. That Carol's disparagement of Hogwarts was intolerable. Before the duel commenced, both parties were required to raise their wands in a gesture of respect. Then they would take their positions at opposite ends of the arena to begin the duel. Professor Morley paced the dueling platform, asking if anyone was willing to demonstrate. "Professor, I'll do it." Angelina was the first to raise her hand. "Excellent. Angelina, come forth," Professor Morley responded with a smile. The professor naturally turned her gaze toward the Slytherins, inquiring who would be her opponent. Angelina was a formidable force within Gryffindor. Not only were her academic achievements impressive, but her athletic prowess was equally remarkable. By the second week of the semester, she had already participated in the Gryffindor Quidditch team tryouts, ultimately being selected by Captain Charlie. With her stellar performance ranking first in Gryffindor, Angelina was not to be trifled with, a fact well understood by the Slytherins. Thus, most hesitated to step forward, instead shifting their attention to Sean and Chris. "I won't duel a lady," Sean shrugged. Upon hearing this, Angelina seemed relieved. Facing a competitor of Sean's caliber would be an unfair contest, diminishing the experience. Cassius urged from his side. Before Chris could respond, Carol raised his hand and boldly stepped onto the dueling platform. "Professor Morley, I am Carol Reed from Castro Bosch. Allow me to be her opponent. Carol, aware of Angelina's status as Gryffindor's top student, though not selected as a representative for Hogwarts second-year students, deemed her a strong contender. Engaging with her would surely provide insight into Sean's abilities, or so he thought. Very well, then do you believe Angelina will win? Chris asked Sean. Rather than addressing her question, Sean turned to Professor Morley. Please wait a moment, Professor. I believe a duel between gentlemen would be far more captivating. Sean suddenly leaped onto the dueling platform, casting a glance at Angelina to indicate she should step down and leave this to him. Angelina nodded and returned to the Gryffindor ranks. Sean suspected that Angelina would lose, considering Carol had outperformed Cedric in charms and displayed the confidence to volunteer for the duel, indicating he was assured of his abilities. Should Angelina falter, Sean would then step up to educate him, although he preferred to bypass that process and confront Carol directly. Seeing the second-year representative approach, Carol smirked slightly, as this suited his intentions perfectly. Despite the prohibition against unofficial matches before formal competitions, he welcomed the opportunity to duel Sean in class, on my command. Wands at the ready, Professor Morley announced. The two approached the center of the dueling platform. Raising their wands before them as Carol murmured, "Let's see how talented Hogwarts second years truly are." "You shall see," Sean replied. They then retreated to their respective positions, wands held at the ready. "Begin," Professor Morley declared. Sean did not even activate his magical eye. This low-stakes duel could easily be resolved with a few basic spells. Disarm. Carol's wand flew from his grasp, leaving him astonished as he watched Sean, whose casting speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Carol no time to evade. "I wasn't ready. Let's try again," Carol said, his face a mask of embarrassment. "The guest word is final," Sean replied with a smile. The students below applauded Sean while mocking Carol, especially the Gryffindors. Carol, donning a serious expression, preferred to believe his previous failure was due to carelessness. Now that he was prepared, he was determined not to lose again. The two exchanged formal dueling bows before swiftly returning to their respective ends of the platform. At this moment, Carol clutched his wand tightly, his feelings conflicted, while Sean appeared entirely at ease and composed. Sean's victory is a certainty, Cassius proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Chris nodded in agreement, as they had unshakable faith in Sean. "Begin," Professor Morley shouted. Sean's spell seemed to launch simultaneously. Another disarming charm sent Carol's wand flying once more. His face fell, standing frozen on the dueling platform, hands awkwardly at his sides, as murmurs of the students around him felt like mocking jeers. Despite the humiliation, he yearned to escape the scene, yet the rules of dueling compelled Carol to step to the center and acknowledge Sean with a concluding bow. "You have won, but do not gloat. Dueling is merely one aspect. I end the competition. You'll come to understand the prowess of Castro Bosch," Carol retorted defiantly, though he recognized he was no match for Sean and sought to salvage some pride with his words. Sean understood his implications. Their school's secret weapon lay in their paired wands and combination spells, making individual dueling less of their forte. "Yes, that's so. I eagerly await it," Sean replied with a smile. Combination spells were something he himself was currently studying, the difficulty of casting flight spells with both hands simultaneously far surpassing that of duo combination spells. After stepping down, Carol stood silently to the side, while Sean descended the platform like a triumphant hero, surrounded by the Slytherins. "Your proficiency with the disarming charm is astonishing. I wonder if even the 6th or 7th year students could surpass you," Chris remarked. "Sean, you were simply incredible, like a bolt of lightning." Cassius, filled with excitement, grasped Sean's shoulders and lavished praise upon him. Even the Gryffindors, who had not witnessed Sean's magic in quite some time, were left in awe of his prowess. Angelina was thoroughly convinced by Sean's abilities, while the other Gryffindors felt a sense of dread, realizing that with Sean on Slytherin's side, they stood no chance against them this year as time passed. More duels took place, and inspired by Sean's spectacular demonstration, the subsequent participants grew increasingly enthusiastic. After class, Red approached Sean and remarked that he must speak to Cedric about this. It was truly a pity he hadn't witnessed it. Who could argue with that? He was holding his breath all morning. George chimed in. "You two should stop. Cedric is quite pleased." A voice suddenly floated over from beside the trio. It was Roger, who, upon overhearing the Weasley twins' interjected with a hint of bitterness in his tone. You startled me. I thought it was someone else. Fred exclaimed dramatically, Where's your exchange partner? Why isn't she with you? George asked, glancing around. Roger looked dejected as he gazed at the two. Don't even mention that big brother. I want the sister. Well, your desired sister has arrived, Sean suddenly said. I could see that moment. Cedric and Joanna were ascending the staircase, engaged in cheerful conversation, creating an atmosphere that starkly contrasted with Roger, Angelina, and their respective partners. Sean, still pondering over the Winchester brothers from Ilvermorny, considered gathering some information, realizing that directly inquiring would be unwise. Thus, approaching Joanna seemed a perfect strategy. Hey, Cedric, you won't believe it. Sean gave that Carol a real lesson last class. George raised an eyebrow. That IT was just a regular duel. Don't exaggerate. Sean corrected him, but Cedric's eyes lit up. It didn't align with Roger's description, and he was clearly more affected than he let on. Tell me more. What happened specifically? The Weasley twins were eager to recreate the scene from the dueling platform for Cedric, but Sean interrupted their performance, that if you want specifics, it's best that I share them as the one involved. Observing that the Hogwarts boys had struck up a conversation, Joanna wisely took her leave, as their class had concluded, and the exchange students were required to regroup with their own teams. The training ground by the Black Lake was utilized in rotation by 3 teams. And since today was the day for Wagadu, Roger could finally escape that imposing older brother. Once Roger and the Weasley twins departed, Sean pulled Cedric aside. I need a favor. What are you up to now? Stealing hearts? No, not quite. I'm hoping you can help me inquire about Joanna, that you're interested in her. What? Absolutely not. I'm not Roger, Sean hastily denied. Then what do you want to know? Cedric shot him a sidelong glance. Aren't there the Winchester brothers at Ilvermorny? I want to learn more about them, like their family background. Inquiring about the competitors may prove challenging. You know professors don't allow Hogwarts students to disclose information about your group. I suspect their professors have issued similar instructions. Sean spoke earnestly. This is an intelligence battle. You need to use your charm to coax her into revealing what I seek, that I just want information on the Winchester brothers. I trust you can manage it. Why inquire about them? Shouldn't you be asking about Joanna, who is in your year? Joanna? That's unnecessary. Do you lack faith in me? I really need information on those brothers. Sean elbowed Cedric playfully. Cedric nodded. It seemed Sean truly had no need to inquire about the second-year students from other teams, as he was confident none were capable of matching him, especially since Carol had already been defeated. All right, I'll see what I can do. Expecting results, Sean had nothing else to do but let Cedric employ his charm, likely yielding some information. The following evening, Cedric caught Sean's attention in the Great Hall. I've got news as expected of you. So, what is the scoop on those 2 brothers? Sean eagerly awaited Cedric's response. The Winchester brothers hail from a wizarding family. Their father is a professor of charms at Ilvermorny. Cedric explained. That's it? No more details? No more. If I ask further, Joanna will grow suspicious. All right, thank you for your effort, Sean said, patting Cedric's shoulder. Since their father was a charms professor at Ilvermorny, it was clear that the Winchester brothers were not of the same ilk as Sean. As October drew to a close, Hogwarts remained tranquil, seemingly enriched by the presence of exchange students, fostering an even more intense atmosphere of learning than usual on the night before the competition commenced on October 31st. The Forbidden Forest was breached, leading to a confrontation with centaurs. Firenze, a centaur, rushed to a small hut at the forest's edge to inform Hagrid, tell Dumbledore someone is approaching that thing, that Hagrid's expression was grave. And Mick was visibly furious. After Dumbledore was informed that night, he instructed Hagrid, Snape, and McGonagall to collaborate with the centaurs in searching the southern edge of the Forbidden Forest, keeping vigil throughout the night. However, their search yielded no clues to the intruder's whereabouts. Either he had already departed, or he had emerged from Hogwarts itself and returned to the castle. Sean became aware of this incident just as the first match was about to start. As Hagrid, typically tight-lipped, inadvertently let it slip, damn. I knew it wouldn't be a peaceful time. Sean mused inwardly on the morning of the competition. As everyone dined in the Great Hall, Sean noticed Hagrid, Snape, and Professor McGonagall huddled together in hushed conversation. Sean thought it unusual for the 3 to gather, as it typically indicated a matter of concern. The potion competition was set to take place in the Quidditch pitch, allowing students to witness the event firsthand. The first competitor representing Hogwarts was Theobald, a 6th year from Slytherin. With Hogwarts having predetermined the participants for each competition, Snape had been providing Theo with extra coaching, being the head of Slytherin. Snape's influence added considerable pressure on Theo on his way to the Quidditch pitch. Sean encountered Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, the competition is about to begin. Aren't you going to watch? I have some matters to attend to." "Please tell Theo to do his best," Hagrid replied. "Yes, something going on. I saw you talking with Professor McGonagall earlier. You shouldn't pry into that. Hurry to the match. It's Slytherin's debut. So go cheer for Theo." Hagrid diverted the conversation. Sean, undeterred, asked, "Something happened in the Forbidden Forest, didn't he?" "How did you know?" Hagrid widened his eyes in surprise. "I just guessed." "What is going on?" Sean pressed. Earlier, when Ruby had been sent into the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid, Sean had thought it was merely because Ruby had outgrown the hut. However, upon learning Mick's identity, he realized Ruby was guarding something. While he was unaware of what exactly was being protected, Ruby's presence in the Forbidden Forest indicated that whatever was being safeguarded was likely hidden within. "Someone trespassed into the Forbidden Forest last night and was discovered by the centaurs," Hagrid whispered. "Did they capture the intruder?" Hagrid shook his head. "I need to resume my patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Do not mention this to anyone." Hagrid gestured for silence, and Sean nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that the Philosopher's Stone was deemed unsafe in the Forbidden Forest and had been relocated to the castle for the next school year? Sean shook his head. The Philosopher's Stone was secretly brought back to Hogwarts by Hagrid from Gringotts when Harry started school. Given the timeline, it is impossible for the object in the Forbidden Forest to be the Philosopher's Stone, and its shape bears no resemblance to it whatsoever. In any case, Sean is certain that someone with ulterior motives has infiltrated Hogwarts this term. Mick can be ruled out as a suspect. While Morrisai remains under Sean's scrutiny as for the three teams, each participant is suspect. Considering that venturing into the Forbidden Forest requires a certain level of skill, the three leading professors and the upperclassmen are the most likely culprits. When Sean arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the other four team members were already present, along with the four house heads. "Where have you been?" "The match is about to begin," Snape asked coldly. "I had a stomachache and went to the restroom." Sean replied with an awkward smile. 4 experimental tables were arranged in a square formation on the pitch, each spaced 10 meters apart, equipped with a complete set of potion-making apparatus. I could see that moment. Barty Crouch slowly entered the arena to ensure fairness. Dumbledore had invited this Ministry of Magic official to serve as the judge and question setter. Therefore, aside from Barty Crouch, no one knew what potion needed to be brewed for this competition. In one corner of the audience, Cassius curiously asked Clarice, "Don't you know the topic of this match either? Please, even if the question setter is my grandfather, do you think he would share that with me?" Clarice shot Cassius a glare. Ilvermorny sent out 6th-year Dean Winchester, while Waggata's representative was a 5th-year student of African descent, and Castrobrosh was also a 6th-year contestant. It seems that all four schools are keen to avoid losing points in the opening match, especially since the potion brewed in this match would determine the usability in the fourth match. After Dumbledore and the other three leading professors made brief opening introductions, Barty Crouch officially announced the topic of this potion-making competition. The potion to be brewed is the Magic Recovery Potion. It's actually this potion, Sean thought to himself. Last semester, in order to shorten the natural recovery time of magic, he obtained the formula for the Magic Recovery Potion from Professor Sprout and secretly procured the necessary materials from Snape's storeroom, completing the potion on his own. Those who finish brewing the potion within an hour will earn 1 point. I will distribute the materials now. Crouch waved his wand, casting a summoning spell, and 4 bags swiftly flew from outside the pitch, gently landing on the experimental tables of the 4 contestants. Each bag was tied with a piece of parchment containing the formula for the Magic Recovery Potion. An hour is a bit tight, but Theo's experience in brewing advanced potions far surpasses mine, so it should be sufficient. Sean mused that he remembered that when he brewed those 8 bottles of Magic Recovery Potion in the girls' lavatory, it took him 3 hours, and that was during his second attempt at brewing an advanced potion. The first match begins. Crouch raised his wand, and a firework shot forth, bursting in a bloom as the 4 contestants sprang into action. Theo opened his bag and reached for the materials for the Magic Recovery Potion, but as soon as he did, he discovered an issue with the contents of the bag. Space extension bag. Theo then retrieved a handful of dried nettle leaves. But this was not a required material for the Magic Recovery Potion. Clearly, this bag contained an assortment of other items intended to confuse the participants. The magic recovery potion requires 6 ingredients. However, this bag contained 12, and these materials closely resembled the authentic ingredients, greatly complicating the brewing process. Red clover root powder, come. Theo cast a summoning spell toward the bag, for objects the caster has encountered before. The summoning spell can conveniently assist in locating them. Theo had certainly seen red clover and used the root powder, yet the summoning spell yielded no response. Looking up, Theo noticed that the other 3 contestants seemed to be experiencing similar difficulties. A binding spell against summoning charms has been placed inside the bag. Snape remarked from the sidelines. Oh, that's how it is, Sean thought. Theo had no choice but to cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the interior of the bag, allowing him to see each material clearly. After 5 minutes, he finally selected 6 ingredients from the bag, yet he did not immediately begin brewing. What should I do? Theo pondered. Why isn't Theo starting to brew? Zach asked anxiously. Sean was also puzzled. He glanced at Theo and then at the other 3. They had all gathered their materials, yet none had commenced brewing. What's going on? Upon closer inspection of the materials on Theo's table, Sean suddenly realized, I see now. They are recalculating the potion's ingredient quantities. Theo had just practiced brewing the magic recovery potion with Snape last month, so he was well aware of the entire process. However, the current rules stipulated that completing the potion within an hour would count as a success. What do you mean by recalculating? Isn't the formula already available? Zach asked in confusion. Earning a point for completing the potion within an hour seems rather trivial for 6th-year students, doesn't it? I don't believe they are incapable of that, Sean replied. They're considering how many servings to brew. Charlie interjected. Exactly. Brewing 2 servings of the magic recovery potion within an hour is certainly achievable for Theo. Sean nodded. Oh, that means they've already secured that point. Penelope remarked, still not grasping the underlying issue. How many of us are there? Sean inquired. Penelope paused, realizing, there are 6 of us in the team. 6 of us. Is he contemplating brewing enough for 6 servings? Penelope's voice rose in surprise, and Zach quickly understood as well. The quantities of the 6 ingredients on the 4 tables were substantial, enough to yield 10 servings of the magic recovery potion. In hours' time was more than adequate for Theo to brew 2 servings, just right for 3, meaning he could potentially complete 3 potions and earn a point. However, considering that the 4th match is a team competition for 6 participants, 3 servings would clearly be insufficient. The materials on the table were sufficient for 10 servings, and the quantity he could produce depended on the brewer's skill level. If he adhered strictly to the rules, brewing 1 serving at a time, Theo could manage a maximum of 3 servings. Thus, he was recalculating the ingredient quantities for brewing 6 servings at once. Yet simply calculating the ingredient proportions was not enough. Brewing with 6 times the materials meant adjustments to the operational techniques. Flame intensity and boiling duration were all necessary. However, Theo had never attempted to brew such a large quantity before, leaving him uncertain about the success rate. Sean was also anxious about how he would make his choice. Fortune favors the bold. If this potion competition yields 6 servings or even more, they would gain a significant advantage in the 4th match. However, if he were to act recklessly and fail to complete the potion, it would be a considerable loss. Snape's expression remained impassive, as if the competition were not involving his students. Crouch has certainly devised a clever challenge this time, Professor McGonagall remarked after a pause. Severus, what do you think Theo will decide? Theo's potion-making skills make brewing 4 servings simultaneously a considerable challenge. With a success rate of only 50%, that I believe he is well aware of this. Snape replied coolly, as Snape predicted. Theo resolved to attempt brewing 4 servings of the magic recovery potion, which posed a test for him. He glanced at the audience before raising 4 fingers toward Snape. Snape nodded in agreement, and the other team members cheered him on loudly. Sean noticed that the other 3 contestants were also conveying messages to their respective team directions in various ways. After receiving responses, they began to brew their potions in unison. It seemed the Ilvermorny team members were quite confident in their potion-making abilities. Snape's gaze was sharp, akin to that of a hawk. Fixed on Dean, Sean, upon hearing this, looked over. Though he had only brewed advanced potions twice and had limited experience, coincidentally, one of those was the magic recovery potion. observing Dean as he allocated the materials. Sean hesitated before asking, "Professor, is Dean Winchester preparing to brew for 6 servings? Surely not. That is a highly advanced potion, and crafting even a single batch requires utmost caution. Yet he intends to produce 6 at once?" Zach wore an expression of disbelief. That it seems that although Charlie is already in 7th grade, he has never concocted a potion for magical energy restoration and is merely relying on his experience to comment. 7 portions of Ifamoni, 3 portions of Wagadu, and 4 portions of Castrobosh. Professor Snape, upon merely glancing at the workstations of the 3 contestants, immediately discerned the quantities they were tasked with creating. Truly, he is a seasoned potion master, able to ascertain success at a mere utterance, Sean thought with admiration. However, he had not anticipated that Dean Winchester would prove to be a potion prodigy, managing to concoct 7 portions all at once. If Sean were to attempt, despite his utmost efforts, he would only be able to produce 3 vials at most. Yet he is merely in his 2nd year, leaving ample room for growth ahead, especially since his strongest suit is magic. Good heavens, if he succeeds, during the 4th round, wouldn't everyone have a potion in hand, and even an extra one? Zach exclaimed. Such is the reality. If Dean succeeds, Ifamoni will possess ample logistical support in the 4th round, with a single magical energy restoration potion having the potential to alter the course of a battle. Time is up. An hour passed swiftly, and Crouch called out, signaling the 4 to cease their activities. Theo, looking weary, gazed at the 4 magical energy restoration potions on his workstation. Despite the final moments of the competition, he managed to fulfill the challenge of producing 4 portions. Success! However, the excitement on Ifamoni's side was even more palpable. Sean pointed towards the opposite spectator area. The 5 members of Ifamoni were jubilantly celebrating Dean's victory, which now granted them even greater leverage in the 4th round. "Professor, I did my best," Theo said, feeling the weight of pressure. Snape nodded calmly, seemingly unfazed by Ifamoni's 7 potions of magical energy restoration. "Professor, how shall we distribute those 4 potions?" Charlie, as the team captain, quickly contemplated the ensuing issue. As they ventured into the Forbidden Forest, the team members were dispersed. Thus, the likelihood of encountering foes individually was exceedingly high. After engaging in battle, magical energy would deplete rapidly. Hence, the significance of a single potion for magical energy restoration becomes abundantly clear. Now, all potions have been collected by Crouch and will be returned to each team during the 4th round. Penelope and Percy shall not take any. The others will each receive 1, Snape declared. This was not solely his decision. Upon Theo's completion of the potion, Snape had already conferred with the other 3 professors regarding the distribution of the potions. "I have no objections," Penelope said calmly, fully aware that she is the weakest link in the team in every aspect. Thus, it would be more prudent to allocate resources to others. Percy glanced at Sean before adding, "I have no objections either." Though Percy is 2 years ahead of Sean, the team is well aware of Sean's remarkable strength for a 2nd-year student. During practice matches, he has even knocked Theo down multiple times. Sean, too, did not indulge in any pleasantries. The professors had made a unanimous decision, and the team members had no objections, so he simply needed to comply with the arrangements. That evening, the Great Hall hosted another banquet, despite Ifamoni being the biggest winner of the competition. The other 3 teams had not lost any points either. Not losing points equates to victory, and everyone reveled in the joyful atmosphere. Sean, feeling liberated, indulged a bit more. The previous night, he had finally mastered the Patronus charm, granting him a means of self-defense should he encounter Dementors in the future. Upperclassmen typically required 4 to 5 months to master the Patronus charm, whereas Sean accomplished it in a mere month and a half, all while simultaneously studying more advanced flying spells. However, his progress in learning the flying spell was less than optimistic, with only 7 months remaining until the 4th round in June of next year. He feared he might truly run out of time. During the banquet, Mick was nowhere to be seen. It was not until curfew that Sean, fatigued from practicing the framework of the flying spell in the dormitory, habitually retrieved the Marauder's map from his drawer. Despite not having ventured out for a late-night escapade in quite some time, he still occasionally took out the map as a form of entertainment, observing where everyone within the castle was located. Those 2, sneaking out again for a stroll, Sean thought, shaking his head at the names of the Weasley twins displayed on the map. Suddenly, he noticed several names congregated in the hospital wing, including Hagrid, Mick, Snape, McGonagall, Pomfrey, and even Dumbledore. Gathering in the hospital wing at such an hour. Who has been injured? Given the circumstances, Sean could only speculate that in the hospital wing, Mick lay on a bed, a bandage wrapped around his left arm. The white fabric stained with bright red blood. What a reckless endeavor. What on earth were you thinking? Dumbledore questioned Mick bluntly. Thankfully, Firenze brought you to us. Otherwise, you would have perished in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, his voice tinged with fear. Mick had suffered an arrow wound, his face pale and devoid of color, appearing exceedingly weak. Dumbledore entrusted the staff to the Centaur Guardian and cautioned that unless he himself retrieved the staff, no one could approach the Centaur's territory, not even Hagrid. That night, Mick had trespassed into the Centaur's domain. Although Firenze had known Mick, he adhered to the agreement with Dumbledore, and thus the Centaur shot an arrow at Mick as a warning. Ignoring the Centaur's warning, Mick attempted to force his way in, resulting in the arrow wound that left him in Hagrid's cabin. The Centaur's arrows were coated with a special toxin. Once struck, a wizard or magical creature's magical energy would be eroded. Fortunately, Hagrid had procured the antidote from the Centaur, or the consequences would have been dire, and I cannot rest easy regarding the staff. I must retrieve it, Mick said weakly. Are you jesting? Rest easy. You have been grievously injured by the Centaur. What could possibly still concern you? The staff is safer in your possession than in the Centaur's. Snape's words pierced Mick like daggers. I stand by my opinion. Mick retorted stubbornly. Snape's eyes glinted like those of a serpent as he gazed at Mick. Were you the one who ventured into the Forbidden Forest last night? No, which is why I maintain that the staff is no longer safe with the Centaur. Snape fell silent, then flicked his robes and exited the hospital wing. Listen, child, if something has transpired, you may confide in me, Dumbledore said, his tone softening as he patiently inquired. Mick shook his head, intuition telling him that the staff was no longer secure there. Firenze has already confirmed that both the staff and the route are unharmed. You should try to relax your nerves, Dumbledore advised. Mick remained non-committal. Even with the truth before him, he seemed unwilling to accept it, stubbornly believing that the Centaur could not safeguard the staff. Professor McGonagall. Madam Pomfrey, I must ask you to take care of this child tonight. Point one nurse is sufficient to tend to the patient. Old Dumbledore wants Professor McGonagall to stay behind, likely to keep an eye on Mick to prevent any further reckless actions. Sean observed Snape and the other three departing the hospital wing on the Marauder's map. Although he was exceedingly curious about the events transpiring within, given the current situation, it was evident that Mick had sustained injuries. However, with Professor McGonagall remaining in the hospital wing, Sean dismissed the thought of sneaking over to investigate. Never mind, I shall inquire with Hagrid tomorrow. Clearly, Sean regarded Hagrid as a free source of intelligence. True to his reputation, Hagrid provided Sean with the information he sought effortlessly the following afternoon that I believe Professor Snape's suspicions are not unfounded. What if Mick is guilty of embezzlement? Having evaded capture the first time, he was caught red-handed the second. Sean remarked, "The term embezzlement is rather inappropriate," Hagrid replied, somewhat displeased. Sean paused, realizing that Hagrid was also a guardian, and that implying Mick was akin to accusing him. Thus, he quickly apologized that my apologies. Hagrid, that was not my intention. Mick would never engage in such an act. He and Quintus risked their lives to reach Hogwarts if he desired the staff. He could have taken it along the way.